I hope that everyone continues to follow along tomorrow morning. Please offer your subscription as support. The author expresses gratitude here. If the initial subscriptions exceed 1,000, I will add another chapter tomorrow. Lastly, let me mention the rules for additional chapters, which apply to this book as well. Without rules, there can be no order. For every 5,000 in donations, an additional chapter, 5,000 words, will be released. For every 300 monthly votes, another chapter, 3,000 words, will be added, excluding the monthly votes that come with updates. This will continue in the same fashion with a monthly tally. I have not been writing for long, but I have never encountered a steward who achieved 5,000. Hence, this figure was set. I hope to see fellow readers reach the status of steward, whether through subscriptions or donations. Tomorrow, I will also create a reader group, with the requirement for entry being a fan value of 1. It will be available tomorrow, and I hope everyone can join a chat, encourage the author to update, and supervise together. Thank you all. I love you. 3. Chapter 69. The User Manual for J.R. Smith. After triumphing over the Timberwolves, the Nuggets, following a night's rest, hastily flew to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. As the final battle of this away journey, the Bucks seemed to be a manageable opponent. However, the Nuggets showed no signs of relief regarding their next adversary. The dark circles beneath their eyes were ample evidence of their exhaustion. They were utterly drained, with not a drop left in the tank. It was not that the hotel in Minnesota was subpar, it was simply that the previous game had taken an immense toll. Who could have anticipated that the league-leading Nuggets would struggle against the league's last-place Timberwolves throughout the entire first half? This peculiarity even struck James, who was watching the game from home, as odd. His intention was to support the Timberwolves should they defeat the Nuggets. They could reclaim the top spot in the league. Yet, he also recalled his recent humiliating loss to the Nuggets. If the last-place Timberwolves could conquer the Nuggets, what did that make the Cavaliers, who had lost by 78 points? A stray dog that anyone could kick? Thus, when he witnessed the Nuggets, under Chen Mo's leadership, take the lead, his excitement was palpable. After all, the defending champions, the Celtics, had also fallen to the Nuggets. With the Eastern Conference leaders defeated, the reigning champions bested, and last year's Western Conference champions, the Lakers, also losing, one loss might be dismissed. It could create a peculiar web of victories. You beat me, I beat him, he beats you. But if every team loses, can it truly be considered a loss? James wished for the Nuggets to maintain their winning streak until they met him again. This way, the narrative would revolve around the Nuggets being a historically significant team, rather than the Cavaliers being deemed utterly inept. Thus, the humiliating 78-point defeat could be somewhat obscured beneath the Nuggets' formidable presence. Recently, James had often sensed the unusual glances from his Cleveland compatriots. Where once everyone would approach him with greetings, since that must-win battle ended in disgrace, it seemed the affection had waned. Some even ignored him, opting to walk away. This sensation was far more disheartening than the physical pain he felt. Clenching his fists, James resolved to bring the Nuggets down from their pedestal in the next encounter, particularly targeting Chen Mo. He was the one James least wanted to lose to. Although James wished for the Nuggets to continue their winning streak, George Karl had his own notions. As the head coach, he desired the team to slow down. His aspirations were always long-term, focused on the playoffs rather than the regular season. Allen, you, and Chen Mo will rest for the next game. J.R. Smith, you will start. On the plane, George Karl's directive roused the drowsy players. Why? I can still play. The upcoming match against the Bucks was the final contest of their away journey, and Iverson wanted to push through. He had rarely been on a rest list throughout his career unless injured. Last season, plagued by injuries, he played all 82 games to ensure the team made the playoffs. He disliked resting. If possible, he preferred to be the lone hero, allowing his teammates to take a breather. Unfortunately, George Karl, that stubborn old man, was indifferent to Iverson's feelings. If you want to play, go to the playground. You are resting for the next game, period. Carmelo, don't laugh, you two. You all three will rest. George Karl pointed to the chuckling Anthony and addressed him. Anthony, contemplating how he could score more points while resting, realized he was trailing the scoring leader, Kobe, by nearly 4 points this season, averaging just 27 points. That was unacceptable. He truly coveted the title of scoring champion. Over the last 2 seasons since Iverson joined, Anthony had intentionally reduced his attempts. While the team atmosphere was pleasant, they had yet to break past the first round, and his scoring had significantly declined. Finally, with Chen Mo's arrival, the team's performance improved considerably, and his average climbed back to 27 points from last season's low of 22.8 points, even amidst games where they often clocked out after 3 quarters. In this form, with a little more effort, the scoring crown might just be within his grasp. However, George Karl seemed to have seen through Anthony's thoughts and placed him on the resting list. No more of this you rest, I rest nonsense. It was a collective break. But if the three of us rest together, won't we lose terribly? Anthony voiced his concern, a sentiment echoed by Chen Mo and Iverson. They were genuinely taken aback that the coach would opt to rest all three of them simultaneously. Lose what? Him still here? J.R. Smith, overhearing his teammates, was not pleased. After all, he was a strong contender for Sixth Man of the Year, a key substitute, and had even made it onto the 120-player All-Star ballot. Though he hadn't garnered a fraction of the votes that Chen Mo, Anthony, and Iverson had, it was still something. J.R. Smith was confident in his abilities. You? Forget it. Thankfully, Kenyon and Nene are still around. We'll just focus on the paint. Anthony retorted without restraint. He knew George Karl's temperament all too well. Once he made a decision, it was final. Whether anyone liked it or not, if he decided on rest, then rest it would be. Given that, it was best to place their hopes on the inside game. TCH. J.R. Smith was not about to let Anthony's jab slide, dismissing it as mere noise. Their playing styles were incompatible, and now that he recognized Chen Mo as the leader, he no longer felt the need to care about Anthony's barbs. What do you think, boss? J.R. Smith looked hopefully at Chen Mo, eager for his support. Chen Mo did not meet J.R. Smith's gaze and continued on, I trust Kenyon. Ha 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 ha. Iverson could not contain his laughter. This was amusing, exceedingly so. Chen Mo was giving J.R. no quarter. However, Chen Mo was not simply trying to embarrass J.R. He understood him too well. The higher the expectations placed on him, the greater the disappointment. A compliment would send him soaring, and soon he would engage in all sorts of reckless maneuvers, leading to an inevitable disaster in the next game. He could not afford to be soft-hearted. He must be firm in his critiques. Chen Mo wielded his knowledge of J.R. Smith like a manual, possessing his own insights. TCH. Upon hearing Chen Mo's response, J.R. was displeased. He ignored the jests of others and resolved to prove his worth in the next game. As expected, the Nuggets, bereft of their trio, could not overcome the Bucks, who were among the top 6 in the East. Though the team lost 105 to 113, J.R. Smith performed admirably. With 11 of 20 shots made, 4 of 8 from three-point range, and 7 of 9 from the free throw line, he scored 33 points along with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 7 turnovers. Had it not been for the excessive turnovers, his performance would have been deemed flawless. Despite his commendable showing, J.R., having lost, was clearly in a sour mood. He had not anticipated that Chen Mo's words would ring true. Compared to Kenyon Martin's consistent 20-15 performance, he felt he had fallen short. Had it not been for those 7 turnovers disrupting the team's rhythm, victory would have been theirs. Boss, I didn't play well. On the return flight, J.R. Smith was unusually taciturn, exchanging only a few words with Chen Mo before retreating into silence. The sting of defeat was unpleasant. It had been a long time since J.R. had tasted it. In today's battle, he realized he was not yet the kind of player who could stand on his own, but Chen Mo did not hold it against him. Losing 3 key players, the Bucks are by no means a weak team. A loss is simply a loss. Moreover, given the score differential and their performance, without JR, the team might have struggled to find points of strong offense. JR, you played exceptionally well, truly. Please do not regard me with such eyes. I have not consoled you. Consider this. I have yet to score 30 this season, correct? Just maintain that level of play, and my title as assist leader this season will be secure. I shall practice more upon returning. But alas, we have lost our first place. It's right, if we have lost it, we shall regain it. We have already endured this grueling back-to-back away game. What is there to fear moving forward? Chapter 70. Cherishing one's own, a sense of home. Upon learning of the Nuggets' defeat to the Bucks, Jameis' fervent desire for revenge was instantaneously extinguished. Is it possible to lose like this? Why did they only falter after triumphing over him and the Celtics? James felt rather disheartened. Given that the Nuggets had previously triumphed over the Cavaliers by 78 points and the Bucks had bested the Nuggets by 8, what might the unplayed Bucks be capable of? It was then he realized that the Nuggets trio had opted to rest. In that case, there was no cause for concern. Everyone stood in awe as the impressive arrow pierced through the air, mere half a meter from the head of the bizarrely evolved entity, leaving not a single hair disturbed. Nearly all were left in a state of stupefaction. At the shores of Ingzhou Island, a massive fleet of warships was anchored, proudly displaying the flag of the divine hidden empire. The scene was magnificent. The leader of the Budu Jin and my lord Kobai Nung, both being chieftains of the Xinbei tribe. I must honor them as such, Yuan Tan humbly remarked. The launch of these magic crystal cannons was categorized into 2 modes. One currently in use, employing fire-based incendiary projectiles for wide-area destruction, and the other designed for single-target elimination, utilizing lightning-based thunderbolts. Yinner, you must not come to harm. You are all I have. You are all I have. Yinner, Junlin murmured incessantly, regardless of whether Ling Qinyan could hear him. He repeated his words softly by her ear. Zhao laughed heartily. Let's drink. He lifted his bowl and clinked it with his, and then both downed their drinks, proudly displaying the bottoms of their bowls. However, this plaque, in comparison to the Palace of Leisure, was lacking in more than just a measure. It was merely a superior quality, immortal artifact. Jiang Huiding took a few puffs of smoke and suddenly noticed that the lips of the cold director opposite him and director Hao were trembling, as if they were whispering something. He thought to himself, these two haven't spoken yet. Could they be plotting something? It is known that space-type magic is among the most challenging to cultivate. To possess legendary night-level manipulation skills while simultaneously training space-type magic to sage level is a rarity indeed. This young man might well have some grounds for arrogance. Although it remains unclear how the 6th Legion became enemies with the Elder of the Sky, such massive material support undoubtedly provides a lifeline for the currently embattled 6 nations of Sangyu. Yi Anshan and Yi Haolong exchanged glances, while Yi Chen regarded fame as trivial, pondering whether he had never experienced the vanity that fame brings or if he merely exuded an air of superiority. As the evening sun cast a golden-red glow upon the sea, Invincible gazed dreamily at the brilliant sunset, his heart enveloped in tranquility. His aura, his warmth, his breath, his scent crashed down like thunder, enveloping her, shaking her to her core. With one arm around her, so tight, so urgent, she could not help but meld into him. Knowing full well that even in a sandstorm disaster zone, should there truly be a congenital spiritual treasure, the opportunity to acquire it is merely 1 in 100,000. Would you not agree, Zhuangyu? Zhuanghu raised an eyebrow, addressing the elegant youth seated atop the entrance to the valley. In the face of the most intricate technique known as the myriad phenomena, the only chance for Azura to prevail lay in boldly delivering the simplest of strikes. For in simplicity lies the path to complexity. Of course, Azura was unaware that this strike bore only a 10% chance of survival. Zhao Ningning could scarcely fathom being kidnapped, though she had seen such occurrences on television. Experiencing it firsthand tightened her chest with anxiety. The plum blossoms bloom, solitary and proud. Mo Fei stood alone in the void, suspended between the western paradise and the gray-white sky. With a flick of his wrist, a cascade of crimson spilled forth, the stark contrast of black and white indicating the blood plum. Upon realizing the situation was grave, Zhao Zhengzi noted that his injuries had nearly healed. With the adoption paperwork processed efficiently under the guidance of Vice Director Lu Jiaoyong, it would be best to discharge himself as soon as possible. Chapter 71. Confronting Destiny. Chen Mo is quite the popular lad. In the studio, Barkley beamed with a motherly smile upon witnessing this scene. He felt elated that Chen Mo had earned the affection of his fans. This moment even moved Barkley himself. He had witnessed the atmosphere at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in North Coast Harbor. Indeed, the ambience in Denver is unparalleled. Home court advantage is truly a different experience altogether. You bad person, you still at this point? Han Shui paused. This was her own realm of flower sentiments. Tian, he could not possibly appear here. This figure was merely a manifestation of her own heart's longing. After hearing Zheng Qing's words, Yi Kanyue realized that the usually cunning Zheng Qingzi, who often deceived others for food and drink, had always upheld the will of the Yellow Emperor, concerned for the survival of their race rather than engaging in the internal power struggles of humanity. In midair, Bai Yin opened her drowsy eyes, and the surrounding environment had evidently transformed. This was a localized news report from Yangwei City, much like the timed event dungeon, known as Bai Xia Cave. Every city had its own opening announcement and an entrance to Bai Xia Cave. You are not an immortal master. The evil soul king exclaimed in horror. How could an immortal master inflict such a loss of health with a mere shout? This was utterly impossible. Yin Guo's roar shattered the evil soul king's courage, leading it to believe that the opponent was merely pretending to be weak. She then turned and dashed towards the pile of raw stones priced at 1,000 per kilogram, only to find her bounty exceeded that of the first pile. She discovered 5 pieces of promising raw stone, each weighing no more than a kilogram. Among these, aside from one that felt inferior to the earliest one, the rest surpassed the first in terms of coolness. In this manner, Ba Tian found himself at a loss for words, effectively defeated by Lu Yunfei's shamelessness. It is said that a person without shame is invincible, yet, with someone who has cast aside all shame, what could Ba Tian possibly say? The proprietress was momentarily taken aback, regaining her senses only after a while. She reached out to accept the items with these elixirs. The organization's strength would undoubtedly grow significantly. She was filled with exhilaration, realizing that the organization's resurgence was just around the corner. My dear wife, I miss you. Where are you? When his weak and helpless voice resonated, all of Zhu Zhu's defenses crumbled in an instant. since we have met. I shall take my leave. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at home. You young ones should converse well. Zhu Lifan gently patted Zhu Zhu's shoulder, her eyes signaling to seize the opportunity. In this nation, it is well known that Yahar is infamous for his lecherous ways. For such a man, his lower body constitutes his very essence. The destruction of Chun Sharon's lower half could be deemed a fate worse than death for a lecher. In my haste, I neglected to check who was calling and simply inquired. Recovery requires time. It is not something that medication alone can remedy, yet Dai Fan sensed that tranquility would be fleeting, thus necessitating the suppression of his injuries. Diao Ling Long, feeling somewhat regretful, reached out to pull Diao Chen closer, seating him beside herself. Yu Yinren led the way, having acquired Luo housed by Hai Chao Xin Ring, showing great concern for escorting him to the Thunder Valley. Upon opening the door, Baby beheld a strikingly handsome man, approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a black suit with a white shirt and a black tie, his feet adorned with polished black leather shoes. Most captivating were his slender, sword-like eyebrows, exuding a certain charm. My brother is with the beggar sect and is looking for you. He mentioned he couldn't reach you on your phone, said Zhou Hanmeng, momentarily setting aside her astonishment at Guoqing to speak to Mo Feng. Lao Shada's words proved effective. Ba Yi visibly ceased his self-reproach, which greatly relieved me. Chapter 72. Goodness, a connection. Surprised by Ken Yang Martin's unfamiliar and aggressive playing style, Duncan felt taken aback. It seemed that the Nuggets' impressive performance this season was not without reason. The young man before him displayed remarkable coordination, even without any significant star recruits. He could glean insights from the opponent's momentum. The Nuggets were certainly not the weak team of yore. Back in the 06-07 season, when Iverson was traded to the Nuggets, their two teams met in the playoffs. 3 individuals swiftly approached Sun Tzu, forming a triangular formation around him, and before he could react, they launched their assault. Li Yuanji reunited with Yin Defei and Yin Shirgu. Upon reaching the two instruments hall, they heard Ding Yi's resounding shout. Overjoyed, he leapt from the soft couch, disregarding his pain, limping hastily towards the 100 Blessings Hall, while Meng Guanyu called out from behind, urging him to wait. How could he be stopped? He commanded his subordinates to carry Li Yuan's corpse, following closely behind. This is a grave legal matter, not a tale spun from myth. If made public, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of criticism. While Li Fian was uploading these materials, Lin Su seized the opportunity to reorganize the cash that still lay scattered on the ground along with the antiques and jade pieces that rested upon the bed, carefully placing them into his travel bag. Within the Wang residence, in the training arena, a strikingly handsome young man clad in purple wielded a silver longsword adorned with a dragon motif as he engaged in combat with a burly man brandishing a massive hammer. Lu Qi pondered briefly. Having followed Qing Yuanzizi and entered the Taoist sect, he would likely be learning primarily Taoist martial arts. However, he remained uncertain about the specific practices of horizontal training within the Taoist tradition. Since he was pursuing the path of the golden body, it would be prudent to gain further knowledge. Liao Chen nodded, and the siblings managed to suppress their tumultuous emotions as they cautiously ascended into the clouds. With Liao Chen's intent, the clouds gently lifted the 3 of them, carrying them northward. Indeed, murder is punishable by death. To be captured means one life for another. Hence, even those who resort to robbery and violence are often reluctant to take lives unnecessarily. The 2 assailants wielding knives likely relied more on intimidation than the willingness to kill. Sun Yu and Sun Yu entered from outside, their expressions sorrowful, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, and their steps unsteady. Just when Zhou Chun believed everything had concluded, a mirror appeared inexplicably in his mind. Upon touching his chest, the mirror had vanished. He chose not to clarify matters with Yang Mei, instead allowing her to remain under this misunderstanding, as it would facilitate extracting useful information from her. Upon hearing this remark, had it been any other time, Qi Ruishan would have retreated into her own space, perhaps garnering some sympathy from the Gu family. She furrowed her brow and shot a glare at Feng Lianqing before taking a seat. Zining, clutching her neck, cautiously moved closer to them. Having suffered a significant setback, she dared not speak harshly again and begrudgingly settled beside Yin Rush. The Wu family was now striving earnestly to cleanse their reputation. This demeanor certainly reeked of the typical trappings of organized crime. Gong Qianzheng clenched his teeth in silence, the cold rain streaming into his eyes without a single blink, revealing a stubborn glint that was disquieting to behold. This is the Alchemist Guild. I urge you to conduct yourself with propriety. Yaoan held a distinct aversion to those who interrupted his discourse. Doshana was perplexed. What sort of high-profile individual could this be? No wonder they drove a Hummer. It was unwise to speak freely in such a crowded space. He resolved to inquire further during their meal after seeing off Chen Huayan, leading his son to their BMW. I am the overseer of the shadows. Every movement of the shadows is under my scrutiny. As a member of the shadows, you too fall within my watchful gaze. Nearly 30 years ago, Zhang Chuan rose to prominence by resisting the Huang Chao rebel army, gradually expanding his influence until he secured control over this region, establishing dominion over Jiangxi and receiving an official title as the General of the Southern Defense, concurrently holding the title of King of Nanping. It poses a challenge. The surplus grain in the hands of the common folk has long been purchased by grain merchants. What remains must be reserved for seeds and sufficient sustenance. It seems there is little left to sell to us. Moreover, this method is far too slow. Yin Keki sought the Tao. Chapter 73. The deceitful heart of tactical play. Bowen's erroneous judgment led the Nuggets to launch yet another fast break. This time, he did not succumb to the pain of his fall and was compelled to spectate. Instead, Bowen immediately sprang to his feet, determined to thwart the Nuggets' fast break. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a fuming Popovich on the sidelines. He was acutely aware of the implications of 2 consecutive failed isolation plays. Meanwhile, Li Qintong, not waiting for a response from her adversaries, swiftly conjured a spell to ensnare the chaotic members of the Li family who had been struck down by lightning. She had previously been preoccupied with these affairs. How could there possibly be time for card games? Liang Yin inquired with a furrowed brow. The campaign mission, the grand plan of the Sound Nest, was activated. Mission reward, a high-grade combat suit. Failure penalty, random loss of 3 ultimate skills. Unexpectedly, a small figure suddenly emerged from the water, paddling towards the shore with a doggy paddle. Although Yihuan was concerned, she reminded herself that these were 2 distinct timelines. Events occurring in one realm did not necessarily transpire in another. Most importantly, without supporting intelligence, the suspicion of Japanese spies sabotaging the train lacked credibility. Li Qintong was oblivious to these changes, preoccupied with the sudden arrival of his inexpensive master. All right, you're impressive, Ho Tian admitted, rolling her eyes at the sight of Luo Yan, who was smiling radiantly like a blooming flower. She was unafraid of death. Yet she lamented the thought of never tasting the culinary delights of the miracle restaurant again. The sky was still dark, adorned with countless twinkling stars, and the croaking of frogs echoed from the abandoned farmland. Lu Chengxian spoke with a calm voice and a composed demeanor, but every word she uttered was akin to a dagger piercing Lu Chenxue's heart. In that moment, as she gazed at Linlon, it appeared that she had momentarily shifted her focus away from her previous sorrow, her thoughts consumed by Yu Qian's words just before he departed. What would happen if I did not engage with him? After a prolonged silence, Lin Ruoxi, resigned to reality, asked in a daze. You might find this overarching perspective overly simplistic. Indeed, the assessment of advantages and disadvantages can sometimes be quite evident. Regardless, when it comes to matters like clothing, I cannot ask my adoptive father for assistance, so Tang Yuan shifted her gaze back to Gu Yu's room. No need for trouble. I shall visit you often, and you can simply hand me the refined items, Moron Li said, somewhat impatiently. Yang Shao observed the bemused Liang Dongjun and the bustling crowd, then offered a faint smile. Feng Zhu was acutely aware of the reason behind his inner turmoil, yet he chose to disregard this foreboding sensation. Moreover, after being vanquished several times, the Phantom Spear Hand and the Guardian of Light would undoubtedly bolster their defenses, making it impossible for him to easily defeat them again. Are you seeking a magical artifact or repairing one? The young man in white, setting down his bamboo scroll, glanced at Wang Changsheng with a detached expression. Jiang Ani's heart felt as if it had been pierced by Nyang's words, causing him immense pain, to the point where he seemed to forget his sorrow. His hands clenched tightly, causing the wine cup to shatter into dust. Cheng Yi and Chen Kai were originally martial arts experts. Having practiced the Mingyutru skill for less than a decade, they ascended to the Qi refining and spirit transformation realm. In their usual arrogance, they were utterly unprepared for the blood they would spill after being struck by Jiang Ani's blow. Had they known the abundance of masters at Huanggang Temple, they would never have dared to provoke such danger. Initially, Feng Chang and his tribe were compelled to relocate due to their defeat in battles with other tribes. Lang Wen was puzzled as to why he chose to support Kinjiji interactions. After 6 years apart, his child returned home only to leave again within half a day, and he had yet to converse meaningfully with her. Merely hearing snippets of her experiences over the past 6 years. Chapter 74. Duncan felt unsettled with Bowen's departure. The Spurs' defensive intensity waned once more. Chen Mo continued to direct the flow of the game on the court. Without Bowen, the Spurs players found it increasingly difficult to contend with the offensively potent Nuggets. As the score gap widened, Popovich shot a fierce glare at Bruce Bowen, who remained restless even in his seat. This guy is still trying to outsmart the opposition. Despite the ongoing struggles, Fong Tian poured each of them a glass of water, placing it on the table before them. Upon regaining consciousness, Ma Jiang involuntarily shivered, gazing quizzically at the black orb in his hand. He was utterly unaware of the events that transpired. All he felt was exhaustion and an overwhelming desire to sleep. Long ago, Wu Ming had surged into the mid-stage of the nascent soul with the aid of the Heavenly Dome technique. Yet, just as he sought to leap into the ranks of great cultivators, he encountered the unique side effects of the Heavenly Dome technique, which resulted in a backlash of spiritual energy. A robust man charged forward, clearly a trained veteran. However, Li Song Wang, with his index and ring fingers, targeted the man's lower back, stopping just short of contact. The man fell silent, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed. I can't wait to meet my idol. I have a plethora of merchandise that needs his signature, my Ain sighed dramatically. In the far-off kingdom of the extreme west, the 100-armed giant was regarded as a divine monstrosity, a perilous creature from myth. The first emperor undertook a costly expedition to capture it, crafting imperial tools. Knowing that without the aid of powerful sorcerers, countless soldiers would perish at the hands of the 100-armed giant. Zhang Jiu found the competition intriguing. She longed to participate, convinced that losing would not bring her shame. Even if she were to emerge victorious, she believed the old man could not force her into marriage. The four were momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wuqing's question, their thoughts still lingering on the notion of weeds in the pursuit of longevity, leaving them puzzled yet enlightened, though ultimately at a loss for words. After Sun Fengzhao finished speaking, a wave of weeping erupted from his wives, children, and friends. Since her birth, no one in this household had ever embraced her in such a manner. This was the first time. After being cleaned, the stone entwined with golden threads shimmered, its crimson hue reminiscent of blood, subtly glowing as if infused with newfound vitality. I heard the old matriarch is unwell. Is she feeling any better? If not, should I send the imperial physician to examine her? The empress inquired. The ethereal Yin Higan flower spoke, encircling Nalan Mingyue's neck and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Meanwhile, even Tian Chi seemed to have uncovered something, pondering as he examined some herbs and began preparing the soil for pairing. After all, no one knew better than her the strength of Situ Hong. The Situ family Shuiwei sword technique had been practiced to perfection, making it impossible for her to be unable to handle those puppets. Misunderstood? Then what do you think this is? Father handed me his phone, and I uneasily accepted it, discovering a text from the Transportation Bureau stating that yesterday our car had made an emergency stop on the highway without activating the hazard lights, resulting in a fine of 200 yuan and 3 points deducted. After a long pause, I suddenly burst into uproarious laughter, the intensity of my mirth growing until I could no longer stand upright, feeling waves of joy wash over me. The doctor summoned was from the Yao family, but he furrowed his brow, hesitating as he pondered how to proceed. Chapter 75. Another battle against the Lakers, a clash of offenses. 3 quarters have passed. And at this rate, when will I become the scoring champion? The following morning, during a training break, Anthony voiced his frustrations. In the last game, he only surged in the third quarter, scoring 14 points in that period. However, his attempts in the second quarter were limited. By the end of the game, Anthony had only managed to score 26 points, a tally that paled in comparison to his average for the season. This rendered Anthony increasingly aware of the rising temperature within the aircraft as the air grew stifling and his complexion flushed. The warmth on Shelley's face hinted at a dwindling supply of air, prompting her to reminisce about the cherished moments spent with Shirley in the past. Strangely, the thought of cancer cells crossed my mind, leading to an unprecedented connection between the malignant cells and humanity. Such a notion was intolerable, especially when faced with formidable mystical powers that denied me any measure of relief. Ji Zilong clenched his fists, resolutely determined to proceed. Though he professed disdain, it was evident that he harbored a fondness, as he tirelessly enumerated their shortcomings while desperately defending their merits in his heart. Observing the unfolding situation, Shen Shao was taken aback once more, for at that moment, the martial deity thwarted his techniques, leaving his surroundings untouched by the disciple of the demon exterminator. Maintaining an unaltered state, Shen Shao was understandably astonished. He was only aware of a public event scheduled for that afternoon that he was to attend. Yet the specifics remained shrouded in obscurity. As he spoke, the 8-part dragon suppression tower above him suddenly emitted a series of faint glimmers, gradually enveloping the others within. Once all had entered the tower, Ji Zilong promptly retracted it, leaving only the 100 flavors cauldron behind. If Truth Nisa and Truth Dega did not depart soon, He would have no spare time to safeguard them. Thus, Shirley was left with no choice but to act decisively. However, the flicker of hope that had just ignited in the heart of the fire fox was swiftly extinguished, for at that very moment, a powerful hand seized his right ankle. An unyielding grip that made him feel as if the colossal figure of light behind him could effortlessly crush his bones. In terms of identity, he stood out even more within the Su family, as it pertained to their reputation. Hence, Suku grew increasingly audacious, for Yi Fan was associated with the two sisters, and the attitudes of Luo Dao and the others rendered them visibly uneasy. These individuals gathered together could easily surpass 20,000 in number, perhaps even exceeding 30,000. Though her expression bore a smile, the madam's tone dripped with sarcasm, her eyes flashing with undisguised contempt. With so many beauties available, yet they preferred the company of men. How utterly disgraceful. To seek pleasure in such a manner was truly a waste of masculinity. Zhang Yiming wholeheartedly agreed. He and Shishao were among the world's most elite super soldiers, unmatched in combat prowess. Yet when pitted against absolute authority, even the mightiest warriors found themselves at an overwhelming disadvantage. Soon, a progress bar appeared above the wings of the Void Sea, slowly inching forward. If it reached 100%, the evolution would be deemed successful. However, should it halt midway, the transformation would fail. Leave the matter of finding the young master to the detectives, the middle-aged man said with a forced, insincere smile. All right. Brother Jifan, would you like to come in? Rest for a while and let Brother Liao deal with his own headache, Shulin teased, winking at Chen Jifan. Chasm, lost in thought, remained oblivious. The guards outside had been knocked unconscious, yet he noticed nothing. Tan Yu's words pierced Tong Yan's heart like needles, inflicting unbearable agony. Chapter 76. The Duel of the Scoring Kings. By the end of the first quarter, the Nuggets held a 4-point lead, much to their satisfaction. The second quarter would be their dominant phase. George Karl instinctively believed that Chen Mo and J.R. Smith's defensive counterattacks would widen the gap against the Lakers. Yet the Lakers were not without a strategy. They had no intention of repeating the mistakes of their previous game. Meanwhile, Ruoli frowned, tightening her grip on the wine jar in her arms. She sat up and gazed at the man standing before her, tall and imposing, with a jade crown atop his head. Clad in a dark green brocade robe, his skin bronzed and his bearing dignified. Little Bao craned his neck to see if this uncle was truly as sturdy as a pillar. The moment their eyes met, both were struck with astonishment. Wang Ming, seated in meditation, suddenly relaxed, collapsing unconsciously onto the altar. The 12-petaled white lotus divine treasure manifested above him, casting a protective glow over his divine form. The temple doors sealed shut, barring all wandering spirits from entering. 10 taels? Yu Yuqing nearly spat in disgust. Many toiled their entire lives without earning 10 taels of silver. How could they possibly offer such a pittance as compensation for the fallen? Yu Ming had been tense, but upon hearing Wei Renwu's reassurance, the weight in his heart lifted. Feng Ming remained oblivious, believing he had merely done Yin Qing a favor, unaware he had walked into her carefully laid trap. The royal guards had grown utterly complacent. With enemy forces at their gates, they hadn't even bothered with basic defenses, leaving the city gates unbarred. They deserved their fate. Lu Hongyan stripped off the uncomfortable plaid shirt and donned his bathrobe. A quick 10-minute shower later, he emerged refreshed. The thought sent Yu Ming into a panic. He rushed to Wei Renwu's room, determined to uncover the truth. Lei Dunbao quickly interjected, "Let that bodyguard apologize to my friend. Also, I require a large quantity of energy magic crystals." "No problem," Lei Dunbao agreed without hesitation. 18 men were stationed around the temple. If anyone attempted to steal the bacterial guardian beast, they would be intercepted from any direction by at least 2 disciples. Strangely, the 7th-level barrier of the cell he had been observing had vanished. Wei Mia wondered, could it be due to the simultaneous activation of dual energy flows? Iron Man hovered midair with the aid of his jet boots, refraining from further reckless action. Truthfully, with their resources, there was no need for such haste in defeating Jinan. Given their established audience, a steady approach would suffice. Jinan stood little chance of toppling them. As Zhou Bing's tirade grew louder, Li Ying, as the team leader and his superior, felt compelled to intervene. He strode toward Zhou Bing. When they looked up at Chen Ergo again, the trio couldn't help but marvel. From his bizarre initial appearance overhead, dressed like Indiana Jones, wielding a similarly fantastical whip and displaying uncanny accuracy with throwing knives, everything about him was extraordinary. Princess Binglian, unable to scrape together funds for a bulletproof car, was deeply troubled. When Bai Baqiang presented her with such a splendid, luxurious vehicle, she was overwhelmed with gratitude and a touch of embarrassment. She thanked him profusely and asked him to convey her deepest respect and appreciation to his superiors. Ronald waved dismissively, as if shooing a fly, then turned to Luli with a chuckle. "I'll go check on the dumplings," he said, his childlike antics eliciting smiles. Compared to the first half of the year, the wool yield had nearly doubled, averaging around 5.2 kilograms per sheep, a cause for celebration. Chapter 77. The youngest triple-double player Anthony continued his scoring spree. With this three-pointer, his personal tally for the game reached 37 points. Third quarter, and Anthony's still on fire, Barkley exclaimed. With 4 minutes left in the quarter, the Lakers trailed the Nuggets 63-77. Watching Anthony's unstoppable offense, Kobe could only shake his head in resignation. The disparity in strength is indeed formidable. Chengdu's forces are the elite of the Great West. Comparatively, even the troops led by Li Dingwu and Chongqing would pale in comparison. However, the individual before her is nearly twice the size of the one she encountered in the Juke Palace, with a massive mole revealing sharp fangs, exuding a fierce demeanor that suggests a complete absence of intelligence or thought beyond that of a beast. As he approached, each step intensified the palpable aura of menace surrounding him. "Ah, now I understand why that bald man coveted you," Chui Feng remarked with a serene smile. With the statement, the other leaders nodded in agreement, their expressions amiable. Qing Ling felt a long-desired familiar presence brushing against her ear, enveloping her in a blissful haze, rendering her indifferent to her physical injuries. Although Korea has now submitted to her, this allegiance is superficial. Their hearts still harbor sentiments for the Ming dynasty. Should the Ming army make landfall, it is conceivable that the Korean soldiers might turn against her in a moment of betrayal, aligning themselves with the Ming forces to launch a frenzied assault. "That concoction from the scheming Dr. Jian? I dare not partake," he scoffed, opening the car door. Reaching level 10 is a pivotal milestone for all professions, as it unlocks the ability to learn new skills. For treasure assassins, attaining this level signifies the transition to becoming a true treasure, granting them eligibility to explore new maps. "I consider myself above the trivialities of social status. Yet I was utterly astonished to learn that your mother could be with someone of such questionable character. Dehe is but a puppet of Xiaoling. Devoid of any intelligence, even if elderly spoke eloquently, Dehe would remain unmoved." Xiaoling found himself at a loss. An evil spirit of the martial sovereign level is not easily dealt with, and with it advancing towards him, he had no choice but to respond. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoli leaned forward to gauge the expression of the medicine elder, only to find him soundly asleep, breathing steadily. Xiaoling gathered the vital essence and blood vitality pills, stowing away the blood lotus fire in the Tianyuan cauldron before striding toward the bed, disregarding whether Long Bai Jun agreed or not, and collapsed onto the bed, instantly succumbing to slumber. When the server approached with the bill, Mo Xiaoang glanced at the total and promptly retrieved cash from his wallet to settle the payment. Dedu was a place she frequented infrequently, yet she retained some memory of the layout. She chose a seat that was both close to card 4 and well hidden. And when the server approached, she hastily gestured for silence, leaving the server utterly perplexed. It was utterly absurd. She wished to find a crevice to hide in, pondering how she could be so brazen as to undress someone in the dead of night. After receiving a reassuring call from Lu Yuchen, the weight that had hung heavily over Zhou Biyue's heart finally lifted, and she fervently urged her husband to calm down. Xiaoling waved his hand, his gaze shifting to Qian Tao Qian, who he could see was deeply reluctant, resentment evident in her eyes. Gu Qian had yet to comprehend how things had spiraled to this point, ultimately resigning herself to consuming her meal in silence. Mitsuima led the way, with the Yamazaki father and son following closely behind. At this moment, Yamazaki Akira felt fortunate to have entered with Mitsuima. Otherwise, even with a physique akin to Captain America, he would have been unable to stealthily infiltrate the place. Chapter 78. The pinnacle of nonsensical banter. Objective: Best Newcomer. Post-match, Chen Mo and Anthony, both basking in success, participated in a live interview. The rest of the Nuggets team returned to the locker room for a brief respite. In response to the reporters' inquiries, Anthony, celebrating a new season high, expressed heartfelt gratitude. "I am truly thankful for my teammates and coach today. Half of Chen Mo's assists were directed towards me. The AI hardly took any shots, consistently feeding me the ball. I am acutely aware of the kindness bestowed upon me by my teammates." At this moment, the chill enveloping Li Wanqiu seemed to gradually dissipate in the embrace of Gu Bufan. The second stanza echoed from the lips of the Peach Blossom Maiden, imbued with a subtle melancholy, causing the listening Taoist to lower his head and silently sip the peach blossom brew. "Heir, bring the family law. Today I shall not rest until this beast is dead," Cheng Xian, in a fit of anger, discerned from Cheng Yan's tone that he was not sincerely repentant, but merely acting out of frustration, displaying a defiant attitude as if to say, "If you possess the skill, then kill me." Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, everything appeared as usual, devoid of any discrepancies. After the holiday, Gao Jingyi visited the class, calling the roll and paying particular attention to my Wenxiang, Zhou Shu, as well as Wu Hou, Li Zhiguang, and Feng Yamo. Seeing them all seated normally in class eased her mind. Qi Yin, indeed one who relishes life, had brought fresh meat, a charcoal grill, and spices, directly roasting the meat on the ground, and soon the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Regardless of the places she typically strolled or the various locales she was meant to explore, even pouring all her energy into sensing her surroundings, she found no trace of her. Generally, cultivators of Du Heng's caliber, when they ascended, could unleash a mere flicker of energy from their tribulation lightning, potent enough to obliterate any cultivator beyond the tribulation stage on the spot. Thus, unless confronted by another in the tribulation phase, the likelihood of falling victim to an ambush was remarkably low. Looking again at the individuals lying on the platform, though they felt pain, they witnessed the earlier scene where the scarred man had dropped the weapon from his hand, and they turned their gaze toward him. Utilizing his innate ability to conceal his presence, Li Zichen had evaded numerous ferocious beasts since emerging from the deep pool, his stealth rivaling that of a dragon child, allowing him to traverse without concern for the dangers along the way. A plane soared across the sky, and in the distance, the light of the Big Dipper dimmed. As the sky transitioned from gray to brightness, "How difficult can it be? I can do it too." Bai Li Qingbao noticed the crowd's attention drawn to Mo Xiang and quickly waved his hand. Without even glancing, Shun Boru flicked his fingers, releasing slender streams of true energy that shot forth, colliding with the spiritual energy opposite, erupting in a series of deep, thunderous roars. In an instant, it vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, his opponent, a burly young man, appeared to have no martial skills, relying solely on brute strength as he launched a forceful punch forward. However, in the next moment, the young master slightly lowered his body, his arm curling like a crane's beak, deftly evading the young man's fist and striking his armpit. Following the rescue operation, the struggle for high ground commenced immediately. In contrast, this was the most bloody and explosive confrontation thus far. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to slide to the bottom, she sensed a shadow above her head. Looking up, she saw Shen Shursan mimicking her earlier movements, leaping onto the pillar and sliding down above her. Does she love him? Is it merely a reflection of the Buddha's love for all beings, an all-encompassing compassion? Or does she harbor some extraordinary feelings for him? Even the slightest deviation? The hearts of parents are filled with compassion. Who does not ache for the flesh and blood they have nurtured for 10 months? Who does not wish to witness their child grow before their eyes, bit by bit? Chapter 79, The Resplendent Bloom of Roses. Chicago, the city of sin in America, serves as the backdrop for numerous crime stories. Local gang influences are extensively spread throughout. Ross's brothers are part of the local gang, and under their protection, Ross is able to focus wholeheartedly on basketball amidst such an atmosphere. Even without having been to Chicago, his name, Chen Mo, has reached his ears, particularly in the south side of Chicago. "Of course, I'm still feeling unwell. You scoundrel, you've made me apply OK band for several days," Su Zuiyan scolded, shifting to the side to evade Yi Kaiching's presence. Witnessing the ancient Buddha of light powerfully block the beam, the million-strong Qin army behind erupted in cheers, filled with exhilaration. At this moment, as the echo of Ji Kao's words, likening him to a beggar's wife, resonated, Li Bai paused, his expression dimmed, enveloped in profound melancholy. Lin Yan's counterpart took over the conversation, but just as he began to speak, a few coughs from a nearby card player interrupted him. Though the serpentine beast had yet to awaken its intellect, its instincts made it aware that it had narrowly escaped a crisis and gained substantial advantages. Immersed in cultivation, its strength steadily increased, eventually surpassing Lin Fenghua. While this was partly due to Lin Fenghua's troubled dedication to training, it nonetheless marked a personal breakthrough for Tang Ao, who relished this achievement. "There's no need for that. This is sufficient," Yu Xiantian replied, shaking his head. He had come specifically for Mo, and he felt certain that life with her would be exceedingly delightful. An ancient, unencumbered longsword appeared in Shi Gandan's hand, its crimson body stretching 3 feet 6 inches, adorned with profound Dao patterns, devoid of any ostentation elsewhere. Clad in identical attire, Chen Ao speculated that they might be disciples of the same sect. These individuals seemed to harbor disdain for the wandering heroes and could not resist mocking them when they boasted. Consequently, the grand hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, noise, and curses. However, since the two were currently dating, and she harbored such a fondness for Yi Kai-ching, she had to ensure that he discovered nothing amiss. Hence she complied and feigned enjoyment, a process she now preferred not to recall. Mrs. Su was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The Su family's fortunes were intertwined. When one thrived, all thrived, and when one faltered, all suffered. It was crucial to protect Lord Su's esteemed cap at such a critical juncture. Huang Tao felt a tinge of regret. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the late martial sovereign stage, he still lacked the qualifications to wield this divine combat skill. In her innocent youth, she had envisioned her future husband as a paragon of virtue akin to Cheng Yi. Now, the glacial gaze of the other, akin to autumn waters, fixed upon Zhao Qihua, emanating an icy aura, with his true energy surging, shaking the very air around him. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the mouth of the Crimson Dragon, which was violently thrown back, its body twisting in the void, the winds howling, as the inferno surged once more. This time, only 23 individuals were favored by the Shura sect and admitted, including one Ningxiu, totaling 24. The vermilion bird was impervious to the thunderous strikes, its flames flickering to effortlessly negate the divine thunder. The bald man scoffed disdainfully, spitting a thick phlegm just inches from Yi Chen's shoe. Understood, Zhu Bao responded, promptly relaying the orders to the generals, while Zhang Liao immediately commanded the reconnaissance cavalry to concentrate their main forces in the northern city, ensuring they could continue the fight despite the day's weariness. Huang Feihu, situated in Chongqing, learned of the situation and conferred with Kong Xian, thus taking some soldiers from Donglu to carry shackles and head towards Chongqing together. Given these reasons, Zhou Ping resolved to fuse divine fire with the demonic net, elevating it to the status of a divine net. When engaged in close combat, while wielding a firearm, one might utilize punches, elbows, shoulders, hips, knees, or feet to subdue the enemy. Chapter 80. Even an outcast scholar is still a scholar. My talent is not inferior to yours. Chen Mo, having been successfully singled out by Rose, did not succumb to despair. I was caught off guard. Indeed, I was unprepared. After acquiring Gary Payton's defense, he rarely experienced being breached in isolation, especially not in the manner he had just been. It was unprecedented. Rose's style had already crystallized early in his career. His ability to change direction without losing speed, combined with his agile ankles, allowed him to traverse the offensive realm unimpeded, enhanced by his overflowing talent. Yi Tianma approached, gazing at Lu Feifei on the sofa, her lips slightly swollen from their recent kiss. Today, in pursuit of the company's development and to secure a collaboration contract with the Zhang Group's new real estate project, I sacrificed even my appearance and acknowledged Zhang Mimi as my elder sister. Yet you two scoundrels dared to stab me in the back. Attempting to coerce and Yujia into dismissing me, the 7 archers managed to unleash a total of 9 arrows, 2 skilled archers firing 2 arrows each, while the others released but 1. However, these 2 proficient archers were left bewildered, their eyes wide in shock. At this moment, Ling Xiaodian was meditating in the depths of a 9-colored mist, utilizing the 9-leaf 9-colored flower he had previously obtained. Yu Tan, fearing that Quan Guanqing might expose his secrets, obeyed him unquestioningly, yet even Yu Tan could not articulate the nature of the martial arts he practiced. Even more astonishing was the fact that a chair had somehow turned mid-air, circumventing 4 monks to fly towards Feng La. How was that possible? Accompanied by a deafening roar, a terrifying aura surged from Qin Zhan, creating an illusion of an army of thousands before the beasts. Howard, do you feel any discomfort? Ouyang Hao's mother inquired with concern. Martin's advice had reached its limits. They held their own positions, unwilling to cooperate with Martin without boundaries unless the empire fell. Xiaolon grew slightly impatient, perceiving the guidance as merely a pretext to exert control over her. Being able to hand over a significant portion of the Xian spirit liquid so transparently and becoming a subordinate of General Chang'e, thus receiving his protection, was a remarkable feat. The aged man finally opened his eyes, his crimson gaze illuminating the darkness of the cavern like 2 beacons, as if the entire cave had plunged into a sea of blood in that instant. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Wei Hong, the sound contorting into a grotesque form. Even taking several turns, Li Zhongren remained silent, extending one hand to reveal a letter that materialized in his palm, while the other gently rested upon Solan's head. The blue orb ascended slowly, recording the surrounding scenery before shattering abruptly, vanishing into the heavens like a flash of lightning. This is the midnight snack prepared for us by the police station chef, Alan. You must not have tasted the station's cuisine yet? She jested. Zhang Alan entered the vehicle store with him, discovering an array of various vehicles in the courtyard, all cobbled together from parts and extensively modified, without the brand insignias. One could hardly discern the original forms of the vehicles. The second lady could not suppress a scoff. That Calamity was no doctor. What could she do to save lives? More likely, she could take lives. As she spoke, she casually tossed a green lotus leaf package onto the ground, revealing vibrant fruits that rolled out, yellow bananas, red apples, exuding an alluring fragrance, alongside two dark objects whose nature was indiscernible. Yishao observed Tang Jiao's unchanged demeanor and continued, "You must think this through. It is not too late to leave now. Departing from us will ensure your concealment is far safer than accompanying us." Yue Yong and the others nodded in agreement. In their haste, they overlooked the easily ambushed area and hurriedly passed through. Unbeknownst to him, as he approached the capital of Yuzhou, he fell into an ambush, which incited great wrath within him. He showed no mercy to his adversaries, dispatching them with lethal precision. Just as he was about to clear the path and continue his journey, three youths emerged, thwarting his endeavors. Chapter 81. Rebirth. As a bouncer in a Chicago nightclub in the aftermath of the battle, the Bulls triumphed with a score of 36-31, reclaiming a victory. By halftime, the score stood at 58-54, with the Nuggets' lead reduced to a mere 4 points. The game had seemed firmly under control, with the Nuggets, the league's top offensive team, holding the upper hand in the clash. However, no one anticipated that the Bulls' current second-in-command, Gordon, would perform as if endowed with extraordinary precision. The once flourishing Huaxiang had now devolved into a desolate place. Those villagers with better means had relocated, leaving behind only a handful of elderly and solitary residents. Could it be that this calamity had concentrated all its energy from the fourth tribulation into the fifth? This was utterly absurd. Even the normally composed Lan Xin found herself cursing in frustration. Yet, this tactic also bore its challenges. Given Gast's current stamina and the considerable distance from Huahei, precision was difficult to ascertain. A miscalculation would render all efforts futile. Although he had not thoroughly tested the waters, it was evident that the opponent's cultivation was formidable. Even in his prime, it would be a daunting task to gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, the revolutionary forces still wielded considerable influence across the seas, even surpassing the naval bases in terms of reach. The number of soldiers and the area under their control were immensely vast, presenting a challenge that could not be easily resolved. At this moment, another individual emerged, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground with a muffled grunt by CC's palm. Go Xiao found herself stifling a laugh, finally grasping the remarkable nature of Naizi. Indeed, the bite of a two-tailed cat demon bore severe consequences. Tomorrow, you shall merely observe. Watch as I demonstrate my prowess. Coincidentally, Yihao also sought to test his own strength, having never applied his lingxi finger on a living being, curious about its potency. What happened? Just as Yihao exited the system, he spotted Yunmeng Xian vigorously shaking him, momentarily taken aback. It was at this juncture that Ming Yu's voice resonated, prompting joy among the crowd as they hurried towards her. As she spoke, she tugged at a tear in his sleeve. Aripi himself was unaware of having caused. Is your house not in need of proper repairs, Yuanzi? After giving orders to Wan San, Wan Yunjun addressed Zhao Yuan. The matters concerning Fei Air and the others will soon be resolved by the Empress Mother. With a gentle smile, she caressed her long hair. Thus, Chu Feng concluded that should Sun Wukong and the monkey engage in a true battle, it would undoubtedly be Sun Wukong who suffered the consequences. The relocation of Shou-Yi Air occurred not long after Su Ruhui exited the palace. It had been quite a while since then. Not even a brief respite had been afforded, and even constructing another Xuxiang pavilion would have sufficed. Chen Fan chuckled softly and shook his head. Though he was unaware of the past of the king of Jiasai country, it was evident to anyone with common sense what had transpired. The West Chamber, originally a guest room of the Marquis's residence, was not cleaned daily, yet by chance, Gu Yincheng had stayed in one that was spotless. Having returned to the Gu family, Yin Tuan led Mu Rong inside for a brief rest. The furnishings of a side hall could scarcely compare to those in the Datai Hall. It was said that the esteemed Taifei Miaohua had resided in Cheongtong Palace since her days as a consort, remaining there until the passing of the late emperor, who even in death, decreed that she should continue to dwell there. It is no wonder that such a beloved Taifei found it unbearable to endure a few reproachful words from the former empress. So many individuals. Yet not even a corner of their target's attire was touched. Even the one-star hunter, Dola, proved to be a formidable adversary. Lan Zi and the accompanying Taichang guards stood vigil beside Yu Gong, while Lan Qianjin led the border troops into the fields in search of prey. Chapter 82. You and your brothers share a heart, and your brothers engage in wit. On November 26, 2008, the Denver Nuggets, having rested for 2 days, faced their next opponent. They were set to challenge the Los Angeles Clippers on their home turf. Prior to the match, the Clippers boasted a record of only 2 wins and 12 losses, making their position particularly awkward following their previous victory that had barely lifted them from a dismal performance. Currently, they ranked second to last in the entire league. In a nearby corner, Han Ling-zi, who had inadvertently wandered close, secretly observed the affectionate interaction between the two. Feeling envious of their words exchanged, with a sudden gasp, she coughed up blood. Her gentle facade belying an intense passion for love that she could not bear to part with. Disappointed, she turned away from him, unable to endure the pain. A soft hum resonated as the towering figure closed his eyes slightly, a look of contentment gracing his features when suddenly a brilliant yellow light erupted from his body. Blindingly bright, prompting Tian Ba to shield his eyes. The previously thunderous Huang Zitao was now thoroughly enraged, exclaiming, "Is this not a blatant admission of guilt?" Under the moonlit night, the full moon shone like a silver disk, abruptly revealing dark spots that flickered within its glow, akin to flaws on a precious jade. These were no ordinary blemishes. They heralded the arrival of a significant moment. Yet, Wang Yin merely patted their shoulders, feeling an indescribable sensation within, as if her sufferings were in vain. Excessive talent should not be wasted. Besides, you wouldn't want to be guards for a lifetime, would you? A true man should seize glory immediately. The battlefield is the best choice for warriors. Mo Dao boasted without modesty. Mother need not worry. With Hong Dao here, he will surely devise a plan to deal with that so-called Mo Wang and avenge Sister Fei Shui. Liang Hong Dao gritted his teeth, his expression slightly contorted. The outcome was that Kamiju Toma, despite his intentions to intervene, found himself utterly powerless against his own father. Despairing, he watched as his father strode forward, while Sui Jian, that rascal, followed with a wicked grin, dragging Kamiju along with him. Lin Sudong shrank his neck and quickly said, "Xiaxi, I admit my mistake. Please just hit me. Better to suffer than to live in shame." He believed he could still be saved and fervently hoped he would not be abandoned. Another swift motion resulted in a sharp blade's gleam, leaving a long wound on Wu Xian's thigh. Yet Wu Xian remained indifferent, as if the injury belonged to someone else. He acknowledged that the conversations among the nurses in the hospital had deeply wounded him, stirring long-buried jealousy within. Sin Yishan no longer regarded him, instead instructing the driver to raise the car windows. Sin Ku Xin did not intervene this time. She withdrew her hand. His intense warmth pressed against Lin Xiaohuan, and the unfamiliar sensation and scent caused her to panic momentarily. "I am willing." Her resolute voice emerged softly from her delicate lips. The audience erupted in cheers, applause resounding along the coast, unending. Her stomach was not particularly resilient, having gone the entire day without food. Consuming such oily fare caused turmoil within her. She hurriedly stood and dashed to the restroom, vomiting violently into the toilet until her insides felt cleansed, finally finding relief. The cultivators practicing on the stone pillars were taken aback, completely unaware of the powerful individuals arriving. With a clattering sound, 2 chains pierced their foreheads, and in that instant, they felt their souls ensnared. Simultaneously, a flame surged from the chains, delving deep into their spirits. Gongsun Xinghua displayed a pained expression, understanding Shun Jian's temperament. Notifying him about Shun Jian's peaceful news had not been a decision made lightly. Once revealed, many lives would inevitably be altered by Shun Jian's actions. Yet to withhold this information would betray an old friend. Chapter 83. The whole scene charges forward, 1 against 3. After a decisive victory against the Clippers, the following morning, the Nuggets returned to Denver. The tightly packed schedule instilled a sense of urgency in the team. This was merely the first of 4 consecutive matches, and the Clippers were the easiest opponent among them. Next, the Nuggets would host the Hornets, face the Timberwolves away, and then welcome the Houston Rockets at home. Especially with the final game of the month against the Rockets looming, the stakes were undeniably high. By nightfall, the skeleton soldiers had approached within 30 miles of the Crystal Fortress, built against the mountain, which only had walls on 2 sides, one facing outward and the other towards the cave. Once Lagman Gus met his demise, this army would fall into the hands of the fool von Straub. At that moment, even a slight pressure would cause von Straub to kneel in fear, pledging his allegiance. "Are you certain there are no questions to be raised?" Lu Ming sipped his coffee, regarding the puzzled Dan Shun Shi with a bemused expression. stared at him in astonishment, unsure of his intentions. However, he also had a background as a spy. The more enigmatic Wu Yong became, the more he understood the significance of this information, realizing it must not be disclosed to outsiders. From the glimmer in Wu Yong's eyes, he seemed to have grasped a portion of the truth. To alleviate the awkwardness, Zhang Xixin quickly pulled Wu Yong aside, saying, "Ignore him, Officer Lan. Let us sing. Everyone, how about we ask our beloved Officer Lan to grace us with a song?" The two of them felt it was worth a try, as there were no other alternatives. And Zhang Miao was concerned that if Lin Yu were to suffer a grievous injury and succumb, Zhang Dao would certainly place the blame squarely on him. "I surrender. I surrender." Shen pounded the ground desperately with one hand while clutching the thorny vine around his neck with the other, his eyes rolling back in his head, his face turning crimson. He had no right to alter any of this, so when the goddess of Luo took Luo Shui away, he bore the brunt of her might and imparted this lesson to Lin Yu. "Who are you? Why have you entered here? Did I not command all of you to await news at the door?" The leader's fury was palpable as he berated Wu Yong upon seeing him emerge from behind the ancient temple. "I warned you last time. How shameless can you be to seek him out again? Are you not satisfied with the harm you have already caused him?" Li Yunchu's gaze was filled with ire. "Say what you will," Fu Shaoyi remarked nonchalantly as he glanced at Yi Ning and exited, locking the door behind him. He Tian sighed deeply. She typically refrained from conversing with strangers, but her mood was particularly dismal today, so much so that she felt she might lose control and rush towards Ji Shaoxi. Yi Ning gently swirled her wine glass, the red wine glistening alluringly under the light, reflecting the shade of crimson in her eyes. She took a sip, maintaining her composure despite Fu Shaoyi's cold mockery. She felt an overwhelming discomfort, lying on the bed like a lifeless fish for an extended period before finally rising to cleanse herself in the bathroom. Butler Chen also harbored some concern, merely sighing as he said, "Let us hope all is well, otherwise it will be they who suffer." Before he could utter the remaining words, Bai Chou-fei had already retracted his fingers. General Li fell back, blood gushing from his wound like a fountain, soaring into the air before ultimately descending, mingling with the muddy ground below. The rainwater and blood became inseparable, merging into one. Recently, Yun Xiu acquired a prime piece of real estate adjacent to the Qinxing auction house at an exceptionally favorable price. Immediately upon securing the purchase, significant construction commenced with great vigor. In the next breath, the members of the Demon Slayer Alliance emerged from their concealed void, signaling the imminent onset of an unprecedented battle. Chapter 84. Breaking Records Again. The greatest of the age, aspiring to be the king of assists. In the second segment, Chen Mo led his team to mount an offensive once more. During a passing play with J.R. Smith, the basketball soared beyond the baseline. Observing this, Paul, who had previously been somewhat disheartened, was suddenly filled with elation. This fellow has finally made a blunder. This marks Chen Mo's first error in the match. Throughout his career, he has maintained an impressive average of fewer than 2 mistakes per game. With his exceptional passing skills at their peak, his accuracy is remarkable. Meanwhile, Lin Kong, swift as the wind, showed no hesitation as he seized the opportunity to confront Lian, intent on capturing him and dragging him out of the Lin residence. "I may have diverted my focus, but I am determined to bring ruin to your mountain gate." A sun deity shrouded in icy mist, unable to conceal its presence, lunged forth, seeking to ensnare another in its fall. The commotion this time was more pronounced, causing the entire gate of thunder to tremble, while the void itself seemed to undulate incessantly, as if some terrifying entity were descending. Whenever the toxic essence of the corpses erupted, he found himself prone to losing control, particularly during the process of corpse transformation, where the distinction between friend and foe was utterly obliterated. Sensing the intoxicating scent of blood wafting from the sea, Hody let out a cold chuckle, then seized the enormous merman lodged in his dorsal fin and hurled it towards the ocean depths. Earlier, after plunging a blade into that shark, he had taken a moment to greet Lord Sugar, who had responded with a light laugh, a delay that explained her tardy return. Lu Tian's gaze sharpened. The door appeared sleek, akin to other alloy doors, yet he distinctly sensed layers of invisible energy. However, due to a unique brewing technique, Ning Qiu hardly tasted any alcohol, but rather perceived it as an unusually flavored beverage. Given Ning Qiu's capabilities at the time, it was impossible for him to triumph over either of the two, as he was merely a mid-tier awakener, while Yin Tianzong and Ning Mujun were both advanced awakeners. "It won't be the end. There will certainly be opportunities, and many at that," Ning Qiu remarked. The peculiar object, neither perfectly square nor round, is a magical crystal weapon known as the Magic Crystal Grenade, once wielded by Yi Zhongming in a previous life. As Xian Ku inquired, her face was adorned with a mischievous grin, but upon hearing the phrase, sharing life and death, Xinjin's expression suddenly turned somber. Instructor Wu glanced at instructors Fan and Lu, and noticing the puzzled faces among the other instructors, except for those from classes 1, 2, and 8, he began to elucidate the matter in detail. "Where's the princess?" Duke Song asked, peering towards the entrance, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the servants. Among the group, only Mu Jin, Dongqing, Lu Mei, and Zissou were skilled in martial arts. With Dongqing being the most proficient, thus, it was naturally her duty to inquire about directions. The sounds of the wind carried a cacophony of zombie howls, reminiscent of the roar of the sea, constantly reminding Yi Zhongming of the imminent peril lurking nearby. Surely, they cannot be intending to eliminate them. If that were the case, Tang Zhong would not have insisted on letting everyone release these individuals from their packaging for fresh air. If they had been kept confined for an entire night, they would likely suffocate. Observing the aura surrounding Lin Su, Gu Chongqing estimated that once she regained her composure, she would have stepped into the realm of transcendent beings. 6,000 degrees is the highest limit on Earth. Should one fail to surpass this threshold, there exists no glimmer of hope when facing the demonic slaughterers. On the afternoon of the fourth day, as the morning breeze returned from the lakeside, it excitedly addressed Lian Xingyu in the courtyard. Han Chu decisively snatched the soft palm from Cha Cha's hand, casting a cold glance at her as if to establish a clear boundary. Indeed, Chen Langia did not disappoint Ling Yuyan. As he slid down the great tree, one hand sunk firmly into the gravel, and with a swift kick against the broken trunk, he utilized the rebound to seize the tree's roots once more. "Brother Hong, it has already passed. Telling your adoptive mother won't change anything. Even if you remain silent now, she will find out eventually." Noticing LV Hong's dilemma, Chao Xiao approached him, glancing at LV Xianger, and spoke softly to him. Chapter 85, The Huaxia Derby. It seems that once the game begins, the brothers are invigorated. After the match, Paul expressed slight complaints to Chen Mo, but continued, "Nonetheless, congratulations on breaking the long-standing record." As he uttered these words, Paul cast a glance at the scoreboard above. Indeed, there were 31 assists. Breaking the NBA's historical assist record in his rookie season is a remarkable feat, ha. "I owe you my gratitude," Chen Mo replied with a smile. "Who are you?" Xing Chao instinctively took a step back, striving to maintain composure to prevent others from perceiving his inner turmoil. Guan Yu was uncertain as well. It was possible that Morgana could indeed produce a formidable trump card. The system internally scoffed, recognizing that this cloud had never been selflessly benevolent. The merit conferred this time was not insignificant. Now, let us extend our gratitude to the hero of the match. After helping Bale to his feet, Robbie Keane ran towards the sidelines with his teammates. His gaze seemed somewhat ethereal, as if focused on Tian Sun while drifting elsewhere. "It appears we must confront this specter head-on," Jiang Yin remarked, stealing a glance at the man in the black hat, who nodded in tacit agreement. Additionally, why would Guan Yu permit Kesha to return? Their relationship was hardly amicable. Capturing Kesha and not imprisoning her on the moon, but instead returning her, seemed perplexing. Guan Yu casually scoffed, turning towards the teleportation array as Blue Star's evacuation efforts were to conclude today. Angel Yin had assisted him, and he felt compelled to see her off. Previously, he believed that leaning against a large tree would provide shade, relying on a few affluent households. Even if Yunnan County faced hardship, they would not starve. However, it appeared that this assumption was misguided. Is it the villa area by the Mandarin Duck Lake? That long-abandoned district? Qin Mingwei inquired, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Kobe's expression darkened further. The display by the elf was a subtle show of defiance, and he foresaw the grim fate awaiting him in the third round. I raised an eyebrow, sensing that Su Yui had likely discerned something, as she and I shared a bond that rendered secrets nearly impossible to conceal. At this moment, the forest echoed with unfamiliar beastly cries, likely the sounds of exotic creatures from the realm of time. Irina and her companions felt a twinge of confusion. 3 days prior, Xianglong and Lucy had suddenly bid them farewell. Did that mean they had met their demise? If so, they surely would have sensed the magical energies of Xianglong's battle. I paused and pointed towards the inn, saying, "You go ahead. I'll purchase a few items and join you shortly." With that, I dashed away, noticing that the figure had turned at the corner. However, when I arrived, they had already vanished. Surveying the eerily quiet streets, I couldn't help but wonder if I had truly imagined it. Deep down, I understood that had it not been for the disturbances on the final night, I might have managed to maintain my vigil. After freshening up and lying down, it was past 10, and into a day of tranquility, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Cecile, enough is enough. Your incessant provocations toward other organizations today. Are you here to stir chaos? Huijing's expression was stern. The massive energy sphere caused Ruth's palm to ache, and it slipped from her grasp with a whoosh. The ground erupted, ice shards bursting forth like fireworks. Gianna detonated the super ice ring, freezing not only the Lich King, but also shattering the 6 sword servants, liberating them from mental control. On the surface, Li Fu maintained his composure, presenting an air of tranquility, a smile ever present. Noticing Yi Zhuofeng's silence, Gong Ziqi's laughter faded, his expression growing solemn, lips twitching slightly. In an instant, a chilling blue light cascaded down like fragmented silver, dimming the surroundings considerably, robbing the brightness of its sharpness. Chapter 86, A One-Person Army. Both offense and defense, though Zhang Weiping and Yu Jia were not newcomers to commentating on the Nuggets matches, they had never partnered with each other before. The occasion of 2 of them commentating together could only arise in a game of such significance. The score stood at 2-2, with both sides successfully scoring in the initial round. Yao Ming netted a basket, with Chen Mo assisting him, just as the pre-game posters had suggested. The spotlight of today's match lay firmly on these 2. The others remained silent, and Bai Li Xinglan, as the senior brother, responded. You were the first to exit the barrier. You may rest now. With that, Bai Li Xinglan summoned Ling Dinglan to escort the 2 of them to the lounge. As I spoke, I contemplated retreating. When Samin Juzi saw me attempting to slip away, he stepped forward, causing me to shudder and halt, not wishing to face him again. Indeed, the monk's skills were commendable. The voice emerged once more from the dense forest, this time much closer. Feng Yao seized Lu Haoyan by the collar, pressing a knife against his throat, compelling him to turn. Upon seeing Lu Haoyan, he recognized him as the person he had encountered at the orphanage. After all, his face was unforgettable, allowing Feng Yao to lower the blade with ease. Fu Hanzheng was typically reserved, and at the Fu family dinner table. With Fu Shiqin and Fu Shi being the chatterboxes, his silence was less noticeable. Exhausted and depleted, terminal cancer had spread throughout the body. No remedy remained effective. I evaded the strike, yet still felt the backlash, my spiritual energy wavering, nearly collapsing. In the ruins of the Chonghua sect's main hall, a group of reincarnators, along with the severely injured disciples and elders, stared blankly at the sky, gazing at Zhao Li, who had suddenly appeared. She had painstakingly persuaded them to meet Fu Shi, not to subject them to embarrassment. Only the 7 great clans and the 12 largest families held the qualifications to participate in the meeting and speak. The remaining families had the privilege of attending, but could not voice their opinions. Inside, Su Woling relayed the conversation with Su Wuxia to Lu Mu verbatim. Lu Mu listened quietly and, upon finishing, exchanged a knowing glance with Bao Qin, who blinked twice in agreement, confirming consistency with what her people had overheard. His voice carried the authority and decisiveness of a superior, leaving the mysterious figure no choice but to kneel and depart after paying their respects. I followed the 2 young palace masters outside. The 3 of us strolled through the flower bed under the moonlight. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow, with fireflies flickering amidst the mist in the grass, accompanied by a soft breeze that filled the air with a subtle yet intoxicating fragrance. Coming to my senses, Su Juxiao greeted several foremen outside the elevator, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance, though she made an effort to suppress it. Dishes such as lychee shrimp balls, silver-threaded red trout, golden abalone, lychee stewed black chicken, and bamboo shoot duck rolls tantalized the senses. There was something unspoken that Ping Hai had not expressed. He had already employed the methods Lu Mu had used once before. At that moment, Zhou Xian had his mouth full of ice cream, staring at the tall, handsome man before him, nearly choking on the sweetness. He looked foolish, having forgotten to eliminate the so-called evidence. No, don't jump to conclusions, the Black Beauty remarked, pulling out a rabbit to question me, despite having received upper-level notifications. Disbelief lingered as I gazed at the 3 beams of light above. Others quickly procured handcuffs, securing Ning Yuanlan to the table to prevent her from fleeing. How I came by this is of little consequence. It merely demonstrates that, Your Highness, your residence is not as concealed as you might believe, Ron remarked leisurely. Chapter 87. Heroes abound in Huaxia. The second half of the match commenced swiftly. Both teams returned to the court, with the main players taking their positions. Yao Ming regarded the young man across from him, whose complexion mirrored his own, with a complex expression. Chen Mo, whom he had never heard mentioned before, was only recognized by the public after making a name for himself in the NBA. In comparison to himself, Chen Mo did not belong to the system cultivated by the Chinese Basketball Association, which surely worked in his favor. There's no need to be so shameless. Before I could speak, he had wrapped his arms around me from behind, lifting his gaze. This time, I was truly above him, and he below. His face drew nearer. And in a haze, our lips met, instinctively closing my eyes, trembling with happiness. If you wish to inquire whether your son's tragic state is my doing, I can assure you that the orders I issued, what do you think of them? Mihiko replied flatly. The grand suite consisted of a row of exquisitely decorated rooms, each varying in standard according to investment amount, ranging from four-person rooms to single accommodations. Here, stock trading was conducted, requiring a minimum account balance of over 3 million yuan. A focus area for Chu Tianxiong, considering that his accompanying guards might be lurking in the shadows like her shadow guards. Di Baobao instructed her companions to conduct a thorough inspection. On this day, it was destined to be the most sensational day in the realm of cultivation on Earth. A day that would likely be inscribed in the annals of its history, never to be erased, with intent. Yuhiko was certain that the subtle allure of the 18th was far from coincidental. She had indeed fallen for it. Given the 18th's indifferent demeanor, such overt behavior was unlikely. The azure poisonous python of Mu Yitzi struggled momentarily against the turbulent air but soon dissipated along with the triple strike. Xiang was chillingly cold. And coupled with the unhealed whip wounds on his body, dragging this zombie-like figure in blue was a true challenge. It was even more arduous than when he was submerged in water. However, he was well aware of the purchasing power of 100 gold coins, which could easily buy at least 10 such carriages. The voice emanated from Su Linger, who had stealthily slipped out during the battle between Lin Shiji and Lei Bao. Fortunately, the dreamscape was constrained by Jasmine's abilities, and the power of the mutated zombies was significantly diminished, allowing Bai Ji to combat them with her laser gun. Her envisioned future was to become a legendary hero, upholding the Nangong family name, and standing as a towering pillar of respect in the martial world. How could she possibly end up in such a state? Perhaps I shall assume a commoner's identity and live among my followers as an ordinary person, simply to observe what the future holds, Huagong remarked with a smile. Under the enthusiastic supervision of Jin Yu, Lan Yuro, both bashful and resigned, gradually shed her garments, until only her meticulously designed white, semi-revealing lingerie and matching lace panties remained. For a full 10 days, she had been engaged in ovulation activities, with a mountain of over 1,000 egg sacs accumulating on the ground as the fruits of her labor. Uchiha Shursui, possessing formidable strength and a benevolent heart, was a man of integrity and gentleness. Naturally, Li Do had his ways of interacting with such an honest individual. Yi Qingyan faced her adversary, wielding her Zanpakuto with precision, seamlessly executing close combat techniques. Disciple, who do you think has emerged victorious? Their voices echoed eerily in unison, leaving Zhou Nuo with the unsettling impression that they were conspiring against him. What if Xieli casually dispatches a cavalry unit under our Shui Yintua banner to eliminate Huagong's men? De Gu inquired directly. Yet, even in such a predicament, Jiang Yifan approached with a marriage proposal, refusing to wait for the situation to calm before making his intentions known. Therefore, the Yin family was left speechless with delight at Jiang Yifan's earnestness. Chapter 88. You were correct, but this is the Nuggets' fast break. You played exceptionally well. After the game, Yao Ming remarked with a smile to Chen Mo. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, his smile radiated genuine happiness. He was thrilled to see another Chinese player join the NBA and looked forward to Chen Mo's future contributions to the Nuggets. Yao Ming expressed his commitment to supporting Chen Mo, encouraging him to reach out whenever he needed assistance. Chen Mo accepted this offer without hesitation, realizing it was time to begin his venture into the meat market. This was merely a trial run, as his 2,000 pigs were not an overwhelming quantity. Based on previous sales trends, these pigs would likely be sold out within 20 days. The following morning, Chayudik Niaching and Zhang Han to the old residence of Chaozhongyi and Suli. What the heck? Upon reviewing the registration date, it became clear that this individual was among the earliest fans of Ma Jun, causing the other by Ma members to hesitate. Unsure of how to approach this seasoned elder sister, Deng Bao took a wine jar from the guards, broke the seal, and a rich aroma of liquor immediately filled the air. By Ma Jun and Jin Mingzhu found themselves reminiscing about their fellow members, recalling how they would typically hide away at such times. Now, however, everything had changed. Guliang noticed a prominent figure emerging from the city, most likely Zhang Lu, and thus patted Wang Wei, who was disguised as a white tiger. Yuchu could not help but furrow her brow, a sense of urgency rising within her. As time passed, that youthful voice grew fainter, threatening to vanish completely at any moment. Xiaoyu detected a sense of relief in Niedan's tone. Yet he also recognized that his mother had been thoroughly frightened. He contemplated a good night's rest before joining Butterfly to converse with Niedan. His body refinement and bloodline awakening techniques were merely methods to channel the power within his own blood. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed divine emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He considered striking his brother but hesitated, fearing it would only deepen his brother's resentment towards Su Tian, leaving no room for reconciliation. Jing Maxian entered the Jing family estate in an orderly fashion, taking the exclusive elevator directly to Jing Moxilai's office, where she awaited his arrival, having prepared everything in advance. The Xianyuan sword was formidable, its aura radiating, making it nearly impossible for Kuan to approach Chen Langia without facing peril. Who permitted you to enter uninvited? Dan Xian, holding a stack of ancient tomes that obscured much of her face, glared at Cha-Cha with her sparkling eyes, clearly displeased. Are you planning to open a distillery? Chao Xia exclaimed in surprise, straightening up to look at Lu Xianger, prompting Lu Xianger to sit up as well. Tian Sheng found himself in a humorous predicament. Realizing that Xian had mistakenly believed he harbored animosity towards the hunchback, prompting him to advise restraint. In addition to the income from gold, silver, and jewels, the spiritual crystals and various rare materials brought back from Fengxian Kingdom significantly enriched the Heavenly Palace. These valuable and easily transportable items were the top choice for the Rong people during their escape, and now, much of what they had painstakingly acquired had fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Palace, though she had no intention of becoming entangled with Jing Maxian. An inexplicable desire arose within her to prevent Ji Huayan from feeling too comfortable. It was unclear whether Nie Pei Xiao and King Mu's Cold War was too evident or if the former's anxious demeanor was poorly concealed, but ultimately, this concern was uncovered by Lady Yi. However, work remained equally crucial. Without it, she would face hunger next month. What caught Lu Xianger and her companion's attention was that after some adornment, Lu Ernyang bore a striking resemblance to Lu Xianger. One could only imagine how captivating Lu Xianger, even more beautiful than Lu Ernyang, would have been at that age. Chapter 89. Once more against the fully realized Spurs, the outspoken yet steadfast Popovich. After the first quarter, the Nuggets led the Raptors by a significant 11 points, 30-19. After Bosch left the court, he watched helplessly as the gap widened further. This is merely the first quarter. In the initial minutes, they played commendably and momentarily seized control of the game. However, following several fast breaks, their rhythm was utterly disrupted. The Denver Nuggets' offense proved to be far more challenging to defend against than anticipated. Chen Ming, with a subtle smile, chose not to respond. Yet, as she set down her chopsticks, a soft luminescence began to emanate, transforming into a cascade of starlight that gently descended upon everyone present. Had it not been for the repeated enhancements and intensifications, had the forces of the world not grown increasingly tumultuous, truth be told, when that mining ship emerged, the three realms would have already faced annihilation. Xiang Shuahai's complexion was as translucent as if she were a mere wisp of an illusion, ready to vanish with the slightest breeze, standing there in tranquil silence. Eating tofu during the new year also carries significance, as the character for tofu contains the word for decay, which phonetically resonates with fortune, thus expressing a longing for a blissful life. Upon contemplating this, I found myself grappling with a perplexing question. Did not Mu Shui previously state that they would take my heart back? They may kill me, yet casting me into the depths of hell would render my heart unattainable, would it not? Ah, Qin Feng, when did you return? Matsushima Naoko exclaimed, startled by my voice, having failed to notice my presence since entering. One by one, they sighed within, realizing that Jiang Liusher's tenacity, while formidable, could sometimes be a double-edged sword. Zhou Yun contemplated deeply, his thoughts swirling, as his purest intentions began to expand, and amidst self-destruction, thunder sparked a flame that was unmistakably the essence of new life. This task has become insurmountable. The shepherd hastily retrieved his phone to contact Yang Million. Having already made a call the previous night, it's futile. Haven't you disowned it? Were it not for my clemency, you would have met your demise long ago. Annie emerged slowly from the cloud of smoke, adorned in a delicate azure garment that, though simple, accentuated her alluring figure and skin reminiscent of exquisite porcelain, exuding an innate beauty untouched by artifice. Do you recall Schmidt from the Rockefeller Foundation? Qin Xiaoyu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as they broached the matter at hand. I understand, Blatter replied nonchalantly, dismissing the elder and proceeding towards the exit. With Xiao Yulan mediating, the previously tense atmosphere eased considerably. though the gazes directed at Chong Ming remained unfriendly. Chong Ming found himself puzzled. Could the uniform reaction of jealousy due to his exemplary performance truly be so widespread? Yingchuan lies 500 miles southeast of Luoyang. Zhang Han and his party traveled by day and rested at night, soon arriving at Yangqing, entering the territory of Yingchuan County. As they journeyed, Wu Zifeng noticed Zhang Han's distracted demeanor and inquired. With a flick of her fingers, Annie drew her bow. The red string taut as she carefully pulled it into a crescent shape, a thick black arrow appearing on the string, its bloodthirsty tip aimed at John in the distance. Goodness! Zhou Jian exclaimed, a shiver coursing down his spine. That's quite the uncle, my heavens. Ultimately, Yu Lu booked a flight back to Shanghai for the following day. Unable to procrastinate any longer, with numerous matters awaiting his attention there. Murder and treasure hunting appeared to be commonplace in these rugged mountains, as evidenced by the imposing figure of the mustachioed man, suggesting he had engaged in many such deeds. Chapter 90. Return in Kind. On the Nuggets side, the rotation included Chen Mo, J.R. Smith, and Kenyon Martin leading the charge. This season, the Nuggets rotation phase averaged at least a 5-point victory, indicating that if the Spurs lacked effective countermeasures, the Nuggets would likely overturn the score before Duncan, Parker, and other key players returned to the court. As players from both teams took the floor, Kenny Smith made a bold prediction. For most normal individuals, an unexpected attack by a second-tier zombie could easily spell disaster. However, Lin Chun had already vanquished third-tier zombies. How could he fear a mere second-tier creature? Moreover, his companion Wei Ping possessed extraordinary abilities, and without hesitation, they launched a counterattack. In truth, Brother Weo felt disinclined to consult the map, opting instead to soar above Liu Bei and his companions. Waiting until Liu Bei returned to camp before descending onto a vacant plot behind the military encampment. Since this was a narrative world, not a historical reality, many scenes diverged from actual history, leaving one to ponder the whereabouts of Liu Bei's military camp. This was an inevitable circumstance, since subtlety was no longer an option. He resolved to embrace a more ostentatious approach, believing it would mitigate further complications. Zhou Yu made his decision when Feng's attention was captivated. Every boy harbors a dream of wielding a weapon, especially one as formidable as a mech. For various reasons, Brother Weo intended to nurture Ichigo, ensuring he would not be bullied within the narrative world. My fever has subsided. The doctor assures me there is nothing serious. With a few days of proper care, I should recover. My mother is keeping vigil at the hospital. As soon as class ended, I headed to the hospital, Mei Qing stated, her expression visibly brightening as thoughts of her child crossed her mind. Ni Hung remarked with displeasure, you ask knowingly. Of course, Mr. Ni is surnamed Ni. Are you aware that you share that surname? Does that honor your ancestral lineage? Lubin reprimanded. Ni Hung chuckled inwardly, thinking, let you speak first, and then I will counter your arguments one by one. Li Xingxiao pointed to the map, asserting that as long as the 1st Division could occupy this area by tomorrow evening, the enemy's retreat would be completely cut off. Furthermore, as assistant to Wen Qingyu, Zhang Jiayan felt compelled to raise the issue regarding Teacher Park Shanju's focus on the ballad industry this year, a reality that seemed rather harsh. It was akin to a towering mountain, once standing proudly and admired by all, now reduced to rubble with a thunderous crash, rendering the previous state of affairs moot. The Wargate team? What team is that? I've never heard of it before, Susan inquired, perplexed, for she had no recollection of such a team. This poem sounds eerily familiar. I swallowed hard, growing increasingly curious about this poppy maiden. Could she be another traveler from another time? Sikong should have sat across from her. And every time his gaze inadvertently swept over her, a flicker of intense, yet subtle desire would cross his eyes. Continuous blows to his knees forced Zhang Nianzhu to retreat relentlessly, his body swaying even more violently. He scarcely had time to catch his breath, let alone retaliate. I want to take a look. As Gao Jiansheng entered the room, he was immediately assailed by a strong metallic scent of blood. Zhao Junzi lay there, his complexion ashen, clearly suffering from excessive blood loss. After listening to Wang Jie's instructions, Lei Kuan and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Lei Kuan gestured to Wang Ting and Feng Qingyang, saying, let us depart. No sooner had he spoken than they hastily left, leaving behind Wang Jie, Bai Rushuang, and another outer sect elder, Elder Lu. During the confrontation, Zhang Liang distinctly felt a certain pressure. His opponent's strength was indeed superior to that of Tianjin Xiying. Why did you follow me? I know crashing into you is my fault, but I have already apologized. Why must you be so relentless? Yi Yao rolled her eyes at me in dissatisfaction. her tone turning firm. Chapter 91. Winning is more disheartening than losing. Survivors? Jiang furrowed his brow. Could it be that this so-called survivor exists even amidst the calamity of the end times? In truth, Zhang Miao had never regarded Wan Qi as a threat. His earlier retreat was merely to protect Naruto and the others from being caught in the fray. Yusong froze, taken aback by Jiang Huai's demeanor. The words he spoke fell like a boulder into the depths of his heart, sending ripples that sparkled like crystal. What brings you here? Jiang Yin inquired. Astonished by the appearance of the mysterious Yaqi Demon King, who had vanished without a trace, now found in the suicide forest alongside Bai Xiao. The three members of An Luocha appeared pale, their vitality nearly spent. Even at this moment, they cast doubtful glances at Yin Xueqing. A mere ludicrous thought almost led to their demise. What? Wang Fan beside them was taken aback, bewildered by his master's intentions. The adversary, ignoring the divine, aimed to confine them to the depths of hell instead of casting them into the 18 layers of torment. Moreover, the profound strength that even Richard could not perceive with his true vision was indeed formidable and alarming. On the day the school was established, Zhang Miao, as the principal, swept through all the martial arts schools in the entirety of Kongswa Town, dismantling over 100 establishments, including karate, aikido, and kendo. Thunder trials. With this proof of trial, proceed to the main city to find the king and receive your task. You will have the opportunity to be promoted to a thunder swordsman. Required profession of swordsman. Required level, 120. Although a bit displeased, Maji felt fortunate that Zhang Miao didn't immediately refer to him as Maji. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an awkward position. Gu Zonzi and I also attended the funeral, where many children he had once aided wept sorrowfully, calling out for Grandfather Kong, stirring the hearts of all present. I don't care. You promised my father to take good care of me, so you must marry me. Kaziki huffed defiantly. However, Sister Yao's actions were solely to rescue me, making this matter entirely by Li Yashue's fault. Not only did she strike someone publicly, but she also severely injured Sister Yao, Yin Mandio countered. Jiang Shanghai nodded. Yaoer, do you still remember how you were poisoned? Just the thought of being inexplicably dragged into the Crown Princess camp made Jiang Shanghai's veins throb with rage. I have heard her sing that song, but I do not know its name. I don't eat anything. I simply listen to her sing, and everyone appears to listen with a sense of admiration. Choose a dish. Ouyang Huan pushed his plate of spaghetti towards Su Jiayin, his peach blossom eyes narrowing with a smile. Spring Xiu's heart jolted as she struggled to crawl towards Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, please save me. But before she could finish her plea, Mama Fu covered her mouth and dragged her away, with Spring Xiu still writhing in resistance. Qing Yan wordlessly tapped Qing He's head. While she was indeed clever, her impatience was unfortunate. She too felt the same. Had it not been for Lin Hui's sudden phone call revealing Fu Yuan's infidelity, what would her life have been like? She believed it was love, yet in truth, it was nothing at all. Sometimes, she reflected, the heavens allowed one to endure silently only as a prelude to future happiness. Upon leaving the Xianyang Palace, young Master Fu commanded the convoy to halt. He gazed at Xianyang City, where he had lived for over 20 years. After this departure, he wondered when he would return. Unfortunately, neither mother nor brother had awakened. Despite their mother's stable condition, they remained in slumber, leaving her with an overwhelming multitude of affairs to manage. Her dark circles heavy enough to rival those of a panda. The mountaintop stronghold had become a pile of ruins, with wooden walls cleaved apart, the blacksmith shop demolished, and the former administrative center turned into a heap of debris. In the midst of the ruins stood a massive white cross, radiant under the sunlight, exuding an eerie beauty. To briefly mention, Zhao Wuling did not march south to attack Qin, as the Zhao state was embroiled in the upheaval of the Shakyu Palace coup, leading to the tragic demise of the illustrious ruler Zhao Wuling. Following the coup, the Zhao state experienced a significant loss of talent and grave political instability. In the span of her 24 years, Bai Xing'er finally comprehended the true nature of her father and realized that her once proud childhood was merely a facade. Reflecting on these memories, Luo Jiaoyang could not help but chuckle. How innocent and even naive he was at that time, and how remarkably beautiful Chun Hong was back then. Perhaps this is the inherent instinct of the wall fox? Feng Qi, however, was reluctant to use Su Fu's identity as a wall fox as a point of contention. Although the wall fox is deemed a third-rate entity in the demon realm and is scorned by the people in the human world, no one has the authority to choose their bloodline. Moreover, Su Fu is now the supreme being of the demon realm, Who would dare to belittle his lineage? Liang Yudhua recuperated in the hospital for nearly half a month, and only after fully recovering did she exit to hold her wedding ceremony. The four martial cultivators, Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Hua Fu, and Zhao Zilong, flew to the edge of the Dunyuan Immortal Palace's governing planet. The two families, upon hearing this explanation, felt somewhat perplexed, which was not surprising as they indeed had given the money, and the Song family acknowledged it. However, having withheld the funds and subsequently seeking out Feng Qi seemed to be a misdirection. If all of this were merely a dream, one might wonder when this dream would come to an end. Yet, if it were not a dream, who was orchestrating all that one has experienced? And what purpose does the orchestrator hold? Li Weilong, like a kite with a severed string, soared through the air for a distance before plummeting to the ground. Lying there, he clutched his chest in pain, coughing violently as a metallic sweetness surged in his throat. Chapter 92. The time for reckoning has arrived, when the walls fall. The crowd pushes. The Spurs secured victory in this match, triumphing over the league-leading Nuggets. Yet, can one truly say the Spurs have won? Devoid of Duncan, their regular season will be exceedingly arduous, and Duncan's absence will determine the fate of their entire season. After the game concluded, Kenny Smith spoke. The atmosphere on the court was a manifestation of his words. Through the screen, Barkley could also feel the essence of the entire Spurs team and their home crowd. For the past 2 months, observing Yixian's every move has become a daily ritual for Leng Feilong, meticulously noting even the mundane act of his restroom visits. However, these players exhibit a peculiar trait. They are not as dedicated as one would expect. When faced with peril, their response is to alert their lord rather than proactively confront the enemy forces. Ultimately, Leng Feilong's mission is to obliterate the entire Tianyan sect, and whether these miscreants perish sooner or later is of little concern to him. A persistent dilemma has plagued her. Yixian's flamboyant and frivolous demeanor starkly contrasts with her idealized image of a gallant prince, rendering him little more than a rogue in her eyes. Yet, deep within her heart, she finds herself eagerly anticipating their encounter. Wei Ring cast a glance at Su Jinxin. Remaining silent, he pondered that perhaps the spirit's deference to the Su family elucidated the reason for their estrangement from the Tongtian sect over the years. I shall have a sip of water as well. Yi Qing observed her magic reserves dwindling, realizing they would likely not last until the boss's next split. She decided to sit down and hydrate, preparing to strike decisively when the slime unleashed its duplicates. Qin Zishuan leaned against the city wall, watching the clash below, and inquired of Daha how to proceed. Daha suggested they unleash a barrage to shatter their foes, allowing their forces to advance unimpeded. In an instant, the earth-toned earthen dragon lunged towards Lindong, emitting a terrifying roar as its colossal head collided with him. He had lived a life of conformity, treating his wife with utmost respect, even fearing her. After her passing, he mourned for 3 years with the devotion of a filial son. Despite numerous matchmakers proposing new unions due to his affluent background, he declined them all, earning playful jests that he could now claim a chastity plaque. Adele ordered a glass of French red wine, the crystalline cup filled with a deep crimson liquid that shimmered captivatingly under the light. It was evident that the initial task set forth by the space contained a fatal trap, cleverly disguised to be overlooked by the unwary. Was it truly necessary for him to deceive me? We are hardly acquainted, our interactions limited to fleeting moments beside Jingjing. Indeed, Zhang Qing proved resourceful. Within half a day of returning to the city, she brought this duplicitous individual before Gu. Qin Shihuang shared a knowing glance with Zhang Liang and Li Ji, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Zhang Long, meticulous by nature, had prepared 2 large baskets while Wu Song and Sun Eryang were out procuring horses. One basket was filled with soft hay, and within it lay Wu Dalong, while Wu Song sprayed a few doses of medicinal lotus before placing it in Wu Dalong's embrace. This individual always exudes an indescribable, ghostly power that renders me immobile in his presence. Am I truly so enamored? Regardless, having entangled myself with him, escape seems futile. I might as well wait here, for I refuse to believe he could take my life. How do you intend to avenge me? Chen Ergu's attention has abandoned the matter of pulling up the weeping willows. Reflecting on the events of years past, Lenny Feng still feels those memories vividly, as if they transpired just yesterday. Chapter 93. Chen Mo, I am truly grateful to have a brother like you. December 6, 2008. Sacramento, California, Sleep Train Arena. The Denver Nuggets face off against the Sacramento Kings in an away game, following a defeat to the Spurs. The Nuggets' record for the season stands at 17 wins and 3 losses, with the Boston Celtics triumphing 93-78 over the Portland Trail Blazers. They ascend to the pinnacle of the league with an 18-3 record. Regarding bone repair, Xiaohong has innovated a type of biological glue that temporarily binds fractured bones together and promotes healing from within. Upon witnessing Zhuofu's expression, Zheng Haoshuan dared not utter another word and complied obediently, well aware that any further interference could provoke Zhuofu's ire, mildly resulting in expulsion or severely in charges of insubordination. This? Li Qianqing and the Qinglong members found themselves momentarily stunned, as such an atmosphere was beyond their previous imaginings or experiences. Thus, much like Mingxiong, the disciples of the five great sects were momentarily awed by Nie Yan's formidable presence, hesitating to approach. Contemplating this, Zhiliang and Tianbei felt an increasing weight upon their hearts, acutely aware of the daunting challenge that lay ahead. If circumstances were different, just moments ago Li Hong had harbored suspicions. Had it not been for the oppressive attack from Emperor Li Haiyuan, he would have inquired into the matter long ago. The alluring monk never denied his dissatisfaction. Yet he refused to lose his composure. While he may not be capable, he saw potential in Su Jing, even if Su Jing faltered. The array he diligently guarded would undoubtedly succeed. The anxiety and pressure surrounding tomorrow's match had wholly transformed into a fervent pursuit of the sword path and the relentless advancement of martial arts. Do not jest with me. Have you seen where Heng Yin is? I shall seek him out, Su Qingchen casually inquired. Blame rests upon me. Had I persisted in uncovering the reason behind your daily despondency, perhaps all of this could have been averted. Yichen felt a twinge of guilt for having lost the fundamental ability to foresee danger due to the situation with Lin Shui. Under normal circumstances, he would have probed further. He truly could not bear to be apart from her, wishing to remain by her side every moment. However, witnessing her closeness with Zhao Lancheng brought him greater anguish. Fearing he could not contain himself, he deemed it necessary to depart. In this rural setting, every household struggles with a lack of extra blankets, and their lives are already fraught with hardship, unable to provide relief for the siblings. The most familiar aspect dates back 4 generations. From the 5th generation onward, the position of the spirits becomes somewhat elusive. However, the outcome left him quite dissatisfied. His charge had no effect whatsoever, as the dark moon repelled him. In that brief encounter, both sides employed their sword techniques. Yet it was evident that the dark moon was far superior, having mastered a high level of swordsmanship. Thus, one can conclude that the societal structure of the lowly community is far more intricate than the innocent facade it presents. No, I have kept it a secret all along, replied Wei Yuofeng, shaking her head in confusion. Sister, this isn't a monumental secret. Why can't you tell her? He refrained from revealing the matter of finding Rinsu. The consort. Wei Yuofeng ignored their bickering, holding Rong Yue's hand tightly, refusing to let go even after several hours. Ivanovich watched Azza intently, refraining from recklessly seizing the ball. Instead, he maintained a strategic distance between them. From the air, they observed a crowd gathered at the village's grain-drying yard, which appeared quite lively. They descended outside the village before making their way in. However, such shouts ceased abruptly after 2 or 3 breaths, as Jiexin was consumed by the intense flames, turning to ashes. The timing of their actions was dictated by Su Wuyo's stance. He could hardly cast blame, for he had approached her merely because she bore a resemblance to Su Qinan. Initially, he had not intended to develop feelings for her. Had he not allowed his heart to sway back then, would today's separation not be more straightforward? Chapter 94. Back to Puerto Rico. On December 10, 2008, the Nuggets faced the Timberwolves at home. Since their last encounter, the Timberwolves' record had shifted from 4 wins and 11 losses to 4 wins and 16 losses. They continued to languish in a losing streak. Just days prior, in a clash between 2 of the lowest-ranked teams, the Timberwolves suffered a crushing defeat, losing 84-107 against the 3-win, 16-loss Clippers. That's hard to say. Who can clearly explain the affairs of the officialdom? Luo Fei remarked as he stood up, patting Lin Jinhong on the shoulder before exiting the office. All right, let us go, but my time is limited. I have some matters to attend to, Lu Yihan said with a smile. Zhou Meng, seated in the driver's seat, remained silent, his keen eyes fixed intently on the pedestrians and vehicles passing by. Actually, I just mentioned it in passing. Su Mingqi's hospital visit wasn't too lengthy, and it was already time to return after our meal. I could have waited for Su Mingqi to finish her first checkup before heading back, but I simply did not wish to wait any longer. The staff's cordial demeanor further endeared Lin Tao to Baidi Academy, filling him with anticipation for the days ahead. Yes, it's all over. That was merely filming, Lu Yihan declared loudly, aware that Lin Yunei was deeply engrossed in her role. Suddenly, Suduoduo curiously turned to Wang Yin and said, I know she is acting, as she is a Golden Horse Award-winning actress. After all, Suduoduo must have seen Wang Yin while following me yesterday. He Ming's face lit up with delight. It was his first time witnessing the true prowess of a strong individual, envy evident in his gaze. The grotesque, venomous visage that displayed such a smile was utterly intolerable. Yet the bone-crushing Dao Lord was a figure from millennia past. Lin Tao felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of species was this? So peculiar? It bore a tree-like appearance, yet its branches served as limbs, possessing a head and face, while other life characteristics resembled those of animals. Gray-white mist emanated from the floor, morphing into various anguished faces, and Lin Chen could hear the wails of lost souls in his ears. Whether it was an illusion born of the environment or merely a draft in the ancestral hall, he felt an unsettling chill meandering through the space. The village was rife with rats, cats, and dogs, all unattended and scurrying about. In the morning, he had even spotted several plump rats in the ancestral hall, unperturbed by human presence, yet now they had all vanished. Observing this scene, Yasuo said nothing but rose to his feet, slowly shielding Talia behind him. A subtle vigilance gracing his expression. Chen Jian, a perceptive individual, understood Han Fei's implication immediately. Indeed, by merely thrusting through the mesh, they could easily pierce the approaching enemy. The sole concern lay in the stability of the fishing net and its durability. Ultimately, the outcome of the siege would dictate everything. With his hat donned anew, Xinhua's mood shifted from gloomy to bright, and even his tone improved significantly. The following morning, Chen Jia rose early, hastily consuming a bit of food before making his way towards the town's outskirts. The sentence appears peculiar, aboard a vessel in the midst of this vast ocean. Where else could he retreat to besides his cabin for slumber? Yet, even for one who strictly adheres to a routine, it seems implausible to retire so early. Why would he find himself devoid of time? Lin Chen gradually eased his tension. Although Dongqing Yuxiu often displayed a rather frivolous demeanor, his overall reputation on the forum remained commendable, having committed no particularly egregious acts. What significance does the arrival of the authorities hold? At worst, a skirmish could ensue, and it's not as if they would be easily overpowered. However, the leader has expressly forbidden them from instigating trouble. If the leader continues to remain inactive, given Zhou Laosan's notorious temper, a confrontation with the authorities could very well become a reality. With the 100 million prepayment from the Lei Nation already received, the Wolf Fong could no longer afford to disregard the well-being of the investigation team. Lang Zhan observed for a while longer and, via the vocal communicator, informed everyone that the assessment would be postponed, and they would now proceed to Aimu Laka to rescue those in peril. Chapter 95, A Decisive Kill. An arrow pierces the heart from beyond the three-point line. This fruit is rather sweet. What do you intend to accomplish by targeting me from behind? Time and again reduced to the opponent's backcourt target. Beria felt a surge of irritation. What sort of organization is this guy running as a point guard? It is evident that he is merely taking advantage of his own height. Baria is at a loss for words, as he feels that Chen Mo's unconventional style of play is a personal affront to him. Consequently, Baria plays with an unusual fervor, attempting 7 shots in the first quarter alone, becoming a prominent figure on the court. I truly did not anticipate this turn of events. Before I could even voice my thoughts, she had already perceived the entirety of the situation, or perhaps she had discerned it since the Western Zhou period. The countdown had long since concluded, and the competitors had been informed of the finals regulations, a best-of-3 format, with contestants limited to using the previous generation of military mechas from the Uniforces. The first match would adopt a challenge format. The second would feature a random environment with defined boundaries, while the third would revert to traditional mecha simulation combat. I scoffed softly and rolled my eyes. My grandfather chuckled and shook his head. In his eyes, both I and Fat Dragon were merely youthful individuals in our late teens, and our playful banter appeared rather immature. In the past, to quell the war, the brave A Lang resolved to sacrifice himself, transferring his waveguide to Dream, thereby enabling Dream to bring the conflict to a halt. After all, the items are with Tearing. Should she need them in the future, she can simply request them without fear of refusal. The driver parked the car and was about to leave when he was halted by the rotund fellow, who eagerly observed how the machines were arranged for parking before reluctantly departing. At this moment, though he still harbored doubts about Tang Yi's ability to afford the purchase, the sight of others presenting their crystal cards served as irrefutable evidence of their intentions. He had no justification to dismiss their capability to buy outright. In the direction of the pharmacy clan, Elder Shan and a host of prominent figures were utterly astonished. their faces reflecting sheer disbelief and shock. These individuals harbored an unsettling suspicion that the candidate who had surged into the top 1,000 of the rankings was none other than Tang Yi. Should the circumstances prove unfavorable, he would undoubtedly take immediate measures to safeguard the young master's departure, for today's events had certainly incurred the ire of opposing forces. Nearly 10 minutes after their disappearance, several figures clad in dark robes, emanating ominous black smoke, suddenly descended upon the scene. At that moment, reporters from various television stations across China flocked to interview Xiao Fei. Upon entering, he distinctly sensed the chilling aura radiating from that individual. Suddenly, he lifted his right leg, forcefully stamping his foot upon Uncle Ran's chest, propelling him directly into the Hongyun building. Jiang Fan's lips involuntarily twitched. He truly could not fathom Su Dong's intentions in dragging Lu Feng into this mess, berating him and filming him, all to ensure his utter disgrace. More critically, one among them, despite wearing sunglasses, was nonetheless recognized, as fans occasionally rushed over for photographs and autographs. However, due to Xia Li's persistent gaze cast downward and her resolute silence, he dared not confirm this and simply shook his head in resignation. Forgive you. For the Chihua Chanyu currently cares not for the opinions of outsiders as long as his ailment is alleviated. It was indeed terrifying. They had been enjoying themselves, only to turn around and behold a ghost, as the Banyu remarked. Splendid. With these new armaments, our combat prowess has significantly enhanced. Future challenges should prove to be more manageable, Su Jiming stated, appearing thoroughly pleased and brimming with the sense of accomplishment that accompanies victory in battle. Yet she never considered that such achievements were merely constructed upon a foundation of wealth. Long Duyan gritted her teeth, her body fracturing with countless cracks as she coughed up blood, yet resolutely endeavored to summon the great path to thwart the demon. Begone! Yao Mukin attempted to speak, but could not produce a sound. He could only weakly close his eyes once more, as a piercing noise reverberated in his ears, causing his mind to spin. Chapter 96. The white-clad figure with a long spear floated like poetry. Whose youth does this belong to? Anthony executed a game-winning shot, plunging the entire American Airlines center into silence, save for the jubilant celebrations of the Nuggets players on the court. Anthony bounced joyfully, roaring at the fans, his lips incessantly murmuring, "This is my shot." His countenance radiated confidence. This moment was undeniably his. Having scored a critical game winner, Anthony amassed 47 points by halftime, setting a new record for his season. Tonight, the rain shall fall, surely alleviating the oppressive heat. Once the windows are opened to let in a gentle breeze, it shall be the epitome of comfort. Noticing Yi Long glaring at him, Daniil remained unfazed, grinning foolishly in response. Yi Long suddenly felt a constricting pressure in his chest, unable to release it. What do you mean it can't come back? Mu Ling propped herself up on her arms, casting a curious glance at Wu Xia. In recent years, even while distanced from Xiliang, news of its affairs continuously reached him. Little did he know, as he jumped down, Pei Huan's arm was seized, and his body was spun around by the force, bringing him face to face with Song Xinghe. Wu Tian suddenly straightened his upper body, tilting his head to raise his hand in an attempt to stop Zhong Xingyue. But Elder Ku Sang had already preemptively stepped on his hand. Shen Mubai's cheeks flushed with anger, leaving her speechless as she remained sulky throughout the journey, especially as she felt something hard pressing against her. Having a wealthy and influential boyfriend was not entirely a bad thing, at the very least. It meant she wouldn't be bullied and could help others in need. Tua Bafeng, hidden in a secluded grove, idly played with a leaf in his hand while occasionally glancing up. The ferocity of the situation made it hard for her to breathe until she begged for mercy, marking the end of their passionate yet punishing encounter. Chen Xiao sighed, remarking that it wasn't so easy, first needing to gather 300 and regarding the 100. He would receive payment before handing them over, chuckling softly. After comprehending the old man's intentions, Gao Yuan could only smile wryly, feeling that the elder overestimated him. After all, the other party was a prominent figure, and how could an ordinary citizen like him measure up? Haha, are you still in contact with Zhou Mei? Tan Jingjing asked with a smile, ready to steer the conversation, but upon hearing the question, Zhu Wang's expression darkened, completely clouding over. Lang Wuqing called out happily, while Yu Xiaojie grew increasingly grim, finding that this fellow's body was tougher than the source stone itself. With each punch, it only left his own hand aching. Clearing the fog to see the light. It often happens that one struggles to find a good solution, but with a gentle reminder, everything changes. Director Zheng was indeed a good candidate, but it seemed he lacked the authority to investigate others' financial situations privately. The journey was silent as Li Chun and Mu Tanner, along with others, disembarked in an open area on an island. At that moment, a grand stone platform had already been erected in this spacious plain, evidently prepared for the upcoming contest. After dining, Li Qi and Ma Jun led the four of them to the Chi Chi nightclub for a series of nocturnal activities. I didn't wait for her to resist. I lunged at her, pinning her down while continuing to invade her physical space. Simultaneously, I acquired her phone number for future contact, though I had other intentions as well. L-Bug was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xiao Siwen to act this way toward her. If she had previously thought Xiao Siwen was merely drunk, she now realized he was genuinely repulsed by her. Currently, among the summoned beings surrounding Qi Tianxiu, none had emerged as the fortunate first to become a participant in the divine trial system. Host, the system merely answers questions truthfully, without bias. The system rolled its eyes in frustration. Chapter 97. The Way of Hospitality in Huaxiao. The second segment of the competition commenced swiftly. On the Nuggets team, Chen Mo led J.R. Smith and Bulkman into the rotational phase. Meanwhile, on the Rockets side, Yao Ming sat on the sidelines with McGrady, having played limited minutes in the first quarter, leading the bench unit. The greatest advantage of McGrady's return was that it liberated Yao Ming, allowing him ample time to rest. Yao Ming no longer had to shoulder the team alone. McGrady could provide the team with support during his absence. She understood that one must not contradict those who have indulged in drink. Absolute cooperation was essential, echoing their words to ensure a joyous atmosphere, for otherwise one might find oneself vexed. Those cultivators whom she had once rescued remembered her spirit-devouring sword and her combat prowess, mistaking her for someone extraordinary, frequently approaching her under the guise of gratitude. You too may go down. I happen to be waiting here for the seafood to arrive for a delicious meal, Chu Tian said, lifting his phone. When Su Huayan arrived with an inn, many were already present, including Su Hai, who had not yet returned. At the moment Su Huayan's call came through, he was traversing the mountainous area. The timing of the radio call for withdrawal coincided perfectly with Su Huayan's arrival. Hearing Gao Zhangping's words, Situ Xian felt astonished, discerning the implication that if Enmu had suffered injustice, Jiang Huaitian might take action. As they approached the entrance marked with the number 14 in this alley, Yu Bai peered through the gap in the door. I wasn't mischievous. It was Qian Miaman who was. Qian exaggeratedly pointed at Qian Miaman squatting atop the big white head, eliciting a laugh from Lu Fuyao. Her radiant eyes sparkling with mirth, seemingly filled with stars. Who do you think that person is? Yu Bai suddenly turned her head, eyes wide with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. To be honest, breaking through was truly no easy feat. The pain emanating from within the body, with no means to alleviate it, was indeed unbearable. Earlier, Nagatani Rin had scornfully rebuked him for addressing Shi Jiani as young lady. After realizing this, the previously scattered Hanfu people began to gather, preparing to find a direction for their breakout. Taking advantage of Wen Mian's absence from the live broadcast, Fengzhi refrained from explaining or intervening. The youth, suppressing his inner joy, maneuvered his game character to Wen Mian's side, tossing down the finest supplies he possessed. Yes, rest assured, my lord, I would never betray you, Chen Kai eagerly assured, his face brimming with delight, observing the increasingly fierce blizzard surrounding him. Lin Xing's consciousness surged forth. Lu Yiming, witnessing this, wore a smile, but just as he thought Qin Han would be knocked to the ground by the bodyguard, he was stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Debris and dust swirled and scattered, nearly obscuring Ophi Enos's vision. And just as he struggled to regain his senses amid the dazzling light and excruciating pain, he saw the imposing figure, regal as an emperor, standing before him, radiating an overwhelming pressure that rendered him utterly immobile. This individual can be described as exceedingly frugal, the kind who is utterly unwilling to part with a single cent. Indeed, it is quite a challenge to borrow money from him. At that moment, Lin Tian retrieved a Patek Philippe watch from his coat pocket and adorned Li Minglu's left wrist with it. Engrossed in her diligent work, Li Minglu suddenly sensed the presence of an unfamiliar object on her hand, prompting her to glance up. However, Jian Qifeng took 2 steps forward but was swiftly intercepted by Wang Qingxua beside him. As a collaborator in the Shihao plan, Wang Qingxua had always been aware of the identity of Blood Rose, thus remaining remarkably composed in this moment. Do not approach. Equally unflustered were the 2 individuals at the forefront of the formation. Chapter 98. The Gaia Energy Cannon strikes down Old Jean on December 19, 2008, after ample rest. The Denver Nuggets were set to face the Cleveland Cavaliers at home. Recently, the Cavaliers had maintained an impressive form, stabilizing their record at 20 wins and 5 losses prior to the commencement of the match. Such a record is quite commendable within the league. In the Eastern Conference, The Cavaliers firmly hold the second position. However, such an achievement evidently fails to satisfy James. His actions seem to have provoked several figures clad in black, who emerge swiftly, brandishing blades of varying lengths in pursuit of them. The tavern exudes opulence and grandeur, suggesting that Si Qing is a frequent patron. Nevertheless, his extravagant demeanor indicates a penchant for lavish spending. After all, in his eyes, Jiang Shan is undoubtedly a young prodigy capable of engaging him in a decisive battle. How could someone of his stature disregard his own image and roll on the ground during a confrontation? He cannot afford to pause, for doing so would render the sacrifices of his comrades in vain. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable can one deter bullies, thus allowing his brothers to truly enjoy a prosperous life. Xiao Peng was momentarily taken aback. This was a meal he had prepared for Julia aboard the ship. He was surprised she still remembered. Moments ago, he had thoroughly searched Ren Jiai's villa and discovered Han Shuer and Xiao Fengyu being subjected to a sinister transformation. Had he delayed any longer, the two would have been completely consumed. After such prolonged conflict, the Qing gang enforcers were utterly exhausted. Thus, encountering two fresh forces proved to be an inevitable cause for their rout. Naruto couldn't help but scratch his head upon hearing this. He had indeed neglected Kurama during these days, only recalling him when trouble arose. That said, Vice Chairman Sun's drinking capacity is truly remarkable at his age. He still manages to outrank both Xiaoping and Yang Ming. In an instant, under the horrified gaze of Lan Qing and the two guards behind him, his left arm was severed at the shoulder, and a fountain of blood erupted forth. The most precious fruit in the world has remained unplucked by Gong Sunyu. Perhaps he possesses the wisdom to reserve the finest pleasures for the end. Moreover, he holds her in high regard, respecting her words from the past. She once declared that she would entrust him with her most treasured maidenhood during their wedding night. At this moment, an elderly man stood upon the void, observing the surging divine power surrounding Zihuan, and the sight was so startling that it incited both awe and alarm. Zihuan gazed into the distance once more. Some marveled at Qin Teng's extraordinary strength, deeming it almost superhuman, while others suspected him of seeking mere attention with a counterfeit bronze tripod, aiming to gain fame online. A tactic not uncommon among many. Are you here to cause trouble? Lier, caught between vexation and amusement, splashed a cup of water onto Jenny's head. Yet, the girl remained unfazed, slipping deeper into slumber. Thus, Lier concluded that Jenny had indeed come to stir chaos. She then shrugged her shoulders and nestled closer into his embrace, evidently shaken from the earlier fright, her spirit still unsettled. Wang Fan promptly descended to the ground, retrieving a water essence that was distinct, at least, from the initial stages of Foundation establishment, its size surprisingly vast, and more importantly, the crystal power contained within it was astonishing. Having left home, Tang Jin diverted to the Yuan company, aware that the accumulation of tasks from his absence would surely keep him occupied. A sense of trepidation began to swell within Zihuan as he beheld the unfolding scene, witnessing Meng Yuyu seemingly engulfed in an endless silence. At that moment, as beams of light erupted, the sword intent entwined around Zihuan became alarmingly formidable. Chapter 99, Simmering Slowly. Reducing with intensity, a basketball struck James in the abdomen with unexpected force, catching him off guard. He felt the sharp pain radiating from his midsection and raised his hands in protest. Is this even a basketball move? Isn't this a malicious act? His complaints echoed loudly, audible to everyone on the court, yet none paid him any heed. Chen Mo remained expressionless, standing at the perimeter as he retrieved the basketball. Who are you protecting? The counterfeit beauty or the seductive vixen? Xinchang's words grew increasingly animated. Yi Xingjue shook his head, recognizing that although life had not yet been sacrificed, perhaps the time for that had simply not arrived. The experiences of this past month have led those around me to increasingly adapt to their environment. They have begun to seize every moment of respite and learn to flee when true crises arise. Qiolani inhaled sharply, intending to call out to Bo Yayan, but suddenly found her throat constricted. Under the cover of night and the shade of trees, I could barely discern Suya's expression, only sensing her apparent frailty. Chu Tianhuang recognized that when these people inquired about her, it was without malice, as they were entirely unaware of her tribulations. Some were more direct, bluntly stating that Xiaoyu was courting disaster. However, given that this was Yin Xiao's territory, Xiaoyu's audacity indicated she was unafraid. The old man propped himself up and shouted sternly. Seeing him still capable of anger brought relief to Bo Yayan. It seemed the old man was recovering well. The arrival of the Black-Faced Society? A flicker of joy crossed Yu Xingjue's face. Based solely on Qing Zhao and De Shifu's prowess and skills, they were formidable. If that were indeed the case, the battle would become significantly easier. The theatrical Zhou Ying, ever the performer, feigned victimhood while speaking to me, casting a shadow over my future, rendering it colorless and bleak. Moreover, the two military ministers in the capital received additional titles, suggesting a clear attempt at bribery. Given the emperor's stance, Jiu de Bio paused, bewildered. I don't even know who Zhao Lin is. How could I have offended him? He turned to Qin Fen, questioning. For the common folk, such behavior might appear paranoid and off-putting, yet for those in power, it served to prevent the grave error of misplaced trust. To be frank, Jiao de Biao found himself impressed by Qin Fen's acumen, which was indeed sharp. He would never have chosen the cleaner named Su Feifei to accompany him, considering his previous encounter with her left much to be desired. Bai Yifan had never anticipated that the members of the Gathering of Righteousness would charge towards him at that moment. Nor could they foresee that the firearms and ammunition he had provided would become pivotal in the downfall of the Hongmen. The void rippled, and a colossal pillar emerged, hurtling towards the Yinwu sectarch. Yet their attack was far from over. A peculiar aura enveloped the three mutant rats, rendering them heavy as the environment shifted. As if they were amidst a pile of rubble, with countless stones raining down from above, prompting them to hastily evade. After some casual conversation, Smith pressed Catherine on when she might awaken. In a quiet corridor, neatly aligned stone pillars flanked either side, bubbles filled the space, creating an isolation from the seawater. Lin Shihua could not emulate the Sunglasses King, who spent 8 years honing his craft, but he hoped that the actors would at least deliver authentic performances, complemented by special effects and real-time corrections from martial arts directors, achieving the desired outcome. Chapter 100. The first battle against the Phoenix Suns. With the game concluded, the Nuggets solidified their victory with a surge of offense in the fourth quarter, defeating the Cavaliers 121-106. This match showcased the Nuggets' remarkable tenacity, despite trailing. They relentlessly pursued, denying the Cavaliers a chance to widen the gap, ultimately exploding in the fourth quarter to decisively overcome their opponents. In the commentary booth, Kenny Smith summarized the final minutes of the fourth quarter, noting the insurmountable gap. "Old teacher, I truly am a soul controller," he said, gazing into Gu Huang's imposing eyes. Mo Rongfeng laughed heartily, pointing towards the southern heavenly gate, declaring, "Shadow Celestial, please." Ingyu ceased his hesitation, performing a slight bow before the black light surged forth, reminiscent of the legendary Kuenping soaring high, vanishing into the horizon. Among the multitude present, the majority wielded wind, thunder, and earth powers, with only he mastering fire. Likely unmatched in knowledge by anyone but Gu Huang. At that moment, he was perplexed as to why Xiaoyou, who was clearly prepared for a confrontation, had inexplicably changed his mind, allowing his punch to land. Qing Xin silently followed, unaware that the individual he was tracking had already been shadowed. "Hero Naruto, might I have a moment of your time?" He gazed into the pleading eyes of Elder Zhua, glancing at Zhou Zhuo, Dongfang Hao, and Nangong Yu beside him. Realizing that this matter was far from simple, Yifeng picked up a piece of braised pork, nearly swallowing his tongue in shock as he stared at Lin Sierra. That night, it was Dong Xinlei's turn to draw blood. Everyone indulged in lavish delicacies and fine wines. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Wu Tian felt a surge of confidence. He tossed his sword into the air and swiftly formed a series of intricate hand seals. However, Xiaoyu, after meticulous calculations, had placed limitations on the spirit-gathering array, ensuring it would not function indefinitely. Excessive reliance on such power could yield adverse effects. In several decades, the array would naturally become ineffective, and the area would have largely returned to normalcy. Understood. Miss Agio, Chen Xiang seemed to have caught only the first half of Agio's statement, responding before hastily exiting. The most intense battlegrounds were undoubtedly the Qilan Pass built by Old Nine in years past, as well as the Canyon Fortress. Huaxiao was left with no avenue for retreat, compelled to grit their teeth and hold their ground. Should both vital strongholds fall, the Northern Enemy Alliance would surge forth, jeopardizing the entire Shao Basin region. To Wu Tian's astonishment, a eunuch revealed a belt, which, upon closer inspection, concealed a whip with a glimmering, sharp tip. After much hesitation, Mai Zi donned the shirt, a faint, elusive fragrance wafting from it, reminiscent of the scent clinging to a man. The aroma enveloped her, making her feel as if cradled in a man's embrace, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. In the Western realm, under the news released by Brunhild, various factions had heard of Li Yunmu's grievous return, further diminishing their regard for the enigmatic Eastern domain. Li Yunmu was momentarily taken aback, having already vanquished the Black Qilin. Why was it still so complicated? The guardian beast of the seal had perished. Observing his score, Bu Qianhui fell into contemplation. Although his martial arts were not flawless and lacked no deficiencies, they sufficed for his current needs. Moreover, many techniques remained unexplored, making further extraction of little utility. At this moment, Nanny had exhausted her strength. Instead of immediately answering his query, she bent down, resting her hands on her knees, gasping for breath. Chapter 101. Why provoke him for no reason? As the whistle blew, the match officially commenced. In the jump ball segment, Nene faced Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal, the legendary Big Shark, was a dominant force in the NBA for years. Facing such an athlete, Nene undoubtedly felt the pressure. Nevertheless, in an unexpected turn, Nene seized the initiative, deftly directing the ball to his teammate. Elated after securing possession for his team, he eagerly moved toward the opponent's half. Sumu stood upright, scrutinizing closely. Upon seeing the wound on Su Qiao's neck was not severe, he turned and walked away. This caused a sharp pain deep within Gaolan's heart. How could this happen? He had actually chosen to align himself with such a ruler. He truly felt blind. To be frank, when he first witnessed Lin Yi's prowess, he experienced a moment of hesitation, as the innate sensitivity of a killer informed him that Lin Yi's strength surpassed his own. Nodding slightly, he proceeded to initiate their sword formation training. Yi Fei had previously practiced at Lin Yun's sect. Thus he possessed considerable knowledge of the sword formation and took it upon himself to offer guidance at this moment. In the tranquil embrace of the night, the rhythmic sound of Yi Qingran's breathing made it difficult for her to find sleep, causing her limbs to feel somewhat stiff and uncomfortable. Naturally, I would refrain from inquiring about such matters. I merely wish to ask, how have you fared at the Dragon Soul Academy over the years? The voice of the elder with the dark visage was warm and filled with concern. Chen Mo, that scoundrel, was as dense as a block of wood. Unless they laid their thoughts bare, they would remain worlds apart in understanding. Jean Rudria looked down upon her from the depths of her heart, regarding her as a parasitic creature, shamelessly seeking out the future rightful consort to demand an explanation. She ought to consider whether she possessed the weight to do so. However, this individual had not updated his social media in ages, save for significant events. Could it be that something monumental had transpired today, prompting such an update? Lu Bingyi returned quietly to the Pepper Room Palace, without disturbing a soul. He lifted the covers and lay beside Hua Qingjun, gazing at her slumbering visage. Lu Bingyi's hand involuntarily reached out, though his fingers remained cold from his recent arrival, causing Hua Qingjun to stir slightly. Seeing his formidable opponent charging fiercely, Guan Yu adeptly avoided the 3 successive lethal strikes before raising his hand, deftly wielding his lance. 5 minutes later, I dialed that number once more, only to be met with the same disheartening silence. The sky grew dimmer as I contemplated my departure. Upon hearing those words, a glimmer ignited in Hua Guang's eyes. Noticing the contemplative expression on Qing Ji's face, he inquired, "Young master, do you possess some insider knowledge?" The subtle change in Qing Ji's demeanor could not escape Hua Guang's keen observation, revealing that there must be underlying circumstances. Otherwise, Qing Ji would not have posed such a question. As time marched on, Otto, having just returned to the capital, mustered his strength to offer encouragement after listening to Ma Kai's report. Subsequently, he convened with the chancellor and several high-ranking officials in the side hall. Astonished, I exchanged glances with Lu Bingyi, who was now smiling warmly. Hua Qingjun also adorned her face with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. Thus, "I thank your majesty for your trust." Despite her words, her expression betrayed a different sentiment. Wang Yin stood in a daze, yet did not halt his movements, leaping after Li Wanqing with fervor. Once, at the secluded place where the two had lived, there stood a statue, upon which clung the remnants of a fallen deity spirit. After that smile, Fong Ting fell silent, her expression becoming increasingly enigmatic. I sensed an awkward atmosphere, my fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as if awaiting a change of topic. You are mistaken. When you cast your spell, I meticulously sensed the elemental fluctuations around us. The gathering of elements was not summoned by your incantation, but rather your spirit communicated with them. Your inability to cast instantaneously indicates your mastery over mental power remains insufficient. I stated bluntly. Chapter 102. The Curse of Talent. O'Neal stood at the free throw line. His powerful dunk rekindled the echoes of his past glory. The cheers from the home crowd reverberated endlessly. This is O'Neal's dunk. It is my first time witnessing it up close. The once great shark has returned. Suns, champions. The home crowd erupted with excitement. Likewise, O'Neill's free throw mirrored his past prowess. "Big Bull, have you finally toughened up?" Sun Dong seethed with anger. He, who was usually brimming with bravado, did not consider the rough and tumble of society significant. After all, by the time the drinking began, Hu Dahai's younger brother had already reconciled with the other party. What significance did Big Bull hold? The trio arrived at the foot of the tower, gazing upward. It was an octagonal wooden structure with 7 layers, featuring ornate eaves, corridors, and intricate carvings, standing majestically over 30 feet tall, a true architectural marvel. Fate had decreed him to be the villain, eternally positioned against Mo Ishin, never to become allies. Chen Yun, oblivious to their discourse, paused momentarily before disregarding it entirely and proceeded toward the 4th floor. Meanwhile, the esteemed figures in the hall chose not to react to Chen Yun's impudence, opting to ignore him as they did not wish to provoke any trouble, especially since Dean Ling Feng had yet to speak. They dared not disrupt the hierarchy. You know, thieves never leave empty-handed. If I return without something, I'll surely be cursed with misfortune. Thus, I stubbornly rummaged through the corpses for 2 days, and at last, my perseverance bore fruit as I fortuitously discovered a hidden door and escaped. Though the Du family's surroundings were fortified with formations, for Qin Tianyu, these barriers were exceedingly simple, and he navigated through with minimal effort. Although regarded as advanced formations on Earth, they were insignificant in the grand scheme of the vast world. Search for me. I seek a person named Qin Tianyu and his master, whose name is Mingyue Shi. I demand that they meet a fate of no burial. Jin Zhan declared furiously. Ming Chong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, when the blade of the material department arrived with a swift slice. With ease akin to cutting through vegetables, his polished head was severed, his body collapsing to the ground. Wang Xuanzi fared little better, after narrowly evading a couple of strikes. He was slightly slower on the uptake and found himself ensnared by a bubble drawn into its grasp. The first level of the Wolf Clan castle, where they currently resided, served as the Grand Hall, the venue for national-level meetings. The 12 princes would always stop here upon returning to the city, where the Wolf King typically resided. The second prince wielded a pitchfork, the third prince a spear, while the 4th prince and others brandished long spears. With Yuwudi's formidable strength and status, such a presence could appear openly to directly protect the Yi family. Which of the prominent families in Yanjing would dare to defy? Is that so? Qian Jian remained somewhat oblivious, as this was the norm. However, at that moment, Mu Ziyu turned to smile at them, prompting them to quickly avert their gazes. Much appreciated. Mu Ziyu was aware of Shui's role as a teaching assistant. Typically, assistants were seniors or graduate students, and it was rare for a sophomore to hold such a position. Each time, he assigned tasks to Shui, causing discontent yet leaving no alternative. Thus, the significant responsibility of safeguarding the 3 defenseless individuals fell upon Canlai. Moreover, this was due to the myriad of considerations the national government had in Chongqing, which prevented the use of heavy artillery. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 103. The Taste of Defeat. Apologies. We are still trailing by 2 points, Anthony said to Chen Mo with a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, as he never anticipated that someone as proud as Anthony would offer an apology to him. This is indeed the captain of the team. However, Anthony speaks these words with sincerity. Chen Mo, having exerted himself greatly during the match, has become a cornerstone for the team, and Anthony had anticipated that once Chen Mo returned to the court. I dislike coffee. Would milk tea suffice? With pearls, please. The smile on Jin Yan's face widened, her eyes sparkling with mischief, further enhancing her playful charm. Following him, she unfastened the military uniform's buttons, revealing a shirt beneath. And ultimately, like Chi Sambao, only trousers remained. All is well in Dra County. Yet, Fanyang City has fallen to marauders. Upon mentioning Fanyang, Zhou Jing's expression darkened. As she regained consciousness, tranquility returned. The 5 spirit crystals had long since dissipated into nothingness, and no spiritual energy flowed from her body. Beneath the largest ship at sea, Zhou Yin was awed by its grandeur, majesty, and nobility. He thought to himself, this 1 billion spirit stones were worth the expenditure. At 2 in the morning, I finally heard Mu Jingqi's car return, stopping directly at the Mu family's entrance. At this point, Hu Chuqian was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain his tears for quite some time before continuing his tale. This mountain bandit truly fancies himself a local emperor, adorning his domain so lavishly. Yet in the end, all is but dust returning to dust. it culminates in emptiness. The two, observing the items around them, express their sentiments sincerely. Upon hearing the voice, everyone gasped in surprise, even those seated nearby gathered around the table, exclaiming in astonishment. However, Jin Xiangyu felt a pang of sorrow. The pain of losing his wife over the past few months had aged him considerably, and he had acquired gray hairs at such a young age. You too. You as well, Han Shiming stammered, each word twisting painfully in his insides, a searing sensation engulfing his mind. Unable to believe that others could exist who were akin to him, Xia Ruifeng lamented, I simply wanted to spend more time with my second sister before her marriage. I sought her out several times, but she was unavailable. As she spoke, tears welled up. The city was not large, its population barely reaching 1 million, and strong individuals were scarce. The city lord was merely a mid-tier lower deity. A brief diversion nearly caused everyone to forget the previous topic, but with Yulan's reminder, they returned to their prior discussion. Shi Xian watched as the elevator doors slowly closed, then leaned closer to Mo Qinglian, grasping her hands. At that moment, a vivid red number floated above Yijian Chongtian, 2418. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The speed of the figure in green was already hard to believe, and his attack power was equally outrageous. 2418, a figure capable of instantly eliminating most players currently. Among the hidden eyes surrounding them, he recognized several familiar faces, those who once tracked and pursued him. Meanwhile, Xiahou Liusu found herself sleepless, feeling regretful for having rejected Shou Xin the previous night. She should have been more accommodating. Waiting until he removed his trousers to reveal the secret order. Missing that opportunity, she pondered when another such chance might arise. Midnight had passed. Yet Yongyan felt no drowsiness. Since practicing the Moonlight True Sutra, his sleep had diminished significantly compared to ordinary individuals, which was an advantage of the sutra, allowing him to allocate more time to study and reflection. Upon hearing the 5 constables, they immediately halted, craning their necks towards the entrance, where they indeed spotted a sturdy servant struggling under the weight of a redwood box. Yet, he understood that this was unavoidable. It was a rule established before the beginning, one he could not change. Chapter 104. Wild lilies also have their spring. December 21st, 2008, noon. After an away game loss to the Suns, the entire Nuggets team boarded a plane back to Denver. Perhaps influenced by the defeat, a heavy silence enveloped them, the atmosphere on the plane plummeting to an icy stillness. No one willing to speak, the mood rather oppressive. Even the usually boisterous J.R. Smith sat quietly in his seat, gazing out the window. Though this was not the Nuggets' first loss of the season, the weight of it bore heavily on everyone, at least among her peers. None could resist the quickening of their hearts upon seeing Su Lingyu in her current state, each one falling into the depths of love. Denial? Such a thing was impossible to deny, and there was no need to. She was shy yet unwilling to argue. He sincerely expressed that during the regular season, Chengyu must start. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could only rely on others to defeat some lower-tier teams. Underground banks, arms black markets, mercenary groups, and illegal island organizations were easily scrutinized by adversaries. The creature stood approximately 2 meters tall, resembling a mantis, its sharp forelimbs effortlessly carved deep grooves into the hard concrete. Han Paopao observed his companions exerting their utmost effort and, after a moment of contemplation, pointed at the 9 flying swords ensnared in the dark, immediately illuminating them with a brilliant golden light. Radiance surged from the stone platform, and a barrier, seemingly as delicate as a cicada's wing yet incredibly sturdy, abruptly emerged. Within the cavern, the decisive battle between Ran Liangzuan's spirit and the elves reached a critical juncture. Johnny sat in silence, resigned to leaving everything to his companion beside him, having grown weary of waiting and eventually dozing off. Banner pondered the virtues of the seasoned drivers, suddenly realizing that sometimes their words carried profound implications. When Guisu entered the office, he found Tang Xiner dressing, with Gu Mo Yin wrapped only in a towel, her hair damp, recalling Su Nua's tear-streaked sorrowful eyes. He instantly understood. I do not seek anything extravagant. I merely wish to live freely and have a family member by my side. Is such a modest wish truly a luxury? Reflecting on the past, he realized that his survival to this day was due to the efforts and assistance of many, intertwined with a significant element of luck. Wei Jiuxia watched as the bamboo wrap meat pie before him steamed enticingly, prompting him to take a bite. Mr. Li, I am confident in my abilities. Feel free to conduct your experiment. If my work does not meet your standards, I shall not set foot through your company's doors again. He felt perplexed. wondering what could enable him to endure such immense suffering while appearing in relatively good spirits. Tang Yun fell silent, the smoke rising from his back dissipating slowly. Observing the gaze of the puppet Ralph, Lan Mao discreetly lowered the ice bucket he had been holding. As the escort team approached a narrow stretch of road, the official path suddenly constricted, the tall grass on either side thick enough to conceal a person. Lian Yang made a hand signal from his horse, urging everyone to proceed cautiously. My sway, upon receiving my order, hurried off, by the time I donned my palace attire. She had already prepared a bundle. Of course, he could not genuinely confine himself to this place forever. He intended to use a fragment of his martial spirit to dominate this world. The true horror lay in the fact that even though he knew Han Bing would come seeking retribution, Gong Yu Saiyan had no possibility of seeking protection. Nonetheless, whether it was him or not, tonight, this ID would undoubtedly become the brightest protagonist in the national server. Assistant lecturer? Although Luo Hao had been in the outer court for several months, he was still unfamiliar with this place. Just as Lin Huan was puzzled, Fanzing Hui surged forward, raising the Vajra pestle high and smashing it down towards the ground during his rapid advance. What will you do? We bear no grievances or enmities. Han Tianqi uttered these words through gritted teeth. The hatred that had shattered their family could not dissipate simply by discerning the true responsibility behind the events. For even the so-called act of forgiveness could only be deemed genuine after all emotions had been vented. Just as hatred does not arise without cause, it certainly does not vanish without reason. Observing Hani's calm demeanor regarding the situation, the Empress Dowager's heart grew increasingly perplexed. Raising her gaze, she indeed spotted, at the edge of her vision, two figures in dark attire rushing forward, while not far ahead, Han Yuxue was stumbling in her flight. This is a power that transcends your level. When one's rank is already inferior, what significance does it hold to overly emphasize the cultivation of one's abilities? Liang Yu's eyes shone brightly, a divine light emanating from within, as he spoke slowly. This revelation granted Du Qianjie a newfound understanding of his 10 kills technique. Initially, he had been overly fixated on form, which had led him to a lower realm. No matter how much he refined it, it did little to elevate his level of mastery. Thus, Du Qianjie resolved to dismantle everything and start anew, embracing a process of self-denial and reconstitution. However, the report from his confidant left him astounded. According to the information relayed to him, the smuggling operations were indeed factual, but by the time they arrived at the scene, all evidence had been obliterated. It seemed that someone had forewarned the perpetrators of their impending action, resulting in such an outcome. Deng Zhou observed the disheveled Mu Qingqi and directly extended his right hand to grasp her left, pulling her up with force. They held complete trust in him, knowing that his sword would never strike from behind. The majority of true intellect resided within the original entity, rendering her somewhat incapable of comprehending the statement. Although the three members of the Zhongfang did not fully grasp Mayumi's words, they understood the situation upon witnessing Taku's disappearance. I assure you that I will not compel you to engage in any illicit activities. If you agree, I shall depart immediately. Otherwise, I shall take up residence here. Xiao Wupu threatened with brazen insolence. In truth, there were numerous valuable items among the corpses and debris, including 4 spirit stones, 2 of which had been partially utilized, while the other 2 remained intact. The crowd below erupted in applause, and Jean Lizi cast a glance at Du Qianjie before briefly regarding Huangpu Ai. The wind whispered, birds sang, and autumn insects murmured, merging into a sound more enchanting than music, as lovely as a lover's whisper in one's ear. Due to feeling unwell, I will take a day off to rest and will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 105, Capturing the Pioneer. The stature of the strong as the first quarter concluded, the second quarter approached rapidly. The trailing Trailblazers aimed to close the gap. A 5-point deficit was hardly insurmountable for them. The Trailblazers were also a team inclined towards scoring. Among their bench, Chen Mo recognized a familiar face, Rudy Fernandez, a key player for Spain's national basketball team at the 2008 Olympics. Chen Mo had a favorable impression of him. However, the emergence of such news inevitably left Yun Wensong feeling somewhat surreal. Would it not bring joy to President Kazina upon witnessing this? After all, the fruits of my labor are indeed formidable. Opening his friends list, Jiang Hanjie's smiling icon remained online. He wondered about the situation since his departure. But even if loneliness had found him, seeking out Liang Wei would likely not be as smooth. The goblin brother emitted a low growl towards me. Although it possessed the ability to speak human language, it was inherently a subhuman species. Naturally, few would acknowledge goblins as subhumans. To the populace, goblins were merely monsters, indistinguishable from livestock. Despite the third Hokage's persistent skepticism regarding Li Yalan's identity, he felt it necessary to acknowledge Li Yalan's warnings. Indeed, after Finn consented to Li Yalan, he promptly dispatched Revelia and the Sword Maiden to accompany and safeguard him. "Ah, you old fellow, I have concealed myself in your presence for so many years. Yet you remained oblivious. It seems age has dulled your senses. The Dragon Demon Lord, I shall claim you." The great sage Bai Su wore a grim smile. Song Rueyang found it difficult to discern whether he felt relief or disappointment. He merely recognized the rapid thumping of his heart, resounding with fervor. "Very well, safe travels. And take care. I must take my leave now." Wang Sudong waved goodbye to Qin Kursen, leaving her at the airport's entrance before driving away. Arrogance. Luo Huang snorted coldly, unleashing a punch that reverberated through the void, as if the very fabric of reality were about to tremble, an overwhelming force colliding with Ling Zhao's fist. Initially believing she had evaded the concealed arrow, she was unprepared for the feigned diversion that redirected her attention, allowing the old steward to be slain in the ensuing chaos. The yacht boasts opulent decor, and the kitchen is likely equipped with a comprehensive array of utensils. Locating a pot and other cooking tools is of paramount importance for those who rely solely on a stone slab for their culinary endeavors. Have you heard the ancient adage, "Take advantage of your illness to claim your life"? A sly smile, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse, crept across Lu Chunlan's face. Reflecting on her frugal dealings with Fubao, she felt a profound regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would have treated him like an ancestor, venerating him accordingly. In such a scenario, they would no longer need to fear him. Xie Yuan's gaze turned icy. Recently, Song Xia had undergone significant changes, prompting him to remain vigilant, suspecting that she might have uncovered something. Thus, he devised a strategy to divert her attention entirely from other matters. Furthermore, the meticulous planning required for various tasks fell squarely on his shoulders, overwhelming him with the multitude of details. "I am asking you, what do you know?" White refrained from discussing trivialities. Since Chabai mentioned humans, it implied she was aware of the truth. Realizing this, Feng Zhi's initial apprehension dissipated like mist, revealing subtle thoughts that lingered. "You wretched woman, were you not instructed to avoid bringing candles? Now you've attracted attention." The speaker's voice was tinged with annoyance, yet he endeavored to keep his tone subdued. Ace remained silent, scanning the members of the Hell Pirates, pausing briefly on Enelu before ultimately focusing on the man leading the group, who stood directly before him. Li Kuei drew a broad axe from his waist and brought it down forcefully onto the table, while Wu Song lifted a wine jar to his lips, drinking heartily without casting him a glance. Perhaps the abundance of meat in this place had rendered the unknown creatures discerning as they gnawed at the corpses, leaving behind only clothing and the inedible hair atop their heads. Chapter 106, A Return to Familiar Grounds. Filled with praise, the tragic fate of Odin began to reveal itself, while the Nuggets reveled in their victorious joy. Following the conclusion of this back-to-back contest, the Denver Nuggets will be afforded a brief respite. Their next challenge awaits in 3 days, on the 26th of this month, when they will face the Philadelphia 76ers. At that time, they will journey to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to confront their adversaries on their home turf. During these 2 days of rest, Iverson did not spare himself. Ding Sanyong felt quite displeased in his heart. This old man had no manners at all. He wanted to lash out, but recalling the formidable experts within this building, he thought it best to avoid trouble. After all, on another's territory, one must show some respect. Once his own power grew stronger, he would surely swallow this so-called Thousand Islands workshop whole. Suddenly, Ding Sanyang's chest trembled violently, sending a shiver down his spine. Right, his Berserker Blade had been restored. The long-dormant Berserker Blade technique could now be wielded once more. Those devastating moves, each strike capable of delivering ruinous blows to his foes. This cage is forged from mental energy. Physical attacks from the outside are useless. Try the power of the mind, Bai Qi reminded. The price can only be determined after scanning. Customer Service 010 reverted to its usual tone. The execution of the Golden Dragon Devouring Breath technique was not merely about the oppressive aura of the Dragon Clan. Though not an active offensive martial art, neither was it purely defensive. It existed in the liminal space between the two. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's heart stirred. Though refining the profound breaking pill posed some difficulty, the gathered herbs were sufficient for him to produce 5 pills. He was confident that after a few failed attempts, he would surely succeed. Even meals are divided by rank. Do the elders eat better while the disciples and servants get scraps? Yihan Xiao asked. The man lifted his head. tears in his eyes. Wiping them away, he smiled and said, "This humble servant never imagined he would see his master again in this lifetime." Though aged and thinner than before, there was no mistaking it. This was indeed Miao Xian. So this old man thinks we're just dealing with the underworld, number 4 mused inwardly. Little does he know we're here to uproot them entirely. Unbeknownst to Mona, Lung Yuchen had searched for her in every place he visited. This time, their unexpected encounter at the Paris exhibition, he would not let her slip away again. Once conventional methods of perception are stripped away, how could an all-encompassing epistemology fail to grasp and wield the truth? Amidst the brilliant fireworks soaring into the sky, the deep winter snow shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, like a future woven in silk, or perhaps a fleeting illusion before descending into the abyss. This is to maintain agility while preserving the physique of the Dragon Clan. Although the full extent of power remains elusive, their sensitivity has vastly surpassed expectations. Huang Yuno now feels an ever-increasing distance from Mu Kaishan. She had witnessed his gradual rise after he first entered Minghai Academy. And it is precisely this journey that now seems truly astonishing. When I visited your home, you certainly did not afford me any preparation time. Qin Mingyao expressed her dissatisfaction, recalling the nervousness and chaos of meeting Yu Huan's family for the first time. Zhang Mian felt a twinge of displeasure at this. But noticing that no one was paying attention to him as they all gazed downward, he too leaned over to see what captured their interest. "Well, great detective, feel free to investigate as you wish. I shall keep watch at the door," Kazama offered voluntarily. The demon pill still requires further detailed study and exploration. Yet the present moment is not the most opportune for digestion and absorption. It is necessary to utilize it to return and complete the mission. At this juncture, he perceives the essence of life as if it unfolds before him, observing the inner workings of things without revealing them, as clear as water, yet occasionally rippling, instigating various currents of thought. Chapter 107, Madison Square Garden, the sacred ground of basketball, a sanctuary for retirement. Amidst the fervent anticipation of Philadelphia fans, both teams' starting players concluded their warm-ups and prepared to take the court. When Iverson stepped onto the floor, a resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. Instantly, even the players of the 76ers cast their gaze towards the Nuggets' side. Iguodala, reflecting on the former team's leader, the once unruly Iverson, appeared contemplative, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. The second-floor room's door swung open, revealing a robust man in a lilac narrow-sleeved robe, in his 60s, who strolled forward. Sunlight slanting upon him, illuminating his features. Simultaneously, Li Chaofeng tightly covered his mouth, fearing the words might slip out. Lu Jiming felt a wave of relief and, with a reluctant nibble on her lips, climbed out of bed, intending to take a cold shower. Jian Wei, cursing as he fought, unknowingly expended all his strength. Within merely 4 or 5 exchanges, the two Xianbei generals were left unrecognizable, lifeless under Dian Wei's furious assault. It was only when she felt a burning sensation on her face that she dared to glance incredulously at Xiao Yunan. Li Shiyao, the second son of the current empress, was destined to be a minister of the future. Opposing the future monarch would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. As the old year gave way to the new, households brimmed with joy. Even those who typically abstained from meat indulged in a rare feast, underscoring the day's profound significance for the common people. After enduring a harsh rebuke from Xiao Wuji, the old beggar was grievously injured, feeling as if his entire body were torn apart. With a gentle tap of her fingertip, the seemingly mountainous dragon and phoenix ring shattered with a resounding crack. Her master, Yin Jingen, had long passed away nearly 10 millennia ago, given Chu Qian's age. It was impossible for him to have known her. Upon hearing this, Ruiru's mood lifted slightly, with no favored concubine vying for attention. The emperor would undoubtedly frequent Yuqiong Palace more than before. The thought of no longer yearning by the window brought her a modicum of solace. Xiangzi, noticing Chen Daji's stern expression, immediately fell silent and obediently surrendered the car keys from beside him. However, within the city of Tianlin, the royal family was not the sole presence. It also served as the stronghold for the 8 great guardian families. As Long Jing'eng contemplated strategies against the demon emperor, on the 6,000th step, Su Fan opted to communicate telepathically, feigning magnanimity towards the demon emperor. Zhao Long, upon hearing Wan Qiyang's words, felt puzzled as to why such a comment had suddenly arisen. Mother was a high school physics teacher, once a top student at Harbin Institute of Technology and the belle of the physics department. She moved to this city with my grandfather due to a work transfer, where she met and married Lan Rui's father, only to later divorce. Reflecting on this, Jing Dan felt a wave of guilt. It seemed that when the emperor was enraged, she had, in a moment of frustration, failed to protect the child. The loss of the child that day was a burden she could not evade. At this moment, Qin Long opened his yin and yang dual pupils, sidestepping Zhang Ling's punch, and the yin-eye technique was unleashed without hesitation. In that fleeting instant, Qin Long had a clear opportunity to defeat Zhang Ling. With the use of the yin and yang dual pupils, Zhang Ling would have posed no challenge. Thus, the act of breaking through the door had its merits. At least Feng Xian's kick had successfully breached it. Hey, if that's the case, then there's nothing more to discuss. Let us go. We have serious matters to attend to. Wan Qiyang continued to lead the white horse, holding on to the rope beside its head. Bai Tianyu had once considered assisting him, only to find that Yang had left on the third day after returning to the Divine Blade Hall, or rather, had outright severed ties. Chapter 108, Showcasing the Art of Assists to the World, Nuggets Showtime. The league-leading Nuggets faced off against the struggling Knicks from the East. The suspense of the match was minimal. However, I am quite curious to see how Chen Mo's debut would unfold on the grand stage of Madison Square Garden, as Barkley mused from the commentary booth. With the game broadcasted live across the nation, it was unthinkable for the esteemed duo of Barkley and Kenny Smith to be absent from such an event. A game with little suspense was to be aired nationwide. After some hesitation, I scrolled through the screen, revealing a photo of Su Wei and Su Kai locked in an embrace. Wang Jiaoji was not concerned about his own safety. She had observed him training daily, confident that his skills would render any thief powerless against him, not to mention, given his rank. Even if Jian Yuelan and the others were unable to secure housing in their area, Zheng Wan and her group would have to assess the situation for their accommodations. Upon entering the hall, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, with dozens of eyes turning in unison, feeling a profound connection with the world. Yet sensing an invisible barrier that remained unbroken, a thought crossed her mind. To make that seemingly indifferent man fall in love with her was merely a matter of time. Tomorrow, I shall visit the auction house to find a mercenary group heading out of the city to join. Mu Qi was reluctant to take risks, yet when necessity arose, he must embark on the journey. Sui Ru donned a perfect smile reserved for formal occasions, her lips moving as she quietly reassured Hani. His despicable action stirred widespread outrage, single-handedly tarnishing the reputable legacy the Jian family had built over the years. He dreaded the thought of engaging in a fierce rivalry with Fusu, only to have Lu Ho seize the opportunity to turn the tables on both of them. With a thunderous roar, he attempted to retaliate, yet Xia Shua's footwork was as swift as the wind, having already circled behind the malevolent specter. He executed the technique Songhu Guanyiri, delivering a powerful upward kick to the fiend's jaw. Indeed, it has been agreed upon that L shall partake in this mission. To meet your expectations, I have made considerable sacrifices, and I sincerely hope you will not let me down. From that direction, a somewhat exasperated voice belonging to Nie Lang could be heard. The Wang family possesses an extraordinary capability to summon the emperor. Yet the gathered individuals remain oblivious to the true purpose of the emperor's visit, which is not to celebrate the trivial nuptials of insignificant individuals, but rather due to undisclosed private matters. Initially, she intended to return to H City, but upon checking the flight schedules, she discovered that all flights around 10 o'clock had been suspended for various reasons, with the earliest flight not departing until nearly midnight. When her song played, Nenu felt no embarrassment. Instead, she quietly retrieved some toiletries and placed them in the room's private bathroom. Kai Liang, the uncle of Yi, was a prominent minister of the current dynasty whose influence surpassed that of Mo Hongfeng. However, the rise of a mediocre ruler led to the current emperor's clandestine machinations, which sowed discord among the ruling and ministerial factions, resulting in the decline of the Kai family's power, replaced by the formidable Mo Hongfeng. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yu Shuren overheard several nurses discussing a remarkably handsome man who had visited Lan Yongyang during the night and had not left since. He was akin to a wild red rose blooming upon a snow-capped mountain, exquisite, fierce, and utterly unforgettable, a visage that would linger in one's memory for a lifetime. Shinsen hastily retreated. Akuen, resembling a madman, exhibited facial spasms that only intensified his terrifying presence. Weizhe was always reticent in his endeavors. Yet when one witnessed the unfolding events, it became evident that there was no turning back. Chang Wei gazed at Lu Guang, displaying a hint of resignation. Despite her legs not presenting significant obstacles, Lu Guang persistently fixated on the notion, over time, one shall ultimately become incapable of movement. With fatigue evident on Xiao Haoyan's face, he advanced towards the hall, while casting a sidelong glance at the strategist Mo Li and the steward Hien, who promptly stepped forward to summarize the events that transpired in his absence, culminating with Hien briefly recounting Ling Dongwu's departure from the residence. Chapter 109. The First Generation of Eagles and Five Tigers. The score had reached an undeniable 127-86, with a 41-point margin. Chen Mo's exit from the game signified the finalization of his statistics for the match: 15 points, 20 assists, and 10 rebounds. An impressive triple-double that marked a second in his professional career and his debut performance in the Grand Madison Square Garden, a flawless report card. The commentator Yu Jia on CCTV Sports Channel noted that facing Shun Feng's incessant threats, the old dog's psychological defenses had long since crumbled. After hearing Shun Feng's words, he complied, divulging everything candidly. It is said that a zombie is formed from a person's last breath, accumulating the pent-up energy of anger and frustration in life, which lingers in the throat after death. Yet, this alone does not constitute a zombie, as the convergence of time, place, and circumstance is essential for its formation. I will be right there. Yao Qingyu could hardly contain his eagerness. Yao Hongye did not kill him outright. Instead, he forced him to drink a deadly potion that would prolong his suffering for 3 days, not out of mercy, nor to allow him to relish his final moments, but to ensure he was acutely aware of his impending demise while awaiting the inevitable. He found it intolerable, as it disrupted his plans, and he loathed being coerced into altering his strategies, particularly resenting the man who fought alongside the demons before him. Upon opening his piercing golden eyes, Jin Mu's strength surged. Effortlessly breaking free from the grip of the disassembler, and with a powerful uppercut, he sent the nearly 200-kilogram disassembler flying, crashing heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. Let us depart. Observing the still kneeling Hei Nai, Long Hao felt that words were superfluous. He simply cast a deep glance at the other before turning to leave, only to have his pant leg grasped suddenly. Indeed, according to Qin Guo's investigations and analyses, this is the case, Zhang Zheng remarked. Yet, in less than a single exchange, the 5 or 6 special forces surrounding Ba Hu were sent flying by his 2 purple gold hammers. Is there not a single refreshing morsel to be had? More precisely, is there no food that is not seafood? Li Xiao fished out a cigarette from his attire, placed it between his lips, and lit it with a lighter. Chu Ping, without hesitation, agreed, and before bidding farewell, he personally led the prince and the various cave masters to see her off. Las Vegas, a city renowned for its casinos, leaves an indelible impression for gamblers worldwide. It is the sacred land of gambling, a place they yearn to visit. Now that he had exhausted all his tactics, being thoroughly understood by others, to learn such a remarkable skill would be exceptionally advantageous. Shocked, Mo silently etched this matter in his mind, contemplating what gift would be appropriate for the upcoming celebration. The Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is not at all comparable to the Tiando Royal Academy, as entry is not granted merely by virtue of status or wealth. Having said that, he leaped onto the bed, assuming a meditative posture under the incredulous gazes of the 3. Just as the extreme Heaven Demon Emperor was about to collide with Dan Zhengde and I, before Zhang Fang could witness the spectacle, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Following this murderous intent, Zhang Fang beheld the frigid gaze of the mother of Xianyi. Upon overhearing others speak of him, Mo Delay turned his head away, preferring not to see or hear. After Li Tian's departure, Cayenne's voice resonated in the sky, though her previously powerful responses now sounded somewhat feeble. I heard from someone who studied in China that improper practice could lead to madness. Is that true? I fear that my additional training might backfire, explained Myers. Chapter 110. Shooting down eagles. Even among dark horses there exists a disparity. Josh Smith's emphatic block sent the basketball soaring out of bounds. The unprepared individuals failed to intercept the ball, leaving possession with the Denver Nuggets, who prepared for an inbound pass. Chen Mo returned the ball to Anthony. Josh Smith's leaping ability instilled a sense of trepidation, yet Anthony was not one to shy away from a challenge. Once more facing Josh Smith's defense. This time Anthony lowered his center of gravity, holding the ball low. Xiao Mo savored nearly half of her coffee before preparing a hand-brewed cup for Jing Chunying. Gazing at the boy kneeling before her, Qinyu, despite being in a similar position, had lived for over 30 years. Qin Hao was astounded by the origin of the ancestral fire, yet he was even more curious as to why it appeared here. The servants of the Qian family had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon hearing Qian Zhang's command, they promptly filed in. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the tender affection Qian Lao displayed towards Yuan Yu. Throughout the millennia, he witnessed the same figure traverse the Naya Bridge countless times, sipping bowl after bowl of momentous soup, hoping he would refrain from drinking it, fearing he could not endure the suffering of 1,000 years in the river of forgetfulness, nor the solitude of waiting. If, after a millennium, his thoughts remained steadfast, retaining memories of his past life, he could re-enter the mortal realm to seek the one he cherished most in his previous existence. I endeavored to control the zombie virus with my mind as Xiao Chun suggested, attempting to modify my eyesight. However, I lacked his precise control, rendering my vision a blur, ultimately forcing me to abandon the effort. Tang Yun, who often lamented that humanity could be less reliable than beasts, found himself at a loss for words, holding his wind pressure board in a daze. He had been in the martial emperor realm for some time now, and had not refrained from engaging with the martial king during that period. However, in the face of these martial kings, he could effortlessly secure victory. Never had a martial king managed to so calmly dismantle his attacks. Manager Ruan did not anticipate that a simple home-cooked meal would be prepared with such care by the Gu family. Although it was merely rustic fare, the exquisite presentation revealed the dedication behind each dish. At one point, they truly despaired over this task, even contemplating abandonment. However, at that moment, as the crystal skull in Li Baitian's hand radiated with a spectrum of colors, Qin Xian's parents felt a sense of relief. Upon returning home and witnessing Qin Xian twisting his body, they could not help but express their sentiments. Since the Lung family had decided to suppress their opponent, Chen Ziqiang would employ every means at his disposal, ensuring that the adversary would have no opportunity to breathe. The slightly plump Mr. Wu's appearance took Zhao Xiang by surprise. After all, this man was a friend of Qin Tai, and his presence here was indeed unexpected. It was akin to a supercorporation valued in the trillions, which, in their eyes, barely registered as noteworthy. As the window opened, a chill breeze swept in, causing a stack of white papers to flutter, yet Chen Feng remained unfazed. However, after Qin's parents acquired some wealth, they began to expand their operations, which irked Shoudating. Their bodies were mostly preserved intact. Save for a slender wound at the heart, there were no other visible injuries. Yuan remained silent after concluding his conversation with Kobe Bryant, as he needed to seize the moment to regain his shooting touch. That is splendid, a monthly salary of 190,000. Is it possible to contact him now? Shin Tianhao immediately inquired. Du Heng nodded. All is well, just a bit less for the evening. If we don't have a hearty lunch. The old lady won't be able to manage in the afternoon. Be quiet. If you stir up trouble again, just go back. My father is truly angry, he exclaimed. His face flushed as he pushed Aunt Zhang aside. Is that all? I expected he would say something more comforting. After hearing that, it seems rather trivial. Since you possess so many poisons, just let him ingest a little. No need to kill him, just incapacitate him, suggested. Luo Yi belonged to Jing Zhichen, and the child within her also belonged to him. Perhaps, at this moment, both Luo Yi and her unborn child longed to remain in Jing Zhichen's embrace. Luo Yi and Gu Bo aided Luo Jing'an, who had fallen into the snow. Observing the profound guilt and desolation etched upon Luo Jingnan's face, Luo Yi enveloped him in her arms with a heavy heart. No need. I will handle her myself, said Lang Feishue, lowering her head. No one knew her thoughts. In truth, she too wished to eliminate Du Qianrou, and she was confident that with a mere command, Du Qianrou would undoubtedly meet her demise. Look, though slender, there is still substance, I remarked, thoroughly satisfied with my physique as I gazed into the mirror. This will be our new home. Do you like it? Jing Zhichen inquired, his hopeful gaze fixed upon Luo Yi, yearning for her affirmation. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. How about you? Does your company have any activities for May Day? Su Qing curiously asked. Gao Yang approached, conducting matters with utmost professionalism, devoid of bias. Even though he harbored disdain for Chu Cheng, Qing Cheng would not allow him to act excessively, hence Gao Yang appreciated Chu Cheng's demeanor. Jianinen cast a complex glance at Xin Yubai, suddenly comprehending why he could remain so aloof even towards his dying father. No need. Jianinen's gaze fell upon the bowl of herbal medicine yet to be consumed. She gritted her teeth, unsure why she felt compelled to challenge herself, and reached out to retrieve it for another sip. Thus, in the absence of absolute certainty regarding my capabilities, it was natural for the crowd to refrain from easily challenging a suspected top-tier expert. Is this what they call placental upheaval? Where does the chaotic energy of the placenta originate? Lu Lang pondered as he gazed at the frenzied placenta, still finding it hard to believe that such a peculiar entity could act autonomously without the influence of any person or spirit. However, his expression was numb, devoid of spirit. It was evident he had faced rejection in a confession, was it not? Qingzi. Zhang Tong approached, wrapping his arm around Su Qing's shoulder in a teasing manner. I am not afraid. ZMO has the support of the Duke of Su, so when the time comes, you won't be bullied by him. Li Qingqian half-jokingly assured them. Chapter 111. Anthony vs. Durant, a clash of elite small forwards. Following the back-to-back match against the Hawks, the Nuggets welcomed their final opponent of the month, the Toronto Raptors, on December 31st, the last day of 2008. Their previous encounter with the Raptors had taken place at the Nuggets' home court. This time, the Nuggets will journey northward to Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Toronto, the largest city in Canada and the capital of Ontario, stands as an international metropolis. Ultimately, humanity is a species, and the foremost principle of any living being is survival. Notions of gentlemanly decorum pale in comparison to the instinct to endure. Sure, Wee has entrusted his trailer to the awaiting subordinates and, extracting a pack of cigarettes, tossed one to the bald man, inquiring in a gravelly tone, as Yu Binghao's gaze met that of Yu Chao. He noticed the latter's expression darkening rapidly and thus raised his voice directly. Humanity is, at its core, a biological entity, and the paramount concern for any organism is survival. The pretense of civility is mere trifling in the face of this truth. Hey, saliva is dripping, Suning remarked to the dazed Li Yinyang. Once again, they encountered a once-in-a-century talent, a hope for the men's basketball team. And the situation escalated to the point where failing to release him could be perceived as a national betrayal. Thus, in resignation, it was suggested that Li Yinyang be summoned to negotiate the matter himself. With hands forming a seal, he spread them apart, and a longsword sang softly amidst the thunder, trembling violently under the force of the storm, nearly slipping from his grasp. Su Qing's hand gesture shifted, and the sword shot forth, transforming the surroundings into a realm of lightning. As Xia Yuan spoke, he dialed a number to Fan Yong, who, upon recognizing the caller, hastily answered. Yu cast a cold glance at Yi Yungang, who distorted the truth with reckless abandon. Her eyes were filled with frost as she immediately turned to point at the 6 individuals lying on the ground after Yi Yungang finished speaking. Who are you? Song Yuanju inquired of Jin Fan, his expression grave, sensing that Jin Fan was far from an ordinary immortal. Even with the chaos following the breaking of the boundless realm, it was impossible for the entire chaotic nation to harbor beings surpassing mere immortals. Thus, Song Yuanju was certain that Jin Fan did not hail from the land of chaos. However, a pressing concern loomed. The dark demon race possessed overwhelming power, rendering even advanced weaponry ineffective against them. Not even fighter jets in the sky, tanks on the ground, nor submarines in the water could withstand the onslaught of the dark demon race. The strike appeared to be blocked. Yet it achieved his intended outcome. Yifeng did not press the attack. A warrior within this state could undergo perfect enhancement, sustained by the extraordinarily dense primal energy continuously absorbed into their being. Great tornado. With a sudden whirl, Miyamoto's body unleashed a tempestuous force, roaring toward Wu Tian like a cyclone. Baiyin, raised under strict parental supervision even into adulthood, felt an impulsive urge to consult Song Tianji about whether to act, only to discover it concerned a matter of life and death. Seeing that the primordial young energy had gathered sufficiently, Song Tianji guided it downward from Li Jiuwen's crown, instructing, do not move recklessly. As the violet chi gradually merged into her body, the Yifeng sword radiance shattered, the terrifying beam, albeit diminished, still surged toward him. His display served a purpose. In this apocalyptic world, only those with capability received preferential treatment. Had Lin Mu appeared utterly ordinary, entry into the base might have been denied. Demonstrating prowess in weapon crafting was the optimal choice. Among the airborne creatures, Lin Mu recognized one, a western dragon, its massive yet agile form soaring effortlessly with each flap of its fleshy wings. At the sight, he smiled. Yet she had noted Yu Xingqian's astonishing performance in the first test, striking through mountains, and was taken aback. Chapter 112. The Pitfalls of Isolation Play in the Opening Quarter. Durant and Anthony engaged in a direct duel, showcasing their prowess as elite scorers. Anthony, with his refined technique, held the edge in scoring consistency. But Durant, still young, was evolving. The previous season, Durant's inefficiency had earned him labels like stat patter and high volume, low efficiency scorer. This season, however, his metrics had improved significantly, his relentless shot attempts now yielding better returns. But now, without Fengju, without the Feng family, he could not afford to lose the Chu family and Chu Lingwei. I scratched my head, finding the man peculiar, yet more perplexed by the inexplicable palpitations that had gripped my heart moments earlier. especially after the martial artist's arrival. Shuli and the others could no longer rest soundly, startling at the slightest disturbance. Since Xiao Xuan's discharge, the old master had taken to calling at night to check if he was at the villa. This call was likely another such check. Jiang Yingtao and Lan Yutao cared for Lan Shihan together. Though their past glory had faded, Lan Yutao's business thrived, promising future growth. After all, he remained the male lead. Chang Ziluo closed her eyes in despair, weighed down by exhaustion, self-reproach, guilt, unease, and regret. The moment Yuan Yaowei sent the message, the hotel room doors swung open. The sight of Manager Bai, draped only in a towel, his flabby body on full display, made her wish she could rinse her eyes. Seriously? Shiran pouted. This man's mood shifted like May weather, unpredictable and mercurial. A man's heart is as fathomable as the ocean's depths, she mused, shaking her head before soaring skyward. In the end, unwilling to sadden the old master, Xia Yuqing nodded in reluctant agreement to his request. At the exhibition, upon entering, one is greeted by an expansive runway adorned with antiquated decorations and several screens depicting the four great beauties. When Luoshi awakens from her stupor, she discovers that everything has irrevocably changed. She has transformed into a newborn infant, enveloped by unfamiliar faces and a warm, inviting atmosphere. It appears that the malevolent creature has not only sustained grave injuries but is also under a seal, yet, in such a state. Its audacity is perplexing. Whether to admire or to deem it arrogant remains uncertain. It is rather amusing to ponder what would have happened had it been unprepared. Surely, it would have been reduced to a mere mass of flesh. The rustling sounds persist, leaving one to wonder whether it is merely the wind caressing the leaves or indeed a creature traversing the dense forest. Old Wang, how could you leave just like that? It has been far too long since we last met. We ought to have a proper conversation, remarked the first leader with a smile as he approached Old Wang, gently patting his shoulder. Are you also here to see Tang Chuan? Old Wang's words prompted a moment of surprise from the first leader and his companion, followed by evident astonishment. Furthermore, Mu Yinshan has dispatched Zhang Qinghe to the capital for her protection, if they can manage to deal with Chu Jianjia. There is no need to inform the Chu family. Conversely, if they are unable to handle the situation, notifying the Chu family would only serve to burden them further. Master, what are you doing? Isn't Feng Xiaoming eliminated? Ling Feng exclaimed in shock as he witnessed the scene unfold. Hua Xiong, feeling his strength waning, found himself gradually succumbing to exhaustion after 30 or so exchanges, overwhelmed by an inevitable fatigue. With her right hand wielding a sword and her left hand guiding a white horse, she stood poised in the soft morning light, where the breeze danced through the silk, evoking an ethereal sensation. He sensed that these individuals disdained Xia Yunxing due to Chang Yinji's demeanor, leading to the current predicament. Chapter 113. The standalone tactics of the Thunder team, characterized by their frequent maneuvers. Durant, possessing unlimited firepower, leveraged his exceptional abilities to propel the team's offense. With Durant as a safety net, such strategies indeed afford the Thunder the capacity to compete against other teams. Despite their record of 4 wins to 30 losses this season, the margins of their defeats were seldom substantial. Though they may lose, they still strive to fight back. Following an urgent examination, the doctor promptly summoned a nurse to deliver an oxygen bag and administered saline to teacher Shi, then lifted his gaze to declare, rib fractures. Yet no major organs are compromised. Immediate hospitalization is imperative. Meanwhile, the laborers carried the 4 children out just as the fire truck and ambulance rushed onto the scene. What opinions do you have, Minister Chen? Yang Guang, interrupted by Chen Kefu, remained largely unfazed. Today, his spirit soared, granting him the sensation of being a timeless emperor. Thus, he paid little heed to the interruption. Upon Zhang Chuanyi's downfall, the resentful inspector promptly retaliated, resulting in Liu Bei wrongfully accused of collusion with Zhang Chun, embarking on a path of escape. This serves to illustrate the adage, cutting the grass without uprooting the roots leads to its regrowth, as Liu Bei once again exemplified this truth. Consequently, the atmosphere, already heavy with tension, became even more stifling, as everyone felt the weight of their burdens, longing for more to survive and reunite with their families. After all, this match was crucial to both sides' survival in this year's playoffs. Therefore, neither the Cleveland Cavaliers nor the Miami Heat dared to treat this game lightly. Meanwhile, Lin's father remained oblivious, suffering from excruciating abdominal pain that radiated to his back. Sensitive to the touch, he was startled awake by Lin Tianqing's sudden pressure, gazing at him in astonishment. However, in Handan City, whispers of discontent regarding General Li emerged, prompting Zhao Mu to lower his head and speak with trepidation, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is because she has nearly become omniscient and omnipotent, with no paths ahead and only the hindrance of those fragmented souls behind her. Lunan dismissed this notion, stating, "A one-on-one challenge poses no issue, provided you have the fortune to survive." His expression suddenly turned stern. "Cabello, you are a man of substance. I have some inquiries to make. If you possess any wit, do not attempt to deceive me, understood? No evasion." The father and son sat before a table laden with an abundance of dishes, yet they merely focused on their own bowls, neither lifting their gaze to acknowledge the feast before them. The meat appeared indistinct, nonetheless. A multitude of Gu clan disciples risked their lives to rush forward in a protective sacrifice. Upon arriving in Songqing, they first proceeded to their prearranged accommodation. Yet, Pei Yiling did not immediately escort Rongzi to seek Liang Zhonglin. Instead, they indulged in exploring several prominent tourist attractions within Songqing. As the siblings faced considerable disappointment and Xinyuan Yihan found himself at a loss for words, a voice resembling that of a lover wafted from a distance. The three turned simultaneously towards the sound, and upon noticing the similarity between the newcomer's features and Yin Chafeng's, Xinyuan Yihan quietly withdrew to the side. "You may rise. I shall prepare breakfast now." This manner of sleeping was not new. It had been the same with Bai Shui, though at that time there was no hand to hold. After all, the abrupt departure of so many individuals around her evoked a sense of isolation and helplessness. She believed Rong Xiaoqing was correct. Who could predict the future? Therefore, she resolved to savor this happiness, albeit one that did not rightfully belong to her, in the present moment. Ming Yi's heart felt like it was being gnawed upon by worms. He was ready to present a lifetime of happiness as a tribute before her. Fully aware that Yin Yang's affections were insincere, yet willing to feign engagement. At least Yin Yang received the benefits she desired. While Lianshan merely found a sliver of solace, I still hold value for my wife. Chapter 114, Soaring on Twin Wings. Striving for the first 10 consecutive victories. On January 5, 2009, the Nuggets welcomed an opponent they had never faced this season, the Indiana Pacers. As of now, the Pacers held a record of 12 wins and 21 losses, having embarked on a rebuilding journey following Bird's decision to trade the team's core player, the six-time All-Star Shaquille O'Neal. This record evidently bears no relation to the playoffs. In the 2005 draft, the 17th pick, Danny Granger, this season, for the sake of Jin Yuan, forcibly swallowed his impulse to spit. He then inquired whether, should a conflict arise between his duties at the National Defense University and the operations of his spacecraft, he should prioritize one over the other. Naturally, one must consider that flies do not alight upon seamless eggs. The reason Soros has swept through Asia is due to the substantial financial vulnerabilities that many countries in the region inherently possess. A shadow flickered across Huang Shang's gaze as a cruel smile curled upon his lips. At this moment, he could no longer endure. How could he regard me with such a look? When Yin called Renjini to enter, he shivered at the sight of the other's gaze upon him. Did he not go to the Korchin tribe? After leaving Liaoyang, he took his family to the grasslands. Hauge felt a tinge of pride. The worse Aobai fared, the more pleased he became, believing that Aobai's fall from the vice-governor to a commoner might render him too ashamed to show his face. The Sea Saint King, in the entire Yulong cave heaven, held a status far superior to that of the cave's master, being the preeminent figure of utmost authority. Faced with this scene, the members of the Black Dragon Society could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Their expressions filled with trepidation and fear as they cast wary glances at Zifeng, subsequently retreating slightly, instinctively huddling together, fearing a sudden attack from Tang Zifeng. The thin man shot a fierce glance at Jiang Hao, then exchanged a sly look with the plump one, moving his body, which had grown numb from Jiang Hao's earlier actions, and began to loudly urge those present. Just as Li Yong found a moment of respite, Political Commissar Wang Qingda was busily occupied with a plethora of issues requiring his attention. The main forces of the 18th Army were approaching, and matters of public security, united front work, food supplies, barracks, and even locating a clean water source were all pressing issues, each indispensable. Lin Dong let out a hearty laugh, removed his clothing, and offered it to Li Hu, donning Li Hu's trench coat in return. This seems to be the result of an entirely different sensory experience, distinct from visual and auditory perceptions. It is as if there exists a mysterious force within the very blood of the other person, rendering everyone momentarily silent. Each room in the house is equipped with a heated bed, even in the newly constructed home of the second brother, where the guest room has also been fitted with such a bed. The chill here carries a dampness characteristic of the South, penetrating to the very bones, making the presence of a heated bed indispensable. Thus, it becomes quite manageable. Fu Jichao is assured that the soldiers he brought along would undoubtedly possess a different caliber than those associated with the crown prince. It appears to align with his expectations, and thus, he cannot be blamed. He is aware of the influential figure behind Renfeng. Yet the elders have advised him to refrain from acting against him for the time being. Yang Lin responded. On the stove in the kitchen, there is a pot containing clear water and some grains of rice, evidently remnants of porridge that have been watered down and left to soak. Your manner of speaking is indeed unlike that of others. After a brief pause, he remarked, his tone seemingly ordinary yet imbued with an inexplicable novelty. The aroma merely signifies the initial stirrings of suspicion within Ling Qi. Zhao Qingli detests chaotic fragrances and would never consider applying perfume. This is one reason among many. Bailey Yu's carriage lay concealed in a corner, awaiting the departure of Bailey Qing's vehicle before it would venture onto the main thoroughfare. As anticipated, upon uttering this statement, Xiao Tang's attention was diverted as she began to scan her surroundings for any vendors selling candied hawthorn. Chapter 115. Rest assured, I am here. After the first quarter, the Nuggets lead the Heat by 3 points, with a score of 28-25. Wade took charge, scoring 10 of the Heat's 25 points. This essentially encapsulates the Miami Heat's routine this season. In contrast to the Heat's over-reliance on Wade, the Denver Nuggets possess a plethora of offensive options. Whether it's Iverson or Anthony, the effectiveness of their offensive capabilities remains high. Although the formidable Dwayne Wade, known as the Flash, is exceptional, Anthony's average points per game are noteworthy. Setting aside the legitimacy of certain debts, owing remains owing. If it were merely a matter of a few million, Chao Yongyan would undoubtedly lend assistance without hesitation. Originally, Chung Tsung was merely a subordinate, with his highest rank being that of a deputy in the Martial Alliance. Lonely Star. How despicable you are to scheme against me. I have spared you in the past, yet today I shall engage you in a battle of life and death. As the ominous dragon's roar echoed, a surge of golden energy erupted forth. Bai Hua raised an eyebrow, confident that both he and Xiao Yan were visiting for the first time. If the ancestor of the Putois family had not ventured elsewhere, Xiao Yan should not recognize him. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept across Yin Mei's face as her entire being relaxed. Oh, Brother Fei, you're back. Are you severely injured? At that moment, Bangzi emerged from the bushes. The president of the Taishan Association coughed violently, expelling a copious amount of blood, thick and tainted with fragments from his internal organs. Chun Hao's eyes widened as he hastily suppressed the alcohol fumes emanating from him, seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention to open the passenger door of the Land Rover and sit inside. Unperturbed by the surrounding gazes, Chen Feng continued to drink, downing the potent liquor without so much as a flush or a gasp, leaving many in awe. Du Yuan and Shun Yuro offered slight bows before vanishing together into the teleportation array not far from the reception hall of the Shushan sword sect. Moreover, the Xie family wields substantial power, far surpassing the empty title of a prince. Marrying a primary wife is trivial, while concubines are to be cherished. Suddenly, a hand grasped his wrist, causing him to wince in pain as he turned to see the owner of the hand. Gu Chaoshi was bewildered, wishing to retaliate against this audacious individual who dared to outdo her in shamelessness. Are talents not born anew in every generation? She yearned to curse, to bite, to kill, but he seemed to grow more intense upon sensing her adaptation. Leah glanced through the supermarket shelves, spotting a pair of bloodshot eyes belonging to Gao Muyuan, typically reserved. She wished to avoid entanglements but was blocked from leaving by Gao Muyuan. We do not understand. We will follow your lead. Whenever you deem it appropriate, we shall proceed with the transplantation. This successfully allowed Yuan to persuade her parents to stay a few more days, brightening her demeanor once again. Xia Yaoyao could not fathom his feelings, but admired him nonetheless. To put it plainly, there are no demons, ghosts, or divine beings. People merely seek peace of mind. Gu Chaoshi meticulously recalled the situation with Prince Yu, realizing that the swaddling cloth indeed lacked a piece. However, she had not paid attention to the intricate patterns. This piece of swaddling cloth was crucial for Prince Yu, yet insignificant to her at that time, making it easy to overlook. The lines on the fire basin were predominantly closed figures, and even within some distorted curves, there were concealed symbols of infinity. Yet, I had failed to notice any of this, Tang Mo remarked, not for any other reason, but because the voice carried a raspy undertone, initially sounding like that of a stranger. The vehicle continued down the road, with Yang Shua demonstrating commendable driving skills, making for a comfortable ride. Upon reflection, this last task was the least favorable, as it should have been rotated among others. However, if changes were to be made at the last moment, it would surely raise suspicions of breach of contract. At this moment, she genuinely hoped that the person behind her was Ji Ran. Then, his intentions would be clear to all, yet even with this knowledge, she watched as a multitude of shares flowed into his possession. Observing Yi Feng's disheveled figure, Hong Lian chuckled brightly, then summoned a long sword, commencing a dance of blades within the sword sect's courtyard. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei felt a sudden jolt, though his expression remained composed. Then, I glanced at the man again, finding him somewhat familiar, as if I had caught a glimpse of him in a garment factory. Just then, the malevolent spirit that had narrowly evaded a strike from Zhun Yuan appeared before him, utilizing its formidable strength to block a punch, while behind Zhun Yuan, dozens of malevolent spirits emerged, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged toward her. After winding through several turns, Lu Yufei finally led me to a door labeled changing room. She knocked gently, but no response came from within. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures harmonized beautifully. The two outside exchanged knowing glances before falling silent, refraining from entering. Instead, they observed discreetly for a moment before joining their hands in prayer before the Buddha statue, bowing 3 times before quietly departing. The farmer, carrying a hoe, scrutinized Yuchioer and Yin Sun, examining them closely, frowning slightly. The village rarely welcomed outsiders, and the arrival of 2 strangers warranted caution. Yet, his elder brother barred him from entering, claiming he had caused their father's demise, declaring he was no longer a member of the Fong family. At this moment, it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill, preparing a momentous prologue for their unfolding tale. He had now become a disciple of the Tao sect, having long aspired to protect it. Yet, if he were indeed that fallen celestial emperor, as the mysterious figure had claimed, and if the specter who had sheltered him was the very one whose family had been annihilated by the Tao sect, should he seek vengeance? How should he confront the Tao sect? Should Hu Mingchen be willing to accept, perhaps, with a mere turn, he could take a seat in the opposing chair, determining the fate of the situation. As soon as the youth touched the ground, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, he hurriedly crawled to Wei Qi, tightly embracing his legs and weeping profusely. The reason for your brazen confidence lies in the support of other forces behind you. Am I not correct? Wang Zhaojun calmly analyzed. Although Xiao Yuanchan's words were spoken softly, the keen senses of the cultivators ensured that his voice resonated throughout the entire area. The Iron Princess, Princess Pingong, is indeed a legend. Her military achievements are formidable, rivaling even Li Shimin, having conquered half of Guangzhou. This tea was brought to me by a friend who traveled to Anhui. It possesses a pleasant flavor, albeit a bit scant, which is why I usually keep it aside. To give it a try, Wang Zhan remarked as he set down the kettle, just as Ergo was relieved at the prospect of leaving. Suddenly a hand reached from behind, causing him to stumble. The owner of that hand stepped on him, climbing over, while Ergo, choking on water, found himself too weak to rise again. Chapter 116. Chen Mo, the plus version of Philip, the ultimate answer of the Nuggets. Breaking through the barrier of 9 consecutive victories, the momentum of the Nuggets has undergone a remarkable transformation. Kenyon Martin's return is most opportune. Now, with the entire team ready for battle, the Nuggets are determined to fight fiercely, striving to seize every victory in this new year's first month. Coach George Karl wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. While they may not place significant importance on regular season records, no team would deliberately aim to lose a game. If victory is desired, and if the team is, this time, unlike her previous demeanor, Jian could not help but feel a sense of peculiarity. Had Ian been stimulated by something? Yet, her gaze lingered a moment longer on the black cat, which had already closed its eyes in slumber. A soft voice, imbued with a hint of curiosity, echoed through the vast office, perfectly interrupting the words Qin Zifeng was about to utter. In her relentless pursuit of the exquisite gown, Jiangxi Yeko had been tirelessly preparing day and night. As for the floral crown, it was plucked from her own garden, fresh and nourishing, after careful consideration of color and selection, ultimately deciding to procure from the shops in Maicheng. The courtyard trees fell into contemplation. Indeed, upon reflection, the poaching gang seemed laden with mysteries. However, if Silona remained silent, he would hardly conceive that they were merely pawns of Team Galaxy. Haha, it has truly been a long time since Ito-san last visited. Oishi Shuichiro observed the egg-headed figure, watching Qian. There will surely be a use for it. Perhaps you could plant medicinal herbs accordingly. Mu Chonghao jested for once. Then promise me, unless in dire circumstances, you must not use it against anyone. Dong Ling hastily cautioned her. She had not continuously pondered in her mind. When had she ever confided in him about her lack of knowledge regarding her own dreams? He was well aware of Xiao Tao's martial prowess and understood the principles of strength. He did not believe Xiao Tao could rival Wu Beishan. Nonetheless, Xiao Tao emerged victorious, causing Wu Beishan to flee in disarray, leaving him astounded by the formidable strength Xiao Tao displayed. The four individuals exhibited no curiosity regarding Ming Qi's presence, failing to spare him even a glance as they earnestly addressed Lu Yufei. Gradually, Feng'er wiped away her tears, her emotions slightly easing, and called the two children inside to watch television. Upon entering the war-torn area, Ming Qi could distinctly sense a stifling atmosphere that seemed to permeate the air with a foul stench of decay and blood. Perhaps it would only be after returning to his homeland, after a few months, that the truth would finally be revealed. In their company, not only were they 8 in number, but more importantly, even the weakest among them possessed peak yuan in cultivation. The gentle smile that once graced Aunt Xia's face had vanished, replaced by an expression of worry that clouded her features, her hair now nearly entirely white. The Mad Shark was the mightiest patriarch among the sea clans, wielding unparalleled quasi-saintly power. The 9 Extremes divine techniques contained countless clever applications, with hundreds of different treasures positioned to unleash even greater strength. They moved like specters, silently ascending into the air, while Duobao wielded a dark red long knife, striking directly at the guardian on the other shore who stood gazing at Emperor Ku. He conceded defeat. Thus, unless the spiritual mountain were uprooted, he would not make another move. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of excitement, to work within such a profoundly established enterprise and to be favored by the boss. Surely his future would be bright. Although Zhou Ling had surmised that Ran Hua intended to leverage him against Su Yonghuan, he could not fathom why Ran Hua had chosen him. After all, given Zhou Ling's recent affiliation with the Chancellor's estate, what could he possibly do to assist Ran Hua against Su Yonghuan? With a resounding dragon's roar, a treasured sword shot forth, landing squarely in Yuan Qiu's grasp. Under its chilling brilliance, the sword's momentum unfurled like ink swirling through the wind, tumultuous as the mighty Yangtze River. Go, fetch the submersible pump and connect the power lines. Lu Guangjiu, upon realizing the urgency, immediately dispatched someone to retrieve the drainage machine from the village. Just as I intended to leave, a figure suddenly darted past, shoving me aside, causing my vehicle to collide with the individual, accompanied by the screech of brakes and screams. Tong Tian heard the commotion and rushed over, with Yuding and Yuan Shi following closely behind. Wow, Teacher Zhu, you were truly magnificent. Even in such situations, your first thought is of your parents. I, on the other hand, would definitely consider jumping off a building if faced with such a predicament. But before I did, I would ensure to take down the one who wronged me. Ensuring they suffer for a century after their demise, Lei Yin chuckled. After finishing their meal, Lu Xiaoyu suggested they take a stroll around the team, to which the old gentleman Chen readily agreed, confident that with Qian Weijia leading the way, and the group of soldiers who held a favorable impression of Lu Xiaoyu present, none would dare cause trouble. Once he regained his composure, the male staff member floundered in the water, realizing after a few moments that he was no longer in deep water. A torrent of fear, exhaustion, grievance, and sorrow converged, culminating in an explosion of emotions after a day filled with misfortune. The elderly woman led Gu Hengxing into the palace, pointing at a complexly patterned grand formation within, and began to speak slowly. As a major force in the northern state, the Jiuyo sword sect could overlook everything beneath the level of unparalleled celestial experts, regardless of Gu Hengxing's potential. However, compared to the imperial artifacts before him, his capabilities were utterly incomparable. Wu Wei paid no heed to their preparations, waving his hand as he boldly crossed the threshold into the inner hall. A young lady, clutching a crystal card, entered each shop without hesitation, buying everything in sight. Oh heavens, could we have a dozen of such divine beings? Watching the carriage recede into the distance, Wu Wei couldn't help but chuckle, as a dignified deity of light. He found himself momentarily distracted by the allure of earthly delicacies. The negotiation expert donned heavy bulletproof gear, raising his hands high. The intercom system he carried relayed Malenkov's demands to the police command personnel outside the hotel, the same signal reaching the elderly, crippled man waiting in the Volkswagen. Chapter 117. Chen Mo, a basketball enthusiast destined by fate in the second quarter, the Nuggets returned to their advantageous territory. Chen Mo, J.R. Smith, and Nene led the bench players onto the court. Upon returning to the team, Kenyon Martin felt some confusion regarding the changes, longing to find himself back in the rotation. He wished to play a significant portion of the first quarter, followed by a full second quarter, allowing him to share equal playing time with Chen Mo. If only Wang Ming had not been so confident and had not rushed to escape, but instead allowed the zombies to swarm him, Qi Feishuo and the others would have undoubtedly perished. On the internal forum, an esoteric technique was freely posted, originating from their ultimate boss, alongside some cosmic knowledge. "Oh, dear sir, you have arrived." The large teapot proactively stepped forward to greet, bowing respectfully. At that moment, Wu had also been dressed up by Xuan Zhiyao and brought out. Seeing everyone, Wu felt a touch of embarrassment. "Are you really not going to come out and acknowledge this? If I were to call someone forth to identify you, it would not reflect well on you," Yuan Xiao remarked, glancing at Li Xin, as everyone turned to observe her in hushed conversation. Thus, he secretly resolved to seize this opportunity. Regardless of the underlying motives of the Dawn Group, Qiteng and Nie Haichen were taken aback, swiftly distancing themselves, one in front and the other behind Lin Bin, who was already breaking into a cold sweat. Perhaps the super genius who opposed the heavenly tribulation was indeed the savior of my demonic clan. The residual fluctuations of the heavenly stage expert stirred restlessly, seemingly recalling something as they manipulated the blood-red stone to ascend into the sky. "I would like to hear your plans," Li Xian stated directly, avoiding circles around Li Xiaoyuan. The two had been at odds since entering the palace, only easing after Li Xiaoyuan's miscarriage. Although others believed their animosity remained. Immediately, an alluring eunuch flicked away the dust and approached the concubine, taking the memorial and presenting it to the emperor. For reasons unknown, Old Song seemed in a foul mood today, maintaining a stern expression and speaking with an unusual lack of levity. "This is not yet the end." Wang Cici unexpectedly approached Cui Bin, gently taking his hand and placing it on her slender waist, before slowly departing from the scene. "However, it is quite peculiar that you referred to Shiyu just now. Is that how you address Sister Shiyu? And your tone was so ambiguous." Zhuang Qingyu crossed her arms, regarding Cui Bin with a scrutinizing gaze, exuding an air of intensity that revealed no secrets. Su Yao's skin was prone to leaving marks, yet it appeared rather intimidating. She did not feel any pain. The darkness within the cave was impenetrable. Amidst laughter, visibility was obscured, and the depths remained unknown, descending endlessly. The reason I emphasize the word only is that I believe Old Song, lacking any gifts, may even take my phone away. Thus, what was once a weapon with both a sharp edge and a sturdy grip had now transformed into a mere bare stick. For instance, when a master is nearing the end of their life and has no one to inherit their lifelong skills, they may resort to this method of transmission to pass their abilities to a successor. However, this approach is fraught with danger. If the recipient cannot withstand the influx of internal energy and skills, it could lead to a fatal rupture of blood vessels. Therefore, this method should only be employed as a last resort. With a smile plastered on my face, I inwardly cursed, having traversed 2 streets with this old man. And after turning through several alleys, we finally arrived at his dilapidated home. After settling in Wuzhou, she would write letters during festivals to ensure her safety was known. And Duan Lin would update her on his recent circumstances with his aunt. However, he refrained from arguing with Xu Wei, fearing that his words might evoke shame in her, compelling her not to send Linbo and Lu Jingying over. Moreover, the teachers here are no fools. Surely, everyone is aware of each other's actions. Chapter 118. Be the sharpest sword in the substitute role. It is another All-Star Day. On the morning of January 13, 2009, the Dallas Mavericks arrived early in Denver, requesting access to the arena from the Nuggets. Naturally, the Nuggets would not refuse, willingly allowing the Mavericks to acclimate and train. Recently, the Mavericks' performance had been rather average, with a record of 3 wins and 3 losses in 6 games throughout January. For the fiercely competitive Western Conference, such a win rate was evidently insufficient. It is said that baldness is hereditary. If one could wish for anything extra, let us hope for abundant hair for his descendants. Amidst the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, the wandering bones caught Xiaoxin Yue by surprise. She was astonished to find such things here. At this moment, the other non-saints grew increasingly anxious. Previously, they had disrespected He Shou, relying on their status as members of the human race. However, He Shou, in his forbearance towards the alien tribes, had endured their insolence. When He Shou finally spoke, they realized the absurdity and ignorance of their arrogance, for he could effortlessly crush them. Chen Yi approached the virtual electronic screen and casually traced the blueprint of the base, studying it intently and committing it to memory. "Father, Mother, we are safe," Yin Jiujiu said, breaking the heavy silence as he observed their grave expressions. The group of Taoists, seeing that they could not save him, rushed towards the front courtyard. When Tian, noticing the lack of attention, lamented with a mournful cry, "What man does, heaven observes. This is my own doing, my own folly." He leaped off the eastern precipice, 1,000 feet high, and the so-called heavenly questioner met his demise, leaving no trace behind. Just as the saints of Qinyan Temple prepared to communicate with their fellow saints, the others began to express their stances. Bai Qinyu evidently did not grasp the policy of encouraging reproduction, prompting Song Nan to explain it to her in detail. By this logic, does it mean I can only be regarded as having a moderately special physique? He felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Meanwhile, his senior brother did not respond to Lin Haoyan immediately, as he was undergoing a profound transformation. This represents the fundamental principle by which he selects his disciples. Without a resilient spirit, how could one hope to transcend to greater heights? Nonetheless, a victory is a victory. They paid the price of hundreds of fallen soldiers and ultimately captured the city. How could they not venture in to explore? Thus, after composing himself, Zhang Ji promptly commanded the entire army to enter the city. It is best if they could hear the sounds within. While he spoke thus, Su Qingsong harbored little hope. When Zhao Meier turned her head, she spotted Yu Xuanhuan seated on the bench by the bed, looking at her with a knowing smile, and in that fleeting moment, she realized she had fallen into a trap. Of course, Gong Sunzan's approach did not entirely resolve the issue. Should they resort to slaughter? It would only exacerbate tensions between the two parties, and even with overwhelming strength, they would suffer considerable losses in population, military, and provisions. Oh, the convenience lies in the fact that all establishments under my ghost hall offer a 50% discount. You should comprehend the implications of this. For instance, with properties, a mere resale could yield profits of tens or even hundreds of thousands. After retreating to Shouchuan, Yuan Shu first took time to recuperate before setting his sights on the Jiangdong region. Although his naval forces were not robust, the presence of Liu Biao, a formidable local lord, with his substantial army in Jingxiang, bolstered his ambitions. "Miss Su, we are here on the command of the prince to deliver something to you," said the cheerful eunuch Qin Yuanbao, following the steward and addressing Su Jini. In truth, Master Xing was already at the hot pot restaurant, and within mere minutes of their phone conversation, a colossal figure appeared in room 8, none other than Master Xing himself. Who can truly live forever? "I fear I may only have a decade left," the emperor reminisced about his earlier chess match with Master Yu Yuan, recalling those words. This sentiment felt somewhat kitsch. Ouyang Liang managed a faint smile, his gaze fixated on Tian Ning's hand, which indeed began to rise. Chapter 119. Overcoming the Young Bull, Avenging the Sun. Achieving 13 consecutive victories. In the subsequent quarter, facing the exuberant and attention-seeking J.R. Smith, Terry found it challenging to gain any advantage. J.R. Smith's desire for the title of Best Sixth Man spurred him to perform remarkably well, even exceeding the expectations of Chen Mo and George Karl. A rare display of excellence on both offense and defense truly earned him a spot as an all-star. As a formidable contender for the Best Sixth Man title, J.R. Smith indeed delivered an explosive performance. Even J.R. Smith. Should this situation persist, it will become increasingly disadvantageous for me. As my adversaries are merely biding their time until all those around me have perished, this is precisely what they yearn to witness. At that juncture, the news of my abduction will fail to reach anyone, leaving me utterly devoid of any opportunity. Zhang Lei promptly pushed Haiyan behind him and inquired through the Eye of Darkness. What is the level of the Ice Stone Giant? Its life force? Its skills? A voice, laced with curiosity and an unfamiliar softness, emerged from the crowd, imbued with astonishment as if it had never encountered such a place within the palace. Long Tianxiang nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall grant you half of your request. Once you bring forth the heads of the Black Emperor and the Blue Emperor, we shall formally ally." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian nodded gently, and simultaneously, the four of them transformed into streaks of light, soaring out of the grand hall. "All right, my dear, do not be upset. I was merely jesting," Yuming said, extending a translucent hand to gently caress Jinyu's dark tresses, soothing her softly. Upon hearing the term wedding, the Fox King turned around, his posture gradually straightening as he awaited his son and new daughter-in-law to perform the ceremonial bow. As Li Yiming perceived the flaming whip closing in, he shouted furiously, "Capture the fleeting shadows." His speed transformed into mere afterimages, leaving the fire whip struggling to keep pace. The Heavenly Emperor cast a skeptical glance, unable to fathom how this renowned romantic of the three realms could possibly be oblivious to such matters. The Earth Fire Dragons can summon a maximum of 2 at a time, while the Vice President is capable of summoning 5 simultaneously, showcasing a level of mastery beyond their reach. It is no wonder she was able to break through to the celestial level at such a young age and ascend to the position of Vice President. She is indeed exceptionally talented. Goodness, what a dense fog! Zhang Jin lamented, gazing at the pallid earth with a mix of frustration and helplessness. What are we to do? He returned to the camp after lowering the tent flap and issued a command. All commanders gather in the command tent to await news from Puan. At that moment, Chen Yu hurriedly pushed open the wooden door, which was not entirely secured due to Mu Tian using the latch to roast corn on the cob, and stumbled upon the peculiar sight of 2 individuals standing side by side. There was another underlying matter. Both the leader Han Xinyu and the people from Hashan tacitly agreed to refrain from extracting the dragon Bodhi, settling for a compromise and allowing the matter to rest. As a server passed by with a tray of red wine, Chu Ping personally poured 2 glasses, presenting one to Gu Lanshan. With a smile, Gu Lanshan bent her brows and reached out to accept it. Although he had not articulated his feelings clearly, she could still feign ignorance. However, if he were to confess entirely, could she truly accept him insincerely in a bid to salvage the Lin family's enterprise? Dust swirled in the air as the powerful mountain winds gradually dispersed it, and the disciples of Qingqiu anxiously gazed at the palm print, their hearts in their throats, uncertain of the fate of their leader and that old fellow. Indeed, during a conversation, the newcomer noticed the exquisite Pokemon encyclopedia at the waist of their counterpart, seemingly the latest version from Fang Yuan. Coupled with the individual's demeanor and age, they drew such a conclusion. Zongyang hesitated to turn around, unwilling to confront her in his current disheveled state. Although the opening dance of Lin Yuan AI's birthday banquet was not performed by Lin Yuan AI and Lin Shinshin, it did not result in any embarrassment. On the contrary, Lady Lin basked in the myriad praises from those around her, radiantly leading Lin Yuan AI onto the stage. In the 120th chapter, The Chosen Dark Horse, the Nuggets triumphed over the Suns, a team that had previously defeated them, maintaining their undefeated home record and unraveling the lingering doubts from before. Today, the Nuggets performed admirably. Anthony shot 11 of 23, hitting 2 of 6 from three-point range and making all 7 free throws, accumulating 31 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Iverson added 24 points and 4 assists. Together, they showcased the brilliance of their partnership, with Anthony and AI Lan Yu's tempers flaring after a remark from Qi Xia. Though she dared not retort, nor could she argue that she was not lacking in appearance, leaving her frustration simmering within. Zhang Guorong recognized the voice as familiar and looked up to see the grinning face of Chen Xiaofeng. Lu Yao's investigation aligned with Yun Xingye's inquiries concerning the Ghost Command, prompting Yun Xingye to take personal charge, a departure from his usual practice of remaining uninvolved in such matters. In recent days, he has utilized numerous resources from the spiritual office. If he were to investigate at the level of Wang Jian, his direct team would indeed find it challenging to provide an explanation to the commander. After satisfying his hunger, he retired to the bath for a rejuvenating 20-minute soak in hot water, leaving him enveloped in warmth. Yu halted in his tracks, turning to approach the young Tibetan, promptly unleashing his spiritual awareness to scan him thoroughly. He chuckled, deeming this insufficient. The towering demon, nearly 3 meters tall, bent down to open the cold storage behind him, revealing a collection of various human organs and bones. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, its dark golden pupils gradually became tainted with crimson, culminating in the emergence of a blood-red moon. Most of the photos were candid shots taken of her by the seaside, perhaps due to the photographer's lack of skill. Some images appeared blurred, yet she could still be discerned. The foundational ascension of the 4-dragon and 5-dragon patterns allows one to pierce into the 5th layer of the heavens. Yet their realms would halt there, remaining forever at the true monarch level unless an extraordinary encounter were to intervene. Childish, as if one had never eaten. Although Ling Ling could not match Lin Qingqing in combat, her capacity for sarcasm could far outstrip her rival. Thank you, Mr. Qin. May I inquire about your upcoming itinerary? Would you be able to grace the banquet at my humble abode tomorrow? Lu Xinmin inquired. Ah Fei, having seen the world, was unlike Gao Qing, who had spent the entire year confined at home, never stepping beyond the threshold, embodying the essence of a sheltered noble lady. I can hardly wait to take the stage and share my teachings. This may be the singular shining opportunity of my life, declared the practitioner, revealing a sincere smile. With a furious roar, the Grim Reaper's chief bellowed twice, then extended his emaciated hands. As his fingers spread, they unleashed 10 red, elongated spikes measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, one from each fingertip, exuding an unparalleled aura of decay. However, there exists another narrative suggesting that the internal world of this celestial fruit is the birthplace of the heavenly Tao within this realm, taking shape here and being referred to as the infinite world by the supreme beings of this universe. What could possibly be the reason? Can they truly not contend with Fanja? Wang Jing inquired, puzzled. It is likely that discussions concerning the Kunlun celestial realm will commence soon. For you Chinese individuals, this may present a crisis, yet for the majority here, it signifies an opportunity, Lin Yaoyao continued. His limbs were shackled in iron chains, encased within a closed rectangular glass chamber, with flickering electric lights overhead. Yet the whip did not strike Chu Tian. Instead, he effortlessly caught it in his hand. At that moment, a plume of black flame surged from his grasp. The words spoken were exceedingly incisive, evidently striking at the very core of Du Xiaoqiang's vulnerabilities. With a piercing glare emanating from his eyes, he slowly advanced towards Ling Qiu, step by deliberate step. Before them lay a vibrant expanse, a world of verdant shades previously unseen. Li Xiaofan now resembled a fervent youth, passionately battling for his reputation, indifferent even to the specter of death. You may scorn me, but my medical prowess is beyond reproach. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest. In the eyes of Empress Yin, the conflict between Rongyu had long transcended her rivalry with Princess Qingping, evolving into a contest between the successors they had each nurtured. The child had laid forth such an extreme condition. If they were to press relentlessly, could they still be considered human? Were they not driving the child toward a path of despair? Despite the abundant resources being gathered in Bohai, Dandong remained in dire need of revitalization. And extravagance was a luxury they could not afford. Should the plans come to fruition, the expenditure would be immense, with no guarantee that the provisions brought back from Bohai would suffice. Suddenly, a resonant cry erupted from the divine feather, filled with profound melancholy. A lamentation stemming from his ill-timed existence, now yearning to release this pin-up frustration. The mountain giants had reached their apex upon breaking into the Tianye realm, a feat considered the limit of their potential, while the frost giants were different. Once they matured, they could often unleash the peak power of Tianye purely through their physical might. Under such an aggressive onslaught, Gao Gang's strikes became increasingly fierce. Unleashing the entirety of his lifelong martial arts training, his strength erupting in full force. This incident has sparked quite a discussion among the residents, as everyone acknowledges Zhao Xingyu's exceptional skills, deeming him the undisputed leader of the younger generation. It is indeed astonishing that he was attacked at night and sustained an injury to his leg. Meanwhile, it was noticeable that Hui Yuanjin, for the first time, chose not to play golf but instead sat on the sofa, engrossed in the morning news. Following the exhibition, those who initially dismissed the jade artifact as worthless began to change their tune, now praising its beauty. As he withdrew from her, she trembled uncontrollably, biting her lip and softly sobbing. Thus, we commenced our farewells to him, and I earnestly advised Shanshan to take good care of one another, ensuring that her sincerity remains unscathed. Shanshan agreed. Simultaneously, she inquired about my next destination, to which I replied that I would casually visit Xuanqing, possibly returning home today or tomorrow. Crucially, she understood that her mother-in-law had no ill intentions. It was merely a casual remark that unfortunately caught her father-in-law's attention. Gu Sheng completely disregarded Huang Ziqing's threats, merely glancing at the latter before striding out of the office. The video captured the silhouettes of Jian Bai and Su Mei in a CAF, but regrettably, only the visuals were recorded, leaving the sounds unheard. The edict stated that Zhao Yunze had pioneered movable type printing, greatly benefiting the dissemination of knowledge. He also manufactured glass and organized investment conferences to amass wealth for the nation. Coincidentally, Zhao Yunze was blessed with a son, and in recognition of his contributions, his son was bestowed the title of Marquis of Shichang by Li Shimin, who also conferred upon him the official name Zhao Hao. Chapter 121, A Star Shining Brightly. The Ailing Magic. The starting lineup for the home team, the Denver Nuggets, comprised point guard Chen Mo, shooting guard Iverson, small forward Anthony, power forward Kenyon Martin, and center Nene. Meanwhile, the starting lineup for the Magic included point guard Jamal Nelson, shooting guard Courtney Lee, small forward Rashard Lewis, power forward Hedo Turkoglu, and center Dwight Howard. Prior to the game's commencement, Barkley introduced the starting lineups for both teams. In the pregame predictions, Barkley solemnly reiterated the stern warnings he had conveyed to his parents and elder brother, knowing that the other three nodded in acknowledgement, indicating they had absorbed his words. Indeed, the King of the North led an army of 300,000 to the border, personally bringing his elite troops towards His Majesty's location. They had already arrived at Shenzhou and would soon reach our territory. The messenger who had come to deliver the news was drenched in cold sweat. I found it exceedingly difficult to ascend. I leapt vigorously, attempting to grasp the edge of the stone cavern, yet I could not reach it. Growing anxious, I desperately struck the wall with stones, hoping to create a foothold, but the stone surface was too hard to yield. Qin Zhengxiao's departure was not solely to grant Lu Miaman time. At that moment, he was summoning Mo Shouyuan. She pondered that if Mo Shouyuan were to perish before her eyes, she would certainly not survive. Is that not inappropriate? Someone interjected. You took someone else's letter. What will their family do upon arrival? It was a moment of true empathy, selflessly considering the feelings of others. When Ran Xiaochun brought eggs to visit Ran Lai, she felt a knot in her throat, unable to eat the breakfast she had prepared, as if her throat had stiffened. After Jiang Yi opened his eyes, Elder Bailey smiled warmly at him, offering no words, simply waving him over. Understanding the gesture, Jiang Yi quickly uncovered the animal hide covering him and followed Elder Bailey outside the round tent. However, the news was dire at that moment. The second prince had led the northern guard into the palace and was already at the gates of the Qingyu Palace. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows tightly. Due to Ai Wen's absence, the dining table felt incomplete. After dinner, Xiaoli engaged in conversation with her parents, discussing her entrepreneurial endeavors. However, for Nie Kong, during his initial encounter, he merely intended to issue a warning. He did not wish to create a rift with these 30-level experts. If the adversary was willing to acknowledge their mistakes after being defeated, any dropped items could be returned. Indeed, the desire to personally crush the flavor was palpable. Pady Urshus chuckled as he observed Duke Crushita rushing past him. The fragrance wafting by was irresistibly delightful. Within the Zhengong Palace, Queen Zhaoran glared at the note in her hand, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her eyes flashing with a mix of panic and fury. The financial department of the Ju Sun was burdened with laborious tasks that she did not need to undertake. Her primary responsibility was to monitor the flow of funds on the ledger for Li Lifeng. Young Master Wu regarded the man before him, who bore the label of a criminal yet was treated with utmost respect by both the academic and county officials. The Zhao patriarch mentioned by Qin Ba indeed referred to the Zhao group leader and manager Zhang's mind, who was the chief person responsible for the evolution agent Type 2. Lu Haizi looked mournfully at his possessions, now reduced to a pile of soaked wood, feeling as if he had lost his very soul. This was the fortune he had painstakingly built. As everyone pondered how to ensure the collection of taxes without incurring the displeasure of the shogunate, deliberation ensued. These individuals have accompanied Bai Zongjin for many years. One would assume they would consider his interests more deeply. Why then do they not intervene on Zai Ziyu's behalf? Licking his lips, Stannis began to frequent the tavern, subtly inquiring about the enigmatic spellcaster, yet he found no leads. Emperor Huizong is my maternal grandfather, and Emperor Xinzong is my biological father. How can a mere practitioner like you presume to speak of them? Yuan Shou remarked with furrowed brows. My apologies. Please wait a moment longer. This chapter is longer than I had anticipated, filled with substantial content, so I shall post it later as I am still diligently typing away. Chapter 122. Unbeaten in a single month, the legend's glory shines forth on January 25, 2009, in Salt Lake City, Utah. The Denver Nuggets arrived at the home court of the Utah Jazz to challenge a team that had nearly disbanded them at the season's onset. The Jazz's recent performance has declined compared to the beginning of the season, plagued by numerous injuries, notably the absences of Kirilenko and Carlos Boozer. Their lack of presence has hindered the Jazz's competition for a top 6 position, as each match's victory seems increasingly elusive, as the path of retreat was sealed. The remaining disciple of the heavenly mountain villa felt a chilling sword intent. A flash of determination crossed his face. With a flick of his wrist, sword energy surged skyward. And wielding his longsword, he charged fiercely towards Wang Hao. Is it truly worth abandoning your wife and child to marry me, a woman fated to bring misfortune? Chen Yu stepped forward from the crowd, her expression cold and devoid of even the faintest smile. The crab soup was exquisite and delicate, garnished with green onions, presenting a stunning appearance. The clams were prepared in 2 styles, one in a light salted broth, and the other stir-fried with spices, a suggestion from Chen Yu, who had noticed the numerous chili peppers in the kitchen, prompting Lin to showcase her culinary skills. Dong Sheng, what the fish said is correct. It merely requires a day's effort, so let us give it a try. Otherwise, when the grain arrives, we may face starvation, Lin urged with a heavy heart. Her worries about the food supply compounded by Hu's recent troubles. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and Molly hurriedly exited through the back door, making their way toward the workshop. The business at the workshop has stabilized, yet the demand is high. necessitating more workers on a daily settlement basis. Thus, everyone at home who had idle time ventured to the workshop to earn some extra coins to contribute to household expenses. That evening, as the curfew approached, the streets gradually fell into a state of desolation, with only the occasional footsteps of soldiers echoing into the distance. The intermittent chirping of insects made the sweltering summer night feel even more stifling. During his last visit to the Beast Garden, Shang Ziyuan had faced numerous obstacles from wild beasts and spirit creatures. However, this time was different. He traversed the Longquan Gorge directly towards the Beast Garden without encountering a single beast, though he had turned off his divine power switch. His mere aura was enough to intimidate these wild creatures and even startle the divine beasts. Similarly, Xiaobangyi and the corpulent Gao were also unconcerned with the machinations of the court, yet they remained wary of the hidden rivalries within the palace, always on edge. After a full incense stick's duration, the enormous sinkhole in the eastern town, with a diameter of 10 zhong, finally appeared before the remnants of the corpses. Currently, within my bank, there were still nearly 2 million spirit stones. The notion of crisis was non-existent. Did they wish to redeem the spirit stones? To reclaim these 2 million spirit stones would require them to pay a staggering 18 million spirit stones. Could they possibly produce such a sum? Du Feng's appearance was that of an utterly ordinary individual, and they mistook him for a mere staff member at the scene. I immediately dashed out from the villa. Glancing back at Sister Miaoling, who remained rooted in place, I could not fathom her reasons. Spit it out. Spare you a complete corpse. The angels and paladins were incensed. And once they regained their composure, they erupted into furious shouts, launching a renewed assault on Zhang Fan. The holy light sacred pill was rare even among the angelic race. Possessing it, even in achieving a semi-holy body, could elevate one to the status of a saintly powerhouse. 3 or 5 divine realm experts, a combat wolf legion, a blood wolf mercenary group, and the families within the Beishan Elder Council. Beside them, Zhou Xiaoying promptly elbowed him, prompting Guochang Jin to halt his words. Casting an awkward glance at Lu Tingting, they were the field operatives of the Dragon Fury, who had never imagined they would one day meet the Dragon Lord, the supreme leader of the dragons, a realm far beyond their reach. Chapter 123. The All-Star starting lineup is announced, the most anticipated episode. Damn, lost again. As the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, Paul felt a deep sense of regret, staring blankly at the jubilant Nuggets celebrating together. After the game, Iverson excitedly tossed the ball upwards. Accustomed to grand stages, he could not hide his inner joy. 19 consecutive victories and a flawless month were achievements that sparkled brilliantly. Maintaining the current momentum and continuously advancing, how could they not secure the championship? Even though Lung Yi was reluctant to engage with Yi Fei, the already corrupted Yu Fei had completely lost her reason. In such circumstances, Leng Yi would undoubtedly suffer, true to his nature. Even if Yu Fei were to strike him down, he would likely refrain from retaliating. After a brief discussion, the two made their way toward the eastern part of the city. Lin Jingfeng adjusted his collar to appear more approachable before pushing open the office door. If there were no signs of progress, it would be exceedingly difficult to gain support from above for establishing an industry chain. After consuming so many black gold pills, his cultivation was gradually rising. Lu Zhenfeng noticed everyone looking at him and could only sigh helplessly, finding an excuse to step outside and draw a drop of blood into a vial before returning. Well, that statement did carry some weight, considering Sang Biao was renowned for his boldness and tenacity in the field. Bai Yanyan slightly bowed, her voice soft as she complied. And to the astonishment of Wang Tian and Lin Yu, she truly approached Wang Kai, gently massaging his back with her delicate hand. In Star City, renting a 3-bedroom apartment would cost at least around 2,000. Saving half the money each month could indeed entice many financially constrained office workers. The Kuai and Kai families of Jingzhou relied on each other, with Kuai Liang being the patriarch of the Kuai family and the leading figure between the two families. Since he had spoken, although Kai Mao remained unconvinced, he chose to refrain from further comment. Outside the courtyard, the trumpet vine had climbed the walls on either side of the gate, its yellow flowers swaying brilliantly in the blazing sun, creating a splendid sight. It is said that the trumpet vine is also a medicinal herb. It seems Ji Kabing had arranged this courtyard to serve dual purposes. In that case, I shall wait here to return to the southern kingdom with the Grand Tutor, Guyin remarked with a hint of mirth in her eyes. The Prince of Ping County had cold water dripping from his head and face as he looked at Qi Shu, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Guofeng appeared calm, yet inwardly scorned. After all, when he was beaten by his brother, did he ever say such things? Sitting on the sofa, he reached for a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, placing one between his lips. "Who are you? Do you not know this is the territory of the dead? The consequences of intruding here are severe." Tuanzi widened his eyes, attempting to appear fierce, yet his efforts only rendered him more adorable, devoid of any intimidation. As Su Fingwan was about to leap from the carriage, Yishang held her hand, disembarking first and then extending his hand to her. Understanding his intent, Su Fingwan took his hand and slowly stepped down from the carriage. If another armored corpse were to appear, perhaps they might have a chance of victory at a great cost. However, against the silver armored corpse, they would have no opportunity for resistance whatsoever. "I sense a different aura from you. Tingshi, you may withdraw." The giant egg remained silent for a moment before speaking, its youthful voice resonating. Xiao Fei felt an unusual sensation arise within him, as if he were being thoroughly scrutinized. The ancient demon clan elder nodded with a smile, and after a glance, an enormous pillar, seemingly countless in length, rose with the wind and crashed violently into the barrier, leaving Xiao Fei and the others in a state of bewildered amusement. Chapter 124, a rematch against the Spurs, Popovich's compromise. All-star Chen Mo, in his rookie season, being selected for the All-Star starting lineup promised a bright future. In the Denver villa, Iverson spoke to Chen Mo with keen interest. The sarcastic tone made Chen Mo frown. "It's all thanks to the support of Chinese fans. You should know that by now. Just look at how intense the disputes outside are." Chen Mo replied. As an all-star starting player, he was merely a rookie. Most wandering souls are the confused commoners who live their lives in a haze. After death, they become scapegoats, too intimidated to speak out, as they all ultimately reincarnate, with ghostly messengers using threats and temptations to mislead them. Lin Yixuan tightly embraced Chu Yunma, as a splendid sunset painted the sky, the sun ablaze, casting golden rays. They appeared as a pair of exquisite beauties, a breathtaking tableau that Snowy Red and the others could not bear to interrupt in their secluded world. This creature, having shown no hostility towards him, even after he struck with the sword without receiving any resistance, has prompted reflections on his extraordinary nature. Since his birth, he has been hailed as an exceptionally rare genius, both in talent and resolve. The illustrious White Emperor among the 5 emperors found himself outwitted by him. A revelation that would undoubtedly incite a joint pursuit from both the divine and demonic realms if it were to spread through the 3 realms. He could only regard her as a sister, and now that Tao Jiaying has expressed her intent to remain solely as his sister, he feels a sense of relief from burden. Brother Fan, am I not impressive? I've only written 3 chapters, totaling 9,000 words. And the editor has already contacted me for a contract. Li Xiao is oblivious to Yang Fan's expression, for all his attention was devoted to the writer's assistant on his phone. Even though Gan Ning possessed the deadly capabilities of the Mystic Death and the Eye of Death, his opponent would not afford him the opportunity to unleash them after losing the initial advantage. Lin Yixuan, gravely injured, had rested sufficiently over the past few days and had made some recovery. However, to expect to move with the same agility and martial prowess as before was but a delusion. Fang Yin promptly drew the Qiyu Demon Blade, executing a crescent strike towards the colossal termite ahead. Meanwhile, Yu Luming indulged in the sweet allure of Ning Shuangying's words, his hands exploring the exquisite contours of her body, fully savoring her endless beauty. Yet, for Kai, the situation was dire. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had not tasted a single vegetable, and even with contributions, vegetables were nowhere to be found in the entire town. The divine realm echoed like a thunderclap, causing Mo Song's pupils to constrict. He had no comprehension of what the divine emperor's realm entailed, only a vague understanding of the divine realm itself. Wei Xiao was taken aback. Realizing it was too late to redirect his massive sword, he had no choice but to confront Long Xing head-on. Gao Ming withdrew his gaze. As long as no one dared to conspire against him, he had little interest in the dynamics with Zhang Chao. Moreover, it was crucial to note that someone had already entered the Lanrua temple before them. Upon the land, countless birds and animals, much like humans, gathered silently by the riverbank, awaiting something. It resembled an alliance predominantly led by the Aztecs, with 3 tribal cities involved, Texcoco and Tlalocan being the other 2. Earlier, under the full force of his Taoist cultivation, the amethyst had suffered not the slightest injury, yet under this seemingly casual strike, it shattered into pieces. Let us commence. Despite his usual composure, he felt a tremor in his hands. Following the giant ant, would the next adversary be a goblin? After the officer departed, the black wolf sat on the chair, murmuring to herself, fully aware that in the current circumstances, if another battle ensued, She could no longer rely on the power of darkness. The only combatants available would be goblin soldiers. Familial bonds and friendships are often built upon certain foundations. As for Yang Suling, she felt quite content. Chapter 125, 22 consecutive victories, the legacy of Chinese basketball. The second half of the match began. The starting lineups of the Nuggets and Spurs returned to the court. Realizing the game was slipping away, Popovich shifted his focus to the opponent. If, during their first encounter, he had harbored interest in Chen Mo, contemplating recruiting him for the future, that interest had now dissipated. Replaced by a gaze akin to that of a predator observing its prey, young yet remarkably composed. Thus, despite the factory manager's reluctance to attend to Su Jianya, he internally urged himself to act swiftly. No amount of shouting or frustration would change the outcome. Wang Buliexing fell, and the fire crossbow arrow fell, a second later. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the sorcerer met his demise at the hands of Yi Yuxing. In the future, if she were to marry an unremarkable man, she would forever be overshadowed. Zhao Qingyun's expression turned somewhat awkward, as the Tao factory was currently in a state of loss. Amid such circumstances, the presence of additional non-formal employee expenses was indeed perplexing. Therefore, he was merely a martial artist, the second-ranked attacker from the American team. If they were to tally up all the players, would likely find themselves ranked 5th or lower. This steel body had even altered its combat style temporarily for an aggressive approach. Did it fear him? Meow meow meow, without much thought. Nodded and took the intercom from Ling Shihan to gather firewood. After Song Fei's departure, Zheng Runlin felt pensive in his office for a while. Although the next day marked the arrival of new students, evening classes and a class meeting were still necessary. He understood that Li Qing was a person who valued loyalty and possessed empathy. He had already devised a plan. Despite Li Qing's current anger, he was inherently soft-hearted. If he could soothe his temper and plead with him, there might still be room for reconciliation. The ostentation of wealth was glaringly apparent in an era where many struggled to afford a meal. Some individuals nonchalantly gave away boxes of snacks to clear space. Earlier, Yiyun had indeed shown no mercy, though he had halted just in time to prevent any fatalities in such a public setting. To create a scandal of slaying 30 fellow disciples upon entry into the sect would be a most disreputable affair. Shen Ming wished to curse at Fiona, but beside her, Chen Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Blade team, equally taken aback, noticed the shadow and murmured to themselves, seemingly addressing one another. Those once revered as celestial beings among the demon tribes might have developed different thoughts in modern times. Yet they would never allow the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow to be extinguished by others, even if it meant waging war. Have I gone too far? Perhaps Dai Shui did not share her mother's sentiments, merely acting on her own misguided assumptions. She had always harbored prejudice against her, yet today, it seemed she was not as objectionable as she once believed. Xian Xiao gazed, somewhat dazed, at Dai Shui's retreating figure. The members of the Wolf Fang team were well aware of Di Gua's keen senses. Upon hearing her words, they all came to a halt. The prince and his consort sat together in the carriage, appearing quite harmonious, in stark contrast to their earlier quarrel, sharing laughter and conversation. Under the system's prompt, he resolved to set aside other matters and directly send these two into the cycle of reincarnation. Sister Tang, please take a seat and calm down for a moment. Li Chanqian gestured for Yunzhu and Chen Jiang to assist, one on each side standing guard, while she grasped Lan Tang's arms from the front. Chen Shou extended his arms behind Lan Tang to prevent her from toppling over in case she panicked and struggled. To be frank, Scarlet was a manager he had nurtured for many years, and she was also the successor he had envisioned as the next city lord in his heart. Chapter 126, The End of a Winning Streak. A sigh of relief on February 6, 2009, the Denver Nuggets traveled to Miami, Florida, the home of the Heat. It had been a while since the two teams last met. The Heat's record stood at 27 wins and 23 losses, placing them 5th in the Eastern Conference. Thanks to Wade's near-superhuman performance in January, the Heat had finally stabilized their record. Wade averaged 9 points, 8 assists, and 7 rebounds per game that month. All celestial soldiers fell, and every divine general was defeated, leaving the commander of the 5th Army of the Divine Realm, Peng Jun, with a grim expression. He crossed his arms and wore a solemn face, remaining silent. Jiangchen, I have left you a first time. Lian Qing whispered softly into Jiang Chen's ear, like a gentle breeze. Upon returning to the bedroom, Lian Qing burrowed into the warm quilt, only to feel Jiang Chen's arm tighten around his waist. A hint of panic evident as he had not yet touched him, Jiang Chen leaned his face against Lian Qing's arm. Although the mountain aura surrounding Yunshang was solid, It was effortlessly pierced by the Supreme Leader's palm. Following that, the Supreme Leader delivered a kick that sent Yunshang flying backward, feeling a profound pain. Jin Lufeng's handsome brows furrowed. He had not intended to make matters too transparent. Yet, Xie Dajuan's explanation clearly aimed to pressure Jin Jintao. However, when 10 streaks of sword energy intertwined to form a defensive barrier that easily blocked the thunder fist, Lei Heng broke into a cold sweat. For he was dangerously close to the sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Gu Qingquang lightly kissed Tao Xiu's face, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. Tao Xiu turned away, uneasy, glancing out the window, only to be pulled back for another kiss. "You scoundrel." Yayu was infuriated, nearly losing her composure. And she desperately reminded herself to remain calm. To contend with someone as shameless as Chu Yang, she would have to become even more audacious and alter her strategy. The shimmering waters and spring tides illuminated by lanterns radiated endless opulence and luxury in the night. It concealed an infinite monotony and solitude. "Are you still angry?" Lin Feng ultimately could not bring himself to utter the words of parting, for he noticed Tang Chi's expression of melancholy. His concern for Tang Chi was genuine, stemming from a heartfelt tenderness. "Regardless of their motives, I shall not allow them to succeed. This time, I was negligent. But I vow never to let the children face danger again." Nangong Jinhua expressed her apologies regarding Yunji's matter. She wondered how long it would take for her to compose herself. She needed to maintain her composure and avoid further embarrassment. However, Guodong finally spoke. And with the first opportunity, he feared not a second. Yu Suqing regarded Guodong, feeling that the journey was worthwhile and was quite satisfied. "My husband. I wish to retract my earlier words," she thought, her lips unconsciously drawing closer. To her surprise, Li Yinqing appeared so serious that he could lie without a change in expression. Tianshui did not wish to suffer further defeats, and a voice within her protested. "You cannot win against your master any longer." Regardless of whether Lu Yin was deceiving her or genuinely offering her a chance at survival, she could only choose to cooperate. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his iron-like frame now trembling uncontrollably. "Let us go seek justice from Sun Jie. How could this be? He had randomly assigned us to a district, yet wanted to penalize us." The man immediately called out. Moreover, he was oblivious to the fact that his left hand was raised, as if fearing others would miss the string of beads adorning his wrist. Even his ruby ring seemed to scoff. "Just a string of worthless beads, and you treat them like treasures." Not only did he plunge into the water, but he also lowered the dragon head toward the ship in an attempt to collide. Xiaban Gui seemed to have anticipated that the demon dragon would take such action. As the ship descended into the water, he released the force of 1,000 pounds. Chapter 127. The lineup is set. All-Star Weekend officially arrives regrettably. The Nuggets were in poor form for this match and failed to secure their 23rd consecutive victory against the Heat on their home turf. The reasons for the loss were manifold: the tightly packed back-to-back schedule, the Heat's outstanding performance, or perhaps their own lackluster state. In any case, both teams delivered an exhilarating match, and the Nuggets had recently displayed remarkable prowess, achieving a 22-game winning streak, tied for the second longest in NBA history with the Rockets. Lin Yijia finished embroidering the last peach blossom bud, threaded the needle, and held up the entire cloth for a moment, a smile gracing her lips. As for how her father truly confirmed her brother as the evil star and what transpired between them, I am unaware. With genuine merit and the goodwill of the populace at their disposal, when reporting to the newspaper, local gentry would not only refrain from causing trouble but would also embellish the narrative. Lu Jingao was filled with joy at the thought. His admiration for Zhang Shouren had undeniably deepened. Everyone's expression was cold and devoid of emotion, each holding their long guns in the posture they assumed during training. Time flew. And the merchant ship soon arrived at the port, a grand harbor dotted with numerous magnificent vessels, heralding the prosperity of the area. The remaining individuals witnessed the Su family's considerable embarrassment. At first, they were taken aback, but as they regained their composure, fear crept into their eyes as they regarded Jun Li with newfound respect. When it was their turn to respond, their demeanor was markedly more respectful than in previous days, and the restless thoughts brewing within them would have to be suppressed for the time being. Upon hearing this, the young family member rubbed her forehead and chuckled. "Look at my memory. I nearly forgot about this matter. I shall have Chen Jinkai prepare a carriage for you." With that, she summoned a maid to issue instructions. Casting a discreet glance at the silent Jun Bagong. "You are truly lazy. Compare yourself to eldest sister or third sister. Are you not the laziest? How could you still have the audacity to say such things?" In the presence of Lin Yijia, Lin Jiakong could never maintain the same composure he displayed with others, unable to resist indulging in a contest of wills. Indeed, He was the son who had spent time at the yamen. She was well aware of the accusations of unfilial behavior against his son and daughter-in-law. They sided with the elders, after all. "Let us go," I declared. And the raft beneath me continued to move forward. Biro hurriedly grabbed my arm, insisting we could not proceed. It was too dangerous. Yet, I paid her no heed. It was indeed that scoundrel Tianwei Huang's doing. It seemed he had plans in this world, but it was of no concern to us. As long as he did not provoke me, Chen Feng remarked. Eva should have been aware that Ista did not harbor feelings for her, or rather, Ista had never intended for Eva to fall for him. Does this notion seem contradictory? However, it was too late. The man's eyes had already locked onto Chen Feng with a piercing gaze. Caught off guard, Chen Feng felt his body ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile. In light of this discussion, it appears there is a semblance of truth to the argument. When both parties engage in direct confrontation, the fear of an enemy's insidious plots diminishes. At the very least, they would not annihilate their own. University campuses are renowned for being the swiftest conduits of astonishing news. The events involving Li Yongla and others have already circulated among the students and infiltrated the forums. Shen Zilin seemed entirely beyond any control. As though an unseen force governed his body, he continuously bowed deeply before Liang Fei, his forehead swelling into a prominent bruise, his hair disheveled, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Moments ago, the eccentric elderly Chuan had entered with a handful of tangled wild grass, which he had since pulverized into a half-bowl of dark green liquid. Chapter 128, The Rookie Challenge. On February 13, 2009, at 9 p.m., the Phoenix American Airlines Center shall host the inaugural events of the All-Star Weekend. The first competition to commence is the All-Star Rookie Challenge, pitting the sophomore class of the 2007 draft against the freshmen of the 2008 draft. The sophomore team, led by Kevin Durant of the Thunder, includes Jeff Green from the same team and Al Horford from the Hawks. This sensation also somehow transferred to Minami Momonoki, causing her previously flushed cheeks to erupt into a deeper crimson, her delicate form trembling involuntarily. Yet, we find ourselves in tumultuous times. We must learn to grow and take responsibility, as there are many younger siblings and Ning about to consider. He is eager for the birth of the dual super gene organism and is willing to contribute his modest efforts toward this cause. Lin Zitai chooses not to engage in direct rivalry with them, thereby transforming potential adversaries into allies, even allowing for discussions of collaboration. Quickly, she retreated a few steps, concealing her injured right hand behind her back, speaking with an air of guilt. For instance, some absurd variety shows from the East invite performers to reach into a dark box and retrieve props to complete tasks. His eyes remained closed, yet a faint stream of dark aura escaped from the corners, resembling a slender black ribbon. This ethereal energy continuously cleansed Lu Jin's body, enhancing his physical prowess. Zhao Jia was fully aware of Lu Ming's intentions. Previously, at the exhibition hall, he had clashed with Chen Bin, but the appearance of those mutated butterflies interrupted the commotion. However, winter was swiftly approaching, necessitating the procurement of supplies, which, in turn, required funds. Wei Qianqing exuded authority, his words resonating with conviction, catching the boss off guard and causing him to tremble, though his speech became more coherent. Presently, all items associated with Donald's spirit have materialized here in a unique form. Much to Donald's astonishment, he spoke with an expression of contrition, yet his demeanor betrayed no sign of regret, his gaze filled with hostility. As the four towering pillars of divine might surged from the earth, a tremendous rumble echoed forth. The disciples of the Zishu sect instinctively looked up, sensing the ground tremble beneath them, only to behold the emergence of four colossal pillars amidst the chaotic surge of energy. This scene is strikingly familiar, reminiscent of lifeless bodies lying in an immaculate bathtub, a vision after the infusion of a super solution. Had it been in accordance with his nature, he would have disposed of them at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing this moment to linger. I entered the car and departed directly, subsequently attempting to call Zhuazhu. But my efforts were in vain. His whereabouts remained a mystery. I then reached out to Ren Zhongji, who surprisingly answered. Upon seeing the reply from Kaishan, Lin Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing he had been eagerly awaiting the celestial energy from the heavens to enhance his own strength, while this old man merely indulged in his daily meals. Regrettably, Shirkong had retreated into the mountains with his master, making a meeting exceedingly difficult, perhaps to the extent that they would never reunite in this lifetime, only to encounter each other in dreams. A table, askew with a broken leg, bore a dagger thrust into it, pinning a piece of paper. Ordinary individuals would seldom dare to challenge a master of the fifth layer of the Zhoutian realm. For those who inhabit the virtual world at this level are formidable beings. Observing Gao Wang and the others in a disadvantaged position, he appeared unconcerned, even chuckling at the sight. After several individuals had breakfast, they mounted their horses and rode to the pasture of that wicked tribe. Upon arrival, Xiao Tianxi was astounded by the scene before him. When external objects remain still, I too remain unmoved. When they shift, I act first. The realm of Feng Yuan, where the cicadas sense the autumn breeze before it even stirs, is indeed remarkable. Chapter 129. Bearing my mother's expectations, I must not fail. As the first half of the match concluded and the intermission commenced, the lively atmosphere did not wane. A renowned American rapper was invited to perform on stage. Accompanied by the changing lights and the cheers of the audience, the ambience was electrifying. However, while Chen Mo could feel the excitement, he found little appreciation for the rap music. He neither hated it nor particularly liked it. After joining the players in a few shouts, they took a brief respite as the second half of the game officially began. The force was immense, catching Feng Xian off guard as he was abruptly lifted, nearly colliding with the person beside the firefly lantern. Nearby, a monk versed in the sacred mantra spoke softly, his tone gentle and refined. Yet his words elicited astonishment among all the cultivators present, prompting them to turn and gaze in his direction. Unexpectedly, the old woman stubbornly refused to relent, persistently shoving the water-stained silver coins into Lu Heng's hands. Observing the simple-hearted Sun Ren beside him, Mu Jin suddenly comprehended why a cultivator would forge a deep bond with an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Zhao Jiaqiang looked up and saw the incredulous expressions on the faces of Mu Hongba and Lu Jun across from him, followed by a wry smile that flickered at the corners of his mouth. The sight of the two bodyguards lying incapacitated extinguished any remaining flicker of hope within him. His concerns had been unnecessary, as not much time had been squandered. Among the villagers, everyone feared His Majesty, except for me. His Majesty took me to the fields to plant crops and harvest corn, promising to treat me well. Yin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, feeling somewhat fatigued, as the exertion of refining his heart was truly taxing. He bore no grudge against the coachman, nor any animosity. Yet anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that the other party was seizing the opportunity to rectify him. The transition from death to life seemed to shatter a celestial bondage, and suddenly, a radiant light flickered at Yin Feng's navel, shining brilliantly, including Xing Xiaxi. Everyone believed in her physical resilience, confident she would recover by the following day. Nonetheless, the allure of life lies in its capacity for surprises. After the night flight departed, the command center re-edited and dispatched the intercepted message. That evening, Xue Junyi was secretly relocated. Long Jinfeng became a double agent, yet he currently aligned with Huaxia, undertaking actions solely for the benefit of the nation, having not yet committed any acts disallowed by the highest authorities of Huaxia. The most uncomfortable sensation was a feeling of suffocation, a constriction in the chest. Lan Yu was suddenly overtaken by an inexplicable dread of solitude. Fei nodded, walking alongside him. Shi Xiaofeng gently took her hand, and she trembled slightly but did not resist. In the tranquil room, two figures stood by the window, kissing. Ming Fan's heart opened to Yumanli, allowing her entry into his soul. Yumanli kissed him until tears flowed, reflecting the suffering she endured while awaiting this day. All expressed through her tears. The boss's tone brooked no dissent. Shi Tianxi dared not voice any disagreement, and the other shareholders unanimously echoed his sentiments. How can this be? You are the one in danger, Yumanli protested. Having noticed Ming Fan's precarious state, it was far too perilous. The Ba and Shu regions have always contended for territory, often engaging in skirmishes. The last joint assault on our territory ended in utter defeat. Yet the people of Shu attempted to take advantage of the situation to linger within Ba's borders, leading to another fallout between the two factions. Meanwhile, impatience was brewing on the other side, as Jie Yi kicked a second-tier spirit slave onto the competition stage. Thus, the thousand-handed sacred demon sovereign found himself trapped, relentlessly assailed by the 10,000 blades black wind formation. Even if, through attrition alone, he would be worn down to death. The two combatants exchanged blows in a stalter, neither able to gain the upper hand. Sasaki Koger moved with the nimble swiftness of a monkey, while the towering samurai, though formidable in strength, found his mighty strikes meaningless when they failed to land. Conversely, Koger's attacks proved equally ineffective against the giant warrior. Allow me to answer your question, young master. A voice drifted in from outside, piercing through the window and door. A plainly dressed middle-aged man then pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 130, All-Star Weekend. Day 2, Casual Affairs. With a staggering 51 points, Durant single-handedly accounted for nearly half of the sophomore team's total score. Even after the game ended, it took him several deep breaths to recover. Tonight had utterly drained him. Durant's sole intention had been to showcase his prowess, to dazzle before his mother, who had come to watch in person. Victory or defeat mattered little to him. Winning would have been ideal, but losing was inconsequential as long as he performed brilliantly. Yet, as the fourth quarter unfolded, though the finer details of their duel remained indiscernible, the broad strokes were visible enough to satisfy the curiosity of the countless spectators below. Mei Weiqing's sword strike proved futile, and in that same instant, the azure light fragments in the sky rained down upon him in a frenzied assault. Inside the bathroom, the showerhead poured forth an unending stream of scalding water, the rising steam enveloping her until her entire body flushed a delicate shade of pink. Along the way, they encountered a group of villagers, chests puffed with bravado, preparing to unleash their ultimate technique. Li swiftly stepped forward, exchanged a few words, and the villagers promptly turned and left. Additionally, Grand Commandant Zhang Wen was appointed as General of Chariots and Cavalry, granted imperial authority. Alongside Jinwu General Yuan Pang as his deputy, he led the Northern Army and elite troops from the surrounding commanderies, mustering a combined force of 100,000 infantry and cavalry to quell the rebellions of Beigong Boyu, Han Sui, and Bian Zhang in Liangzhou. When the Nine Vudrao announced their abandonment of Iron Guard City, its citizens were plunged into panic and despair. Fear gnawed at them, fear that if this continued, their futures would be bleak indeed. Obviously, a faint smirk curled at Chu Tian's lips as the chair beside Qin Fen abruptly split into two. Who exactly is inside the tent? Sun Qian asked bluntly. Without preamble, there was no need for subtlety. The events that had just transpired had already bound the two together. For now, at least, they were allies. As the four poured their soul energy into the spirit formation, their gazes remained fixed on Zhang Chen. Though they wished to intervene, they found themselves powerless, forced to stand by as Zhang Chen was caught between two assailants. You never specified how big a mouthful should be. My mouthful is just that size, retorted the drunken sword immortal, his tone unrepentant. Fine. Everyone is in a mood, huh? Very well. Let us welcome our next mentor, none other than South Korea's top-tier superstar. Park Won-ho, declared Jin Lang in one breath. Then, following his memory, he located the flickering point of light within the luminous map. Although Yuan Su's current close-range throwing attribute is only 30 points, he can still utilize the skill rounding finger, which requires 60 points for cultivation. Moreover, the 5 enhancement to close-range throwing upon completion of the training remains intact. In this situation, as the current star player of the Cavaliers, Yuan Su naturally stepped forward. This time, receiving the ball in the paint, Yuan immediately utilized his strength mastery, pushing past his defender Gasol with a powerful move before taking a quick hop step to the basket, directly facing Bynum, who had spread his arms wide to block him. Wang Yo hurriedly arrived at the hospital ward. The elderly man had just been wheeled back, and the nurse was in the process of administering an 4 drip. The movement was still executed with the jade-handled folding fan. With a swift twist and pull of the fan, the short blade in his hand was instantly deflected from its intended target. Then, Li Qing felt a sudden blur before his eyes as a dark shadow struck him squarely on the head. Even Chief Director General Ma shuddered in shock, utterly unprepared for the Americans causing trouble at this very moment. With this, the conferment ceremony concluded entirely, the scene erupting in jubilation as the nationalist government officially stood firm between heaven and earth. Tang Ming, don't hold back your strength. Doing so is an insult to me. Mai Hawk frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flickering in his heart. Those present also frowned repeatedly. Though they held great respect for Lin Feng, the global catastrophe that had befallen Earth was undeniably linked to him. However, the misunderstanding between him and Young Mi had yet to be resolved, so he hastily booked a plane ticket. He remembered their first encounter. The other party had been dressed in traditional Japanese attire, exuding a somewhat haughty demeanor, only to later be humbled by his prowess. Chapter 131, Dunk Contest. Judges warming up following the preliminary rounds of the Skills Challenge. Rose and Harris advanced to the finals. Judging by their preliminary performances, the competition in this year's Skills Challenge was particularly intense. Compared to previous All-Star events, Rose's preliminary time of 33 seconds was merely average. In past All-Star games, numerous players had clocked in under 30 seconds, with the Flash Wade even achieving an impressive 26.1 seconds in the finals, living up to his moniker. Nash, too, had once, "Your Highness, what sort of talk is this? Kai Wei chuckled lightly, though Lin Shuxia's words warmed her heart nonetheless. On the inevitable path back to Xianxie's courtyard, Ding Shichen followed Ding Jiushi. The breeze outside was refreshingly cool, the kind that ought to sharpen one's senses. Yet, Ding Jiushi couldn't shake the feeling that the road ahead was shrouded in an unsettling haze. The affairs of the palace are on the brink of returning to normalcy, while Chen Yunyan, having journeyed alone from the kingdom of Jiang, has arrived at the later Zhou. For the time being, he takes refuge in an inn. Upon settling all matters at the inn, those who had been lurking in the shadows finally emerged, recounting in detail the events that had transpired during this period. Sitting upright and brushing his disheveled hair with his hand, he remained unaware that such a gesture, if witnessed by him, would be breathtakingly beautiful. Feng Hua's mind was a tangle of confusion. Despite her efforts to avoid this encounter, she found herself confronted here, a result she had not desired. Realizing this, she struggled with urgency. The most astonished among them was undoubtedly a Jin, who initially worried whether Mu Qingsu might encounter trouble. But upon their first meeting, he recognized his anxieties were unfounded. Long Ling glanced at Xiaoming, then at Guiyu, and found merit in his words. Given the current chaos, who could ensure that no information would leak? Thus, it seemed prudent. To guarantee absolute security, the monk temporarily remained in the palace, collaborating with Bai Qi to study the art of acupuncture. However, Zhang Bingbing insisted, "No, I have made a promise. I must apologize to him." Hua Jingran understood Zhang Bingbing's resolve and did not intervene, quietly following her up the stairs, determined not to let anyone else covet his treasure. He himself was clad in a robe, having carelessly discarded his armor, feeling slightly weak. The events of the night left him uncertain on how to face Ease Island. During the morning, Jian Jiu spent her time at home, tending to the flowers in the garden, basking in the sun, and chatting with Aunt Li. The wine was surprisingly pleasant. Jiang Wen had quite the affinity for Dukong. After a few cups, he felt a slight intoxication, and as the drinking continued, Jiang Wen found himself sprawled over the table. With a population exceeding 200 million, even though the administrative and military center had relocated to Huanglong City, the historical legacy of Xuanwu City, with its millennia of heritage, remained magnificent and awe-inspiring. Having finished speaking, Li Songhai reluctantly rose, donned his slippers, and returned to his room, locking the door behind him. Before Jian Jiu could discern the source of a sound, a figure suddenly lunged at Jian Mushi. Xiao Yuchen could not evade Sun Hao's second punch. He was astounded that such a powerful blow could be delivered in an instant by an ordinary person lacking special abilities. The martial arts master truly lived up to his reputation. He found himself with a headache, thinking that this girl had a rather fiery temperament, one he could hardly manage. After this commotion, he was more resolute in his decision to send her to her parents. Tang Jiarie noticed Gu Linen emerging with one hand in his pocket and stood up abruptly, staring at him in a daze, momentarily forgetting to call out due to his nervousness. Han Ximing, rare in his lack of work commitments, wished to return to Changsha to spend time with his parents and visit his son. He drove his own car, with gifts for his son Xingxing placed in the back seat. Notice, this book will be free of charge tomorrow. Hence, there will be no updates today to avoid unnecessary subscription waste. During this limited free period, I will increase the updates, allowing everyone to enjoy more content without cost. If there have been any subscription jumps earlier, this is a good opportunity to make up for it during the free period. This book's survival until now is truly thanks to everyone's continued readership, subscriptions, and monthly votes. Once the limited free access begins tomorrow, I will update accordingly. Suggestions from those who arrive here through the free access can be shared directly. I will see them all. Chapter 132, The All-Star Game. A historic moment for Huaxia. The first dunk scored 43 points, the second 47 points, totaling 90 points. J.R. Smith's success in the preliminary round of the dunk contest has been confirmed. Compared to the performance of Fernandez from the Trailblazers, J.R. Smith's scores are commendable, especially considering that Nate Robinson's first dunk only earned 46 points. J.R. Smith has secured his advancement. Next, it was time for Nate Robinson to perform his dunks. Observing J.R. Smith's second dunk, Jean Tongxing smiled and said, "Old man, can you lead us to that secret hole? I still have some silver coins here." Jean Tongxing attempted to entice him again. Lian Xingyinji placed her phone within reach, ready to answer as soon as it rang. The gamblers became increasingly cheerful. Even those who had lost money, for the house rarely loses unless luck is exceptionally poor. During the second round, their bets surged, totaling nearly 2 million on the table. Hearing this, Wei Lao felt a surge of anger, but his age reminded him that excessive anger could raise his blood pressure. He understood that Lin Cheng Yinji's words indicated they could not take anything away, regardless of how much they discussed it. Days later, rumors circulated that the princess of Jiangdu, Meng Ri, was pregnant, prompting numerous monks and sages to declare it an auspicious sign for the nation. Secondly, policies promoting agriculture were implemented, advocating advanced agricultural techniques, livestock breeds, and management systems. Combined with land reform policies, many former landlords became engaged in agricultural reclamation. However, this was still insufficient. For if Zhou Quan wished to expand and strengthen the evil Jiao Island, he could not rely solely on a small group of exceptionally skilled employees. That approach would be utterly futile. What if the knife handle struck him? What if something fell and hit us? Preparations to return home were underway. Not merely for the New Year festivities, but for a significant family matter requiring everyone's involvement. Many important affairs necessitate the collective action of the entire family, which constitutes a true family unit. The cave before her was modest in size, comprising merely a dozen rooms, each showing signs of being painstakingly hewn by the two of them. Yet, with a generous reward, a courageous soul among the streamers was the first to relent, publicly apologizing to Jingjing with genuine sincerity. Madame Jiang disdained the music, often remarking that the overly sentimental melodies were too noisy, particularly after the incident involving Zhu Yan, which led her to ban the opera troupe from entering the estate. After leaving the Sichuan restaurant, Qi Gu drove the newly exchanged Li Fan SUV, arriving at the Baiwei Min restaurant in less than 20 minutes. However, in such circumstances, retreat was no longer an option. The enemy was right in front of them, each bearing expressions of disdain and mockery. At such a critical moment, how could they falter? Although Wang Baoqing's home consisted of 3 modest rooms, the interior lacked any decent furniture or belongings. The simplicity of their flat made it a preferred gathering place for family and friends. The Wang family was known for their sincere and warm hospitality. Initially, Qi Gu intended to walk past, but after a couple of steps, Qin Yan approached him and linked her arm with his. The most burdened was Yuan Shichen, the deputy minister responsible for intelligence affairs, tasked with gathering information from the capital and Shandong to provide insights for the emperor and court. Witnessing Shen Feng's ruthless method of soul extraction, Zhou Lianxue's brows knitted tighter, her face marred by disgust. Although Jia Sadeo's demeanor appeared commendable, it was laced with insincerity. Nevertheless, as a moderator, he suppressed his impulses, noticing a trending topic that was not related to the distribution of lingerie, which delighted him. Chapter 133, The All-Star Game. After Kobe utilized Shaquille O'Neal's screen to sink a mid-range jumper, the crowd erupted in excitement once more. It was apparent that many fans eagerly anticipated the duo's long-awaited collaboration. In the next possession, Wade continued to pass to LeBron James, allowing him to orchestrate the play. James, unfazed, signaled his teammates to clear out for a one-on-one against Anthony. The All-Star Game serves as a stage for performance, and a duel between 2 elite small forwards is naturally a spectacle for the fans. Chinya's eyes widened in disbelief. His opponent was a practitioner at the transformation stage, and he regretted his earlier impulsiveness. The 4 clans must have committed some heinous acts to be confined in such a desolate corner, Mu Qingyan remarked. Lu Yin, witnessing this, refrained from further comment. As a mere illegitimate child of the Lu family, he could hardly challenge the Su family. Everyone emphasized that this was the best opportunity, with some even weeping and urging Zhou Xiaocheng to consider the collective good. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, followed by a series of thunderous booms. Observing the situation, it seemed that Si Jiuyin had entirely resolved to abandon He Qinxin, prompting the group to decide they could no longer remain passive. In this town, regardless of what transpired, nothing could escape the ears of the younger sister. Su Chani regarded Yu Ye with icy disdain, a surge of murderous intent rising within her. Yet she could only retract her emerald bamboo. Before she could finish her thought, a sharp pain shot through her wrist as he forcefully grasped her hand, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. Frowning, she dialed multiple times, only to meet the same outcome, prompting Lu Ruyan to exit the dialing interface and switch to WeChat. Shortly after, the sound of running water from the bathroom filled the air. Xia Lu had been feeling drowsy and soon drifted into a hazy dream, in which she felt someone slip under the covers and embrace her. The esteemed status of the Southern Yi's master was unquestionable. Upon learning that the master had urgently dispatched a letter from 1,000 miles away, Wu Biki promptly requested its presentation. The envelope bore the seal of the master. Shangji retrieved another bowl, portioning out 2 steamed eggs. The one for Xue Shenji was kept warm in the steamer. Upon entering, the villa's lighting was distinct, and Xia Lu's eyes brightened slightly. It perfectly matched her preferred blend of European and Oriental styles. Such poverty, Gu Yinjing remarked, lightly tapping her on the head before moving to rest on the couch. It is the second master. Jihan sat in the co-pilot's seat, naturally aware of who was blocking their path ahead. After an exhaustive search, Luo Yu and the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. The bottom of the abyss held nothing but scattered bones, devoid of any other remnants. Ransong promptly explained the situation to Lu Yinqing. He had heard commotion from the center of the boundary lake and rushed to investigate, only to witness the destruction of the spirit vessel and its passengers plummeting into the waters. Now, transformed into a dragon, Qin Tian possessed a base attack power of 7 billion spiritual units, rivaling that of a 7th-tier demon emperor, enhanced by divine artifacts and sacred techniques. His strength surged to 8 billion, placing him among the elite even within that rank. Slaying the purple cone serpent was merely sparing Peng Chifu some trouble, hardly an achievement worth boasting about. Upon reaching the depths of the ravine, Li Cha's eyes gleamed at the sight before him. The ground was littered with the dark, shattered remnants of cannons. Some barrels lay broken in two, while others remained intact but with their bases utterly destroyed. After seeing Li Jianqing off, Yangxing immediately retrieved another map. Using the method Li Chao had taught him and the stack of case files delivered by Li Jianqing, he began pinpointing the locations of the Inkue sect's branches. As he spoke, Ming Dong's gaze subtly flickered toward Renwuxing. True to his expectations, Renwuxing's brow furrowed, his eyes repeatedly darting toward Li Cha. "Ah, Dad. You're home so early today?" Feng Yiming had just retrieved the prepared dishes from the refrigerator when Feng Weian unexpectedly walked through the door. Chapter 134. The Legend of the Unbeaten Home Streak continues. Revenge officially begins. The game concluded with the Western All-Stars dominating the Eastern All-Stars, 150 to 110. Thus ended the delightful All-Star journey. Next came the presentation of the All-Star Game MVP award. Chen Mo, who had maintained a light-hearted approach without stealing the spotlight, knew full well the trophy wouldn't be his this time. Yet, he cared little for such accolades. His pursuit of glory was far from obsessive. His fierce performance in the Rookie Challenge had stemmed from. As for the so-called avatar, that was still a distant prospect, achievable only after reaching the realm of sages. Even then, a sage could only project their earthly soul to wander afar or manifest their celestial soul. A soul in pure energy form could never match the combat prowess of the true body. During this period, my heart was tumultuous. It was you who upheld my unwavering belief in confronting adversaries without mercy. It was also you who, in my most despairing moments, stepped forward and shielded me. Thus, I must express my gratitude to you, Lindy, for providing me with a holiday unlike any other. Madam, you are truly too gracious, remarked a gentleman as he set aside his desires and approached the shoe cabinet to assist Hua Yingqi in finding a new pair of slippers. No wonder you returned so suddenly today. Could it be that I actually guessed correctly? Shang Xilan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the plate of walnuts. Gu Wanwang chuckled awkwardly, realizing that he might be subjected to threats involving these two words for quite some time. The southeast of Xiangyuan faces Huaihai directly, while formidable foes encircle it in the northwest. 30 years ago, Lingji was entrusted by the previous emperor of Xiangyuan to guard the northern desert borders, bestowed with the title of General of the Northern Defense. Senior, I am unaware of your true identity. Xiao Yao took a deep breath. Knowing he could not divulge his origins to anyone, he chose to divert the conversation, hoping to glean some information about this enigmatic elder. Yunsu found himself at a loss. Being an orphan, he could not seek out his parents, and to speak candidly, he did not even know who they were. Those who lacked the knowledge of ghost capturing were led to the center. Feng Yang took the lead, with Bai Yinxue and Lan Yu trailing behind. Your wedding is rather intriguing. Unlike in the Hongming realm where a couple simply holds a ceremony to conclude their union, yours is truly lively. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Sun Yu discerned a hint of envy in the words of the old man, Jiu Yu. Bai Jing suddenly leaped into Li Hui's embrace, wrapping her legs around his waist, once again employing her frivolous charm. Ma Tsong perceived the situation clearly. Individuals like him would undoubtedly face dire consequences if they ventured outside. Thus, from the outset, he resolved to avoid contact with the outside world. Retreating with his parents and a few young models he had taken under his wing to his meticulously constructed underground refuge. How vexing, exclaimed Mama Hua, covering her mouth with a smile as she lightly swatted at Chu Mo with her fan, her cheeks tinged with a charming blush. Come along, young master, she beckoned, gently waving her silk handkerchief towards Chu Mo before ascending the stairs. Mo Chi-Chi's mind whirled. She had initially intended to rob that unfortunate cultivator of his invitation, but was thwarted by Bien Hongjun. By the time they reached an agreement, the other cultivators had long since dispersed, leaving her at a loss for where to find him. Of course, this was a point that Ran Min had repeatedly emphasized. However, from Ran Min's strategy, it was evident that being passive was part of the plan, as he aimed to convince the D people that he had completely lost control. Should these manufacturers fail to act, it would be tantamount to relinquishing their lifeblood to the Yongjin Battery Company. As established and powerful manufacturers, they would certainly not allow such a scenario to persist. They must gain mastery over this technology themselves. Chapter 135. The clever cannot outplay the heart's desires. Little long duo, take heed. Anthony scored an impressive 40 points, and the Nuggets unleashed their full offensive might, sparing no mercy from start to finish. Yet, their ultimate lead was merely 15 points. The Nuggets scored high in this match, and so did the Bucks. The Bucks also had players shining brightly. Their power forward, the unibrowed Charlie Villanueva, shot 14 for 23, hitting 7 out of 11 three-pointers, and made 1 out of 2 free throws, accumulating 36 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Take care, second brother. Rongyu lowered her head respectfully as she saw him off, only daring to lift her gaze once his footsteps faded into the distance. Lu Jinshu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. The two then exchanged words before returning indoors. Hatsune Miku's figure floated up from the ground, taking Ruai's hand and leading her towards the room, while simultaneously controlling the electronic signal to activate the treatment apparatus inside. He had witnessed the madness of fan meetings before. After all, he had invested in numerous films, making him somewhat of a member of the entertainment circle. Just in terms of stampede incidents, Huojiaye's fan meeting had seen countless occurrences. Bursting into Song Min's room, Yuan Siyu grabbed her bag and dashed out before Song Min could react. Bai Xingdian recalled the actions he had taken in front of so many people, feeling an intense resentment gnawing at him. Meanwhile, Chenji, upon reaching the 60th floor, felt fatigued. After climbing for so long, she had seen not a single silhouette, not even a footprint, as if the entire building were desolate. In her mind, she vividly imagined his every grand entrance, that beguiling demeanor that made it impossible to decipher his thoughts. Lu Jingming felt similarly. She had been compelled to become engaged to the Crown Prince, but that was never her desire. Now that the Crown Prince had completely lost power, there was nothing more exhilarating for her. Kong Ling couldn't help but think to herself how seasoned the old fox was. She couldn't ascertain the true identity of the master of Yinyu Tower, whose words were so meticulously woven that she and her companions found themselves unable to utter a single rebuttal. Just as her words faded, the desolate world suddenly trembled violently. The earth cracked open, spewing forth flames from the fissures. In that moment, 3 beams of light enveloped Fuxing, guiding him to the pinnacle of desolation. After all, the power of the recited mantras was formidable. Ding Feng could sense the boundless vital energy within the intangible sound waves. Coupled with Master Nian Wu's status as a highly accomplished monk, it was no wonder that this formidable skill came to Ding Feng's mind. Wu Maya sprang to his feet, repeatedly calling out Ruoming's name, as if she stood before him. At that moment, the young prince resembled a famished wolf, poised to pounce on his prey. Fortunately, at that moment, the door was gently knocked upon, and Xiaohan entered. Upon seeing me with my hair disheveled, Xiaohan shook his head with a smile, walking over to grasp my hand and pulling me to the chair, gently urging me to sit. The premise of standing on equal footing with Chang Sheng was that both had once been at the level of the nascent soul. One seizing a body while the other clung to life, each afforded the opportunity to return to the nascent soul. You have brought shame upon the sect, Qi Weishui remarked, preparing to leave, as he held a poor impression of Zhao Yiren, this disgrace to the sect. Before dawn, I was forcibly dragged into the palace by Lianing. I was settled in the side hall by Lianing, while he, along with the other ministers, proceeded to the main hall for court. Ding Feng. In the midst of his conversation, couldn't he help but fan himself lightly with one hand. However, after just a few motions, he felt increasingly warm. According to the records in the sect's ancient texts, most experts could traverse from any realm within the Divine Palace to its central city within 10 days. The Wuxiang Yuan Ying, upon reaching the later stages of cultivation, or even the pinnacle state, would have the opportunity to attain powers close to those of the transformation god. Chapter 136, Chen Mo's birthday night. At the Staples Center, the historic home of the Lakers, the prestigious team unveiled its starting lineup for the evening. Point guard Derek Fisher, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, small forward Trevor Ariza, power forward Pau Gasol, and center Andrew Bynum. This season, Coach Phil Jackson would also experiment with Ariza taking the position of starting small forward, as the Lakers had yet to find a suitable candidate for the role. Perpetually swapping players in search of the right fit, Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, whether it was her imagination or not. Beneath his calm facade, there seemed to be a hint of desolation. With a click, the car door swung open, and Yi Qing stepped inside. The expression "one does not know until one enters" rang true, for upon entering, she was taken aback. The exterior of the Black Tiger was merely a meter long and over 30 centimeters wide, yet the interior boasted a surprising space of over 10 square meters. The dolls were quite earnest in their demeanor. However, they were still dolls, not ordinary ones, but rather peculiar entities that defied logic. Upon hearing those words, Yang Hongfan was even more reluctant to send Yang Ji to Daoist Li, fearing that Yang Ji might grow closer to the enigmatic Shi Luqing, potentially stirring unnecessary troubles. As for why these two uninvited guests had suddenly appeared, I surmised it was most likely due to the enticing aroma of the delicacies we had on hand. To be honest, I was quite nervous at that moment, as I was about to face the formidable Zhao Wulong of the first high school. I had not felt such tension when being besieged by Luo Hu and Ouyang Can, for my instincts told me that Brother Long would be far from easy to handle, and I might end up suffering for it. Did he truly utter such words? Zhuo Tian glanced back at the cultivator, his voice growing ever colder. It was merely an outlet for his frustrations. Even in a marital bond, it is not as if one can simply indulge at will. Each time he deceived me. He failed to learn his lesson. This time, I intended to teach him a proper lesson. Furthermore, those cultivators beneath the sacred realm could infiltrate the earthly realm for this very reason. Finally, we shall once again summarize our findings according to our previous agreement and redistribute accordingly. Mubai reflected for a moment and reiterated that most of these demands were indeed his own proposals. Clad in resplendent purple and gold armor, wielding a short spear resembling a bolt of lightning, he exuded a rugged masculinity, with a grand lightning symbol emblazoned upon his forehead, reminiscent of a formidable general. He understood that whether it was a variety show or a myriad of gala events, even within the confines of corporate gatherings, every speaker and performer adhered to a script. The twin-sword spirits, residing in their secluded chamber, awaited in tranquil silence, having long acclimatized to such stillness. Their millennia-long existence as mere shadows in the sword tomb had deepened their yearning for the glory of the sword sect in its prime, and at this moment, the sole hope of rekindling that glory lay before them. They had anticipated this moment for some time, and nearly upon meeting Yin Sini and her negotiation team. Each had assembled their own negotiating factions, arriving in the city of Eternal Night for a trilateral cooperation conference. Today, Lord Yu had intentionally concluded his work early to celebrate the matriarch's birthday, as he pulled up to the entrance. He spotted Yu Fei in a close embrace with a stranger, preparing to head home. The main police station was rather sparsely populated, likely due to most officers being out on patrol. Accompanied by a deputy sheriff named Charlie, Wallace proceeded to the first-floor registration desk to complete the necessary paperwork. Moreover, some speculated that the Shin family would inevitably be absorbed by the Ho family, rendering all prior efforts futile. At this moment, Wallace opened the alchemical furnace lid. With a flick of his wrist, a black and white pill and two pure black pills soared from the furnace, hovering before him. With criticism comes praise, Anna and Wallace. The two security officers from the employment district were commendable, exhibiting prowess that rivaled even the veterans despite being newcomers. Are you blaming me? All of this is for your sake, Fei Liangyan remarked, casting a glance back at Shuri. Chapter 137, The Playoffs, Here We Come. As the match concluded, in accordance with the pre-match plan, the staff wheeled in a towering four-tiered cake into the changing room. Observing the excitement among the crowd, Chen Mo feigned surprise. Though he had anticipated this reaction, well, Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he gazed at the others. Seeing this reaction from Chen Mo brought great joy to Iverson. A mere cake was inconsequential. This fellow had evidently prepared gifts in advance. As the Denver Nuggets sang a birthday serenade, tears streamed down Fengbaigu's face. The moment he stepped into the bathroom, he locked the door, collapsing onto the floor with a quilt, sobbing heartily. Hearing Long Afei suggest that he name himself had inexplicably warmed his heart. But I am in pain now. You must care for me, Li Xiaoyin said, glancing at Tan Mo, who had just pushed her aside, feeling a chill in her heart. Seated in the spacious vehicle, Yinxi accepted the towel from Mu Feiqi. Drying her face and sniffing her reddened nose, she removed her soaked snow boots and sat barefoot with her legs crossed on the back seat. Understood. You go rest. If anything arises, I will call the nurse, he said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being the only man in the hospital room, despite their familiarity. The significance of this trial weighed heavily on the hearts of these outer disciples, and Shaoan understood that her presence was akin to their salvation. The doctor blurted out a curse, expressing disbelief at the notion of reform. The remaining words faltered under a certain disdainful gaze, rendering him an epitome of wisdom. Or so it seemed. Ho Yuhong voiced his anger yet refrained from mentioning the drugging incident, fearing his parents might suspect a connection to Han Jiale. When he truly heard her state that the signatures had been secured, he felt as if an unseen force was pressing down on a string within him, causing a flutter of anxiety. Upon returning to the entrance of Long Yifei's villa, Feng Baigua instinctively glanced at his watch. It was just past 8. Li Haonan had to concede that Chu Yuqing's mindset and composure were remarkably superior to that of the average individual, embodying more than mere calmness. Ning Yu also perceived that the 3 elderly men evidently aimed to sever the Nangong family's ties with the great wilderness to avoid repercussions. Just moments ago, Ning Yu had nearly lost his restraint, tempted to take direct action. Suddenly, the heavily sealed palace doors were forcefully kicked open, startling Apophis, who promptly withdrew his manipulative powers. It was then that everyone recalled the presence of Feng's faction behind Feng Xiang, silencing any thoughts of reproach. The atmosphere turned solemn, even if one's life was at stake. Healing was still feasible within the Taisu realm. Feng Shan was exceedingly protective, and it was entirely plausible that he would go to great lengths for his son's sake. Within just a few days, he had advanced 2 major ranks. Even for Li Yan, who was typically indifferent, this sudden shift felt surreal. Observing Huaiji's inability to breach his defenses, Shen Su Ding focused intently, his gaze darkening as it fixed upon Mu's senator. He was intent on witnessing Mu Sin's demise. Their series of confrontations unfolded in an instant, and now Xian Qi's strike was imminent. He could hardly believe that Mu Sin could withstand such a ferocious blow while entangled with him. As Xiaoxing Yuan's words fell, he noticed a dramatic change in his surroundings, revealing a remarkable young man clad in a blue battle robe not far away. At that moment, Ning Li broke into a smile, revealing a wisp of gray mist that appeared ethereal and uncertain. Ning Yu gazed curiously at the entity in Ning Li's hand, recognizing it as a fragment of a soul. The White Sovereign's energy waned, causing his movements to slow significantly. Under these circumstances, escape was futile. The White Sovereign's eyes widened beneath the weight of massive claws, tinged with a hint of relief. Why? Shen Mingle and Lin Chuxia exchanged puzzled glances, with Shen Mingle widening his eyes in confusion as he looked at Shen Mingxian. Chapter 138. The dynamic offensive threat of the playoff debut. Sleep eluded him. On the eve of the game, Chen Mo experienced an unusual bout of insomnia. Typically, after his regular training sessions, he would fall asleep in an instant, his head barely touching the pillow. However, the thought of competing in the playoffs tomorrow filled him with excitement, rendering him restless as he wandered around the villa. By chance, he stumbled upon Iverson, who was also wide awake on the living room sofa, engrossed in the remote control. Not long ago, Wei Zhengsheng had introduced himself, and the guests present had heard his declaration, realizing he was a member of the Wei family. They swiftly averted their gaze, hurriedly zipping up their jackets and fleeing in disarray. It was this ancient being who, despite harboring indignation, managed to suppress it and instead admired the vastness of Lang Yu Sea of consciousness, nodding in approval. In terms of cultivation, the likes of Yuluo and his companions were unworthy of knowing such secrets. Perhaps the only truth they could grasp was that he had been besieged by the entire celestial realm due to his previous transgressions. This seemingly inconsequential battle, however, was marked by unimaginable ferocity as a mere regiment of the Yang army clashed with over 10,000 troops from the Danmu kingdom, creating an atmosphere akin to that of 1,000 horses and chariots, overwhelming to behold. As Xingyu spoke, he and Bailu distanced themselves slightly, positioning themselves on either side of Kongyu, effectively encasing him in their protective embrace. In the context of Chu Kuangtu's legacy, Qiushi held the most authoritative perspective of that era, wherein every cultivator revered Chu Kuangtu as an idol, striving to surpass him as the ultimate life goal. Transcending Chu Kuangtu was the singular aspiration of all cultivators of that time. As for the remarks made by that individual, they were somewhat obscured by the howling wind, but they generally conveyed concern. Do not be agitated. It is not easy to be out in the world. I merely seek a spark. The middle-aged man remained unfazed, having perused his bag before casting his gaze upon the wheeled suitcase once more. The blood river blade quivered slightly, acknowledging Qin Hao's intent, maintaining its rate of absorbing the bloodthirsty essence once it reached a certain threshold, refraining from further escalation. Dongfang Jiqing laughed heartily, noting that time was of the essence. You should take your leave soon. Since your master is the Cloud Dragon, I believe it is now appropriate for you to rest easy. and we too can find solace in our rest. I trust that no more vexing matters will arise henceforth. She felt no anger towards Kai Chen's actions, merely regarding them as thoughtless, perhaps believing such behavior would instill a sense of authority. Lin Yue's final words left me profoundly shaken. In an instant, countless images flickered in my mind, fragmented shards coalescing into coherent scenes. Suddenly, flames surged, licking the ceiling with fervent intensity. The seemingly innocent visage of the infant contorted grotesquely in an instant. The once ambitious heart of Chio now bore the weight of a tremendous blow. As he realized that enduring a 12-year hiatus from education in this place rendered him almost a novice, what could he possibly accomplish? It seemed he could only aspire to be a mere bell ringer here. Anren was equally enlightened, for what Luo Chen articulated mirrored his own conjectures almost perfectly. Is it true that they emerged? Anren's senses gradually returned, her bright eyes sparkling with astonishment, tinged with a hint of skepticism. Li Tian said nothing, merely gesturing for her not to take it too much to heart. Upon hearing this, Du Zonhai nodded. Though he could not comprehend why the entries above appeared as they did, he refrained from questioning further. Remembering that the youth responsible for escorting Lin Feng had once dared to brandish a gun at a doctor's head and later exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Chuyang. Chapter 139. Victory in the First Battle, Resisting Adversity with Strength. Inside the locker room, Alvin Gentry, the head coach of the Suns, found himself in a predicament. The dynamics of the first half had far exceeded his pre-game expectations, and the Nuggets' multifaceted offense proved exceedingly difficult to curtail. Unable to match defensively, they now found themselves outmatched in offense as well. This is still the home court of the Nuggets. As the intensity of the game escalates, the players are inevitably affected to varying degrees by the high altitude, coupled with the deafening cheers of the home crowd. Xue Qingju thought that even if she were to walk away now and sever all ties, she wouldn't be in the wrong. Lin Kong nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter of the ghost child. After inspecting the satellite once more, he turned and retraced his steps. I returned this time to handle some affairs at the estate. I just stopped by home briefly, and now I've come to seek Lord Luo's assistance. If we can settle this matter, I'll be on my way back before long, Chuimin said as he took a seat, accepting the tea offered by Xinlu and taking a sip. Moreover, they hadn't encountered any particularly formidable beasts along the way, likely because they were still on the outskirts of the Ashen Forest. As dusk fell, the five of them carved out small hollows in the trunk of a towering ancient tree, hastily ate some provisions, and retired for the night. She didn't hear the sound of the cloth bundle hitting the ground, only the faint creak of the back door as it opened, just a crack. American scientific research owes much of its progress to the backing of capital. During World War II, it reached a zenith, propelled by capital. The nation's scientific endeavors advanced smoothly to this day. However, as the trend of capital favoring technology solidifies, American scientific innovation has hit a bottleneck. The Lin family's most prominent enterprise in Zhengdu was their trading house. When a customer suddenly began purchasing such vast quantities of goods, returning month after month, it naturally drew their attention. Lin Kong had encountered indecisive people before, but never one as painfully hesitant as this. Frustrated, he couldn't help but lay his cards on the table. With a formidable enemy at our gates, you expect me to sheath my true energy and offer no resistance? Are you suggesting I simply wait for death? Maybachs, stretch limousines, and even military-grade Land Rovers lined the streets, an imposing sight. Inside these vehicles sat the elite members of China's most prominent families, alongside several individuals revered by ordinary folk as transcendent beings. The envoy has traveled far and endured much hardship. By imperial decree, they are granted the privilege of carriages for their comfort and rest, Eugene remarked with a smile, his expression tinged with admiration. In truth, Yuzisu was far more astute than Li Kuafu had imagined. Her intellect wasn't solely devoted to elevating the Yi family's status, a realization that perhaps even Yi Zissou herself hadn't fully grasped. The opportunities and risks at hand were easily weighed by Xiao Wan, who ran through the mountains with unwavering determination. As time continued to pass, he had already confronted the most challenging questions within himself, scrutinizing his essence with unparalleled detail, and was on the verge of completing this introspection. Thus, Liang Feng resolved to distance himself from grassroots affairs and gain a broader perspective, striving to minimize involvement in intricate matters to maintain a macro view and foresight. In conversation, it was revealed that she was a Fox Demoness, a chieftain of the Fox clan, who adhered strictly to the principles of her lineage, such as never indulging in bloodshed or slaughtering other spirits. Her profound cultivation stemmed from a disciplined adherence to her chieftain's teachings since childhood. Consuming only pure water and relying on the clarity of this liquid to sustain her training. Now, she not only welcomed the Central Army's encirclement but also hoped for it, yearning to deliver a decisive blow. Upon entering Hebei, the Liaodong army swiftly transformed from an aloof observer of the Central Plains dynamics into an active participant. The selfishness of humankind, wrought with sin and moral decay, presented a world steeped in corruption. They were a mistake that I, as a descendant of the Creator, must rectify. However, the heir of the celestial throne exhibited a notably rigid stance. Chapter 140. Series match 2-0, confidently heading to Phoenix. On April 20th, 2009. After the first game day of the Nuggets, they maintained their momentum and intensified their training. The remaining NBA matches proceeded in an orderly fashion. As there was no evening training, Chen Mo and Iverson sat in their villa, analyzing opponents ahead of time. Only 2 games occurred on April 20th, the Bulls versus the Celtics and the Mavericks against the Rockets. The first match featured 2 strong Eastern teams, having been previously assaulted by the demonic eye. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was evident that their failure would not deter them. The emergence of the demonic eye signified the presence of a sword saint, and if a sword saint from that clan were among those causing trouble, the situation could become perilous. While the onlookers were familiar with Lin Li Si, witnessing her employ such secret techniques to amplify her strength was unprecedented. With merely 2 taps on her energy C, her power quadrupled. Such exaggeration prompted Jiang Hai to abandon his initial dismissiveness, realizing that the secret technique could not only enhance strength once but multiple times. The Crown Prince began assigning them tasks, which involved surveilling the prince or concubines, or orchestrating schemes to frame others, occasionally resorting to outright assassination followed by scapegoating. His combat prowess was formidable, and having sustained no injuries previously, one should not let their guard down. With a hint of concern, Ji De-Lon expressed that from the moment he beheld the demon mech, he sensed that this operation would not conclude favorably. If de Boulazi were to employ force, he was fully confident in subduing Flower Xiangling. However, he was captivated by her ethereal aura and wished not to mar it. Simultaneously, the sound of all Maxim heavy machine guns and Mitchell rifles erupted together, akin to the most ferocious storms sweeping across the sea's surface, stirring countless waves. Indeed, in years past, Yushan and Mu Wushan roamed the southern wastelands, invincible and responsible for countless slaughters, staining the sky with blood. The number of savage spirit beasts, fierce souls, and powerful wild men who perished at their hands could easily reach the millions, each day spent amidst horrific bloodshed. Very well. I concede that your tactics would certainly elude them. Pray tell, who shall be dispatched this time? Jiang Hai could not be bothered to elaborate further. They were not like the wolfish bandits who plundered. Rather, they waited in the rear, poised to intervene only if Qin Feng's party faltered against the boss. Moreover, some had already recognized those individuals as mercenaries from the Babur mercenary group, making the situation even more tumultuous. It was indeed big news that someone dared to inflict such severe injuries on members of the 3 major mercenary factions in broad daylight. A certain object, which could barely be deemed a treasure, proved more than sufficient when contending with martial arts experts. However, to engage in combat with cultivators of higher realms, it was woefully inadequate. With a mere low growl, Chun Feng brandished his sword, its blade glimmering as it swiftly neutralized the shards of cold light, before executing a sweeping strike that dazzled as it cleaved horizontally. Previously, when the company was still a studio, he had generously treated his colleagues to a trip. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan's lingering consciousness had observed everything. An elderly man settled by the window, as a servant presented a golden-brown millet meat pie before him. Meanwhile, the adversary of the Dragon King, the one controlling the White Swordsman, was none other than the supreme commander of the evil prison, Old A. To their astonishment, a decisive victor had yet to emerge. In truth, Li Xiaoye had sensed something amiss long ago. Witnessing Dade and Xiang Tinxiang discuss the matter only intensified his suspicions. At that moment, Zhang Yao expelled another mouthful of blood, his countenance as pale as death, his eyes filled with dread. The exquisitely beautiful face, marred by frost, radiated fury yet evoked no sense of aversion. Chapter 141. Striving with all one's might, leaving no regrets, the passionate elderly. Would one truly be eliminated so easily, so readily relinquishing their aspirations? On the flight back to Phoenix, Nash reclined in his seat, shielding his eyes with his arm, lost in contemplation. The scenes from last night's match replayed vividly in his mind. Although the score gap was considerably narrower than in the first match, Nash recognized that their defeat was far more disgraceful in this encounter. There was no counterattack, no desire for victory. They surrendered without a fight. The following day, Lu Zhang entered Fuqing to meet Lu Yong, who promptly hosted a banquet, presenting exquisite wine from Jingzhou. As the two engaged in lively conversation until they were thoroughly intoxicated and escorted home by their subordinates. The full name of Jiuhuan City is the Ninth Ring City, which ironically has no 9 rings, and its architecture comprises only 6 rings. All dwellings face the volcano, each ring road forming a cluster of houses. Who exactly are you? How do you comprehend the forbidden profound truths? The celestial emperor fixed his gaze on Yichen, his expression laden with unprecedented shock. A level of astonishment he had never shown even during Sun Wukong's tumultuous rebellion in the heavens. Fang Yi was exceedingly busy, as over 30 strongholds awaited his meticulous attention. After Bai Yu spoke, He Yu remained unmoved, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on the Xuanwu cradled in Su Langyan's arms, deep in thought. A hint of perplexity crossing his features. In the next moment, his eyes widened in alarm. At such close proximity, enduring a mechanical strike was no trivial matter. As his entire torso felt on the verge of explosion, the village chief inquired, "He harbors no illness, and you have not provoked him. Why did he assault you upon sight? Surely you must have done something, speak." He punctuated his words with a firm rap of the gavel. "No worries, this was anticipated. Rest assured, there will come a day when I shall leave with you in a dignified manner," Xiang Hao replied with a smile. In days past, Medusa, confronted by the fervent gazes of the crowd, would undoubtedly grace them all with an enchanting and beguiling smile. Upon seeing Chao Ren, Chao Peng was initially furious, hurling insults, but abruptly fell silent as Chao Ren, seizing the moment, galloped forth, his battle blade soaring, executing a swift strike that severed Chao Peng's head before he turned and departed without uttering a single word. Remain composed. We are unaware of how many resources our adversary possesses. To act rashly without understanding their capabilities would be folly, Luo Jelly said slowly. Songling Shui took a couple of sips of porridge, feeling a sense of relief, only to realize her stomach had begun to rumble with hunger after a day of fasting. Upon seeing the once mighty General Han kneeling in supplication, he observed the man, faced with the murderer of his child, still managing a forced smile as he handed over the military insignia, all for the sake of survival, as if General Han would do anything to preserve his life. Some say that if a child is not born safely, one day, they will inevitably seek out their mother. Due to the overwhelming crowd, they could only take taxis in groups to their destination, and naturally, Andy would accompany Shenwan Bai. Bai Fengchen's lips twitched. It was the first time he had heard someone earnestly speak such nonsense, devoid of any semblance of credibility. A gentle breeze swept by, and unbeknownst to them, dusk had arrived. The distant sunset cast golden rays that danced upon the water's surface, creating a dreamlike, ethereal ambience. He understood that, in her bid to leave him, she had used the excuse that the child was not his, revealing her utter indifference to whether his heart would ache. When others ceased their conversations and turned to Hezifeng, he finally lifted his gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The bandit took a couple of steps back, realizing that this suddenly appearing youth clad in black was unlike the other peasants. He emanated an overwhelming aura of killing intent, tenfold more potent than that of his companions, prompting his inquiry. Chapter 142. Touching bottom, yet seeking a victory. The cold-faced assassin, having lain in wait for an entire match, struck with precision, sealing their victory. This is the remarkable aspect of the Nuggets. When one player is targeted, the others will retaliate by punishing the opponent's arrogant defense with their scoring prowess. Congratulations to the Nuggets for defeating the Suns, securing the first victory in this series and altering the score to 3-0. Throughout the not-so-brief history of the NBA, there has never been. On this day, Zhang Han wore a rather disgruntled expression, while Zhang, he was filled with exhilaration. Upon returning home, he animatedly recounted the events to the Zhang family, embellishing Huang Yuan's astonishment exponentially, as if Huang Yuan's chin had been resting on the floor throughout the afternoon. The pursuers halted at the outskirts of the ruins, and then a profound silence enveloped the world. The only sound that graced the night sky was the whisper of the wind. The Tsanglong, a marine reptile from the late Cretaceous period, boasted impressive specimens measuring up to 15 meters in length, yet retained the anatomical and physiological characteristics typical of reptiles, stretching for thousands of meters beneath Baishua's feet. Countless insects and strange birds smeared the ground with a ghastly array of colors. The cyclopean giant stomped relentlessly upon the earth, causing intense tremors that set Li Yi and the foul-mouthed cat into a perpetual motion, vibrating and shifting. Amidst the chaos, Li's half-removed trousers succumbed to the quakes and fell to the ground with a resounding crash. The author notes, "Do not inquire why this world is adorned with carnations and roses. It is merely for simplicity's sake, akin to coffee and red wine." Aside from a few unique settings, much of what exists is a replica of this world. While reasonable explanations could be offered, they shall not be discussed at this moment. The group passed a barricading vehicle and walked another 100 steps, pausing at a bend to await news from Li Fei Yuanli. After approximately half an hour, he emerged from the thicket, his expression peculiar, struggling to suppress laughter. Li Fei Yuanli leaped from the trees onto the thoroughfare, unable to contain himself, and doubled over in mirth. This marks his final declaration, contingent upon a singular condition. Should it be accepted, he would exchange tasks with Gao Xianji. Such an arrangement is indeed justifiable, for he has long aspired to elevate the Elder Council of the Will of Fire to the status of a shadow-level team, wherein only those who attain this rank may be granted the title of Elder within the organization. The fact that Ma Yuehua is permitted to join the organization signifies a tacit approval, yet her elevation to Elder remains unattainable. With the grand formation in place, as long as no transcendent beings assault the stone mansion, it shall withstand until Shi Hong's return. As for those transcendent beings, it is unlikely they would expend such effort against mere mortals. The serpent demon executed an instantaneous teleportation. However, the sword formation had already locked onto him, enveloping his entire being the moment he materialized. Does music indeed evoke varying effects? Could you provide a few examples? Chen Yi pondered for a moment, opting to request examples for clarification. Indeed, he has his reasons. He could seek refuge with the Void Clan, and he could inflict harm upon Mu Yin in my presence, causing her to weep once more. After observing for a while, Nangongchu heard the shrill wail of a siren in the distance. He cast a glance towards the source of the sound before leaping from the opposite side of the building. Today, I shall see where you intend to flee. Even if you sprout wings, escape is impossible. Suddenly, a voice, laced with both mockery and joy, emanated from behind Luo Chang as he contemplated. This is precisely why the Special Operations Team has consistently maintained a neutral position within the Organization of Extraordinary Abilities, tasked with mediation and reconciliation. Accompanied by a sweeping aura of sword energy, even the Dragon Society dares not underestimate them, as they wield their dragon sword with great effort to parry. She extended her hand to knock on the door before her, yet her delicate fingers hesitated and refrained from making contact. Among the 3 disciples of the Demon Emperor, it was evident that the one who had just demonstrated the 6 desires magic had the highest level of strength, while the other 2 also possessed considerable magical prowess. They fell short in comparison to this individual. Chapter 143, The X Factor in Denver's Gold Rush. In this 4th match, the substantial advantage in the paint compensated for the disparity in strength between the 2 teams. From beyond the arc, Nash and Richardson's timely offensive responses kept the Suns in the lead for the majority of the game. Chen Mo's defense against Nash was exceptionally proficient. In the previous 3 encounters, he managed to restrict Nash's shooting percentage to around 40. Nash's attempts were generally quite judicious. Such a hit rate is sufficient to affirm Mir's relief as he exhaled deeply. His calm and measured voice resonated with a certain strength that penetrated her heart. As if with his promise, the child within her was assured of safety. Similarly, the leaders of the Sanqing Temple, the Fox King, and the mistress of the Wuxie Palace have changed countless times over millennia, yet the King of Hell has consistently led the expeditions into the secret realms. With Yi regarded as a most reliable patron, that noble youth, with his alluring phoenix eyes and a mischievous grin, could only be Yun Che. Bai Chuan took a step forward, moving closer to the window, seemingly eager to catch a clearer glimpse of the peach blossoms. In his subtle gaze lay profound reluctance and affection. With the audience's cheers, Li Yu felt liberated, placing his right hand on his chest, then crossing his thumb and index finger to form a signature heart gesture. Although there was a hint of repetition, Fong Li gleaned deeper insights. Understanding that spiritual artifacts are categorized into weapons and treasures, with auxiliary spiritual artifacts further divided into external and self-assistive types. Though somewhat abstract, Fong Li began to grasp the concepts. In this otherworldly realm, the celestial network is inaccessible. However, the basic functions of mobile phones remain operational. Shenlai's spatial gourd contained numerous phones and an abundance of batteries, which do not lose charge within the gourd, ensuring that each battery remains fully charged. Han Yun was acutely aware that it was impossible to inflict harm on the cornered Wang Ming without it being a fruitless endeavor. Seizing the opportunity to take revenge would not serve to benefit that scoundrel. Most individuals would falter under such circumstances, those who cannot transform into warriors. Even the most ordinary of people cannot withstand these trials. Only those of unwavering resolve can endure. The figures, clad in weathered battle armor and wielding long spears or swords, were enveloped in deep crimson flames. She halted her steps, her gaze blooming with joy, akin to a child eager to share newfound wonders. Old Sheen promptly intervened to assist her, yet due to the barriers of language, it was still Di Li who provided the necessary explanations. The screen seemed to create a barrier, yet from within, a familiar presence emerged that Zhao Chun could sense. Zhao Chun entered the inner city at dawn. Even after the passage of 2 or 3 hours, it was far from dusk, and the sky remained bright and clear. Sweet words were exchanged, yet soon after, they fled like shadows. Ultimately, the official found himself in a predicament, unable to locate anyone, which was quite troublesome indeed. Instead of visiting a beauty salon, he adeptly found his way to a local chess room, where his mother was engaged in strategic play with familiar companions. Master Pan was left in a haze, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Her brows knitted together, an intangible force began to rise around her, and moments later, the mist dissipated as if it had never existed. Of course, the older ladies lacked a fan club and were somewhat less formidable, yet they attracted a crowd of onlookers, creating a lively commotion. Later on, Shi Chuanlu inadvertently came across an online comment that sparked an idea in him. Subsequently, Zhang San visited the shipyard, placing great importance on the future flagship. The first batch of 3 vessels had been completed and was undergoing final outfitting, while an adjacent dock for 5,000-ton ships and 3 newly constructed 2,000-ton docks were in the process of laying the keel. Since then, treatment continued. Yet the condition showed no signs of improvement, exhibiting a regular pattern of affliction. Excused from obligations, he planned to observe the competition, promising to make up for it the following day. The Denver Nuggets advanced to the Western Conference semifinals with a decisive performance, as J.R. Smith's unexpected explosion dismantled the Suns' pre-game strategies. Suns head coach Alvin Gentry had intended to replicate their previous game plan, focusing on Nash's perimeter offense while relying on their twin towers to dominate inside. However, J.R. Smith's explosive scoring rapidly widened the score gap, compelling the Suns to call a timeout to halt the onslaught. The Suns lacked substantial defensive resources, especially given their transition from glaring vulnerabilities to a more balanced approach, which inadvertently elevated Zhang Peng's prowess. If the local factions thrived in Chilean province, the political landscape of Chuanyu City served as a battleground for various forces vying for dominance. Any faction involved in the high-stakes competition there was formidable and not to be underestimated. As night descended, the sky became pitch dark, yet the earth remained vibrant, illuminated by the streetlights and shop signs, where the distinction between day and night seemed reduced to mere ambience. At that moment, Gu Ming had concluded her appraisal, and the host, with a smile, invited the 2 appraisers to share their insights. Indeed, one must ponder the nature of corrupt officials and the breeding of such corruption. Our city, is not particularly large or affluent, lagging 15 to 16 years behind the coastal cities of the South. And the gap with the special economic zones is even more pronounced. Undoubtedly, the sound emanating from the eggshell was a call from the other party. Yet within the depths of Buchu's memory, he had never encountered or comprehended the peculiar calls of any beast or avian species. In a commendable gesture, the hero Mango decided to forego the promotional plan, yet he remained steadfast in rewarding the heroes. It was only fitting that each of them should receive an upgrade in rank, a thought that blossomed in Mango's mind. Huanggu set down his cup and led the 2 to the living room, where a server promptly prepared fresh tea and swiftly cleared the dining table, retreating quietly. The radiance was blindingly pure, resembling a light not of this world, exuding an extraordinary aura that felt both eerie and unsettling, provoking a sense of trepidation. On another note, if we were to take a step back, at this moment, Buchu was but an insignificant pawn in the grand scheme of things, underscoring the necessity of the inheritance from the serpent. The Demon God Academy welcomed students from all factions and families within the moon-worshipping kingdom. Thus, even disciples from the 8 major sects aspired to join the academy for cultivation. In the list of firearms, the sniper category was the first to be discarded by Han Tianyu, mirroring the reasoning behind rejecting heavy weaponry, as the Spirit Dragon battle armor was ill-suited for long-range combat due to its lack of a targeting system. The 3rd tier of the star aperture technique was also suddenly comprehended during this recovery from injury, revealing itself as the ability to condense a starry space, known as the Star Realm, akin to the Soul War space. Under the current circumstances, how could I find rest? Xiaodong paused, glancing at Eunuch Yang with evident impatience. The Xia family led Xia away to pay their respects to the elder Xia and his wife. Elder Xia was seated in the main room, smoking a leaf cigarette, while his wife was busy sewing garments. Xia Zhu had finished selling meat and was conversing with his parents. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he fixed his gaze on Zhuang Fan, struggling to catch his breath, unable to voice his thoughts for an extended period, though tranquility no longer unsettled him. A vigilant smile remained on his face. As Duan Longfei listed the materials, each person noted one, scattering throughout the vast Spirit Herb Plaza. On the Sun Realm continent, humans and demon races coexisted, and for nearly a millennium, significant conflicts had been rare, with territories and primary gathering places having taken shape through centuries of evolution. In the 145th chapter, NBA's Rookie of the Year, a miraculous single draw unfolded, reminiscent of the previous match. The Suns displayed ample respect for the Nuggets, waiting for the latter's initial celebrations to conclude before exchanging pleasantries. Perhaps this was their final moment on the court this season. As Nash gazed longingly at the jubilant opponents and spectators, his heart brimming with reluctance, the score stood at 4-1. A stark reflection of the disparity in strength between the two teams. Apart from a narrow victory and a close defeat, Yang Jian's orders were absolute, his military commands resonating even as he held the titles of Left Chancellor, Chief Minister, and Duke of Sui, yet it was his identity as general that commanded greater recognition. The tattoo of a laughing golden Buddha adorned by Zay's left arm, and the golden light emanating from his eyes intensified, while the expression on the furious face of the Buddha seemed to soften, as if the two golden figures were engaged in an unspoken exchange. How many Russian soldiers have pledged allegiance to the All-Russian Revolutionary Committee? Napoleon IV inquired with concern. Other warships also submerged, aligning themselves with the flagship as they navigated steadily towards the ocean depths. Zhang Debu gazed around, noticing that at this moment only the main ship was shielded by a magical barrier, ensuring the circulation of air within the vessel, while all other warships had submerged beneath the waves. The aquatic soldiers moved gracefully through the water, exhibiting greater agility than their counterparts on land. Upon returning from the festivities celebrating the establishment of the Mekong province, Chun Weijing and Mo Kongtangwei arrived at the banks of the Loi River to partake in their leisurely activities of fishing and barbecuing. Chef Song had sustained an injury to his right ankle, inflicted by Yang Guang's Jungle King, a wound that would require 100 days to heal. Nevertheless, he would need several months for complete recovery. Remarkably, Yang Guang generously offered him several patches of his own ointment, significantly hastening his recuperation. Du Meiwei was also taken aback. Given her skills, she should have noticed that the monk had not truly departed but was merely squatting by the wall. However, the strong winds outside, coupled with her simultaneous task of boiling water and preparing the bathing tub, caused her momentarily to let her guard down. Qin Qing was utterly terrified. His long-standing fear of his father compelled him to kneel on the ground, trembling as he implored, "Father, please quell your anger." Yet, his expression was one of confusion, clearly unaware of where he had erred. The Dragon Rider Imperial Guard was the exclusive domain of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. No one could command them apart from the Emperor and the Grand Duchy of Amston. The Dragon Knight's departure from the capital undoubtedly came at the Emperor's behest, initiated only after the Crown Prince of the Southern Ming had vacated the palace, a situation rich with intrigue. Professor Tang had indeed composed a proof to invigorate those within the classroom. It felt as though an invisible passage had opened, drawing his consciousness into the depths of the stone tablet. Gu Yanbing also employed formidable mental prowess to obstruct himself, rendering it impossible for him to fully perceive her future. Lu Xiao interpreted this as a pre-job training session, genuinely curious to observe how these individuals provided mental reassurance to the males. However, at that moment, Han Yuyan failed to encounter the legendary prey. Instead, she was met by a familiar figure, the one who left an indelible mark on her heart. That evening, she stayed overnight in the hospital, receiving neither a call nor a message from Fu Xingchen. I overheard that they were heading to the provincial city for a training camp, Yang Bin remarked in response to Wang Yongjie. The news was broadcasting how Huaxia had suppressed 71 imitators overnight, with only one remaining unaccounted for. Lin Haoming was the first to rush to Su Yuan's side, intending to greet him, but was taken aback by Su Yuan's despondent demeanor, which lacked any trace of the relaxation and joy typically following an examination. Although he was now an ordinary person, his powers of observation had vastly improved. Su Ming's expression of helplessness did not escape his notice. The scar-faced leader seethed with rage upon seeing Qin Qing maintain his haughty demeanor, dismissing them entirely. He raised a wooden stick, ready to make Qin Cheng experience hardship. Chapter 146. The true purpose of maximum level passing point guard deity system name, height, age, weight, wingspan, the basic data exhibited no change whatsoever. Dribbling, passing, and breaking through had all remained constant. However, amidst the plethora of data, one statistic had markedly improved, the mid-range shooting. Chen Mo's mid-range shooting value had soared from an initial 58 to an impressive 80. When spiritual energy was absent, no beings transcending mundane cognition could exist, implying that regardless of the size of the relic, it posed little danger to these D-grade cultivators. Xia Yuan wielded a short blade in close combat rather than throwing knives. The outcome of this battle was truly uncertain. I shall say this only once. Return the spirit pet to MOU, he stated coldly, his gaze chilling. Zhou Hongyi hastily answered the phone, relieved to find it was Huang Tao from National Security calling. As for the changes within his dantian, Yi's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the peculiarities, maintaining a focused diligence and refining his true energy. She could hardly fathom the extermination of her ethereal insect clan at the hands of another. Such a blow was too heavy, utterly shattering her sanity. Ling Shima disregarded the man opposite her entirely, choosing instead to seek out her master, and as she departed, the man's countenance darkened, his resentment palpable. Suli was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the nearby pool of water, and indeed discovered an anomaly. The water flowed inward, with no visible outlet. To pursue a job in Hong Kong felt like a bet, yet it seemed all was well. Ultimately, humanity is but a biological entity, with survival as its foremost priority. The notions of gentlemanly conduct are mere trivialities in the face of existence. What does it matter if your clothes are soiled? Hurry up and move. While there is still daylight, we can still make a few more trips. Feng refused to heed Su Malong's words, pushing the cart forward. The gravitational cannon, as the name suggests, could create a strong gravitational field within a certain area, obliterating everything within through chaotic gravitational forces. Previously, his Ta sword art had stagnated at the intermediate level, showing no signs of advancement. Yet, after executing this strike, the Ta sword art elevated to an advanced level. Once Chen Mo boarded the vehicle, his body and mind finally relaxed. He adjusted his seat to a more comfortable position, fatigue washing over him as his eyelids grew heavy. The warrior erupted in fury, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating from him, enveloping an area of several hundred zhang in a shroud of black sword energy. After securing first place in the Junior Cultivation Master Assessment, he was granted a direct opportunity for the interview for the Intermediate Cultivation Master position. Thus, Luo Han's eyes transformed into a profound starry sky, the radiance of the stars upon the celestial wings intensifying to an exquisite degree. In a wild guess, Jiang Yifan anticipated Han Feng would haggle, opting to start with a high offer to allow room for negotiation. Amidst the ranks of the Fox Demon, 500 eagle-bodied beings ascended into the air, launching an assault on the unmanned combat aircraft. The moon hung low over the willow branches, the creaking sounds drowned out by the varied chirps of summer insects in the tranquil night. However, one cannot deny that upon realizing it was a couple's item, his internal resistance waned slightly. Another reason Lin Feng withheld was that he too would bear the burden of cause and effect, enduring a more severe thunder tribulation during his tribulation, a punishment from the heavenly path. Life itself was of utmost importance, even if it meant exhausting all wealth. Preserving the lives of oneself and one's family was a source of deep gratitude. Ultimately, he succeeded. The departure of the ancient text of death was, in fact, a blessing for him. Guku. However, as time passed, DXIN discovered the influx of capable individuals was indeed substantial. Chapter 147, The Huaxia Derby Once More. The Burden of Happiness, May 4, 2009. The NBA playoffs commenced their second round. On this day, the sole match featured the first-placed Cavaliers facing off against the fourth-placed Hawks. In the opening round, the Cavaliers, led by James, swept the Pistons with a resounding 4-0 victory. Throughout this series, James averaged an impressive 32 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 steals, and 1 block per game. His individual statistics were nothing short of extraordinary. Just as Gu Xiaowei was lost in thought, Su Laqin abruptly recalled a critical detail, raising her voice significantly. The argument between the two intensified, both strong-willed individuals unwilling to yield. Enough. This time, I will not indulge your temperament, Gu Chongqing declared, leaving no room for negotiation, while Gu Xiaowei boldly stood her ground. However, there was a lingering regret. The professors inside were eccentric, and without a valid reason, one could not even enter. Last time, we were a group that spent a year just to get our application approved, Fu Chuan lamented. Isn't this the tiger tooth pendant? How did it end up here? Zhang Yin exclaimed, startled as he picked up the pendant. Previously, Zhang Yin and his companions had found a similar pendant at Jigong Mountain, and he understood its significance. Yet why had another appeared here? In that fleeting moment, 6 gunshots rang out, each bullet striking Ling Hu's lower body. The wedding dress was cumbersome. She struggled to wear it, and Si Yin, despite his lack of experience, patiently assisted her, meticulously adjusting it until he had done everything. He held her tightly, and they walked in silent agreement, hurrying back to the courtyard. Setting down his wine glass, he observed his intoxicated colleagues, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. He spread his arms wide, golden light swirling around him, enveloping his form in a radiant glow, reminiscent of a celestial being, while simultaneously signaling Hu Huan. At that moment, Wang Bing recalled the harsh words left by the curly-haired man, claiming they were members of the underworld gang. The mention of the underworld gang startled him. Who was the person that Hong Jia intended to meet? Could it possibly be their leader, Qi Dajiang? Meanwhile, the city lord's mansion had activated its protective array. As long as they defended each entrance, the corpse puppets would not breach their defenses. Previously, Zhang Luyan had contemplated trying his luck with the lottery, thinking perhaps he might win a grand prize. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had not followed through. Now that he had some free time, he thought it wise to give it a shot. Perhaps it could trigger a special event notification? If that were the case, he could afford to buy an island. With a resounding explosion, the ancient vampire's head burst into a mass of green goo, showcasing the raw and brutal fighting style of the power-wielding king. Elena softly replied, aware that this was a delicate topic to revisit. Despite her gratitude towards the man before her, she felt he was not deserving of her trust. Nonetheless, Mikhail's death could not remain concealed. When Zhao Dinghua and Li Feng took action, they did so directly on the airport runway, without regard for ordinary civilians. As the aggrieved party, the Black Sage Organization and the Vodka Organization could easily uncover the truth without much effort. Are their abilities beyond the ordinary? I feel nothing. A burly general seated beside Sun Tzu remarked in astonishment. Wang Bing's face flushed with embarrassment. It's nothing. I just administered a needle to Fei Fei. And now I need to go prepare some medicine. He hurried down the stairs as if he were a thief. Liu Bei's words resonated profoundly. Even Qin Yang felt a chill running down his spine. If Liu Bei continued, it was likely that the beautiful yet withered figure behind him would rise from the grave. Chapter 148. 1 scores, another defends, and 8 stand in astonishment. Is this what you call Chen Mo? Witnessing Yao Ming score first, Chen Mo smiled, his heart ignited by the cheers of the crowd. This is not the first encounter between the two teams. During the All-Star game, Chen Mo had the opportunity to be teammates with Yao Ming, and they have become quite familiar with one another, even exchanging contact information privately. Prior to the commencement of this match, Chen Mo and Yao Ming had a friendly interaction in the locker room. Yao Ming expressed his satisfaction in achieving a comeback. Finally able to meet Chen Mo, Ji Nanjung intended to wait until they had finished before speaking, but after much restraint, he could not help but approach and sit opposite them. The burly white man's pupils constricted momentarily, followed by a bitter smile. Given that these anomalies had eliminated so many genetic warriors, they could not possibly be unaware of the genetic serums. Father, it was also Qin Yang's first time engaging in such an endeavor, and failure was a normal occurrence. Sun Chiru was there to console Qin Yang. At this moment, Yu Qingyao and others also approached, originally intending to chat elsewhere. Damn, after hearing your fervent declarations earlier, it led our own people to believe them as truth. As he grasped the piece of fabric tightly, he unfolded it to scrutinize its contents. The fabric bore the inscription, "The 5 Supremes have arrived, expending considerable primordial blood, guiding me and Prince Arthur along the stone steps to the Great Hall. Shinchao, you have found fortune, so shall we, and in the future, I shall seek you out for a decisive contest. First and foremost, one question arises. Who has abducted oneself? Is it the forces of a rival nation? Is it other young lords coveting the position of their monarch? Or could it be Su Qin? However, they were merely speaking, with no one daring to take action or seize anything, nor did anyone possess the audacity to resort to theft. This is the price paid for enhancing one's strength. Yet, fortunate it is that Xie Wentian possesses this trump card. Otherwise, the outcome today would remain uncertain. Instantly, a sense of vigilance surged within me as I realized I had unwittingly walked into a trap, akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. As I anticipated, I beheld a soft, plump creature resembling a leech at the tip of the handcuffs, devoid of vertebrae. Should I fail to escape from the Simei Island in a timely manner, Yunyu would be destined to endure centuries of confinement. Sister Shuer, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend a word, Rui remarked, utterly bewildered. Yang Shakai gazed down at the firearm nestled within the nylon bag, and suddenly grasped the true intent behind Zimu's visit that morning. It was precisely for this reason that Ice Room could not be allowed to remain here any longer. Who are you? Upon hearing this voice resonate in her mind, Xia Mingxin was taken aback, scanning her surroundings, but finding no one. She could not help but exclaim, "How curious. I distinctly feel that this child's life is intertwined with another's," the prophet stated with conviction, as he absent-mindedly rubbed a juju pit while pondering. Yishua's expression suddenly shifted. He widened his eyes in astonishment at his palm, for just moments ago, he had inadvertently summoned his inner energy, causing a wisp of true chi to seep from his fingertips into the juju pit. However, my dear, considering the combat power levels in the world of One Piece, how long do you believe it would take for us to conquer a world with our strength? Li Hong chided Wang Ho. At this moment, the warrior behind Xiao Lingo spoke, exuding an aura of pressure to create a sense of intimidation. They all wish to marry you. Am I merely overthinking? Even if you are a man, you still belong to me. I wouldn't mind severing ties if it meant keeping you. Her words, though laced with a mischievous grin, bore an unmistakable dominance. This matter, even without the directive from the Chong family, was already known to Fu Qiu. However, since the Chong family had given their orders, Fu Qiu complied while gently assisting the matriarch to lie down. After ensuring that she was comfortably settled, she attentively tucked in the corners of the blanket. Chapter 149. The Rockets' Grand Victory. First win in the Western Conference Finals within the locker room. Rockets head coach Rick Adelman pondered the unexpected developments of the first half. During the regular season, the Rockets had not managed to gain any advantage over the Nuggets, their track record against them being less than favorable. In contrast to the Suns, who entered the game brimming with confidence, the Rockets had taken on the role of challengers from the very beginning, displaying a proper mindset and a serious attitude. Nonetheless, their preparation time had been insufficient. At this moment, Chu Tianyang had advanced to the mid-stage of his transformation, making him an excellent candidate. Having shared a deep bond with Shui Moyan for centuries, he no longer hesitated and directly joined the Tsuaping Mountain as the Grand Elder. Bang! 3 blue energy orbs were launched from Jace's hammer, soaring into the sky. However, these orbs did not explode. Instead, they were intercepted mid-air. Dare to retaliate? Return. Zhang Xiaofei murmured. Perhaps feeling guilty, Chu Jun ultimately did not refuse, acknowledging his prior departure had been improper, and decided to make amends. Bai Li's face bore a slight pallor, and upon hearing her words, he seemed to realize something, waving his hand for them to ascend into the air. To safeguard this elite team, Commander Shi had spared no expense, having long prepared exquisite life-saving elixirs and provisions for them. Contemplating this, Zhang solemnly withdrew his mental presence, merely directing his gaze towards the carriage with his purple ghost vision. Tang Jian was unaware that when he had made his vow years ago, Deng Yiming had also vowed something similar. At this moment, Deng Yiming's face appeared as if brushed by evening glow, enchanting in Tang Jian's eyes. "Brother, may I ask your name?" Just then, the sullen-faced Song Chong approached, taking over the handshake with Xinyu from Liang Yin. "The place where we shall duel is not here." Wang Yang returned to the center of the hall, seated on the throne, observing me. Gao Jianfei's internal strength was profound, rivaling that of a Shui. As their powers clashed, Gao Jianfei was forced back several steps, his arm aching painfully and trembling uncontrollably. A Shui, in turn, felt his arm grow sore and numb from the impact, unable to lift it for a brief period. Though Lin Shen received no verbal reply, a smile crossed his face as he turned away. Everyone nodded in agreement, feigning ignorance as they resumed their jovial chatter and exited. Not only did Lei Shuang doubt her own capabilities, but even the 6 esteemed leaders present were incredulous. They believed that even at the pinnacle of the pulse mastery, one could not withstand such an explosion without being torn asunder. Yet, Lin Shen appeared as if he had merely vanished amidst the chaos, or perhaps was immune to the thunder. At that moment, all gazes converged on the 2 hands intertwined, one broad and strong, the other soft and smooth. Their clasp was gentle yet unwavering, reminiscent of countless past encounters that had led to this moment of connection. Just as Bai Fenghua was about to erupt in anger, he noticed the deep concern in the eyes of the 2 opposite him. Suddenly enlightened, his ire dissipated. "Elderling, we are not late, are we?" Avoiding the fiery glares from the crowd, Lin Xiu smiled at Elderling, who was clad in a gray robe. When still at the 5th tier of the mind domain, Qin Long had already transformed to acquire this skill, which had originated from the 2nd tier of the body domain, evolving from infrared vision. Now, after enduring extensive evolution, Qin Long had undergone several transformations, enabling his golden eyes to penetrate most illusions. Lin Chun could only smile wryly and nod, just as he was about to say something, when old O raised a hand to stop him. Mewing desperately, Lu Binger struggled in by Feng Hua's grasp but could not escape. Left to watch helplessly as the black hole vanished. Qin Long, however, paid no heed to his opponent. Joking that facing 100 alone in a direct confrontation was not his forte, merely accumulating strength could lead to his demise. The result was the ultimate goal. The process mattered little to him. Thus, he had no qualms about employing various skills to ensure his adversary perished in frustration and entanglement. Chapter 150, an unprecedentedly splendid beginning as the Nuggets triumphed over the Rockets, revelry erupted in celebration. Meanwhile, the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Celtics and the Magic had commenced. Tonight, the North Shore Garden was eerily quiet. The Celtics, lacking Garnett, faced a perilous challenge far exceeding that of the previous round. They had barely managed to survive a nail-biting Game 7 against the Bulls. Yet, they now confronted the third seed in the East, bolstered by the formidable presence of the Beast, Howard. What transpired? Ouyang furrowed her brow, realizing she had likely intended to seek his assistance, but suddenly hesitated. Chung Qian, I told you to listen to me this time, didn't I? She did not look at him, but her unwavering tone conveyed her determination. For this was her chance at redemption. She could no longer evade it. Luo Feng's urgency in nurturing the next generation stemmed from his awareness that he could not wait for his own offspring to be born. Nor could he afford to wait for them to mature enough to bear the weight of the nation while seated in this perilous realm surrounded by bloodshed. Utilizing Lu Kuan-'s token, he exited the Jin Wang mansion without hindrance. As the timekeeper announced the hour, recalling the heiress invitation, an ironic smile graced Yuren's lips. Ruo Yu, return to the western suburbs. Be good and wait until you recover before coming out, Sui Hong declared. Raising her head, the sweat of 3 years culminated in this towering 80-story hotel, and at this moment, he finally had a reason to bring her back to his side. If that is the case, then everything shall unfold as you wish. Unsurprisingly, his response was one of enduring tenderness and indulgence. The enigmatic jeweler, who has emerged remarkably, shuns public appearances, making it exceedingly difficult for reporters to capture even a single photograph of her. Upon entering the mall, the proprietress's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. As if invigorated by a surge of energy, eagerly diving into the various boutiques to fervently select her treasured items. I can no longer endure a life with Ling Mo. All I desire is vengeance for my tragically deceased son. Shenruado, perish, Ning Yuanan declared, directing the barrel of the gun towards Mu Wanting and forcefully pulling the trigger. Su Fei, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless with shock, never having imagined he would play such a pivotal role, becoming the harbinger of fate for a general. Is this not a blessing accrued from a previous life? Yes, my brother has departed. Please send him a message. Tonight, I shall keep you company as you sleep. Yan Ling expressed, still harboring concerns for Su Qian. The question rendered the impulsive chatterbox momentarily speechless, though he seemed somewhat unwilling to concede. I shook the medical kit in my hand, subtly implying that further conversation would result in a needle prick. In matters of collaboration, I held this man in high regard. Yet at this moment, he struck me as rather juvenile. Under normal circumstances, after undergoing a heart transplant, she would have at most 3 years left to live. Hua Xiang harbored some disdain for Dong Zhuo's actions, yet he felt indebted for the favor bestowed upon him, and thus replied, There is no need for you, Yu Biaoji, to concern yourself with these matters. I, Xiong, owe my lord a debt of gratitude, and I shall repay it with my life. Now that our lord is in peril, I shall be the first to charge into death. Come. With that, Hua Xiang urged his steed towards Uxin. Only after responding did he realize that Lu Lie's gaze upon him was intensely heated and ambiguous, prompting him to recognize that his previous demeanor had been rather indiscreet. Chi Hui returned home, reminded by Pang Jun's words. Muyin had claimed to have traversed mountains and waters to reach here. Yet they had overlooked a significant point. Being an outsider, how could she have infiltrated the capital? This implied that it was indeed highly probable that the invading enemies had traversed the mountains along the path taken by Muyin. Shifeng was momentarily taken aback, aware that his politeness was genuine, as he believed it to be customary. This was the respect due to Shun Yan. That evening, draped in a smoky attire, he suddenly appeared before my window. Finally seeing him again, I hurriedly ushered him inside, flustered. Chapter 151. This is my house. Irrespective of the fierce clashes among other teams, the Nuggets' focus was solely on their own performance. The previous night, the quartet felt the pressure exerted by the Cavaliers and Lakers in their cozy villa. However, the Nuggets were not the only ones concerned about their opponents, Others shared the same sentiment. Kenyon Martin and Nene were watching the game at home as a means of unwinding after their training. Just as the gap was about to close, 3 beams of light shot forth in quick succession. It could be said that the duration of his absence from the capital had caused the Yonghe Emperor considerable distress regarding his relationship with the Emperor. Upon his return, the Yonghe Emperor's expression of surprise upon seeing him was unmistakable. Although the two had not exchanged words, their views aligned. Neither wished to sever ties. Nia Ichio supported Zhao Ming back to the Yang residence. After sobering up, Zhao Ming was preparing to return to the Wang family when Nie Zhu bounced in. Although she had heard Sun Ming's words, Chu Jiarui took a step forward, causing Sun Ming to stiffen. Lord Zhu is busy with official matters. I can return on my own, Zhang Feiyu politely replied. Yao Yu had long resided in Linen City, only to realize the impending chaos upon arriving at this borderland. Lu Zhongyuan appraised Hua Wuqiu, noting that despite his youth lacking the maturity typical of adult men, his demeanor was graceful and refined. Truly befitting a disciple nurtured in the legendary martial arts sanctum. The ghostly vanguard laughed heartily. Yet he failed to notice that although the green lion was filled with murderous intent, it remained motionless under his command, casting a bloodthirsty gaze in his direction instead. She had specifically alerted Jiang Ning the previous day, yet he still arrived late, which was infuriating. Humph! Blackhawk scoffed, unfolding his mechanized wings, ready to unleash a barrage of grenades. Halan remained unfazed as lightning elements coalesced into myriad weapons behind him. The director need not worry. I trust all will be well. Elder Haoyue assured. He not only referred to the 9 students who had gone but also to the one who remained there. A muffled thud resounded as the ghostly emissary's form suddenly became ethereal, its head being forcefully driven into its abdomen. No matter how radiant, beautiful, or dazzling one may appear, even if imbued with an aura of malevolence, the ultimate truth of oneself is often the most ordinary and inconspicuous. Jiang Yin barely managed to fend off Wu Zetian's assault with a sword, bolstered by the veil's enhancement, granting him physical strength that could surpass hers. However, she possessed true essence within her, which was a level above mere internal strength. Numerous martial artists had gathered early before the Yuan Stone, eager to witness the moment of divine revelation. Li Qing and Chang Wudi, with their tokens, successfully entered the inner circle and found a suitable position to sit. Lin Xiao was unaware of others' thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have cried injustice. While his mind was indeed brimming with ideas, he was not one to indiscriminately offer his insights. He agreed to impart knowledge to Shangwan Maoan solely to validate his conjectures. The malevolent spirit, Zhang Kue, cast out the hooked chain, which fell abruptly from the air. Lacking substantial thought, it merely instinctively tugged at the chain connected to the hook, attempting to retrieve it. Senior sister Han Lingwei furrowed her brow, sensing that something was about to transpire, not in her own life, but in that of Shen Wanli. 2 officials restrained Ai Yongui, dragging him toward the courtyard, while Ma Shi wept and clung fiercely to Ai Yongui's leg. Qin Shouqing did not answer. The piercing gaze of Ying Li fell upon Zhuang Yin, yet Zhuang Yan's smile remained unwavering. Chapter 152. Bullfighting. A duel of spears and spears. Anthony spread his arms wide, standing on the podium, unleashing a rallying cry. Just as he proclaimed, "This is his team, this is his home ground." With a thunderous cheer, the spectators in attendance rose in unison to echo the sentiment. It was a moment of celebration uniquely belonging to the Denver Nuggets. Throughout the match, Anthony displayed remarkable prowess, making 13 of 20 attempts, sinking 3 out of 7 three-pointers, and converting all 5 of his free throws, culminating in an impressive tally of 34 points and 7 rebounds. His performance was indeed outstanding. I await the spectacle of how the Yu family will pressure Tandy into marrying Yu Jing. Shangyi nodded, sensing that a grand performance was about to commence. Zieria's eyes blazed with fury, disregarding any boundaries set by the air, fervently cursing with venomous sharpness, akin to an unavoidable downpour, intent on drenching those unwilling to face the rain. Xia Tianlin and Xia Youhai exchanged glances of surprise, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Is that so? The individual was skeptical, but the summons from the large tent in the southern corner interrupted his approach. The fickleness of the 2 women truly astonished the 3 gentlemen present. The 9 Heavens Tower gives rise to 9 treasures, one of which is the Heaven Sealing Lock, capable of imprisoning all life within a radius of 10,000 miles, from which none can escape. He understood well that Yunhao was markedly different from the martial cultivators he had previously encountered. True warriors grow ever bolder with each battle, making them nearly impossible to subdue, for historically, martial cultivators of that lineage rarely produced an immortal true king-level prodigy, and the strongest young sovereigns were exceedingly few. Niu Yutsuan gazed at Ji Qing, then at the diary set in his hands, beginning to doubt himself. "O great transcendent, please reveal your true form." Old Tong gripped the spring and autumn measuring stick tightly, his gaze scanning the heavens and the earth, braced for any eventuality. Unwilling to let his guard down for an instant. "How do you speak? Who among the Imperial Alliance is present?" Long Wu was about to erupt in anger, but was halted by a mere glance from Bai Xingyan. All eyes were on Andy, whose face was drenched in blood, yet he laughed maniacally while raising his arms, relentlessly cornering his opponent against the wall, heedless of any retaliation, focusing solely on unleashing a flurry of punches to the adversary's head. His opponent, a towering black man, was now thoroughly soaked in blood, his body resembling a hue of brown. After Shi and Long Yu departed, they returned to Zhuke Academy for the second time to seek out Zhuke and meet Ning Hao. Li Tingyuan scrutinized him, fully aware of his intentions, and, embracing Li Mianmian, was prepared to take his leave. Shi Ying dashed out of the main entrance in a flurry, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to crash headlong into something. Wu Ming was taken aback. Why had his father returned? Hadn't he said he wouldn't be home tonight? What prompted this sudden change of heart? It was recalled that Shang Wanyu once mentioned that Philo, possessing different pupils, finds it exceedingly difficult to shed tears. Her tears are a rare occurrence. Guanping believed that since Gu Ruo wished to marry Yu Yanxiao, there must be an advantageous aspect to exploit. Perhaps it would be best to become familiar with her first. "Hello." Sane specially greeted in awkward Japanese, clearly having prepared himself well. Each quiet night, Guanping would reminisce about Gu Qing, reflecting on every incident that transpired between them. After this was done, Paul fell silent once more, gazing wordlessly at the two individuals who were once his closest companions. "Is this what you refer to as a celestial being?" stammered the father of the stars. "Ahem. You need not concern yourselves with that. The fact remains I am responsive to this drop of blood," Ten Hui remarked, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings. Nevertheless, despite such a terrifying blow, the remaining deep-sea warrior continued to assault Rodney with unwavering determination. "While I truly wish to celebrate your success, this is not the time for public support. Do your best, and should anything occur, please come to me." Observing his sister and younger sibling in the room, Ho Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead that had accumulated from running, accepting the teacup handed to him by Li Yunbao, and drank the warm tea in one go, regaining his composure before smiling at the beaming Li Yunbao on the Kong. Chapter 153, sounding the battle cry, setting off for Houston. On the evening of May 8, 2009, the match between the Cavaliers and the Hawks commenced. The Cavaliers, leading the series 2-0, were set to play the third game on the Hawks' home turf. James had just received the MVP trophy and was at the pinnacle of his popularity. As the only team in the playoffs still undefeated, the Cavaliers were unanimously regarded by the media as the most likely candidates to clinch the championship. The villa in Chunfeng surely was of considerable value. How could Gu Mingming, a woman foolishly attempting to ascend the social ladder, afford such a place? Wang Zhe was astonished by how effortlessly he had won this time. He chuckled at the departing figure of number 9. Realizing that he had merely taken the stage without having done anything, and yet his opponent had conceded. This was for the best, sparing him from wasting energy and ensuring a more assured performance in the upcoming battle. Lu Haixing's words served as a wake-up call, as I too sensed it was not as simple as it seemed. Although he had warned me to be wary of Lu Meifeng, I could not afford to dwell on that now. The matter of the drugs was of paramount importance. With a smile, I arrived at the prison 100 miles away from us, for Hikue had now been sentenced and could no longer be held in a detention center. In a swirl of panic and confusion, I turned back only to find the once shifting, illusory sounds had vanished entirely. He was prepared, having committed such an impulsive mistake. He had never contemplated evasion. "Show me your weapons," barked Duanmu Longqiu, and with that, a flurry of cold gleams erupted as a group of disciples from Tianshan brandished their weapons, glaring fiercely, poised for action. In the room, Du Xiaohong was encircled by 3 burly men. Unless one looked closely, her presence was nearly indiscernible. According to Zitong, the magnetic converter was left behind by extraterrestrials. But why would aliens bestow such an object upon them? The man's indifferent visage gradually softened, his narrow phoenix eyes shimmering with profound affection. This genius was born alongside the Tao, living, existing, and ultimately passing away, all while remaining obscure and unknown. As Zai Yuan observed this scene, memories of the bullying incident he encountered in the realm of mythical beasts resurfaced, suggesting that such cliches are omnipresent and blemishes exist everywhere. Despite being a prominent sect, The Six Paths sect is not without its considerable share of flaws. After a moment of puzzlement, Qianlong turned his gaze towards Wu Ming, as if awaiting his forthcoming words. Does young Master Gong regard me as kin? Zhuo Qiumingwei blinked, her long eyelashes shimmering with pure light, momentarily stunning Gu Yutong. The pair of luminous wings suddenly expanded, stretching several miles in length and width, casting shadows over the sunlight below, their brilliance intensifying and illuminating the ground, mountains, trees, and rivers in a silvery hue. The wings, once radiant as swans, underwent a grotesque transformation, now resembling a plucked vulture, exuding dark energy and looking exceedingly sinister. The battleship, capable of both attack and defense, possessed a might that was undoubtedly superior to that of even the most skilled celestial kings. Recalling Shangguan Xian's words sparked a flicker of curiosity within me, compelling me to glance back and discern if there were any inscriptions. Liang Tianyan gripped his blue longsword, his gaze intently fixed on Zai Yuan, while several hundred black serpent manifestations swirled around him. Aware that Zai Yuan could effortlessly neutralize the self-detonation of the black serpent manifestations, Zai Yuan commanded them to cease their assault to avoid unnecessary conflict. If the foreign army truly invaded this realm, one must ponder how the Celestial Ridge would defend itself. Pain could invade Konoha at any moment, and even with Sasuke and Naruto, they might not withstand his onslaught. Chapter 154, Playing ball like flies. The Rockets launched their first offense successfully, utilizing Yao Ming's presence in the paint to swiftly shift the ball and hit a three-pointer. In this match, the Rockets adapted their strategy, becoming more agile in their approach. Against the Nuggets' barely improved defense this season, their adaptability proved effective. In the commentary booth, Barkley analyzed, recalling that, in his memory and in terms of statistics, the Nuggets were not a truly formidable team. One could only remark how exhilarating the internet is. Traditional methods of public opinion warfare simply do not apply online. Following this, a fierce aura surged, accompanied by howling winds that chilled the atmosphere above Ziyue's residence, significantly lowering the temperature of the entire estate. At this moment, Lin Feng stood atop the peak of Baiyue Mountain like a sword unsheathed, his azure attire billowing in the wind, resonating with a crisp sound. In an instant, Lin Zhengguang surged upwards, transforming into a towering figure of several dozen meters, resembling a grand tower. After Eric donned the yellow lantern ring, he harnessed the fear absorbed within himself to subdue the parallax creature lurking within Hal. With a resounding chime, the clock struck midnight, officially marking the end of the competition. The suitcase bore the code 0726, the date on which Xia Mo Fengqian made her debut. Inside lay a singular crystal box containing a handcrafted figurine of Xia Mo Fengqian. Standing 5 centimeters tall, a one-of-a-kind creation funded collectively by her fans during her first anniversary. The four of them muttered something about the flavor being acceptable and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, hastily fled the scene. Lin Xiaolu did not express anger over the paper figure's unauthorized theft of spiritual energy. Instead, he murmured softly, "Soon, the mortal realm would descend into utter chaos, with malevolent forces prevailing, the common people suffering, and humanity losing its essence." At this moment, Imo Chichen exhibited her habitual demeanor, yet the emotions intrinsic to humanity were severed, leaving her to act solely on instinct. As for matters of safety, Ryan felt no concern. With his current prowess, there were but a handful of individuals across the continent capable of threatening his life, provided Ryan did not provoke them. These level 9 sword saints or level 9 archmages would have no idle inclination to oppose him. She retrieved a red ribbon from her bag, fashioned it into a bouquet, and tied it into a bow. With this in hand, she proceeded towards the location of the deacon's office. Such biting only elicited a muffled groan from him, prompting her to cease. As she released her grip, tears began to trickle down, tears she had thought would never come. Upon hearing Jiangji's words, most agreed. For they were aware that Jiangji was a surgeon. When a doctor declared someone dead, it indeed meant there was no hope left. The primary concern now was to uncover the perpetrator responsible for Granny Li's demise. Imo Chichen, upon realizing his involvement was minimal, understood that among the Imo family's cultivators in the early stages of chi refinement, Imo Rani possessed the highest cultivation level, having reached the pinnacle of the 4th level. Naturally, if only one person were to be dispatched, it would be she who took the lead. "Hey!" Ruian shouted, wielding the unadorned, extraordinary magic sword, which had returned to its original state, and with a swift motion, unleashed a torrent of black energy that surged forth. Upon hearing my words, Shi Tu offered a wry smile and remarked, "I fear that if you do not seek him out, he will come looking for you." Qi Shui chuckled and swiftly transformed into a shadow, vanishing in another direction. After decades of companionship, a profound understanding had blossomed between them. On the morning of the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, the bald man allocated rooms and tasks to everyone. Despite exerting all her strength, Yuying could not extricate Mo Shibai from the black Shaxian pearl. In desperation, she had no choice but to combine her mixed powers with Guangxi to seal the pearl, preventing the holy light from infiltrating it once more. Modern input methods possess an automatic phrase memorization function. Had they known of the existence of that post, they would undoubtedly suspect it was pinned by Wu Tong. Chapter 155. The winning mid-range shot, the weapon of the gods. Following the halftime adjustments, the second half of the match officially commenced, with the teams switching sides. The Nuggets and the Rockets each fielded their strongest lineups. The third quarter proved crucial. Whether a significant lead would be established or a dramatic comeback achieved hinged upon this segment of play. On the court, Chen Mo and Yao Ming exchanged glances. As the leading team, Chen Mo remained composed, and upon noticing Yao Ming's gaze, he responded with a smile. "Must I conceal my identity?" Batiste mused, eyeing the large sword strapped to his back. Its conspicuous nature would undoubtedly reveal his identity to anyone familiar with him, thereby complicating any efforts to remain discreet. In a shroud of darkness, Luo found himself cocooned within the blankets of Wu Yi's bed, her pillow beneath his head, his heart racing. The classification of magical artifacts includes talismans, spiritual tools, and celestial artifacts, with the materials capable of forging celestial artifacts being exceedingly rare. Initially, Ning Fangmu had placed all his bets on the latter half of the competition, believing that the contemporary disciples in the fusion period represented the sect's future. He aimed to eliminate Zhao Wushuang's direct disciples one by one. As for the initial trials among the Enlightenment period disciples, with his grandson Ning Xiu present, Ning Fangmu felt assured of victory. Master Zhu Li no longer cast a glance at Lu Xian. Instead, he clasped his hands together, gazing skyward, uttering a Buddhist chant. The celestial emperor of Yunlan's sect found himself in a quandary, prompting him to seek the opinion of the loose cultivator. The child's face was marred with countless scars, nearly devoid of unblemished skin, while his neck and below were swathed in bandages. Zhang Baogui trembled as he lifted the cloth, nearly dropping the child in shock. Yet he persevered, revealing a baby covered in wounds, a tapestry of scars without a trace of healthy skin. The extreme imperial foundation technique allows one to amplify their cultivation to its utmost potential. However, it is a desperate measure, unsuitable for trivial conflicts, for once employed. One must resign themselves to a mundane existence. "Are you soldiers or researchers?" Xiao Xingyu inquired while munching on his food, engaging Victor in conversation. Observing Qin Yu's sudden surge of power, Lu Gaojie hurried to Su Da's side, adopting a defensive stance. Bai Shui understood that his words were not directed at Grandpa Turtle, but rather aimed at Wang Ba in his arms. Recently, Wang Ba had met his end at the hands of Dai Mu, and little did anyone anticipate that shortly thereafter, Dai Mu would fall to another S-blade. Zhao Hui awoke, glancing at the clock to find it barely past 5. She looked out the window at the gray sky, contemplating another overcast day. Overcast weather is pleasant, the coolness making it comfortable to venture outside without the heat. "Night, calm yourself," Mingyi said, standing by the window, scrutinizing the agitated Jin Yushin with a furrowed brow. As the sect leader of the holy sect, he remained unaware of the ancient divine beast's presence within the Tianxia secret realm, which had only just been discovered. The culinary competition this time holds particular significance for the apprentices of the Grand Kitchen. Securing first place would grant them the opportunity to become an apprentice of Lu Du's chef, ensuring a prominent position in the Grand Kitchen in the future. However, the contract did not stipulate that the designer must discuss the design with Chu Bian in the hotel room. Li Jing'er exclaimed in exasperation, her eyes brimming with indignation and fury stemming from the humiliation she felt after being brought to the hotel room. Her once delicate and charming demeanor now appeared almost as formidable as that of an elephant. Yi Chenong stood frozen in place, paralyzed with disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. At this moment, Yang Yunqi was convinced that Zhu Li did not regard Xu Qi as his own brother. Otherwise, he would not have used such a distant form of address. "I'm sorry, my friend is over there." "It's better to keep your distance." I gestured towards Su Qiqing. Li Jing'e tightly pressed her lips together in silence, her grip on her phone tightening, producing an eerie creaking sound in the hushed corridor. Chapter 156. Speak less. Act more. There is not just one path to success. Congratulations to the visiting Denver Nuggets for triumphing over the Houston Rockets with a score of 109-96. Taking a commanding 3-0 lead in the series. although I previously made a similar remark during the series between the Nuggets and the Suns. I must reiterate it now. In the annals of NBA history, no team has ever successfully reversed a 0-3 deficit in a playoff series. The Suns failed to achieve this in the last round, and now the Rockets find themselves in the same predicament. While the situation appears dire, as long as Mu Lingtian remains alive, you soon will find no peace. Consequently, addressing the matter of Mu Lingtian is indeed of utmost urgency, especially considering that he has blinded one of his own eyes. Soothing Yu Wushuang will not be a task accomplished overnight. It may take some time. Naming Li Hua is ranked 5th on the Divine Fire list, while Honglian Yihua holds the 7th position. It seems that the life and death path fire should be comparable to the 6th-ranked Yuji Minghua. Regrettably, if this life and death path fire possessed the prowess of Naming Li Hua, I could refine it once more, sighed Tian Ming. Is that so? Then please wrap all of this up for me, but I assure you, I have no money to give you, Tang Wanning chuckled. As the torrent of energy dissipated, Tai Fei and Du Xi ceased their actions, their gazes locking onto one another. There are zombies across the street, Li Jie shouted from the front, abruptly slamming on the brakes before dashing towards the nearby building. They had lingered too long near the Radiant Tower, and given the recent gunfire, it was indeed strange that they had not attracted a horde of zombies. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Yuan Lai grasped the situation, he found himself confronting a life and death crisis. However, the arrival of Yin Li instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Mei Qi, which is why he proposed the idea of a contest between Zhao Shan and Mei Ling. Otherwise, he would have personally intervened to subdue Zhao Shan. Tian Ming remarked. You should focus on your own affairs. The fate of your master lies in his own hands. With that, he ignored Chen Xiaoxiao and hastened back. Though Tu Chi had not yet encountered Eagle Eye and Iron Fist in this lifetime, he could discern their significance to Yi Feng from the latter's tone and demeanor. Thus, he meticulously noted down their names and promptly arranged for a search party. While every item at the auction was commendable, it was not until he beheld the 10th item that Tian Ming felt compelled to act once more. The sacred mark imprinted on Lian Shan's body reacted violently, akin to magma colliding with ice. Greetings, Lord Lu Xing, the masters of karate bowed reverently upon encountering the middle-aged man. I twisted my fingers, my inner turmoil resembling a frayed rope. I yearned to inform him about the photo in Xia Tsunhui's possession. Yet I feared that revealing it might bring catastrophic ruin to our current state of harmony. Su Yanwu raised the cross in his hand. Amidst its crisp sound, something shot forth from it, growing larger as it struck the ground before Chiga Fei. Once he exited, Meng Yu quickly sat up, calming her racing heart. Unable to suppress a smile, her gaze flitted back and forth between Yu Li and Feng Wu, her steps unconsciously drawing closer to them. Observing the terrifying presence of the death warriors and the corrupted beasts surrounding her, Yin Mie Shinling squatted in a corner, trembling as she hugged her knees. Appealing to emotions and elucidating benefits, Salzch are delivered an impassioned speech that stirred even the coaches. Thank you, Miss Dolan, for your concern. I am quite well. Xijin responded with a smile, adopting a stance of resilience against impending challenges. Chapter 157, The Transformation of Hongwen. The happiness of George Karl is only understood by the Rockets coach. The Houston Rockets struck first in this highly anticipated match, marking the beginning of the contest. On the Nuggets side, Chen Mo advanced the ball, choosing not to pass to a teammate upon crossing half-court, but instead executing a deceptive drive straight to the basket. The Rockets were evidently unprepared for this sudden offensive from Chen Mo. Brooks was completely fooled by this feint. I wish you would come back to me, Ji Lionian muttered to himself, his gaze still vacant. Gu Weiran presented the final cup of coffee, only to catch Ling Jiajia looking at him with an odd expression. Anxiously seeking a hiding place from pursuers, he hesitated to leave, fearing the earlier rumors might be uncovered. Fortunately, the villagers ultimately accepted the deception. Unable to remain silent any longer, Hongfen interjected, Young Master Lin, your Crimson Bird is renowned. No summoned beast from the Nangong girl could possibly rival its prowess. What you are doing seems a bit unfair. If the Grand Elder were not affiliated with the higher-ups, he certainly had connections. Yet, what transpired with Gu Jingheng remained a mystery known only to the head of the Gu family. No, I'm driving now. I'll call you back later. Concerned that Zhang might entertain such thoughts, he was surprised to find he had indeed overthought the matter. Before Nangong Li could speak, the 6 men laid down their shovels and approached her menacingly. If the first path fails, then we shall take the second, force the creature into close combat with ABO. The two relinquished their bags and ventured out. Ji Liunian settled beside Huang Shanshan, while Ling Jiajia dashed to the kitchen for a snack. With a thunderous reprimand to Xia Zhangdong, Qiu Ruoyu furrowed her brow, swiftly positioning herself before Shen Ningxuan. Without granting her the chance to inquire further, she felt an overwhelming influx of information flood her mind, compelling her to quiet her thoughts and process it. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Shen Yin was nearly in despair, for her greatest fears had finally manifested. The following morning, as Han Gu opened his eyes, he instinctively turned on the Coldplay music on his phone and accessed the new song chart. Lin Yin huffed, barefoot, gathering the scattered skirts and stockings from the living room into the bedroom. Though the words spoken by Su Zhongjuan had somewhat influenced him, they did not alter his overall impression of Su Qi. The next morning, Feng Lin and Li Qianqing arrived in Yulin City via the teleportation array, reuniting with their companions. Su Qi's strategy seemed to involve a prelude of courtesy before aggression, sending someone to locate Lin Xiao under the pretense of discussing matters. While cultivators coexisted with non-cultivators, they generally did not interfere with one another, leading to towns being constructed in habitable areas, devoid of excessive supernatural embellishments. Why must one forsake their normalcy to engage with such afflicted beings? It seemed only their parents indulged her spoiled ways. Presently, the advanced team for the Mahjong entertainment had arrived, including not just staff, but also the artists Hong Zhongji, Yi Tong, and Yao Ji. He noticed the unevenness of the rocky ceiling but initially dismissed it, considering it normal for a roof. However, Chen Xiang soon realized that this uneven surface was intentionally designed. As the disciple of the sword sect spoke, his expression grew serious, uncertain whether Li Fan still retained his original consciousness or had succumbed to the corruption. The journey from Faima Ranch to Luoyang spanned merely 1,000 miles, yet Tai Xian took a day and a half to arrive. Shortly after entering Luoyang, Su Xiling hurried over. Chapter 158. 4-0. A clean sweep into the Western Conference Finals in the locker room. The Rockets' morale was somewhat subdued. Head coach Rick Adelman stood before the team, repeatedly reciting motivational phrases to uplift their spirits. Rick spoke loudly and with conviction, a tactic that had previously aided struggling teams. However, times had changed. The Rockets had no path for retreat. In the midst of a significant deficit, the first half of the game made it evident that the initial push had come from him, so why was he now the one being pushed? He hadn't even sought retribution, yet the others seemed displeased. As he cast his gaze towards the broken blade, a wave of terrifying energy surged like lightning, causing Lin Yu to spit blood on the spot. This colossal meteor bore 3 missions. The first was to annihilate a significant portion of humanity through the cold generated by its impact and dust, a well-known fact. Shaking his head, he turned to enter the kitchen, only to find Zhu Yutang emerging with wet hands, shaking off droplets of water. Brother Long, what exactly are you trying to convey? Long Si bowed to himself, startling Joanna. Sun Ningxiang shook his head. The ghost realm was akin to a being of order. How could it possibly wither away? Oh, you even know a bit of medicine? Heard clearly, the words of the dragon's thorn were well understood by the black girl, who was hastily addressing the issue. Such a significant blunder could not be tolerated by the upper echelons of the Li family, leading to the decision to expel Li Wei from the group. Due to the immense losses incurred, Li Wei departed empty-handed, without a single cent to his name. You? Qin Zihao snorted coldly, his expression indifferent, entirely dismissing Du Hong's challenge. The melodious songs of birds intertwined with the gentle trickle of the spring water, creating an ethereal melody, as if it were a divine tune cascading from the heavens above. What brings you here? Ku suddenly turned around to find Su Huinen's imposing visage before him. The patriarch of the Bai family, having passed on his position to his eldest son, had withdrawn from public life, leaving outsiders unaware of his whereabouts. As soon as he entered, he was met with curious gazes. Lily's tone shifted, her brow arched as she admonished, causing several pairs of eyes, which had been furtively watching Yunjun, to retreat, startling even Yunjun, who was unprepared for such a scene. Whether it was from anger or intoxication, old Guan's face was crimson, his neck thickening with rage. Consequently, Franklin deemed it necessary to escalate the pressure, continuing to push forward to ascertain the limits of the alliance's tolerance. The brother stood awkwardly by, unsure of how to console Uncle G. Renowned for his love of flowers, Uncle G was devastated by the destruction of years of his dedication, and it was only natural for him to feel sorrow. I am not yet married, Ao Shui retorted, yet she raised her cup and drank heartily. Fossils of ancient organisms are exceedingly rare, especially those that vividly capture dynamic movements. You didn't call me when you arrived, nor did you appear on the balcony. I had to call you. You spoke a torrent of incomprehensible words, Su Huinen remarked, glancing at Ao Shui. If he had not made that call, would they not have been exploring together? In the rearview mirror, Ao Jun was already fast asleep. I knelt beside Wang Kai, returning the gesture, as we embraced and wept. All the brothers applauded, and the villagers present were visibly moved. Despite having 7 fifth-rank members, they were still far from matching Jin Jijun, a 4th-rank powerhouse. While Yi Chun told his tale, many teachers and the principal at the school were quite pleased with the story's beginning. The aircraft, slender in form, featured 2 massive air intakes at the wing roots, with the engine housed within. One could even spot the outdated wing knives atop the wings. This was the H-6, which had served in Yong'an for over half a century. Chapter 159, Chen Mo, let us advance with our dreams. Let us congratulate the Nuggets for their decisive 4-0 victory over the Rockets in the Western Conference semifinals, securing their place in the Western Conference Finals. Throughout this match, or rather this series, the Rockets exhibited their resilience and tenacity, never conceding defeat despite being significantly behind. However, the harsh reality of competitive sports shines through. As the Nuggets advance with smiles, the Rockets are left to mourn their unfortunate exit. The King of Corpses. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the depths of the well, seemingly distant yet distinctly audible. Meanwhile, after OB team chose Ezreal on the first floor, the UF team on the red side took a moment to deliberate before ultimately selecting the Vampire and Prince for their jungle duo. I never said I wouldn't sell. However, if you wish to purchase my goods, you must offer a price that I find acceptable, Chi Zhongtian stated. Although the crisis had been averted, the alliance could no longer conceal the issue of foreign invasion. When the matter was made public that day, it ignited a global uproar. The only concern now was whether BF would be able to engage in team fights during the mid-game under the current circumstances. SS could relentlessly pressure BF's top and bottom lanes, leaving BF to scramble. Should they become isolated and fall prey to Dream Demon's opportunistic strikes? Even a mere 6 seconds could decisively alter the outcome. Evidently, the Master knew of the existence of the Soul World and had explicitly forbidden its use on others. Moran exited the USB drive, gathering everyone in the Grand Hall and leading them to the conference room for a second work meeting. Boom. Nearly 20,000 fans within the American Airlines Center rose in unison, raising their arms to cheer for their king. I ponder. When will Mikai deem it the right time to return home? Will she grasp the feeling of my days dragging on like years? Subsequently, Chinten and Tuafeng, engaged in cheerful conversation, made their way toward Thor's office. Lost in thought, the moon withdrew the cork from the violet wooden bottle, and in an instant, the serene yet rich aroma of the wine filled the entire space, intoxicating merely by scent. If this plague were to erupt in full force, the number of those infected would be alarmingly high. I believe we should strive to procure as many rhino horns and antelope horns as possible to save more lives. Huagua Duo suggested. As for individuals like the second patriarch of the Dong family, although his betrayal of Huaxia infuriated Tang Ming, it posed no threat to him. Without hesitation, Zihan spoke, her gray eyes fixed upon the heartless emperor. What had once been indifferent eyes now brimmed with an overwhelming battle spirit. And as she gazed toward the distant sky, her heart swiftly transformed into tranquility. Everyone present resonated with the sight of that sword, feeling their inner swordsmanship ignited. Sweat streamed down his body, soaking his clothes, leaving a puddle beneath him. Tomorrow, cleaners will come to rescue them, Yifan remarked with an air of indifference. Beneath Oye's feet lay 2 deep ravines. His expertise lay in disguise and assassination, not in direct confrontation. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Ting's eyes as he considered that, although his current strength was insufficient. Should he face a true master at the Golden Core stage, he would likely be powerless to respond. After parting with the items, Elizabeth compensated Zhang Wei with some hardship pay, an honor point, and a gold coin. Alas, if Long Baju were to learn that his life was worth a mere 3 coins, one wonders how devastated he would be. At that moment, a muffled sound erupted from Han Feng's dantian, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood and stagger, his hands separating from Xiong Kuan's large palm. Chapter 160, the first battle of the Western Conference Finals. Meanwhile, the series between the Celtics and the Magic was fiercely contested next door. The other 3 teams that had swept their opponents 4-0 were actively preparing for the divisional finals. As for the Cavaliers, newly crowned MVP LeBron James expressed in interviews that this time, they aimed to smoothly advance to the finals and rectify the regrets of their previous appearance, securing both his and the team's first championship. The fat man's words prompted Wu Jun and Tian Mu to rally a group of officials and villagers into the valley in search of the centipede. They could hear him roaring defiantly, fearlessly confronting the 3 lions, falling only to rise again, refusing to yield. Lin Yong even sensed that, apart from the broken teeth, The other two lions were no match for him. What more do you want? Hua Tianqi spoke sternly, surprised by the audacity of these ruffians. Despite lowering his stance, they remained unsatisfied. All right, it's open. Lin Liang lifted his head and offered a faint smile to Ziyuan, subsequently extending his consciousness into the Qiankuan bag in search of the map. However, curiously, as his awareness expanded, Lin Liang's expression grew increasingly peculiar, even his breath becoming somewhat hurried. After parting ways with Rainisha, Dongzi gazed towards the towering three-story building, his eyes gradually turning cold. The Lord's Manor of Blue Sky City, where 100 contestants from the semifinals, including Xintian, were fortunate to gather with the 4 esteemed celestials tonight to receive their teachings in person. This is my friend Lin Qi. From this day forth, you shall study under my tutelage, and I trust you will take good care of him, Lu Jiyuan stated monotonously while introducing the students present. As he had surmised, the flower leopard beast had not yet fully mastered its own strength. Otherwise, that recent strike, if executed correctly, could have proven fatal for Lin Feng, inflicting more than mere physical pain. As for the remaining majority of the perfect puppets from other races, a flicker of indifference crossed Xintian's gaze as his heart gradually hardened. Surrounding the old residence were once other structures, but they had all been dismantled. The usable wooden bricks had been removed, leaving this solitary old house amidst the ruins. Reports about Chu Xing's new album were ubiquitous online. Some were spontaneous, yet a larger portion stemmed from Wang Jie's management. However, I cannot perish just yet. I have yet to locate my family. Nor have I confronted Wu Xinghe about his tardiness, his broken promises, or why he offered me hope only to cast me into despair. Here. This is your favorite tuna and eel sushi. He affectionately presented the sushi to Tanchichi's mouth, watching as she nervously bit into it, struggling to express her gratitude through a mouthful, prompting him to smirk in a complex yet humorous manner. At that time, she discussed with her roommates how there could be a boy so extraordinarily handsome. Even the school heartthrob paled in comparison. Others chimed in. Yet Zhang Zekin seemed oblivious to the tense situation, proceeding as if nothing were amiss. You turned him into a monster, Charles. My son is dead. He is merely a mutant freak. Strike roared in fury, his hatred for mutants stemming not only from viewing them as a threat to humanity, but also from the painful experiences his own son had brought upon him. I'm sorry, but it seems rather late now. Dongfang Xian looked at me, his sunlit smile replaced by sorrow and compassion. Ah, see, what happened to you? Zhang San rushed to support Li Si, only to discover he had already fainted. He did not expect Yushuihen to believe his words. He merely hoped not to influence Yushuihen's judgment regarding the new script. Chapter 161, The Battle for Self-Validation. The Nuggets swiftly entered the fray, the venue resounding with the cheers of home fans. Within just 2 rounds, the Nuggets had gained momentum. Kobe couldn't help but recall his own failures from the previous season. Last season, the Lakers had faced all the strong teams in the West, ultimately securing the championship of the Western Conference. This season, he certainly does not wish to falter in a more advanced position. Gasol initiates the out-of-bounds throw. Kobe takes the ball himself, advancing towards the basket, where Bynum awaits. At this moment, Monta Ellis encounters a vigorous drive from Maggette, drawing a foul, leading Maggette to the free throw line. I can naturally understand everyone's sentiments. However, amid foreign invasions and the plight of our nation, how can valiant individuals like yourself stand idly by? As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, Li Xiao remarked. Hearing his mother's words, Wang Yu sensed the position of the Holy Master and immediately perceived the current situation of both parties. Jianan paused, gently caressing the engraved year picture. Gazing at the silhouettes on the window paper, his eyes deep with a rich brown hue. Yang Di found himself troubled by fouls, having to exit early in the first quarter with 2 infractions as the Rockets surprisingly led the Warriors 28-19. Unfortunately, the Jiren and Zamar had already been subdued by Tianjun, Shenyun, and Fengchen, leaving no remnants behind. Overall, it is an exceptionally unique and beautiful structure, breaking free from conventional thinking to create a new dome. With the ability to evolve, there exists the ninja frog, alongside a divine beast capable of perpetually dividing its cells, and many more charming Pokemon, each more extraordinary than the last. As she spoke, she indeed turned around, making a motion as if to open the door. Her hand rested on the doorknob when a man's voice, tinged with mild irritation, echoed from behind her. In that fleeting moment, Luo Xiaoyuan fixed her gaze on Lu Fan's face, deeply moved, nodding earnestly after a brief pause. Siyu was momentarily taken aback. She had interacted with Zhou Shiyan numerous times, often finding him cold and arrogant. Then it shall be that one, Jiang Chang'an declared, pointing at a majestic black horse, which simply caught her fancy. The horse was entirely black and glossy, devoid of any visible wounds, and its gaze held a curious undertone. Nanshiyu tugged at his mouth, pondering why his words sounded so malicious when uttered by him. After all, although their kin had connections, they had never gathered in such a manner. He had not anticipated that he would not receive a single glance from the man throughout the journey, who walked ahead with Bai Qingli. Moreover, with Jianna severely injured, Bai Qingli had little inclination to deal with Nanshiyu for the time being. In a certain sense, one should not underestimate the Gray Fairy, which appeared merely as a larger rodent, nor should one regard the ease with which it was controlled by the old Taoist. After a fierce battle with Bai Mei, the golden giant's sword stood upright, casting a distant glow upon Bai Mei's left side. Yi Tian rested his chin on his hand, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Without the advantage of the original plot, he had to rely solely on his own ingenuity for every action. Yu Zheng diligently recalled the essential teachings imparted by his mentor, employing stillness to counter movement, adapting to change with consistency, and responding to each challenge, to the point where after 50 exchanges, neither had managed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him. The pilot nodded in understanding. As for the nearly 50 meters above ground, he had not even considered it. For Yi Tian was no ordinary individual. He was, after all, a commander among those extraordinary beings. Are you all right? Gently caressing Luo Zheyuan's face, Yin Jin softly wept. Those tumultuous emotions surged within her heart, and she felt a delicate fracture within. Chapter 162. A distant three-pointer cannot save the day. With the offensive possession exceeding the time limit, the Lakers entered a low point in the first quarter. The Lakers' offense faltered while the Nuggets showed no mercy in their own. Iverson's jump shot missed its mark. Under the basket, Kenyon Martin battled against Gasol, seizing an offensive rebound. A second chance. Kenyon Martin pivoted and tossed the ball. Though the shot still failed to find its target, the Nuggets' momentum had undeniably surged. Yuan Che was growing impatient. His sole aim was the quota for the 5 elements heaven, and he had no interest in entangling himself in the internal power struggles of the Yuan family. Just as Ningxia speculated, Lin Wanru and Zhou Hao had indeed secretly obtained a marriage certificate, which was part of a strategic calculation. Baya furrowed his brow slightly. Puzzled, when did the divine war commence? Wasn't he it when Poseidon allied with the celestial god to oppose the underworld god? Why then did the water clan choose to depart from the celestial god's domain? He was eager to uncover the truths of the many years past. Yet each attempt to recall left him with a splitting headache. During the New Year's Eve dinner, Ning Chuan hurriedly prepared, finally allowing the mother and child to enjoy a warm meal. The heavenly Xian golden pill was a relic of ancient Shu Mountain, if one wished to obtain it. A journey to Shu Mountain was necessary, where one could also negotiate with the enigmatic muffled gourd. Su Mingying frowned slightly, seizing the opportunity amidst the summoned demonic winds. He kicked the entity away, propelling it out the window. Yun Bufan, witnessing this, swiftly retaliated with a kick of his own against the demonic winds. Though most present did not recognize each other, they all followed suit, bowing in greeting. No, Your Highness, this wretched person has been flirting with others. Su Luoshuang gritted her teeth, accusing Su Luofeng of donning a green hat. Following this faint sensation, the demon sect seemed akin to a creature following its own scent, searching for its home from miles away. The demon sect wandered aimlessly, seemingly lost in thought, its spirit adrift, floating in the clouds, and glancing upward. It appeared as if a divine statue loomed on the horizon. Li Jing possessed a subsidiary card, which she seldom used. Once she swiped it, Xiaogu would undoubtedly be aware of her whereabouts, living off past glories and swiping her private funds. She shouting justified herself for a considerable time, eventually mentioning using black donkey hooves and divine medicine to treat blood individuals. Old Yao had grown increasingly skeptical of Qi shouting as blood identity. I know all you've said, Shadu Tian thought, harboring a bellyful of frustration, having nowhere to vent it. Although Mo Jinyang had intended to be kind, he was met with a reprimand. He was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, choosing silence. I played one CD after another, yet none contained the songs I longed to hear, just as boredom overwhelmed me while I fiddled with my hair. A sudden mechanical voice jolted me awake as if I had been electrified. An arrow sliced through the air, and Shadu Tian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. A soldier behind him grunted, struck by the arrow that pierced his forehead. Due to Shadu Tian's presence, he had no time to evade and fell to the ground, writhing briefly before becoming still. Otherwise, in such chaotic times, there would not be so many who resorted to consuming their own children for survival. They leaned against the restroom stall door, the man clad in black, blending seamlessly with the dark door. "This is the first time I've seen you cry." I approached Zero, rummaging through my pockets for some time before finally producing a couple of crumpled tissues. Hearing their seemingly flirtatious banter, Li Jing's eyes turned red, and her face darkened. She detested having her boundaries challenged. The person before her, Ren Xiaoman, was utterly infuriating, and she felt compelled to settle both new and old scores. "Moro Ningyue, just wait. I shall not let you off easily." In the end, Qi Yin stamped her foot, uttered a fierce remark, and stormed off in a huff. Although Ne Gongyu did not fully comprehend the young lady's sentiments, she remained mindful of a certain truth, striving to avoid making further mistakes in front of Su Jin. Chapter 163. A victorious debut in the Western Conference playoffs, trailing by 16 points in the third quarter. The Los Angeles Lakers seemed to have their fate sealed. However, Kobe's indomitable spirit would not allow him to concede defeat. Even after expending considerable energy in the initial 3 quarters, he opted to give it one last shot before the final whistle. At the beginning of the 4th quarter, during the rotation phase, Kobe re-entered the game after wiping the sweat from his brow, determined to fight for a chance for his team. The Lakers refused to entertain the notion of surrender. As for Chen Feng, he remained indifferent to the opinions of those around him. For a more pressing matter loomed before him. Observing the bamboo swing gently outside through the gauzy window, she cleared her throat softly before making her way to the plush couch to sit down. At this moment, Ning Ning fell silent. She possessed ample evidence and countless methods to unearth the truth without revealing the system, yet there was no necessity for such actions. Her sudden whim to test him was not aimed at capturing his essence, but merely to probe his attitude towards the Chung family. Nowadays, people are only aware that succumbing to madness leads to insanity, yet they fail to recognize that it is the dark thoughts incited by inner demons that cause such turmoil. Elder Pei's mention of madness remains shrouded in ambiguity. Luo Ningxuan inhaled deeply, feeling as though everything before her was an illusion, surreal and inescapable, leaving her unable to retreat. Upon exiting the room, he cast a glance over everyone in the living room, discovering them unchanged from a few days prior. Some were engrossed in games, while others watched movies with no sign of alteration. "Get away." Zhao Juxing instinctively unleashed his inner strength, causing the soldiers weighing upon him to be flung away by the force of his energy. As the new students were assigned their classes, everyone looked forward expectantly, thinking that the dean must soon appear to announce who would take on disciples. Since realizing that this was an era where all were martial artists, Ning Ning had developed a commendable habit of daily exercise, complemented by the cultivation of the starry technique. Even though she had not focused intently on enhancing her martial prowess, her mental strength and physical constitution had steadily approached the threshold of S rank. Strangely enough, apart from Shi Yu and Yiling Wei, no one else could perceive Ning Ning. Even with Yin Qing opening his heavenly eye, he could not capture her presence. Entering the Prince Ping's residence as a concubine was the best fate her father could secure for her in her previous life. And she firmly believed that if she had been unwilling, even under pressure from Prince Ping, her father would never have consented. Lin Yushi could hardly believe that Lin Beiqing would appear at the doorstep of Qinghuai so early in the morning. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, she resolved to return immediately after the examination concluded. Upon the utterance of those words, Ming Qingyan found herself utterly at a loss for how to respond. Casting a helpless glance towards Liang Yifan, Lin Yushi, after contemplating Qin Chu's statement, merely smiled. With Lin Beiqing absent, she felt no inclination to return home to prepare a meal after the morning's class, opting instead to dine in the cafeteria. Previously, it was Professor Han. Now, it was Dean Gao and other chief researchers who had collaborated on a project, which surely was not mere coincidence. A group was evidently engaged in erasing traces of that project. Recently, the Korean branch had been rife with turmoil, as 2 top researchers had unexpectedly passed away in quick succession. The corner kick was taken by Hoda, and this time, Laporte's header clearance was executed with precision, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the stands. We were quite familiar with the two, and now as Guo was mother seeking their assistance, it seemed only natural. Yang Zhao mentioned Su Guo, yet it was evident to all that she and Su Guo were like oil and water. Thus, it was implausible for Yang Zhao to seek their help concerning Su Guo. Moan, sipping her milk tea, regarded Su Tang with a hint of astonishment. Despite knowing Su Tang was not lying, she still felt an air of surrealism enveloping the situation. Chapter 164. The leader as the match concluded. The Denver Nuggets triumphed over the Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 112-94. At the sound of the referee's whistle, the entire Pepsi Center in Denver erupted in jubilation. Although it was reasonable for the top team in the West to defeat the second, the flow and outcome of the game left the fans exhilarated. During the previous season's playoffs, the Nuggets had suffered a humiliating 0-4 sweep at the hands of the Lakers, and many Denver fans had witnessed that disheartening defeat firsthand. During lunch, Gong Jingqin conspired with me, the rebellious Zhang Liwei, to eliminate He Giru. They summoned the enigmatic Qing Daoshi from Xiangxi, a true adept capable of killing and reanimating corpses, adept at crafting zombies and other such entities, though I admit, I do not fully comprehend the intricacies of it. If it were a forest, even if Xiao Tian wished to take a shortcut, it would be utterly impossible as vehicles could not traverse such terrain. Chun Fong chuckled, pondering whether, if he told them that he and Linger shared a purely innocent relationship, they might suspect him of impotence. Observing the master of Wulong receiving resounding slaps across his face, the sound echoing painfully, I could scarcely suppress a gulp as one among the four distinguished youths struggled to swallow. Suddenly, Grandpa's expression shifted to one of urgency as he asked, Wu Dao, have you found a way to deal with that Taoist nun? Exiting the auction house, Jiang Shou remained silent, feeling perplexed by the entire affair. The anonymity of both the seller and buyer gave him an unsettling sense of a transaction that felt akin to a trap devised for manipulation. Well then, it appears I have no one to team up with, Chen Chongshan replied with a smile, having become more at ease in his interactions with Su Jiaming. Shedding the initial awkwardness. Under the torrential rain, I watched as the vehicle departed the village, vanishing from sight, my heart aflame with anxiety and frustration. Overwhelmed, I gasped for breath, and suddenly, darkness enveloped me as I collapsed into the muddy ground, losing consciousness. I had no time to explain to it, especially concerning the Qian Kuan gourd, which would undoubtedly complicate matters further. It was better to first ascertain the truth for myself. How could this incident possibly not have dire repercussions? After pondering for a moment, I found no suitable explanation, thus I remained curiously silent. Suddenly, as Feng Shuqin moved, she conjured layers of illusions, her delicate, jade-like hand slicing through the sword light of the man in white, creating a disturbance in the fabric of space. As the sword light was ignited by an eerie flame, the reasoning behind this action was to prevent all wandering cultivators from entering the Taishan Peak lineage, thereby avoiding the dominance of Taishan Peak over others, which would create an imbalance in the power structure of the Golden Sword Cave. Now that Skelpo was deceased, the key was lost, and no one in this world would ever attain superintelligence again. Unable to contain his simmering fury, Meng Qi raised his right hand, veins bulging, and struck fiercely at that figure with lightning speed, devoid of any flourish. At that moment, outside the valley, the solitary crow, through the eyes of the corpse puppet, observed the happenings within, swiftly identifying a boulder. With a mental command, he directed over a dozen corpse puppets within the valley to rush toward the stone. Understood, cousin. Young master. This was Qin Kerson's first time witnessing such an expression on Qin Keishan's face since arriving at Shinzong Forest. She lowered her head shyly, unable to meet his gaze, feeling a sense of grievance that she dared not express. The heads of the southern and northern Tang clans were once close brothers, but due to certain conflicts, they became estranged and began to interfere with one another. Lin Dayuan possessed remarkable creative talent during high school. He self-taught piano and acoustic guitar in the school's music room, and through these instruments, he composed numerous songs for Bai Yunyao. Chapter 165. When Kobe begins to pass rationally on May 22, 2009, 2 days later, the second match of the series between the Nuggets and the Lakers continued in Denver. In the first game, the Nuggets, playing on their home turf, decisively defeated the Lakers, effectively dominating the court throughout the match. After the battle, the entire circle erupted in chaos. No one anticipated that the Denver Nuggets would perform so exceptionally against last year's Western Conference champions, the Los Angeles Lakers. Many skeptics, however, questioned the appropriateness of a mother teaching her son in such a manner. Although he still could not reach the radiant gates, he could touch the remnants left behind. His clear, starry eyes gradually dulled, resembling an elderly man succumbing to the ravages of time, with snowflakes gently settling upon him and his graying temples. The simultaneous explosions of several self-destructing puppets were indeed quite spectacular, as the violent blast swiftly engulfed the massive form of the Sand Guardian. Finally, after extensive rehearsals, a semblance of success was achieved. Chen Bin, exhaling in relief, jested with his companions, particularly with Brother Fat Cat, urging him to deepen his memorization of the lines. Li Hu, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter, eager to express himself more bluntly, but was suddenly struck by the peculiar look in Jia Tsung's eyes. Upon hearing the words, Lai Mama and the others felt a chill descend upon them and began to weep in unison, lamenting their ignorance and attributing their actions to the folly of their families. Just as the crowd was enveloped in confusion, another servant from Pear Fragrance Courtyard was brought in, also sobbing profusely. Then, with a thunderous strike, a hand illuminated by flashes of lightning was unleashed, causing the very air to tremble as it aimed directly at Lin Yan's forehead. Faced with this, Ouyang Yaotian could only shake his head in resignation, aware that his swordplay required minimal effort, and he would eventually exhaust his strength. Ling Ziyuan then recounted the entire sequence of events regarding Mayor Huang Donglai, including the performance of Lu Yu, the secretary of the city government, without missing a single detail. Take whatever you desire, Shen Yuanchan said, forcing a smile onto his face. Damn it, you, a member of the human race, dare to wield the powers of my ancient burial clan. I will not allow you to exist in this world. The expression of this individual grew increasingly frigid as an aura coalesced between the mountains, descending upon his shattered hand, restoring it to its former state. Subsequently, he charged fiercely toward Lin Yin once more. Lu Qing'er, unwilling to lose face before the congregation, suppressed her nausea and stepped on the writhing black serpents beneath her feet. Boss, another standing committee meeting was held yesterday, and the candidate for the county office director has been finalized. What about the promise you made to me? Wang Xiang inquired darkly. The silver-scaled serpent's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and amidst the eruption of crimson light, its form, glistening in radiant silver, surged toward the defenseless Wu Yu. With no time to don his clothes or explain to the startled Shuer, Ao Tian unleashed his full spiritual sense, locking onto the assailant, while simultaneously summoning the golden ring to hover above his head, poised to strike. However, I hope you can regard me with the seriousness I deserve, Yang Shizhong said, embracing Han Ling from behind, burying his face in her neck with a smile. Engaging in a battle of wits with a man was what Li Luowei referred to as a waste of time, utterly unworthy of her attention. Su Ranhua was forcibly taken away, having lost all strength to walk. The pain in her body was searing, and without needing to look, she knew her skin must be severely torn. In the empty corridor of the midnight hour, only Yang Ruoli hurriedly ascended, her footsteps heavy and urgent, echoing throughout the hallway, resonating in her heart and quickening its rhythm. Chapter 166. The Denver Nuggets agile adaptation Chen Mo faced off against Kobe, scoring the first basket of the match against the opposing leader. This moment can undoubtedly be regarded as what the spectators yearned to witness. As the Lakers swiftly gained momentum at the onset, Chen Mo's response was remarkably timely, instantly filling the arena with cheers for him. As this city gradually embraced Chen Mo, they found themselves captivated by the audacious confidence of this young newcomer. Presently, Chen Zhaoru has officially settled her marriage arrangements with Gu Shang, thus entering the abode and meeting her sisters, albeit with a hint of discomfort. Although this mythical dragon has entered a feral realm, its strength has not seen significant enhancement since being frozen. Should it prove difficult to battle, it may inflict harm upon both parties. Perhaps we might find a way to vanquish it, suggested Long Chun. Yet, despite her disdainful expression while articulating these thoughts, astute observers could discern her underlying enjoyment. With a commanding shout, the final trunk of belongings was loaded into the carriage. Gu Rou, now more slender and graceful than ever, moved with an elegance distinctly different from her past. By afternoon, they had arrived in X City, merely relocating to another venue and donning local license plates to avoid drawing attention. Additionally, the Lai brothers had made some modifications. Upon their initial encounter with AI Erbin, they had made it clear that they could only linger in Yuhua City for a month, a time frame firmly established then. From this experience, Gu Pan gleaned a vital insight. Should she provoke him, the sole method to placate him would be through charm. If she could successfully ensnare Lu Junkai with her allure, the entire Lu family would surely fall within her grasp. The heavy-armed generals responded eagerly, rekindling memories of matters previously overlooked after extensive discussions. Wu Lei's influence in Shuzhou was currently experiencing rapid growth, and the advantages offered by such a vast county for Wu Lei's forces were unimaginable. How infuriating, she thought, astonished that 3 years later, this juvenile man remained as immature as ever, if not more so. You are intoxicated. Return to your chamber and sleep. He spoke coldly, attempting to escort her back. Yet she resisted, playfully twisting away from his grasp. Fan Jinxiang exclaimed his intent to treat everyone to a seafood feast, asserting that a gentleman's words, once spoken, are like water spilled, irretrievable. With beet biotechnology currently on the rise, he decided to gather his belongings and venture to the seafood market, seizing the opportunity while Yang Wei was absent. Upon closing the door, Su Bei emerged, noticing Jing Mo engrossed in some task, observing for a while before finally turning to leave. "I was just stepping out, but I overheard your call," Xian reminisced with a smile. "May I freely arrange the soldiers, my lord?" Zhuge Liang inquired, still donning a smile. This truly is a remarkable performance, a breathtaking spectacle. The vast eye of the Tempest vanished right before their eyes, while the towering avatar of the god of Shinra resembled a colossal titan, grasping it within its palm and compressing it relentlessly, a sight that is profoundly awe-inspiring. She felt a palpable unease, having not been this close to Fu Xian in a long time, as if her very capillaries might bleed, before her mind could fully register the moment. A distinct sound echoed, a pop, the tearing of fabric. Chen Hu advanced southward, gathering ice grass and digging for African potatoes. Although these plants were not plentiful, he collected a few for sustenance later that night. Yet, he paid no mind to the occasion, for regardless of the day, he had no intention of participating in any celebrations. He shut the window and, under the lamplight, retrieved the 2 tomes gifted by Xiao Rufflin and Xinyu. Chapter 167. The Individual Army. The belief in victory unwavering. The next segment of the game commenced. The Denver Nuggets launched the first offensive. Leading by merely a point in the first quarter, they felt the immense pressure the Lakers imposed. Just as the Lakers understood that the substitution period in the second quarter was their advantage, the Nuggets were equally aware that they must capitalize on this moment to widen the gap and pave the way for victory. In the first round, the Nuggets executed a swift attack. Chen Mo propelled the ball forward with speed, charging towards the front. Even Emperor Wu of Han would have given Qin Tong a thumbs up, for the matter was made exceedingly clear. The officials in the court collectively exhaled, relieved. For in the tense atmosphere, favoring either side could lead to an unfavorable outcome, particularly with the inscrutable thoughts of Emperor Jin looming above. Upon hearing Mo Shihuan's speculation, Zhuochen fell silent. Mo Shihuan's conjecture had been validated, yet what significance did it hold? That was his father. Xiaoji's voice was not loud, yet it was not intentionally lowered either, allowing most to hear her words as they gazed toward the evening glow. After traversing this distance, it was no surprise that heaven rewards the diligent, leading Jin Yun and the others to discover a patch of fertile black soil. Could it be inferred that the KG team has indeed acquired the prowess of a top-tier squad? Moreover, their adversaries exhibit a certain cunning. Although different individuals are dispatched each day, Shui Gao and his companions can sense the constant surveillance upon them. From the moment he arrives at Jin Yun in the morning until he returns in the evening. As he speaks, he removes his outer garment, revealing that each of them is clad in tattered clothing, resembling beggars. The once looming mountain domain that enveloped Wu Jianhao has also come to an abrupt halt midway, unable to progress even a fraction further. The atmosphere here has grown excessively tranquil, yet one can almost sense a potent aura of bloodlust permeating the air. They are ferocious, with a singular purpose, to transport Jiangchen to a high-security prison. As one beast after another departs, the surrounding peaks become increasingly desolate. After a while, once the searing pain has completely dissipated, he vigorously shakes his head and, as if nothing has transpired, resumes his culinary preparations. Zhang Cheng has meticulously cleaned a fish, and upon witnessing him devour it with gusto, he affectionately pats his head. Those who once stood up for the Sword Mountain Manor were undoubtedly not cowards, and the abandoned ruins of the manor remain silent amidst a nameless mountain in the central region of the Western Holy Domain. The perimeter of the auspicious beast is adorned with intertwining grapevines, where birds flit about, encircling the creature. He summons a guard to bring forth some sour plum soup, serving himself a bowl before offering one to Dongzhua, who declines with a wave of his hand. Glancing at his phone, he notes the date, December 5th, leaving merely half a month until Jianwan's birthday. Initially, he had intended to exhaust all efforts to locate her parents as a birthday gift. Yet it now appears that such a feat may be beyond his reach. They are set to embark on their journey home tomorrow. Lin Bei opens his gaping maw, compressing the terrifying flames within his being. Meanwhile, on Billem's side, Ling Feng's aura has reached its zenith, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it is igniting. The temperature suddenly rises by over 20 degrees. Billem observes various locations, noting particularly the peculiar area within the burial grounds, densely populated by skeletal creatures. seemingly drawn by some unseen force. At this moment, the high priest of Shiyun is clandestinely meeting an elder in the depths of the Death Abyss, southeast of the Caesar Empire. What of Yawang Island? Qi Ming turns to cast a glance at Shen Tianjun, then leaps onto the arena. Chapter 168. Who says this referee is inadequate? This referee is exceptional. With Chen Mo's outstanding performance, the point differential between the two teams remains unchanged. The offensive efficiency of Odom and Bynum is evident. Lacking stable outside shooting, the Lakers' offense struggles to take flight. Although veteran Fisher possesses considerable experience, he is hindered by the limitations of his static talent and finds little opportunity against Chen Mo. Both offensively and defensively, he is at a disadvantage. In Chen Mo's eyes, Fisher appears as a feeble prey, even with the support of teammates. In the palace, some believe that Xiao Baolin is suffering and wish to see his sister endure hardship as well, while others contend that Hui Ronghua is not entirely blameless. If one truly possesses such confidence, there would be no need for incessant so-called reminders. Shen Suian astutely reveals Jiang Rongyu's psyche. Within the cage lies a shadow of a deep crimson hue, its scaly armor resembling sharp shields, rhythmically undulating with each breath, presumably housing a fierce beast. The cabin interior is tolerable. Air and moisture are cycled, allowing for a disinfection process during circulation. The deeper one ventures, the more intense the purple light becomes. Likely the glow emitted by the blooming of the nine-headed vine previously mentioned. She harbors an aversion to the arrangement of shared matrimony among wives and concubines. Although she believes she has adapted well, there are moments when she inexplicably feels repulsed. Wan Qiu's generosity endears her to others, who, before departing, enthusiastically offer their assistance in future matters. Upon seeing him awake, Lin Yuning momentarily regrets having disturbed him. However, noticing his lack of distress and his adorably dazed expression, she cannot help but feel charmed, gently clapping her hands and coaxing him with tender words. Go away, I want to live with Mummy. Huasiyu smiles brightly at Gu Mian. At this moment, akin to every instant when the summer blossoms and the colossal serpent stand united in battle. The souls of the man and the serpent profoundly intertwined. You don't wish to confront her, do you? Are you jesting with me? Liang Dong remarked playfully, gazing at Charlie Berman, who evidently yearned for Lam yet feared the ensuing chaos. This was not the outcome he desired. He merely sought solitude and a quiet existence. For instance, the bloodline of the Sharingan, the spirit beast lineage, and the mutated body, among others, are relatively affordable and suitable for those with limited resources. Might I inquire what you mean, my lord? Although we are all confident that you possess a firm opinion on the matter, a powerful figure respectfully inquired. With a thud, Liang Dong forcefully kicked open the corner door and rushed inside. Upon entering, he had yet to survey the room when he spotted a shadow swiftly exiting through the back door. Park Hyaman was taken aback, her expression fraught with panic, her eyes betraying her surprise at the unexpected question. In the blink of an eye, it was July 14th, the peak of summer's heat. Fortunately, the canyon was well ventilated, with a river flowing nearby. They certainly did not have the large box with them. They had all been together. And it was only during the brief moment when the insects arrived that they had failed to notice. However, it was indeed gone now. And the box could not be forcibly opened. It was secured with both physical and electronic locks. As the crowd stood in bewilderment, the ground suddenly began to tremble. They turned their gaze to see the demon Majin Bu lifting a massive mountain with one hand, grinning menacingly at Boros before hurling the peak towards him. In an instant, the red lights on the life pod shifted back to green, and Vanessa's agonizing spasms ceased, a hint of color returning to her pale face. Upon returning to the city, Lin Luo handed the battle armor to Li Tranchang. Though the armor was rare, Lin Luo had no intention of keeping it for himself. As the director of the planning department assigned to the Ministry of Railways, Qing Guoqing was well acquainted with all national railway plans, particularly those near the Hanwu Railway Bureau. Chapter 169. A senior at home is like a treasure as the score gap narrowed to 6 points. Kobe, the team's leader, took control of the ball on the offensive end. Chen Mo and Anthony each carried 3 fouls. Rather than opting for his most skilled and reliable back-to-the-basket play, Kobe chose to drive for a layup after engaging in a confrontation. Facing Anthony, who was also burdened with 3 fouls, Kobe displayed remarkable aggression. Yet the intensity of the confrontation caused him to lose his balance entirely during the layup attempt. The shot was likewise disrupted, the basketball ricocheting off the rim. They possessed keen hearing and sight, honed through special training. Thus this short distance posed no challenge to them. Butler Liu could no longer contain himself and threw a punch, though it was not directed at the floating Lu Changsheng, but rather at his physical form. Bystanders pointed and murmured about the man, whose forehead and back were drenched in cold sweat, unable to defend himself. Did Uncle Tong say she died? Driven to suicide by jumping off a cliff, yet no body was found? Xiao Shansuan stepped forward to inquire. I understand your thoughts and know you may perceive me as a heartless individual. However, if you reside in this palace for some time, you will entirely shed that notion. For benevolent souls are a rarity within this court. I express this in hopes that my palace is filled entirely with good people. Of course, Wang Qinian is not only renowned, but also exceedingly wealthy. A rational comparison of his past statements and actions with those of economist Lang Tianping should reveal that Wang Qinian is the more dependable choice. Yet, Peter could only frighten others once. Upon witnessing the diminished harm of his attacks, the high-tier experts began to unleash their prowess. She bore a glowing smile, her chest rising and falling as if she had just completed a marathon, panting heavily. Do you truly not mind if I become a burden to you? Are you willing to be with me even if our relationship leads to a poor outcome? Pei Yuehua could scarcely believe his confession and sought reassurance once more. The reason it was not about saving the world is that the world does not require their salvation. The current crisis of human existence is a result of Gaia's own suppression. Thus, this endeavor is not about saving the world, but merely about preserving humanity itself. A fine aroma of wine does not fear the depth of valleys. Young players with exceptional talent and bright futures need not worry about fate's favor, nor about lacking a grand stage to showcase their abilities. Why didn't you tell me about the abortion? GMO persistently questioned, unable to grasp why Zhao Shiyao kept this from him. Just bear with it. You must endure, she urged, forcefully squeezing the wound to expel the congealed blood. Noticing the swelling and discoloration of the injury, she instinctively lowered her head to suck on the wound. Sister, why not just kill me? I want to marry him. This is unchangeable. The sisters fell into silence, the abruptness of it creating a tense atmosphere. In the next moment, a glint of cold light appeared in the other's eyes as she produced a sharp dagger from her bosom and thrust it fiercely towards Fusu. Not long after taking flight, a series of deafening roars erupted from the ground, followed swiftly by dozens of missiles hurtling toward the aircraft. No one knew what she was thinking, but she was resolute in her aim, to grow stronger, to become immensely powerful. Fei found the Emperor Taiji quite agreeable, contemplating that if only she could delay a little longer, it would be splendid if Dorgan arrived here. Every moment she could prolong was precious. At the base of a cliff on the eastern coast, a colossal structure lay hidden, surrounded by steep cliffs, ensuring that no one would take notice or descend from the heights, rendering it exceedingly concealed. Chapter 170. 2 victories, secured. The Denver Nuggets offense flows exceptionally well when in rhythm. During the initial half of the third quarter, they nearly secured victory. However, the Lakers' counterattack came just in time. Kobe's timely resurgence and veteran Fisher's support pulled the team back from the brink of despair. In the first half of the quarter, the Nuggets' explosive performance was met with resolute responses from the Lakers. Although the Nuggets failed to secure a decisive victory, the Lakers' performance left Hyun feeling quite displeased. Observing the two with a pout before downing a large glass of beer, she cast her gaze around the empty room, where only a fine coffin rested, devoid of any other presence aside from herself. His voice dwindled to a whisper, yet it caused Ran Chi to grip her knife with a sudden tremor. Joey, he is your son. Tong Qianqian, driven to desperation, could no longer adhere to her previous promises to Tong Joey. So your implication is that I handle everything while you merely sit back and enjoy? Lu Yin looked at Amy in disbelief. In recent days, Shinjuan had refrained from visiting Ji Jinhua, fully aware that she was evading Ji Jinchuan. However, this avoidance could not persist indefinitely. The matters between them must eventually be resolved. Considering the passage of time, it was likely close to the hour of the rabbit. Yet, upon noticing that Rong Jin was still in a deep slumber, Yin Xiao hastily withdrew her hand, fearful of disturbing Rong Jin's rest. Once Fang Sitong had drifted into sleep, she felt a slight thirst and contemplated descending for some water. As she exited her room, she spotted Sister Lan lingering outside the door. Never mind. I shall forego eating today. Mu Yu sighed softly. Her gaze upon Wu lay tinged with a hint of sympathy. On this day, she sat in the pavilion. As a gentle breeze wafted through the air, dispelling the oppressive heat, the Zen temple, expansive in scale, housed merely a dozen disciples. Master Tonghai, the abbot, was a venerable monk renowned across the region for hundreds of miles, possessing profound knowledge of Buddhist teachings and having surpassed the centennial mark. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire erupted below. A group of desperate bandits, cornered, fled upwards, only to be met with a barrage from submachine guns. Tumbling down the staircase in their retreat, I sought out Mr. Wang. Tang Jin earnestly replied that as the company's investment advisor, he must uphold a commendable image, unaware that the shirt and trousers purchased by Chun Bingwen would prove useful in this situation. However, the members of business class 2 remained silent. Even if they wished to participate, their intentions were thwarted by their lack of capability. The two parties involved could swear to the heavens that their conversation was merely casual, devoid of ulterior motives. Moreover, Mark felt deliberately stressed that this dialogue should not be reported, to which Bob Woodward acquiesced. Concurrently, the 30 policemen were not the saviors of the fallen white-skinned swine. They pounced like wolves, roughly twisting the arms of the 6 individuals behind their backs, swiftly applying handcuffs. It is said that an FBI agent who had infiltrated the mafia once endured such torture, barely escaping with his life before the glass tank shattered, yet left irrevocably traumatized, allowing a mafia family that could have been dismantled by his intelligence to evade destruction. Lan Ningxin delivered the blueprints for the project he co-managed with his new partner, Cheng Yao, to her desk. After receiving the report, Cho pondered for a long while before deciding to launch a surprise assault. He commanded Wei Su, Song Xian, and Ho Qing to hold the line with 50,000 troops, while he and Pang De led 30,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry, equipped with 20 artillery pieces, lying in ambush to execute a surprise attack, hoping to decisively eliminate the reinforcements. This time was no exception. Yi Ziluo leaped twice on the cliff, selecting a relatively flat area, and then vanished into the earth. Upon hearing that the corpse remained outside the city, the 3 of them sat down once more. After all, they had much to attend to and could not afford the luxury of venturing outside the city merely to vent their frustrations. After refueling, I intended to inform the driver. However, upon looking back, I discovered that he had already left the vehicle and was heading towards the convenience store. Chapter 171. The third battle of the West decision, a radical turnaround and a challenging away game with the Denver Nuggets victorious in the second match. The upcoming 2 games of the series against the Los Angeles Lakers would take place in the Lakers' home arena. On the night of the game, the Lakers departed from the sorrowful city of Denver aboard a chartered flight, returning home with a score of 0-2. The weight of pressure upon their shoulders was far greater than before, having lost both away games without securing a single victory. It could be said that this was the Lakers' most dismal outcome. In the past, I had heard that the Sage King governed the realm, seeking wisdom in youth and, with age, acquiring the ability to appoint worthy ministers and discipline the unruly. I am deeply grateful to Elder Qing for his meticulous training. I shall never forget it. The Northern Wind also hurriedly paid his respects. Chief of Staff, the base has been unresponsive to communications. The duty officer reported to Baotsua after failing to establish contact. Wang Jin explained the advantages of this location to the emperor, who wished to directly demand from the Chanyu but hesitated, fearing that should the Xiongnu refuse, it would tarnish the prestige of the Han dynasty, leaving him in a moment of indecision. Wang Jin conveyed the emperor's intentions to Xiahou Fan, instructing him to make the request solely in his own name. The fleet issued an urgent recall signal, and all mechanized warriors hastily returned to their warships. Subsequently, the main cannons of all ships thundered as they unleashed their fire upon the southern deputy capital below. Throughout history, marriage has always involved betrothal gifts and dowries. If you accept their 880,000 and betrothal gifts, how much dowry do you intend to provide? Shuan smiled. Sister Lu is exceedingly gracious. This is merely the benevolence of the master, and she is but a messenger. The distance between their lips is merely a sheet of paper, and under the influence of the humid air, a unique fragrance wafts through, compelling Qiao Xian to lose restraint as she pressed her lips against those soft, red ones. Relatives of Shu Wan have gradually arrived. The older ones are seated in the living room downstairs, engaged in idle chatter, flipping through wedding photographs displayed on the coffee table. The younger ones ascend the stairs to join the lively atmosphere. Indeed, by Ji, she has shown remarkable performance during this period. Regardless of her skills, she remains a newcomer in the esports realm. However, the time for honing her abilities has been too brief. Despite the considerable resources expended by the Wolf King to assist her, her strength is merely comparable to that of a mid-tier artifact among the 10 legendary items. It even falls short of Luo Yundong's Lone Star Cold Moon Spear, though it is still formidable in its own right. Chen Yi was experimenting here when suddenly, the electronic alarm in the cockpit rang, signaling the shift change. Shi Jueshing was awakened by the alarm. He vaguely sensed that if he could comprehend how a true A-class ability user invokes and even creates laws, this obstacle would cease to exist. Moreover, Due to his substantial increase in power, he might suddenly elevate to the upper tier of A class. Nearby, I found an internet CAF and conducted a search. I knew there were 2 universities and a vocational school in the vicinity. I believed it was more likely that the students were from the vocational school. So I first went there, armed with the photograph, and began asking everyone at the entrance. This time, he did not hasten to explore everything around him through electronic searches. Instead, he simply embraced the negatively charged electron, which was as immense as a football, into his bosom and proceeded onward. I let out a cold laugh, and a resounding shout nearly scattered this fellow. Immediately, with a flick of my fingertip, a wisp of flame danced by, incinerating this inner demon completely. These cities can hardly witness the emergence of formidable figures like Han Liang, who achieve breakthroughs in the heat of battle. Consequently, they have suffered immense losses, with numerous cultivators falling victim to the first sanctuary. What I wish to convey next is my story, an ordinary tale akin to that of many others. Whether you believe it or not, for me, it is an undeniable truth, a treasured fragment of my existence. The pair of deep blue eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of men, remains clear and profound, as the fear born from witnessing too much bloodshed gradually fades away. In addition to employing underhanded tactics, Qin Yang secretly sows discord within the ranks of Zido. With a heart full of compassion, he is reluctant to harm the innocent. Should Zido shy away from battle, he would become a villain, dragging countless souls into the abyss of death. When Zido was at the height of his power, these individuals would not have perceived him as such, but the circumstances have since changed. Zihao, when shall you treat me to a meal? Huang Yi playfully grasped Prince Hao's arm, half-jokingly. I will not allow you to harm her. Not only is Feng Yu my friend, but she also granted me hope for leaving this place. For that reason alone, I would rather perish than see her harmed. Xian Luo declared. All enchanting romances begin to take root long before, evolving through countless stretches of time into towering trees that offer shelter. She anticipated that he might become angry or display a frosty demeanor to express his discontent. Regardless of whether his restraint stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict or from a reluctance to choose between the little girl and the faction, I was merely drawing an analogy. Perhaps Laz is genuinely afraid that Yi Lu might impulsively press him into this refuse heap, leaving him terrified and frantically apologizing. This elicited a disdainful smirk from the bystander, Gao Wei, who gritted her teeth in resentment. Wasn't Yi Lu known for her fierce temperament? Once she made a decision, she would never waver. Yet what was this current situation? Jian Wei found it hard to believe that he could be so mercenary, momentarily taken aback. Upon feeling the tangible object in her sleeve, she formed a resolute plan. After completing her tasks, Shin Feifei glanced at the beautiful zombie maiden still trembling in the corner and, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately decided to end her life. Chapter 172. Taking destiny into one's own hands. Listening to the sounds resonating throughout the venue, Chen Mo was merely astonished, remaining unaffected. Compared to the cacophony of jeers at the North Shore Garden, this cheer was rather normal. Every arena experiences such vocalizations, including the previous 2 matches at the Denver Pepsi Center. However, it is indeed rare for the crowd to chant defense right from the start. The competition is far from reaching the critical moments that require spectators' reminders, having only just commenced with a score of 2-0. After inscribing the first character, Mo Feng added another beside it. These 2 characters, water and fire, are sufficient to unlock the gates of Yebei. Seizing this opportunity to infiltrate the Hall of 10,000 Demons, one could unearth irrefutable evidence of heinous crimes, potentially concluding matters smoothly tonight. Ryoko of the Medicine Master Temple articulately outlined her plan. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the fortress, spotting a middle-aged man, Wuxi Shanin, who appeared significantly more slender than the robust 5 Streams barbarians. Standing at a mere 1.80 m, quite normal compared to contemporary standards. The dreamlike perfume crafted by blending their blood with other precious materials could undoubtedly sink the Ulysses battleship in a single strike. Palin was utterly convinced. Escaping the misty forest was not a daunting task. However, they were all injured and had not tended to their wounds in a timely manner, as the Venom remarked. A gentle applause resounded for Ulysses as a golden loaf of bread, imbued with the essence of sunlight, materialized in the hands of the wide-eyed Rello. This was a representation of decadence, gloom, and the absence of compassion in Tokyo, Japan. As night descended and the sun set, the neon lights sparkled brilliantly, resembling a fantastical realm devoid of any shadows. Streetlights illuminated the surroundings, creating a vibrant urban spectacle. After filming several advertisements for clothing enterprises in Hong Kong, Anita Mui observed numerous popular fashion brands competing in terms of branding and sales, which essentially involved hiring stars for endorsements, inundating the market with advertisements to create trends in fashion. In the 3rd century, the Japanese had no concept of a nation, only that of home. Many Japanese remained indifferent upon witnessing their country being ravaged by Elbu, and the king of Inuyasha being coerced by him. Their sole concern was how Elbu would treat them. Elbu was reluctant to witness a tragedy akin to the Spanish conquest of the Americas during the Han's invasion of Ejo. Thus, he felt relieved to have accepted Ejo relatively peacefully by now. The 3rd spirit of the bald man was a giant clawed mantis, its crimson body exuding a sharp aura. Lin Zun directly executed the thunder punishment seal, as a tremendous bolt of lightning pierced through his divine body, sealing his core engine. Who said that academic underachievers cannot find their place in research teams? Anyone who sees my group photo would recognize me as part of the team. I specifically donned a lab coat for the picture, appearing akin to the group leader or at least a person of responsibility. Fortunately, this colossal creature possessed somewhat of a low intellect. Otherwise, defeating it would have been far more arduous. The fable of deaf to the ringing of the bell is well known precisely because of its foolishness, perpetuated by individuals who continue to engage in such folly. Viewed from any angle, the combined strength of the 7 warlords of the sea pales in comparison to the 4 emperors and the navy, let alone rivaling them. Frankly speaking, the tendency to elevate the 7 warlords to the status of the 3 great powers of the Grand Line is rather excessive. Of course, this information was relayed to me only after thorough investigations by scouts. While I found it curious, I also felt a sense of wariness. In the eyes of directors like Zhang Yimou, the special effects had their merits, although the filming technique still left room for improvement. Without the effects, the entire film could only be deemed excellent, not extraordinary. After speaking, Karina promptly closed the door, while outside, Bruant leaned back against the ship's cabin, slowly sinking to the ground, burying his head in his legs, his body shuddering, as if weeping. Chapter 173. I am not a prophet. I merely believe in everyone. Daily Life, May 24, 2009. Following the conclusion of the 3rd game between the Nuggets and the Lakers, the Nuggets lingered in Los Angeles, awaiting the next match. With the loss in the 3rd game, the score now stood at 2-1. The Nuggets' lead had diminished, and it was now the Lakers' turn to face issues. As the defeated Nuggets sought resolutions, due to the Lakers' training schedule set for the afternoon and evening, the Nuggets utilized the opposing venue in the morning. As Ziyun gradually descended, it was to extend his consciousness outward, sensing whether there was anything amiss on this island. He bore internal injuries, but suppressed them with his inner strength, rarely allowing them to manifest. What was troubling him today? Overwhelmed by sorrow? At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door, presumably due to Silver Snow's slight commotion. Wan Qiang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If a tunnel could be excavated, many of these issues could be resolved. It was uncertain what had gone awry with Aunt Hu lately, if Silver Snow referred to herself as a servant again. Aunt Hu would undoubtedly become furious and demand she change her words. Silver Snow had to be exceedingly careful with her speech, fearing further provocation of Aunt Hu and incurring another reprimand. Confronted with Jiang Hong's fury, Jiang Ruishuan merely lifted his eyelids. If the Emperor summoned me to witness your temper tantrum, then I shall take my leave. After speaking, he turned to depart. Lu Changfeng burst into the grand hall with fervor. Those permitted entry were either the esteemed disciples of the Magic Emperor Palace or exceptionally gifted ones. After all, they were unaware of the depths of Huaxia Taoism, nor did they comprehend the stance of Huaxia Taoists regarding this matter. The favored concubine smiled silently, her demeanor calm as she was attended by Aunt Gu, elegantly donning her garments and accessories. Upon glancing over, the head of the Sacred Institute wore a grim expression as he stared at Shen Haoshuan, his eyes brimming with icy murderous intent. Before the head of the Sacred Institute, Feng Qingyang was attempting to intercept him. It seemed that the earlier strike was indeed a sneak attack from the head, thwarted midway by Feng Qingyang. Regardless, she had resided in the mortal realm for quite some time. Although not as long as Ling Yefeng, she possessed considerable knowledge nonetheless. Why could she not speak out? Earlier, you silenced us. If I were to inquire, it might have compelled him to respond, Kong Li remarked, taking up my cue. In truth, I had another scene yet to witness, although it was not a particularly sophisticated technique worthy of high regard. I would willingly observe it if the opponent were someone I despised. Upon entering the room, I instructed Kong Li and the others to step outside first and close the door behind them. I needed to preserve the formation, as it could serve as a safeguard in case of emergencies. I revealed the talisman and picked up a wooden comb. After conversing a bit more, their opinions remained irreconcilable. Lu's father believed Gang was too young and lacked an economic foundation, clearly a type prone to fickleness. Although Lu Pan was not from a prestigious lineage, her circumstances were still vastly superior to Gang's. "Miss, you were so beautiful. How could I possibly not notice?" I observed Kong Li calmly seated in the corner, which was reassuring. As long as he remained still and unperturbed, all would be well. Zhang's face was pale, her head bowed as she sat on a distant chair, bearing marks of injury from being captured. I reported this matter to the higher-ups. As for their opinions, I could not influence them. However, according to Daoist Zhang, we could engage in sincere cooperation, though it seemed we were a bit short-handed, rendering my strength somewhat inadequate. After listening to my words, President Gao shared some of his thoughts. At this moment, Fu Shui felt less anxious and fearful, yet the memory of the incident still sent chills down her spine, leaving her with a sense of helplessness. Jiang Qingyi nodded slightly, handing the jade pendant to Nandi. Upon receiving the pendant, Jiang Qingyi opened the diary. She had already squandered an hour here, during which she remained oblivious to the punishments her two younger sisters might have faced. Chapter 174. A day is a neurotic blade. A lifetime is a neurotic blade to Cavaliers in the Magic battle to a tie of 1-1. The Nuggets led the Lakers 2-1. Compared to the relatively uneven matchups in the conference semifinals, the competition in the conference finals was quite fierce, especially in the Eastern Conference. Both games were decided by the final shot in the last round. The trajectory of the matches did not align with the overwhelming support from the outside. As the underdog Magic continued to surprise at the Cavaliers' home court, he'll embrace the beautiful Candace, who was rushing towards him with a radiant smile. He no longer possessed his previous handsomeness. His complexion was haggard, filled with a sense of weariness, his chin adorned with unkempt stubble, and his hair appeared unkempt for quite some time. When Lien Fengqin utilized the technique of annihilation, he realized that it was too late. Even if he were to bring Yue back now, it would be of no avail. Senior Xia informed him. Mo Qingyan's expression was complex. He understood his master's concern for him, which left him both surprised and guilty. He felt remorseful upon hearing that his master's Dao heart was unstable due to him. If he agreed, it would be better. Once the iron hose of the Song army approached the city, those feeble kings would surely surrender. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her heart, causing her to break into a cold sweat, leaving her breathless for a moment. Just as Su Yi was steeped in despair, a brilliant jade slip suddenly emerged from the Xinhuan ring. Though my heart was filled with despondency, a sense within me assured me that following Pei Lisin would surely lead to another reunion with her. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. Hani reached for a piece of crystal cake, savoring its soft texture that melted in her mouth. A sweet flavor reminiscent of honey and syrup spread across her palate, making it utterly delightful. Who would pay off the debts incurred from schooling if one does not marry? The burden of such debt would be insurmountable. Even after working for 20 years in an ordinary job, Lu Yiyang had never dealt with merchants before, and was thus filled with confusion as he followed the disciple from the Tsang Qiong sect to the entrance of the villa. Upon exiting, he recognized the two merchants as soldiers under Liang Herong, whom he had met at the Tsanglong Inn. Given that no one had raised the price, he decided to accept the starting bid. Chao Feng smiled broadly, glancing momentarily at where Qin Mu stood, though at that moment, Qin Mu showed no inclination to speak. The door was opened by a short man who walked with a limp. His hands were dark, his head large, and he had a slightly plump physique, wearing coarse shoes with thick soles. According to your assertion, are those two truly the only ones we need to be wary of? Zhao Xian paused before asking. How noisy. Yuqi scoffed coldly, suppressing Han Tong with the gate of the Sinluo, then executed another spell of annihilation, banishing Han Tong from the arena. Fortunately, Han was previously a priest who later dabbled in necromancy and practiced some elemental magic, making him a genuine lion-hearted individual. Although his strength had waned, his knowledge remained intact, retaining significant potential for soft power. Historically, it was because Illidan intended to procure Gul'dan's skull from the body of the fearsome demon lord that he resorted to lethal measures, ultimately thwarting the Burning Legion's control over the Scourge. Locke naturally would not allow Vardamar's ambitions to succeed. With a snap of his fingers, he released the Thought Network, summoning numerous gargoyles from outside Avalon City to converge towards him. They were not particularly strong, but the cycle of elemental beings continually resurfacing after being vanquished was quite bothersome. As for that Huajibei, having assisted as a driver once, he had somewhat connected with Fangju, frequently visiting Beijing and gaining more opportunities to get closer to Mo Fusang. Recently, with Fangju's help, he found a plot of land in the capital for development, spending most of his time there. Chapter 175. A a full-time expert while the Nuggets searched for solutions and fell into self-exhaustion. The Lakers' locker room was filled with laughter and joy. After 4 games, they found themselves leading at halftime for the first time, a rare occurrence for them. Kobe never imagined he would one day find such simple satisfaction. A mere 7-point lead at halftime was enough to bring a smile to his face, almost leading him to lower his guard. Fortunately, last season, he had narrowly missed the championship. The sensation of powerlessness when one's magical energy dwindles to nothing was equally unpleasant. Not only did he feel mentally drained, but he was also incapable of casting spells. Even the soul space technique, which required no magical energy and could be performed merely by thought, eluded him. The moment his foot touched the land of Yindu, Liu Shaoxi keenly sensed the overwhelming authority and aura enveloping the surroundings. What a potent poison! Do not call me corpse brother. He glanced at the stone wall tainted with black viscous liquid, his expression grave. It is well known that Miss Real typically refrains from actively prohibiting certain beings from accessing the magical web, indicating the high level of animosity held by this ancient deity. Hey, you ugly fellow, if I recall correctly, you were the one who obstructed our path earlier, right? As the world's most handsome man conversed with Lin Mufang, Mo Ming coldly smiled and stepped forward, addressing the handsome man in a low voice. Liu Shaoxi took 7 or 8 photos, feeling somewhat satisfied, yet sensing something was amiss. He glanced around the shops and suddenly had an epiphany, dragging Shin Mingyao towards a cheap house store with a Republican-era theme. In the distant world of the roof of the world, Hagalos, the barbarians had already failed in their battle against the demons. If we wish to save this world, we must prevent the prime evil, Diablo, from breaking free from the Keystone Sanctum. Mia. Since the demise of the ancient monster, she had never returned this late, leaving her worried about Man. Hong Rehai said, Wan, I learned through various inquiries that you are here. Would you return with me? Let us start anew. The promise I once made to you can soon be fulfilled. His tone was fervent. Su, captivated by beauty, momentarily fell into a daze, never expecting that this scoundrel could display such a charming smile. Shang Guanjing sure remained with the shadow team, training alongside everyone. As for him, the newly appointed captain, aside from overseeing the training of the Fox team, the rest of the duties fell upon the unfortunate Zhang He, leading him to wonder if the captain was retaliating against him. After all, bullying people in the prisons of the United States was rather amusing. Thus Yang Ming engaged in a prolonged standoff with the New York prosecutors. At the Grand Cemetery, Liu Yang had strategically placed 100,000 explosive fire barrels. Should they dare to resurrect, despite the vastness of the burial grounds, the simultaneous detonation of such a massive quantity would ensure that for every soul revived, an equal number would perish. The crowd collectively grimaced. Though Liu Yang's blunt translation was technically accurate, the phrasing was undeniably jarring. Ever since he learned that Bai Lingjing and Mu Yan had jointly transferred Bai Tangtian to another hospital, his mood had remained somber. Until Bai Lingjing's return, the atmosphere in the living room was thick with oppressive gloom. Liu Jingxin's deliberate distance was unmistakably an attempt to shield Qi Ran from witnessing his current state. He wished to preserve only the most pristine image in her memory. The moment they stepped out of the car, CXIN donned her sunglasses and began spraying sunscreen and insect repellent. After finishing, she handed the bottle to me and said, "Here, you should apply some too. The mountain mosquitoes are relentless." At this thought, Ning Linlin couldn't help but recall the slap Ning Guixue had delivered the day before. She had etched the grievance into memory, yet having been struck twice without cause in a single day, would she ever voice such resentment aloud? Chapter 176. The Battle of the Summit begins the third game of the series between the Cavaliers and the Magic unfolded on Orlando's home court. Previously tied at 1-1. Both matches had been decided by a single, decisive shot in the final moments. Compared to the Nuggets-Lakers series, the Eastern Conference Finals proved far more electrifying. For the Magic, despite suffering a heartbreaking last-second three-pointer by James and Cleveland during the previous game, such an outcome was already a stroke of fortune. The Cavaliers' home court dominance was formidable. Now, further baptized by the world's abundant energy, her essence had long since transcended, surpassing even the rarest of natural treasures. She could sense it. The soil beneath her feet held her greatest destiny. What purpose did these convoluted branching paths serve, other than inflating construction costs? They offered no deterrent against theft. Having already erected such a colossal structure, was there still a need to disguise this place as anything other than a tomb? Master Duan refused to leave, sending Jia Xiang into a frantic whirl. He personally oversaw the arrangements with a handful of trusted aides. I don't recall the true Crimson Dragon God Emperor employing such tactics, mused Indra, equally perplexed. Then, He scattered the ashes across the earth where the tree roots took hold, a gesture of shared fortune. Bestowing nourishment upon his rocky dwelling-ass neighbor, that gnarled tree clinging stubbornly to the stone. At this realization, Jiao Tian's expression sharpened. The time reversal card, secretly clutched in his hand, remained unused for now. Where the sickle blade fell, wolf ants were shredded like paper. In the blink of an eye, Hua Tian's immediate vicinity was littered with their mangled remains. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance to the queen, now a mere 6 or 7 zhang away. Truthfully, Jiao Tian possessed little expertise in selecting wooden swords. This was a spiritual plant entirely foreign to him. Yet so long as it was a spiritual entity, it could never evade the system's discerning judgment. This is the oppressive force released after the divine beings broke the formation. The source remains unknown. Yet it exerts significant pressure on extraordinary beings, even causing the most talented among them to feel somewhat restrained. There are only so many divine artifacts, and any faction fortunate enough to acquire one treasures it dearly, for it possesses the power to subdue destiny and enhance one's foundation. Well then, let us return. Lucy and the others must be waiting at home. They are likely quite anxious by now. As they spoke, they carefully wrapped the 2 children in blankets and departed with Irina. You are mistaken in your assertion. Before Savon could speak, Celia interjected. A knight embodies not only a title and honor, but also the elite of society. Do not underestimate the challenges of becoming one. As a member of the legitimate nobility, Celia cannot permit anyone to tarnish the reputation of knights lightly. Is there still no conclusion? The blood sample does not belong to Shen Yanping, yet he claims it to be the initial death scene of Jiang Hongxiu. The bloodstains cannot possibly be his. And then Tong Ziki reappeared, complicating matters further. Li Chong is captivated by the indefensibility of this maneuver. Imagine, it is exceedingly difficult to defend against a 3-point shot. In a one-on-one scenario, this move is virtually impossible to counter. In other words, as long as one hones their skills, they can score as many points as desired beyond the arc. Upon reflection, today's events seem perplexing, leaving one at a loss for comprehension. For no one can ascertain the outcome. Are you jesting? Wen Kai widened his eyes. The bodyguard's arrival heralded misfortune, yet this news left him in disbelief. Savon contemplated that he must find someone capable of devising strategies for him, lest he remain helpless in the face of future challenges. Galo, wiping the tears from his face, acknowledged his father's words. Within her heart resided countless memories of Xiang Long. During their time in the Griffin Duchy, she had even assisted Xiang Long in overcoming troublesome foes. Yet, these are truths that remain obscured from one's own understanding, especially during moments when clarity is essential. Moreover, from the intelligence reports received, they uncovered numerous new insights and developed a certain trepidation towards the Qin dynasty, realizing that the forces they currently mobilize are fewer than anticipated. Although he had previously been defeated by his master, the latter indicated that the victory had been exceedingly arduous, particularly due to the immense strength derived from his physique. Hearing this, Sui Feng sighed. It seemed that the plan to intoxicate the elder Yue could not be realized. Shan Jingyi murmured softly, acknowledging that his remarkable transformation was a direct result of the benefactor's influence. Are you implying that Zhou Qi is a demon? When Zhao Xinghe looked again, Zhou Qi had vanished from sight. The watchtower hovered above a secluded and tranquil gorge, utilizing peculiar light waves to scan the interior, when suddenly, faint magical fluctuations emanated from a dense forest 10 miles away. How many individuals, at this juncture, can address the fundamental issues at hand? This, in itself, is an inconceivable endeavor, is it not? Only when one's mindset undergoes a genuine transformation can Su Yin be deemed to have fully evolved. Of course, it is premature to ponder such matters now. The immediate focus must be on resolving the current dilemmas. Upon introducing himself, Li Junong momentarily failed to grasp the significance of the encounter. It was only when the other party mentioned Gucci a second time that he recalled the trademarks he had registered during his freshman year, totaling 17. Exhausted and nearly drained of spiritual energy, Yuchiwa collapsed onto the ground. Yet, it was not merely the physical fatigue that made her legs tremble. A far more terrifying despair and sense of powerlessness enveloped her heart. Since Instructor Zhang always converses with me in a fair manner, might we not engage in true equity at least once? After all, my face is not concealed by a veil. Shi Jingtian had long worn an ultra-thin mask. Believing that Zhong Chun could not discern his identity, having taken only a few steps down the stairs, a profound pain gripped him, as if cold and chaotic threads constricted around his heart. As he descended, beads of cold sweat trickled down Mu Sanqian's forehead. Chapter 177, The Gold Rush Showtime. The Madman and the Genius on Offense. 2-2. At the commencement of this pivotal showdown, both teams saw their star players striking first with their shots. This is how Kobe and Anthony proclaimed their attitude towards the game to the audience, by starting with themselves, leading by example, and guiding their team to victory. In the next play, Chen Mo advances the ball. This time, he passed the ball to Iverson, allowing him to direct the offense. Chen Mo had already discerned Iverson's attitude towards this series from his expression. Qian Junfeng was taken aback, pondering what Tang Er intended to do. She maintained a composed demeanor, lowering her head as she walked towards the sparring room. Yet, the lively atmosphere around her felt utterly disconnected. Throughout, she remained an outsider unable to integrate. It is worth noting that Lu Zixuan was personally tutored by Prince Mu, and even Shangguan Yimu, who prided himself on being the most skilled among the princes, could not guarantee victory over him. She had witnessed firsthand the moment she was abandoned and subsequently rescued from drowning. The bridge of life and death merely serves as the entrance to the soul-severing wilderness. Crossing it signifies complete immersion into that realm. Ultimately, Liang Fengwang saw through Liang Shiwei's hypocritical facade, genuinely feeling his cruelty. As she walked back, Sumia and noticed the old marquis hurriedly approaching and promptly bowed in respect. Upon hearing this, Bai Liqing, while still harboring anger towards that scoundrel Feng Wushuang, rationally accepted Shangguan Ya's words. She understood that even as an elder beside the princess, when the princess was enraged, she would not take such matters into consideration. At that moment, a young man displayed a sinister smile, while an elder behind him waved his hand, producing a scepter, which he then handed to the young man. Recalling the divine battle that concluded a millennium ago, Dong Huang Tai, as the most remarkable representative of the human realm, had shown himself before me on several occasions. After sustaining severe injuries, he dissipated after the conclusion of the battle. I had also encountered Yuan Air several times during that conflict, though I had not committed those encounters to memory. Regarding the water bandits, it should be said that the majority of their forces, including the guards stationed at Shunzhou Bay last night, remain unaccounted for. Save for Leng Jiang. The bandits, as per Jiang Baishan's intentions, were contemplating a decisive battle to alter the fate of the realm. The clash between the Thunder Mark and the Azure Radiance lingered in the air for a moment. However, the Stone Man faltered, causing the boundless arcs of lightning to engulf the azure light like an ocean, plunging it into the depths of despair. The nearby mountainside, unable to bear the strain, collapsed amidst the explosion, sending dust swirling into the sky. Fortunately, the tremors did not persist. After a brief period of intense shaking, tranquility returned. The sensation penetrated the foreheads of Chu Yuanchao and Ning Wu, swiftly locating the spiritual consciousness hidden within their minds. The consciousness appeared as a sphere of light, within which floated talismans. The sensation invaded their consciousness, sealing the talismans, causing the light of their spiritual awareness to extinguish and freezing the spiritual pool within their abdomens. The greedy wolf bodyguard technique? Jiang Ling had heard of this defensive art, reputedly only accessible to those of exceptional comprehension. Once mastered, it not only provides formidable defense, but can also transform into an offensive means in close combat, making it a top-tier secret art of both attack and defense. Wait a moment, the game. The grandfather, who had been sweeping the floor, immediately called out upon seeing the game unfold. In the martial world, even a few top-tier experts, if engaged in land combat, might not match the prowess of our 5 blades of Jiang, let alone the king himself. Therefore, we decided to confront them on the river, ensuring their initial assault could not succeed, effectively neutralizing their advantage. After completing these tasks, the Blood Arhut recalled the individuals who had come to disrupt the event and returned to Yuqianpan. After a brief exchange of glances, the Blood Arhut's gaze shifted towards me. Seeing that this action did not affect the overall situation, Elder Xiang did not reject Wu Zhi's overtures. However, such changes were exceedingly subtle, leading him to question whether he was misperceiving the situation. At dusk, Deng Shitong, clad in a bright blue sports ensemble, held a mobile phone for Shang Jiala while jogging behind him. During this brief 3-kilometer distance, she had questioned countless times why she had decided to accompany him. The two elders exchanged glances, while several disciples below whispered among themselves, initially anticipating a splendid spectacle. Encountering rainfall while sailing had become routine, particularly during the summer months when rain was plentiful, making navigation more challenging. The Battle of Luogu initiated by Chao Shuang years ago did not result in significant losses. Yet he was still ridiculed by the world. How could this recent defeat, which incurred tens of thousands of casualties, fail to tarnish his reputation in the court? Has she starred in a Taiwanese film called Moonlit Haze or something similar? Shang Jiala inquired of the young Master Tang. Yet, Qin Lang, occupying his position, sought no power for himself, formed no factions, and often aligned with the emperor's wishes, thus earning the emperor's favor. These seniors around you are scions of the nobility from the Paloa region, always causing trouble for Grace. Is that acceptable? Taro made no attempt to conceal his intentions, stating this bluntly, including those accompanying Fialok. The two then proceeded to the airport, where Lu Baron purchased tickets for a 9 o'clock flight, with 40 minutes remaining until boarding, allowing them time for breakfast. Lord Medvey and the Earl of Liverpool exchanged awkward glances, nodding silently yet saying nothing. Asuka had now donned a traditional Japanese kimono, enveloping her delicate form. Her long hair styled into a Japanese updo, exuding an air of maturity and solemnity. With a complex expression, Han Bing gazed at the man she once cherished, perhaps even loved. Releasing Kaiki, Zheng Yi proactively charged forward to provoke Fels. The blade of Destiny's edge suddenly changed color, resembling Inuyasha's Tetsusaiga. While the Midnight Crescent Slash also represented a form of power, manifesting as a basic ranged attack, maintaining this state within the weapon. They were acutely aware of the true nature of the 14K. If they offended them, they could not guarantee they would not face trouble in the future. Even if they did not seek vengeance, their disruptions on set would be sufficiently troublesome. Even the rebellious hair demon could discern this much. Although Zhang Yi exuded an aura of extreme malevolence, he was undeniably human. The coexistence of demonic and spiritual energies within him was an exceptionally awkward combination. Desai chuckled silently in response, fiddling with Rusty's personal sword and pounding the carriage floor loudly, his unspoken command for the driver to continue onward. Yet now, the inexplicable black aura emanating from Huang Quan forced it to retreat obediently. After all, an animal's primal instincts are always accurate. Chapter 178. The price of championship trailing by 13 points at halftime. A familiar script unfolding once again. In the visitors' locker room where they'd suffered 2 consecutive defeats, the entire Lakers team appeared dispirited. However, they quickly regained their composure. This wasn't their first time facing such circumstances. In this match, the Denver team displayed remarkable performances across the board, thriving under the cheers of their home fans. Particularly noteworthy were Anthony and J.R. Smith, who rebounded impressively from their previous lackluster performance. Lu Yi, take heed. The prowess of the Golden Lions will surely astonish you. There was an air of mystery in the gluttonous tone. On my side, without LV How, I shook my head in helplessness. The room he was inspecting, though not entirely thatched like Yu Ming Fei's side, was cluttered with various items, easily scanned multiple times, appearing entirely unsuitable for concealing anything. However, like Guangyao interjected, over the past 2 months, my injuries have healed, and so shall those of you Ruoxu. In the future, I will protect against that eunuch causing chaos on the board. Hearing this, Fang Bohuan and Wei Qi Yinlu felt a weight in their hearts. Indeed, otherwise, I would not require 2 hours. Shang Yi replied with a smile, retrieving several pristine blank ledgers from the cabinet. Suddenly, he leaped high, raising his right hand above his head, and then delivered a powerful downward strike, a golden blade of energy hurtling fiercely toward the war god. Dumbfounded, Fang Qiu. Are you ready? The matter below is already settled. We cannot linger here. Once we finish packing, we shall depart immediately. The matriarch of the Fang family ascended to the 2nd floor and said this to Yunming Fei and Fang Qiu before entering her room to gather her belongings. Coupled with their fearlessness, they forced Lu Yi and his companions into a grueling battle, which, upon reflection, still sent shivers down their spines. Long Chuyan sat down and asked with a smile, "May I inquire what business Mr. Xiong is engaged in?" Lu Xiao had only mentioned Zhang Chunxing to him. So the sudden emergence of this Mr. Xiong surprised Long Chuan, who wished to ascertain the details. According to records, although the Black Dragon King could inflict harm upon the Black Dragon, delivering a fatal blow proved exceedingly challenging, the sole method was self-detonation, using a powerful explosion to perish alongside the Emerald Dragon. Thus, it would be more accurate to say that the Black Dragon King possessed the capability to perish alongside the Emerald Dragon. In contrast to the seasoned leader Li Shua appeared significantly more naive, quickly falling behind in the battle of threats and counter-threats, resulting in a complete rout. His hand gripped my wrist, resting atop my head, rendering me immobile, intensifying my physical sensations. How can I ever forgive you? What do you want me to do? He continued to smile. Yet that expression caused me heartache more than ever. For a time, I missed him so profoundly that it pierced my heart. I spent countless nights clutching my blanket, calling his name through tears. Am I to let this go? He is my brother. Bobuka was enraged, nearly exploding with fury, Yet he understood that dwarves excel in concealment, making it no easy feat to locate them. Upon returning to the inn, Wang Yimi was intercepted by Shi Zhong and Chang Hui. Had Shi Zhong not intervened, Chang Hui's fist would have already met him. Under the relentless firepower of the Blue Feather Army, the remaining soldiers of the Martia Kingdom instinctively lay flat on the beach, burying themselves deep in the sand, a sight the once invincible Martia military had never experienced. Managerly, "Stop joking around," Zhang Chuming chuckled, sitting beside Li Qiu and patting his shoulder. It is evident that traditional Chinese medicine is indeed a wondrous and miraculous field. The wisdom passed down from our ancestors remains quite invaluable. As he anticipated a fierce confrontation with Yin He, an intense wave of murderous intent surged within him. An unprecedented tide of wrath that even Principal Wolf found perplexing, wondering why his concealed hatred had suddenly erupted. Chapter 179. The villain's triumph. Jiang Shu had not ventured far when she stumbled upon a corpse. Her breath hitched as she approached, discovering that the individual had been slashed at the throat. Fortunately, it was not Nuako. If all went as expected, he would likely find no opportunity to burn incense for these two old men at their graves over the next year or two. Just as AI was about to take action, his expression suddenly shifted, and he glanced down at his feet. The 28 constellations, akin to the King of Broad Eyes, sensed the anomaly as well. However, upon entering the celestial immortal realm, they received guidance from the medicine master Buddha and dispersed their gazes. After a short while, Su Wanan handed the prepared prescription to old Master Huang and successfully received a tael of silver in return. Meanwhile, the market value of Zhu Long had risen from the brink of plummeting below 500 billion to a closing value of 550 billion that day. The high-tech industrial park was set to commence construction, marking a significant project for the entire Jiaozhou. Numerous engineering teams throughout the city and county were stirred into action, some inquiring about the bidding situation, while others sought to seize opportunities through personal connections. The two men had previously expressed interest in her, yet she had always refrained from making it explicit, as she sought to utilize and manage them. The income of CSGO team players relies not only on their performance but also significantly on their popularity. It was of no consequence. Liu had long since gathered the corpse poison within the old man's body. At this moment, he swiftly traced his fingers along the elderly man's arteries, and immediately, two blood holes erupted, shooting forth a jet of crimson. Taking a deep breath, Babu felt the allure of what he had taken out was too great to relinquish. Shaolin did not wish to eliminate all these individuals. Instead, he produced a loudspeaker and began to issue words of surrender. At that instant, among the group, a middle-aged man in casual attire slowly knelt before the corpse of Fei de Shaoan, gazing longingly at the shattered visage, his expression somewhat lost. After a moment, he surprisingly extended his hand and pressed it against the corpse's midsection. That was not a true point of light. Rather, it was a glimmer of cold radiance, a reflection of the sharp arrowhead. The Shajiang dynasty was a force that had been tragically obliterated during the Qiyao War. The principle of survival of the fittest has become the sole truth and law since the world's imbalance. The vanquished, like the four characters of Shajiang dynasty, are eternally buried underground, eroded and consumed by the torrent of time, forgotten by all. The old man's lips turned purple, trembling incessantly, as he murmured softly, "Not cold, not painful." A phrase that sometimes serves not as a method of psychological adjustment, but rather as a struggle of a person in fear and despair, often signifying that death is near. In a moment, Lutul retrieved a blood crystal from the vast reservoir of his dantian, its hue as deep as blood and as resplendent as dawn. A precious beast crystal of innate 6th-level combat energy, unique and capable of being exchanged for 3,000 merit points. The tranquil mountain path, flanked by verdant trees, rustled softly as the wind swept through the leaves, the afternoon heat seemingly dissipating. The path became immediately clear to Weili, her mind inexplicably unsettled. As if attempting to evade something, she lowered her gaze. When she raised her eyes again, she did not look at Caitlin but turned to observe the trees outside the curtain wall. As time passed, the pressure escalated, and one could even hear the sound of Su Guofeng's bones within his body. As she uttered the latter part of her statement, Angela pecked at Enchi with her beak. However, now it had withdrawn, resembling a shell that even Ista could not breach after a lengthy struggle. Naturally, using only her beak proved to be utterly ineffective. At that moment, Xie Juanhao's complexion was as pale as that of a corpse, his gaze fixed on Liang Fei, who was fighting fiercely. Suddenly, he placed a finger to his lips and emitted a sharp whistle. Such strength! Xiang Yu warily eyed the burly man before him. tightly gripping the 9-serpent coiling dragon halberd. Yet Xiangyu felt no fear. It was the Taoist behind the burly man that truly concerned him. You, with your mortal frame, have managed to match me. In this battle, you have won, Kratos declared. Mo Fan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Within the confines of the internal system space, time flowed differently than in the outside world, allowing for no haste. The leader of the 5 elements sect glanced at the 7 Shinjinrin and remarked, Jinrin, the selection tournament for the alliance leaders should commence. Everyone, heed my command. All shields, gather close. Ho Yi's arrow repelled Xiangyu, and immediately he organized the personnel for defense. In truth, Wang Hao was acutely aware of Bai Ning's words. After this repeated ordeal, it was unbearable for anyone. I apologize for having you come in person. Li Xiao chuckled lightly. The figure before him, Lei Yu, did not resemble a figure from the underworld but rather that of a business magnate, and in fact, he had not engaged in violence for over 20 years. So, you are in agreement. Yuchen leaned in again, his large hand roaming along her waist, his warm kisses cascading upon her eyes, leaving a multitude of delicate impressions. Shijin could not help but exclaim that he was rendered immobile, forced to grapple with the hands at the mountain's entrance, suspended in the air. Observing Yang Ziping's desperate attempts to leave, Yang Ruoli found it quite perplexing. Especially since he had previously sworn to Lu Inga that he would not return but now repeatedly assured his mother of his eventual return. No, that is not the point. Who gave you the authority to embrace me without consent? Mordred's face flushed slightly as he questioned Lei Yu. Around 3:35. The boss commander, the Monkey King, appeared above the Monkey Spirit Guards. Without any preparation, Shang Peidi had already raised her hand, her 2 fingers steadily supporting Shu Qi's chin. Her eyes flashing with a barely perceptible complexity, followed by an overwhelming desire. Lei Yu summoned a gentle breeze to envelop his body. Gazing indifferently at the menacing figure before him. Chapter 180, The Western Finals G6, the battle officially begins. May 30th, 2009. Noon. The Denver Nuggets had arrived in Los Angeles by plane, their entire team aboard. The summer sun shone unreservedly upon the streets. The towering palm trees swaying gently in the breeze. Perhaps the previous match had restored the Nuggets' confidence. Arriving at this away game after 2 consecutive losses, they felt no panic. Reclining quietly in the bus seats while enjoying the scenery. The weather was slightly off. His purpose for coming today was to win Gu Firu back, not to witness her marriage to Jiang Yang. He seemed to await Su Yuchu's response, as if anticipating that a single affirmative word from her would prompt him to take her directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huitong stepped to the door to gather the luggage that had been thrown out, as the two prepared to descend the stairs. Yu Fan, with lingering trepidation, retreated to the edge of the primordial ruins, his heart filled with astonishment. Such a scene was exceedingly terrifying, akin to an apocalypse. At that moment, he gained a profound understanding of the cultivators in this world. Su Yuchu trembled slightly. Before the door could close, it was forcefully flung open, and her wrist was grasped, pulling her inside. The divine stone re-emerged, astounding those who recognized it, while those like Dugu Yifang, Duan Lang, and Duga Ming were left in bewilderment. After a moment's contemplation, I replied to Zhuoya, indicating that I would seek her opinion upon returning that evening. The Cannon King wielded his immense strength, swinging the fishing rod to test its feel, as the silver line danced gracefully through the air, as if liberated from the pull of gravity. The words exchanged during their quarrel echoed eerily similar to those of their previous lives, causing Zhao Huitong to feel wearied by the repetition. The initial stage of the Binli realm is attained by refining every muscle in the body using the power of qi and blood through this set of martial arts movements. Thus, Luda planned to eradicate all other capable lords in Weizhou by the following spring and then return to Beiping. Upon seeing the puppet rise, Luo Ting promptly summoned her recently stored Dao Soul, vigilantly watching the puppet. Naturally, the most favored among them were the foxes who sang and danced the best, receiving the most invitations, and their selection of partners was considerably broader than that of the less talented foxes. While others may not have noticed the changes in their Grand Marshal, Shui Xiaoyan, being the younger brother of Shui Rubing, was acutely aware. Outside Wuwei City, the merchant convoy of the Huainan King stretched in a long line, majestically departing toward the outskirts of the city. Duzhen, the long history officer of Liangzhou, and Xiyu stood side by the roadside, watching the merchant convoy gradually depart. If I still possessed the 10,000 vines binding talisman, would I be able to reach the shore? Longxing shrugged, expressing his skepticism. Thus, there must be another mystery. Bai Tianqing firmly believed in this notion, supported by the words of that immortal from long ago. Previously, regarding the matter of a love debt from a millennium past, Ningyi had consistently comforted himself internally, acknowledging that while he had indeed erred in this lifetime, the greater blame lay with his past self. He was merely an innocent bystander entangled in the events. In other words, the inefficiency of the Earth-Fire Palace was hardly related to Bai Tianqing. If there were delays, it was Zhou Zheng who was most anxious. At that moment, the corpulent general from the Han family spoke with surprising logic. His demeanor adorned with a smile that was a stark contrast to the frantic state of the previous days. The two were engaged in lively banter, while Du Mingwei observed discreetly, noting that Zhu Tongtong possessed a rather superficial charm. With her heavy makeup, she bore the quintessential face of an internet celebrity. A world apart from Zhu Li. Upon entering the room, he spotted Jiang Jiadong sprawled on the bed, fervently engrossed in her mobile game. Only by tempering arrogance and impatience could they maximize their potential and ensure the current situation was handled appropriately. Chapter 181. The guest becomes the host. The game commenced with a daunting score of 5-0, as the Denver Nuggets asserted dominance over the home court Lakers. Fortunately, the Lakers' wait was not prolonged. Odom received a pass from a teammate, cutting to the basket and effortlessly scoring 2 points. As the third scoring option for the Lakers, he was compelled to step up and assist the team. Odom's explosive drive served as a distinct advantage for the Lakers. However, the Lakers successfully landed their first basket of the game, raising an inquiry in Heisey's mind. What about the other students? Why are there such individuals on campus? He observed quietly, lowering his voice as if wary of disturbing the ailing. A disquieting feeling washed over him. The campus resonated only with the sound of footsteps, devoid of any human vitality. She was a valiant and fearless warrior, harboring a favorable impression of Wei Laoqi. She had previously inquired whether he would fight for her, to which he had replied that he would only fight for Huaxia. Lixia nodded slightly, finding it reasonable, as a merchant guild could hardly fill an entire city with its members. Shen Mingxi left her home number, instructing Principal Luo to call her if needed, offering her assistance in fundraising for the school's reconstruction. Principal Luo nodded repeatedly, watching Shen Mingxi depart. Xiao Zhenhong gazed at Yu Yunji's face, at a loss for words to dissuade her from her feelings. This sentiment, even if it caused pain for a few more days, had to be endured. Su Fan nodded, retrieving an item after confirming with Elder Xian that it was safe to consume. He then sought refuge in a cave, beginning his recovery from injuries. A burly man was taken aback, hastily blocking with his sword. With a sharp sound, the sword in his hand shattered, and in his shock, he retreated hastily. I know who this person is. The demon lord shook his head, but I cannot disclose it. However, I can tell you that she is very familiar to you. With that, the demon lord pointed at Lu Mingli. Xia Hongfei directed his gaze toward the county magistrate, noticing a dignified individual in his 40s, with well-defined features, exuding righteousness and impartiality. Zhang Jiasen, 35 years of age, was impeccably groomed, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, and at that moment, he glared at her with fury, questioning her about her unilateral decision to divorce. This amicable relationship has endured for 5 years, and the sovereigns of both nations are exceedingly content with the current state of affairs. Thus, the noble son of Chu Che, accompanied by Princess Wang Weth, returned to Qin to pay a familial visit. They communicated through gestures, deliberating their next steps. In the midst of their anxious anticipation, their objective drew near. As the formidable Liang Aicai emerged with a grave expression, listening to Lu Mingming's astonishing remarks, Yin Yetian stared at her, utterly perplexed by her intentions. After waiting a day and a night, Ying Zheng had yet to return. In the following 3 to 4 days, he continued to remain elusive. With a thunderous roar, a giant emerald hand shattered the air, offering no resistance to the formidable Haishalayateo. Several men sat around the tea table in the living room, each lost in thought as they smoked, their faces taut and weary, their expressions drained. Matters of the world are inherently unpredictable. The human heart is inscrutable. Human emotions are complex, and love among people is often difficult to unravel. It was only then that I noticed a protruding piece of red stone at the end of the secret chamber, measuring merely 2 feet in width and half a person in height, standing in stark contrast to the smooth wall. I have always believed in her capabilities. Yet witnessing her transformation in that moment stirred an uncontrollable fervor within me, prompting me to cheer for her. Xiaorafan remarked, all the luxury cars under Li Zitao's name, except for those no longer in production, were swiftly loaded onto trucks and covered with tarpaulins before being taken away. This time, Lei Ling did not make it into the 9-person melee. Yet such a performance is still commendable. Lei Li has never held high expectations for Lei Ling, and thus, achieving this is quite impressive. Chapter 182. Anxious. The score stands at 37-33. With JR's emphatic dunk, the Nuggets have widened their lead to 4 points. Though it seems a mere 2 points have been added, J.R. Smith's slam has significantly bolstered the morale of the visiting Nuggets, reduced to a substitute in the first round. Now he finds himself merely a backdrop for the opposing team. Furthermore, with the Lakers at match point, it is understandably challenging for the young Bynum to maintain his composure. Xiao Feng then flicked his left hand towards the ghostly phantom, releasing a talisman that transformed midair into a black thunderbolt, swiftly darting out of the grand formation. At the lieutenant's command, the soldiers eagerly seated themselves on the ground, hastily retrieving slightly damp cigarettes soaked in muddy water from their pockets, lighting them before reclining and taking deep puffs, hoping to ease their tension with tobacco. With a practiced Z-step, Tang Chung deftly maneuvered behind De Luan before he could react, leaving De Luan momentarily stunned, as if he had never encountered such footwork before. After days apart, it was surprising to see that his junior had already reached the 6th level of Qi gathering. Gong Chanfeng praised him, already at the 9th level of Qi gathering. Gong Chanfeng was considered a formidable disciple of the Flying Sky sect. You truly spend your days pondering. As your gaze falls once more upon the crumpled rice paper on the table, Buyu and the others concealed themselves beneath the eaves of the rooftop. Wishing to avoid detection by Butlerly, Xiaochen accepted the invitation card handed to him by Zhou Wei, only to find a single sentence inscribed, "Tomorrow at 8 p.m., Bola Hotel." This left Xiaochen somewhat perplexed. He had no acquaintances in Dong'an, and this invitation was markedly different from previous ones. Blast it. You inmates have all taken aphrodisiacs tonight? Tomorrow morning, none of you will have food. The scolding of the prison guard echoed down the corridor, the baton clanging against the iron door. Indeed, young lady, you need not argue. Thanks to you. We have also played the role of justice bearers, Schwelling chuckled. The stretcher is ready. Just as class leader 7 put down the walkie-talkie, 2 soldiers approached carrying the completed stretcher. What has happened to you? The concern in Kei Wu's voice was masked by whistling. Her furious strike startled not only the signal officer but even Chinsi. Little did they know that the silver needle had not claimed the signal officer's life. Xunwan listened for a while to Xu Hao's mutterings before slowly revealing her purpose. TCH. Kei Wu had intended to ask him further questions but felt as if he had been let down. As she spoke, Zhang Yu forcefully broke free from Xu Man's grasp, turned, and unlocked the bathroom door, preparing to leave. I have never pressured you, and this time is no different. Xu Man is at the Shenzhen Hotel in Rao County. If you wish, you may seek her out now. I will not hinder you. With a decisive move, she gathered her belongings, picked up her suitcase, and stepped out. Everyone present cast glances at Su Zheng, whose face was filled with deep shame, regretting their scornful words toward this admirable hero. Heh, Longy remarked, noting her disheveled appearance, a hint of tenderness surfacing in his icy gaze. From the first time he encountered her, she had always appeared in such a disheveled state. Anticipating that Ran Kangxia had not yet calmed down towards him, Kei Wu placed the extra flashlight on the coffee table and pulled a lipstick from his pocket, waving it enticingly before Ran Kangxia. Still typing, perhaps a lengthy message would be sent out in the morning, for everyone to read upon waking. Chapter 183. No luck, only skill. A desperate three-pointer saves the day. As the second half commenced, the two teams were tied at 66. Both the Nuggets and the Lakers felt some dissatisfaction with the first half's outcome, each hoping to emerge as the leading team. However, neither side achieved their desire. With the third quarter underway, the Nuggets initiated the first attack. Faced with a stalemate, Chen Mo steadily advanced the ball to the top of the arc. Lao Dongwei, with a smirk playing on his lips, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Perhaps Lord Zhao is troubled by the situation in the three counties, unable to sleep, hence falling ill. In the Grand Governor's residence, with the fate of our Tang dynasty suppressing it, what evil spirits dare to infringe? Seeing Yihua refrained from drinking. Qing Ying and the others pondered and also chose not to partake. However, you were merely in your teens back then, and now you have. Tang Tianyu suddenly realized, his mouth agape. Some individuals appear trustworthy, while others do not inspire confidence. Shen Fei, feeling quite conflicted, decided to observe the unfolding events. Bao clutched his broken leg in agony, his expression filled with despair, as he realized there was no room for any reversal in his current state. Fan Xiaomei rolled down the car window, flashing a victory sign at Zhou Kuan, who reciprocated with a triumphant gesture. Li Xiuhua quietly retrieved her money pouch, tucking it back into her sleeve, and explained with deliberate calmness. Daoist Baoshou gradually comprehended the situation, immersing all his thoughts into the chaotic pearl. Feng Chen nodded, confident that Grandpa Feng would not oppose. Speaking of Grandpa Feng, he was now enjoying a leisurely game of chess with the old men at the village entrance. Let them remain inside, mingling with those legendary summoning creatures. With the power of the contract, there was no fear of rebellion. Old Zhu knew that Qi Bikun now wielded immense power and dared not obstruct him, following with a pained expression into the Du residence. Humph, you must return. You are my most prized disciple. When you come back, I expect you to be legendary. Do not fall behind, Mark shouted. In the dimly lit and weary train carriage, old Xiao leaned against the not-so-bright window, the morning fog yet to disperse. Thus, the Japanese 6th Division was completely annihilated under the onslaught of the Zhu Qi and Hua Pinzhang's forces. Even so, their hatred for scalpers had not diminished. If the magical pet shop were to be monopolized by them, ordinary people would find it even harder to acquire pets. Upon witnessing her dear sister's terrified plea, Chen Liqing's heart tightened. She swiftly embraced her, whispering soothing words into her ear, gradually calming Lu Huingyang from her fright. At this moment, both teams' top lanes had appeared on the map. Chen Mo was in the top lane, while the Bombardier occupied the mid lane. Yet the jungler and the bot lane duo remained elusive. Lin Xian felt a sense of unease and placed a warning marker in the triangular bush, signaling the ADC to flank with him around the stone monster. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Donghai took the call. Lin Yiming tilted her head, scrutinizing in Dong Bian, astonished that this bearded elder had not trimmed his facial hair. How had he grown such a beard? However, this was the prophet of a prestigious family over a year. It was implausible to bestow all these spirit stones upon a young disciple. How about a wager? If I lose, I shall gift you my Donghai fisheries. Should you lose, you will present me with your family's Matsushita heavy industries. Shall we draft a betting agreement? Zhang Donghai proposed. 3 tents were set up, one for Su Xiaoyu and Yi Shang, and one for Lu Linlang and Master Lu Fan. Since Lin Yixian was disguised as a male, she naturally shared a tent with Li Tianqi. Chapter 184. The doubts within due to Jimmy's abrupt arrival today, and his ruckus at the entrance without mentioning the telegraph office. The telegraph worker, Jason, did not suspect any connection to himself. Thus, when everyone arrived, it was too late for him to conceal the matter. In this pitch-black expanse, devoid of sky, earth, and sound, a profound silence envelopes the void, reminiscent of primordial chaos. Barren of life, luminescent orbs drift slowly like ethereal jellyfish in the abyss. In this vacuum, sound ripples through the space, penetrating the very marrow of his enemies, inducing a cascade of cold sweat. With the establishment of an interstellar teleportation array and the occupation of a barren planet, Blue Jiawei found himself content. No longer yearning for cosmic voyages, he refrained from consulting his intelligent assistant, knowing it would speak when the moment necessitated. To maintain equilibrium, Blue Jiawei preserved vast expanses of desert, Earth's natural regulator, ensuring their survival. Despite this, his technological advancements garnered unanimous recognition from nations worldwide, including the somewhat adversarial Arctic bear. The monks of your temple often proclaim the compassion of the Buddha. If I do not descend into hell, who will? The revered figures of your temple seem the most fitting in this regard. However, Emperor Tai regarded Zhu Wu with a hint of smugness, as the adept of the Taoist sect had always held disdain for the monks. Fortune seemed to smile upon Chu Linfeng as he fully merged with the soil. He discovered that the tree roots extending towards him halted abruptly 2 meters away. In his mind's eye, he recalled that Mars's surface, unlike Earth's 7 continents and 4 oceans, possessed a far more intricate terrain. Long aware of the T-Rex, Blue Jiawei transformed into a divine dragon to instill fear in these ancient behemoths, unleashing a tremendous roar that sent nearby dinosaurs scattering in panic, while the T-Rex he had mentally ensnared collapsed, paralyzed, releasing a torrent of excrement. After Blue Jiawei had secured Ivy's identity, she ventured to the Research Institute of the Blue Industrial Group, where her astonishing talent for cosmic exploration allowed her to sketch star maps with her eyes closed, marking her as a rare prodigy. Bai Fengdi's body trembled, his mind suddenly engulfed by a deafening roar, as though a colossal stone had struck his head, blurring his vision and halting his thoughts. Furthermore, anesthetics are not specifically designed to target the brain. Even an allergic reaction could not yield such excruciating headaches, the sole plausible cause for such agony being Wolverine Logan's traversal. The biting cold wind swept across 1,000 miles, intensifying the northern winter's chill. The Cloud Palace experienced a freeze as thick as ice, and following the spring festival, the city, while festive, saw few willing to venture outside. If two third-tier ability users were to resonate their powers, they could elevate their base strength to near that of a fourth tier, albeit lacking the true flexibility of genuine fourth-tier abilities, making it a formidable tactic. Su Qianqian gazed at Su Guangliang in disbelief, her body trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate her thoughts. Upon hearing him, Chu Shanhe and the others finally noticed that Lin Chao not only survived but bore no injuries, save for his clothes, which were soiled by decaying flesh and emitted a foul odor. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Hua Changxing's eyes as he suddenly acted, his figure darting like a bolt of lightning towards Mo1. In the 60th minute of the match, it appeared that Rosicky had been thoroughly contained. Yet he turned to the national youth team's bench and smiled. The second critical period commenced in 1421, lasting approximately 25 years. Notably, this marked the lowest temperature point over 6 centuries, leading to numerous storms, devastating tsunamis, and extreme winter temperatures that abruptly halted the once thriving cod fishing industry. After enduring the initial struggles of entrepreneurship, the Wuyou escort agency now operated steadily and profitably, requiring him only to maintain the status quo and reap the rewards. Zhang Liang's presence resonated in their ears, followed by the emergence of phantoms, revealing that he had employed an illusionary technique. No one responded to the calls, and Jia Yuanyuan hesitated to enter, opting not to take leave. The following evening unfolded similarly, prompting her to investigate, only to find both the bedroom and living room doors ajar. Upon entering the bedroom, she discovered the deceased lying on the bed, prompting her to flee to the precinct to report the incident in terror. He appeared quite ordinary, clad in a simple gray robe. His face, marked by the passage of time, remained serene as he observed the performance before him. The black butterfly, long subjected to their scornful jests, continued to remain silent. The two shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from inquiring about the old man playing the lute, pondering if the phoenix truly possessed such power, capable not only of injuring the prince, but also slaying the lute-playing elder. Shen Lang, the newly accepted disciple of Panyun Peak, was the younger brother of Shen Song, displaying equally exceptional talent. Zhang Yinzu's facial muscles twitched, while Uncle Bao felt a mix of relief and slight disappointment, never anticipating that his opponent would be so easily vanquished. Ultimately, differing convictions held little significance. The primary conflict lay in the competition for resources and the pursuit of fame. Di Chongxiao stood resolutely with his sword, contemplating the spirit-gathering bamboo. Having encountered such extraordinary bamboo, he surmised it must have a divine patron, loyal to the divine lord. With such prowess, the lord must know that these two gods were no match for him. Why then, send them to provoke death? Chapter 185, Nostalgia. Yet only nostalgia. On June 1, 2009, at 8:30 p.m., the Eastern Conference Finals commenced as scheduled. With the conclusion of the Western Conference match, the first team for the finals emerged. Who could have predicted that the Denver Nuggets would triumph and reach the grand stage of the 08-09 season? Reports of the Nuggets championship victory flooded the media, not only within North American sports circles, but also in China. As a Chinese player, Chen Mo had the opportunity to hoist the championship trophy, while Gu Chang'e remained preoccupied, eyeing both the dish before him and the ingredients poised to be cooked. Witnessing Jia Dongshu's outright admission, Yi Zhonghai lamented the difficulty in securing a chance for a rematch, resorting to chastising Jia Dongshu for an extended period before turning to Zhang Zhendong. Previously, Li Yang believed that 3 drops of primordial dragon blood would suffice. Even a deity could not absorb more than that. Suddenly vanishing from the Hua residence, Hui Yuanjia hurried to follow, but his speed was no match for these formidable beings. Du Guyin stared at the ceiling, her expression frozen in a stupor for an extended period. Although she was expected to vent her frustrations regarding this matter, her heart remained as tranquil as still water. As the sole guild in the town, Fairy Tale bore the responsibility of safeguarding the community. Periodically, guild members would purge the mountains and forests, and over time, the magical beasts retreated deeper into the wilderness, becoming a rare sight near the outskirts. At the entrance to the village, Yao Guanyin and his wife awaited with their 3 children, so when Yao Jiangwo's vehicle approached the old Yu family residence, the 3 children, led by Yao Yinyan, rushed forward. As long as tomorrow exists, as long as one can bravely take a step forward, strength will naturally arise. Months passed, and Han Yun ascended 95 of the staircase, estimating that he would conquer the remaining steps in about 2 months. Wan and Lai's strike aimed to take Zhou Huaqi's life, intending to incite universal hatred. Yet, he was blindsided when Zhu Feifei took the blow for her child. Zhu Feifei braced himself against the forceful strike, and without the protection of inner strength, he suffered significant injury. Before him stood Lu Ming, who seemed to possess extensive knowledge of this mutant virus. And given his enigmatic identity, he was likely the only one capable of rescuing Bai Paisai. As he made contact with her, his right arm brushed against her soft, delicate arm, barely able to encircle her slender waist. After invoking the high-intensity spell, Tian Gang Jing, for the second time, the corpse demon, who had maintained a calm demeanor until now, exhibited its first signs of rapid breathing. Although Ragman Jess might be a formidable figure, Feng Shitlab was utterly incompetent, having merely been engaged in a relentless cycle of summoning troops from underground caverns over the centuries. In essence, it was about trading what one possessed with someone in dire need of it for something unwanted. The rivalries between the states of Wei and Wu were deeply rooted, with Wei holding a grudge that spanned 10 generations, eager for retribution. Upon encountering one another, the atmosphere was almost one of bloodshed. Lu Fuling was puzzled. Had not the young master always doubted fate and divine order? Why then, today, did he speak such nonsense? Had his injury affected his mind? He wished to interject, but found no opportunity, so he remained silent and listened intently. After the disappearance of the Purple Dragon City Lord, the military power of the city fell into the hands of 2 purple dragons. Ren Yesun felt her cheeks flush slightly. She too sensed something was amiss. Perhaps it was indeed as Chun Lu had suggested. Pang Xiaolong recounted Tang Feng's message to his father, Pang Jun Tang, who sat regally in his armchair, beaming with satisfaction, yet remained silent after hearing the news. To the untrained eye, it would not evoke fear or deter proximity. Instead, it appeared remarkably docile and amiable, prompting an irresistible urge to draw near and caress its soft fur. Chapter 186. The grand finals commence on the stage of the brave. Zhang Yan felt a surge of emotion as visions of Chi-Chi's exquisite visage filled his heart, igniting a desire to grow old with her. How could only Mu Tianqian comprehend the extent of the innate restraint his vital energy exerted on such creatures, marking them as natural adversaries? This was evidenced by the thick layer of black powder accumulated beneath his feet. Upon seeing Prince Hao's lecherous expression, it was clear what thoughts occupied his mind, likely still savoring the comforting sensations from the silk-clad legs. The other perplexing question posed was, if you and your mother fell into water, who would you save first? Both scenarios bore equal lethality. General Xiahou and the vanguard of my Taiji brethren will arrive shortly. Then all will be made clear, Chen Gong reassured with a smile. The law of conservation of energy states that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change forms or transfer from one object to another while maintaining a constant total amount during the process of transformation or transfer. A year prior, this individual was inconsequential before the count, yet now had emerged as a formidable force, garnering significant attention from him. Clearly, the man had assisted him in passing before departing. Yet Ma Jianyao found no joy in this. The weight of protecting the earth bore heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him with its pressure. Prince Hao and another companion casually sought a restaurant in the city, allowing Chen Hailong to order a few dishes. After satisfying their hunger, they proceeded directly to the dance university. Good sisters share everything. There should be no secrets, Hailong remarked, gazing intently at Yang Shira. Tao Hua's first instinct was to push Prince Hao away, followed by a reflexive glance around to see if anyone was watching them. Yang Shira remained silent, slightly astonished. She had not expected Zhou Mingjian to speak so candidly. If it were her, she would undoubtedly feel quite moved. Thank you, Aunt Ling. Thank you, Aunt Ling. The two fools, unaware of their significant blunder, continued to praise the old matron, inciting exasperation in Ning Baobei, who could only roll her eyes in silence, hidden behind closed lids. For the wedding, we must purchase wedding candies and Dragon and Phoenix candles. Cho counted on her fingers as she spoke to Ahe. Ahe nodded in agreement, then left the ox cart at the livestock depot, taking Ahe's hand as they headed towards the bustling town. I want to say, we have missed so many years. I wonder if I could still be someone you cherish? Yen Bo's gaze was fervent, tinged with anticipation. Prepare as you wish. There is no need for such superfluous words, Yi Liuli snapped, her temper flaring as she struck the water's surface. At 4 in the afternoon, Sun Wanduan was busy preparing ingredients for dinner when she received a phone call, remarking she would return shortly before hurrying out. The uninjured or lightly wounded Xianfeng flapped their wings, realizing what had transpired, enraged. They mourned the loss of their king and charged towards the detestable human who had slain half their kin, propelled by a fierce wind with a resolve for mutual destruction. Hey, has a bug crawled into your brain? What are you grinning about? Prince Hao was perplexed by the current situation, yet he stubbornly declared, I still wish to join the ancient sword sect. There are those here who have insulted and beaten me. I want them to know I am not worthless. I am not a soft persimmon for them to squeeze. As he concluded, he cast a deep glance at the gate of the ancient sword sect. Clenching his fist until his nails pierced his flesh, Han Weiwei shook her head lightly, while Fan Yu nodded, agreeing that the technique known as soul-devouring and heartless was indeed the most fitting. Lu Jian harbored other concerns. He regarded the Empress Dowager with suspicion. Had she truly confined Mao Lian in the quiet room? He doubted the Empress Dowager's claim of placing Mao Lian there, suspecting she had ulterior motives, especially considering the past comments regarding Mao Lian in light of Lu Dingjin's situation. There is no need for such complexities. Remain at the palace with peace of mind. Jing Wang immediately interjected, hoping she would spend more time there. As they conversed, the group had already arrived at the marketplace, which was bustling with activity, featuring a couple of street performers entertaining the crowd. At this moment, strands of white began to emerge in his hair, not as new growth, but rather a transformation of his existing locks into a silvery hue. Mao Lian remained silent, his body suddenly soaring into the air like a swan taking flight. Gliding over the swirling snowflakes below and heading down the mountain, it dawned upon him that throughout their acquaintance, he had always been the one offering assistance, while he himself had never reciprocated, only adding to his troubles. There stood a tall bodyguard supporting Guan Xian at the entrance as a slow-moving car approached, clearly still warming up. The rotund man stepped forward to open the car door, indicating their intent to whisk Guan Xian away. In the next moment, a searing pain shot through Wang Lang's wound, sending a heart-wrenching scream escaping his lips. In a frenzied dance, blood poured forth like an unrestrained torrent from above. Ling Yu silently fixed his gaze upon Wu Rong, feeling no further need to engage in conversation with the individual before him. The onlookers watched in silence as the Imperial battle team swiftly passed by, their attention lingering on the spot where the team had vanished. It was evident that with but a glance, one could discern the relationship between the two men. A feat impossible without a solid foundation in martial arts coupled with acute perception. How could there possibly be two suns? Xiaoyan pondered, recalling that just yesterday, there had only been one sun in the sky. Chapter 187. Relentless and unyielding, each displaying their strengths. The Nuggets and the Magic quickly found their rhythm at the start of the match. The Magic team landed a three-pointer from the perimeter while the Nuggets responded with a thunderous dunk, perfectly in line with their customary style of play. The foundation of the Magic strategy lay in Howard as the linchpin of their interior, creating ample shooting opportunities for their perimeter teammates. A tactic colloquially known as one star surrounded by four. On the Nuggets side, their athletic prowess shone brightly. Then you should discuss it with Zhou Yu Xing and the three vice premiers and proceed accordingly. By the way, how's Gao Jie? Zhang Chong affirmed Wei Wuji's suggestion before inquiring about Gao Jie. Amidst the sounds of alarm, a droning noise filled my mind. Not daring to delay further, I promptly hurled the startled one at the corpse demon. My expertise lay in the sacred spirit divine power, a form of mystical manifestation far surpassing traditional forms and power, as it was cultivated using the souls of other beings rather than one's own essence. The higher the soul's rank employed, the greater the resulting power. I grasped her hand, an overwhelming sense of mutual reliance washing over me, compelling me to embrace her shoulders. Certainly, let professionals handle professional matters, A Fina replied proudly. He had often considered confronting Li Dongsheng in Lu family village, yet had always refrained. Only upon Li Dongsheng's personal visit to Zhou prison did he realize that Li might be unaware of the falsity of the list. Wang Chun surveyed the modern surroundings, pondering the situation with a hint of confusion. As Huixinqing felled 4 monks, the time for explosive blood had arrived. A profound weariness enveloped him, the side effects of the explosive blood manifesting in his being. Under his command, torrents of immense power surged into his Dao seed. Was there a problem with me? Or was there another cause? Upon my entry, I had been directly kissed by her, which surely implied someone was passive in this encounter. I turned away, unable to bear the sight of Murong Shanshan's disappointment. Based on my reasoning, it appeared that Yueheng had not fully updated the pet system, implying that currently, no player could capture pets beyond riding and beast-taming types. Heh. Shen Feng's inscrutable smile emerged, as he was now nearly certain that the 5 great families had previously ensnared cultivators using the binding celestial locks. A pale golden lightning storm coalesced into a shimmering sea of gold, with Li Mu seated cross-legged within it, unmoving as a mountain. At that moment, a red figure entered the lightning sea, crowned with a crimson cloud, shielding against the endless barrage of thunder. The familiarity of the scene struck a chord, reminiscent of Su Yan's past encounter in the celestial demon realm with the ancient Gungjin bloodline. The twin sword vines resembled colossal green claws, as though any unfortunate soul caught within them would be pierced by 1,000 swords, suffering a dismembering death. Passing through the alley and into the tavern's rear courtyard, faint chopping sounds echoed from the modest wooden huts. Jean Linner and Zhao Lele wept tears of joy. The battle at Moyun Mountain had been cataclysmic. They had feared Shin Feng had been slain by the celestial demon, mourning in silence. Hearing Shin Feng's voice now, they could not contain their elation and cried out. Xiao Rui, upon witnessing Zhang Sun's defeat, initially intended to flee to Zhang Sun's camp, but hesitated, seeking an alternate route to return to Yuanshu. Unexpectedly, midway, he encountered Zhang Tai, and after exchanging blows for several rounds, was ultimately subdued beneath Zhang Tai's commanding shout, his head severed and displayed beneath his steed. The excited audience instinctively paused in their fervor, their cheers abruptly ceasing. The transition from extreme noise to profound silence occurred in an instant, leaving the crowd bewildered and exchanging glances in confusion. Chapter 188. You are the dark horse, and I am the sovereign. To watch or not to watch? After much hesitation, James ultimately decided to turn on the television. At this moment, the finals had progressed to the second quarter, with the Nuggets leading the Magic by 4 points, 38-34. Observing the dynamics and morale on the court, it seemed likely that this lead would only widen. Damn it, James grumbled, tossing the remote onto the adjacent sofa in frustration. Despite his disdain for the current situation on screen, he declared, "Hand over the cards and your black card device, and I might spare your life." As Luo Chao spoke, he brandished his 5-star combat card device. His frigid gaze revealed a hollow emptiness, his grip on Hua Xuanji tightening, as if striving to fuse her essence into his very being. Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, many lab directors present felt a wave of disappointment, contemplating that a Fanxian could not capture Lu Huan. Allowing such a research talent to join their labs might propel their academic standing to new heights. Could it be that this card is the source of it all? A modestly dressed individual, seemingly a researcher, suddenly interjected. Zhu Xia rolled her eyes before her expression shifted, deftly performing a backflip to evade Han Tiantian's preemptive strike. Aunt Fang was acutely aware of her desires, readily deducing the misfortunes befalling Madame Lin. However, should their eastern residents wish to maintain autonomy, it would be prudent to keep the power balance among the factions in the western residence stable for the time being. Pondering whether the Su family should merely observe as the Lin family faltered. A minute later, the elevator came to a halt, and after the glass cover was removed, the three emerged from the lift. They were met by an elderly doctor with a full head of white hair, accompanied by several middle-aged soldiers. In the Wanli Financial Research Institute, the market department had only just been established, and the research department was regarded as its guiding authority. As he opened his eyelids and shone a flashlight, he noted that the pupil of the subject remained unchanged by the light, tranquil as if it were merely an ornament. Moreover, upon encountering the lofty Princess Xin Yuan, Lai Gufeng's fervent pursuit of Hixin Yue diminished significantly. Had it not been for her esteemed status, he might have already acted on his desires. Everything was prepared. After saying this, Nanshan observed the grave expression on Lu Yu's face and hesitated to voice his inner doubts. Naturally, he did not overlook the distaste evident in Lu Yu's tone. Ordinarily, she would not engage in such relentless pursuits with anyone else, but at that moment, Yuan Xin cast aside all concerns about her dignity. Upon hearing this, Qin Jin glanced at him and then surveyed the surrounding individuals before turning to leave. Noticing that Honggu appeared displeased, the bald man quickly approached with a sheepish demeanor, but before he could speak, Honggu delivered a forceful slap. Earlier, Xia Ziyun's remarks were likely intended to provoke him, to witness his embarrassment. It had already been 40 breaths without any sign of movement. Someone outside was timing the events. The vitriolic comments from netizens were ones that Yi Xian had not seen. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have certainly retaliated against the foolish online trolls. Presently, Yi Xian was preoccupied, lacking the leisure to browse news online. Mu Yan's brows furrowed deeply as he too contemplated the issue, finding himself at a loss for action. Whenever she was tormented by despair in her midnight reveries, she would clutch her bamboo flute, relying on the memory of his melodious notes to soothe her into slumber. Yet, it was well known among the demons that within the entire region of Flame Mountain, the most powerful figure was the formidable Princess Iron Fan. In truth, they had not wronged Li Yin. Setting aside other matters, his anti-human disposition alone made it unlikely that he would assist humanity, let alone refrain from exterminating it entirely. Chapter 189. Carrying Dreams, Continuing Forward. With a substantial gap of 15 points, the fourth quarter commenced. At that moment, the venue erupted into jubilant revelry as the crowd awaited the substitution of the Denver Nuggets 5 reserves, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo. The fans spontaneously chanted his name, celebrating the impending victory. Yet now, Di Xiaoyan was prepared to engage him earnestly, to avoid shocking him further. He refrained from employing sword techniques, but he could not hold back his strength, for otherwise, Di Xiaoyan would stand no chance against the formidable Gao Song, whose prowess surpassed his own. Although Zhang Jihua and his companions did not observe Lin Feng and Tang Shiyun communicating through lip-reading, they did witness the flirtatious glances exchanged between the two. Meanwhile, the boss, who was collecting money, rushed over and, upon seeing the money in front of Yifeng's, could not help but lick his lips, sensing that luck was on his side today, having inadvertently landed a significant catch. He had thwarted the schemes of Chao Guangkai and the Nantung Textile Association while simultaneously offending them and creating unknown enemies, such as the design companies involved in the collusion with Chao Guangkai. Yifeng found himself in a state of confusion, half awake and half asleep. Only aware that she had sat up, letting out a soft exhale as she settled down. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng felt languid and inexplicably at ease. Haha, didn't you obtain a chef's certificate to go abroad? He chuckled. Haha, Dad Xiong, I believe you should say. Our butcher's knife shines eternally. The kitchen knife remarked cheerfully. We are allies, are we not? Shimin Shui Shui continued to smile, seemingly unfazed by Nangong Wuming's imposing aura. Spartan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the middle-aged Carthaginian. He noted the man's opulent attire and extraordinary demeanor, attempting to conceal any disdain in his gaze, as if fearing for his own pride in the presence of Spartan's menacing soldiers. Clearly, he was a seasoned warrior, having survived countless battles. The languid youth reacted sharply to the mention of Xiao Shan, his eyes briefly flashing with a cold, sharp glimmer before reverting to their previous lazy demeanor, though fleeting. The two cunning old foxes before him had captured the moment. It was not solely due to the questionable identity of the sudden intruding cultivator, but more so because the opponent had left no trace behind. Suddenly, Lu Chiyu's large hand brushed against Li Tongtong's face, causing her to freeze in disbelief. Holding her breath as she stared wide-eyed at Lu Chiyu, fearing he might lean in for a kiss, as Mo Hulyuo unleashed a powerful strike. Enormous palm prints bearing the black golden swastika surged towards the 7 stars demon suppression array, appearing as though thousands of giant handprints were soaring forth. Yet she hesitated, contemplating whether speaking in front of Xia Shuyu might injure Chen Fan's pride, and thus retracted her words. Aunt Zhang said she exhausted all her strength to raise me. Henceforth, she will no longer associate with my father and brother. Wherever I go, she shall follow. Luan said this while deliberately casting a glance at Zhai Jinkai. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian nodded and, together with Li Qingyun, departed the dwelling, making their way toward Zhang Yuan's residence. In this scenario, Luan chose not to lend her support, instead focusing on the matches of others, which is rather intriguing. Duan Qingyang seemed unconcerned with whether he had become the center of gossip or with the worries others had for him. The 5 demons surged once again. Apart from the shadow of the demon and the arm that clashed with the Buddha's finger, the rest of its body visibly dimmed, concentrating all its power into that single arm. The recharged arm instantly swelled, shattering the Buddha's finger into fragments of light. Chapter 190. The overlap of reality and memory. Welcome, esteemed basketball enthusiasts, to your television screens. Tonight, the second game of the NBA 08-09 season finals is about to commence. Once again, it is hosted at the Denver Nuggets Arena, where they currently lead the series with a score of 1-0. The outcome of the second match is particularly crucial. Should the Nuggets triumph again, they would extend their lead to 2-0, securing a significant advantage. Conversely, if the Magic emerge victorious, they will level the series, turning their home court disadvantage into an advantage. See for yourself. I'm going to check on Huzi. And Ji Yuan expressed her concern for Huzi's current state. Meanwhile, the Tian family recognized the gravity of the situation but chose to remain silent. The other party's eyes narrowed slightly, and beneath the white robe, there was a faint movement, reminiscent of a gentle chuckle. Subsequently, Sunny furrowed his brow and suddenly swept his gun behind him, only to find nothing. A chill ran through his body, tightening his heart as though something had gripped it, leaving him gasping for breath. That's just a few coins. Besides, Isn't that your job? Can't you get reimbursed? Duo Air raised an eyebrow at him. To this, Yu Luo was not surprised. Rather, he would have been astonished if Ling Qin had truly been caught off guard. Agu smiled ominously, choosing not to respond. Lu Tsueyu introduced herself, instantly causing a stir in the arena. Wei Tuo and his companions solemnly congratulated her, their words humble, mindful of etiquette. Mr. Ding, how you choose to act is your own affair. The building is indeed yours. However, as far as I know, our contract has not yet expired, right? The agreement with Ding Shuxing still has a year remaining. Why is he coming to reclaim the building at this time? In a moment of confusion, Yi Wutian felt a sudden jolt of anxiety surge within him, prompting him to instinctively crouch down. Sunny stowed the gun in the car's hidden compartment, knowing that there were still 3 or 4 days before the other party delivered their goods. This was the perfect opportunity for him to return home and spend some time with Meng Lan and Luo Dan. As for Sister Lu, Sunny felt a bit hesitant to meet her, preferring to avoid her if possible. Curious about Qin Feng's true identity, he wanted to inquire further but was compelled to suppress all his questions upon witnessing the respect in Xinjiang's eyes. President Schultz, your analysis is entirely accurate. Yet you are only focused on your immediate surroundings, neglecting the broader picture. John decided it was time to enlighten this coffee mogul. Although in most battlefields, Hydra's combat prowess far surpassed that of the Allied forces in the Soviet army, even the clumsiness of Hydra's commanders was of little consequence. However, now they were to face the Red Alert Army, which possessed technology decades more advanced than theirs. Speaking of which, Zhang Fuping's towering 3-meter frame suddenly shrank to under 2 meters, maintaining the activation of the 3 gates: open, rest, and life. It's too late to die now. My weight loss plan is doomed, Lung Mengfei sighed, her beautiful brows knitting together in dismay. In contrast, the Qin army, under the commands of Zhao Yun and Li Tsunxiao, wreaked havoc on the enemy camp, causing disarray among the enemy ranks, momentarily startling the Scarlet Refining Demon Clan. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao regretted its decisions. Had it known such consequences would arise, it would not have fled. Come, I will take you to meet Prince Raylan. He is quite curious about you, Shaman said while leading the way. Similarly, upon hearing the violent explosions, I confirmed my suspicions. Only my vehicle could possibly contain gasoline, Lon Haichen asserted. All right, I understand. Bai Li Song replied coldly, waving his hand to signal him to leave. No need. You know it's merely a divine artifact, not worth my concern. Yu Lianshan remarked indifferently. Chapter 191. If the spring breeze holds affection for the flowers, may I request to remain youthful on the court? Iverson did not indulge in reckless celebrations after outmaneuvering his opponent. He remained unfazed by the scene, even unaware that he was mimicking his past self. The recreation of a classic moment bore a vastly different emotional landscape. Back then, he was brimming with confidence, believing that even the legendary duo could not confine him. Despite ultimately losing the series, Iverson's performance captivated all. I'll check on my sister. You go enjoy the banquet. Upon this thought, Shen Qingwu let out a long sigh, then turned to Gu Jingfeng. The man realized he had provoked a formidable character, yet he could not yield. Li reacted, only able to shout at the retreating figure. Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Humph, I'll just take you for experiments. He leaped forward. Just as he exited the stone house, a fireball descended from the sky. Ashue quickly lunged to the left, narrowly avoiding it as it crashed down, creating a significant crater. The force was immense, staggering Ashue back several steps, leaving him covered in dust. Recently, he had enlisted the help of Meng Yao and Sha Nai to transform into the likeness of Dr. Solons, successfully executing his plan, and now he was eager to see what the other party intended. Ji Qianxin gazed at Qingwu's profile for a long while before gently uttering 2 words, perhaps. This world is filled with countless perhaps and many unanswered questions. The newly grown skin was notably tender, starkly contrasting with Lu Ru's pale complexion. The sound monster, akin to a colossal source of noise, unleashed a continuous roar, shaking the ground. Even with her ears covered, Ting Shu could feel the violent vibrations. With coffee-colored hair tied with a red ribbon, her milk-white face was as exquisite as Tifa, possessing the figure and allure of Shiranui Mai. Feng Yaotian was taken aback and quickly inquired, why? Qing Zijing insisted I deliver this to you. I was chased like a rat for half a year by so many people. And now that I finally bring it to you, you refuse it. He desperately sought to understand the reason. Meng Bin glanced at Song Ershing before lowering his head to continue eating instant noodles. He sat beside the exquisite floral arrangement, surrounded by 3 tables and 10 chairs, all of which were occupied. As for the promise made long ago by General Qian to arrange for Du Jixuan's marriage upon her reaching 18, it was effortlessly cast aside from his mind. Once Duan Dushi made her determination, she began to harbor disdain for Chu Muqing, sneering coldly before choosing to ignore him and indulging in her wine alone. The noteworthy aspect of this place was the delectable dishes that were utterly irresistible, said to be crafted from a secret recipe that many had attempted to steal, but to no avail. Aside from the swarms of insects, the insect tribe was characterized by their reckless bravery, born solely for battle and wholly obedient to orders. Thus, Butler Lin, who accompanied King Qin to the inner courtyard, along with the floating physician Lin and General Guan, finally departed with satisfaction. The enormous meatball was electrified to a brilliant white, revealing its skeletal structure amid flashes of electricity. He knew he would not stand a chance at that moment, so he prepared to venture to Japan within half a year after emerging from the ghostly spring, to capture the 100 demons and create a night parade of 100 demons in order to contend with the ghostly spring. Yes, separation. Had I not mentioned it before? Since you were already aware of the impending separation, why pretend to be a lovesick fool here? Jiang Qingyi scoffed coldly, unwilling to gaze upon his detestable face any longer. Contemplating these visions, it wasn't long before Fang Qingyuan spotted the location of the ancestral hall. After taking a few more steps, he sensed the presence of Master Jiao and his 2 disciples. After Xia Mingxian parked the car, he proceeded with the gifts he had prepared to visit Yu Anuan's dormitory. Chapter 192. You have the wrathful beasts. I have the unyielding answers. Inside the changing room, the atmosphere of the magic team had plunged to a freezing point. This time, even the ever-optimistic Howard found himself at a loss for words. Optimistic? How could he possibly maintain a sense of optimism with the team trailing by 18 points at halftime of the championship? This is even more exaggerated than the previous match, more challenging than any encounter with the Cavaliers. The Denver Nuggets' formidable home court is truly terrifying. It is no wonder that no team in the league has managed to secure a victory here. After returning home, Yushi went in his own pharmacy, while Yin Li Mei proceeded to report on the events that transpired at the EU Tower today. Because here lies the person I care about, sister. I remember my own name, Wu Kai. Come, sister, come with me. Let me introduce you to my wife and child. As Wu Kai spoke, he took Dong Yu's arm and led her toward Wang Xian and Chening. However, he immediately thought, even if he brought out Li Deqiu's diary, what use would it be? Who would believe the accounts recorded in the diary, treating them merely as the ravings of a madman? Likewise, the sensitivity of his body allowed him to truly sense the extreme exhaustion of certain internal organs, which seemed on the verge of ceasing to function, signifying death. Lanzi's unwavering assertion could not alleviate the worries in our hearts. This ancient beast, ferocious 1 billion years ago, could rival the dragon beasts. It would be fine if they all returned to that world, but the fear lies in the possibility of 1 or 2 being left behind. When we set out to explore that world, there would be no one to suppress them. In this process, the crimson rainbow light surged back and forth dozens of times. But the best outcome was merely tearing the fat man's sleeve into shreds. From the initial Ronaldinho to this season's Belletti, Edmilson, and Silvinho, the vast Brazilian contingent of Barcelona was all meticulously crafted by Rosell. The county office and magistrate Yang provided silver, and those wealthy families could not refrain from contributing. Old Master Hao, Master Song, and Master Sun took the lead by offering 2,000 taels of silver, expressing their modest support for the martyrs who protected the region. When the heavy scent of blood wafted through the forest and reached Night Shadow's nostrils, he faintly sensed an ominous premonition. Huangwan forced a smile. There were indeed solutions, which he had contemplated while boating on the lake. After taking a few steps, I turned back. I did not wish to leave just like that. Perhaps this girl is still alive, and I must confirm it first. In ancient times, there was no technology to identify fingerprints, so I need not fear leaving any traces. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, big brother. Now, be quiet, be quiet. If your father hears you, you'll be in trouble. Hanju chuckled as he lightly tapped her head. Su Ruoding gently cradled the face of Wang Jixian, whose countenance was within arm's reach. Her cool, delicate fingers made him squint in comfort. The phrase ice skin and jade bones was undoubtedly referring to her. This land auction is akin to an auction house, though they are auctioning usage rights rather than ownership. Tianmu sat beside Lin Yu and Lin Xiaota, and after settling down, he did not forget to explain. Since no apparent reasons could be found, the owner, being somewhat superstitious, naturally speculated about the unseen causes. After waiting for about half an hour, a strange sound suddenly emanated from the demon locking tower, resembling ghostly wails, causing thousands of Kunlun disciples to be scattered by an unseen force. He lay on the bed pretending to sleep, hoping that Uncle Takuya would leave, so he could rise and join Dabai at the palace, but unexpectedly, he fell asleep. Especially the zombie that injured me earlier, its movements and strength far surpassed those of the other zombies. Wu Fei's talismans were effective against the others, but utterly useless against it. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Bai Kai mentioned that these people died one after another upon arriving at the hospital. Chapter 193, a significant lead of 2-0, an 80% winning probability. Iversen's fiery shooting touch from the first half continued. In this match, he appeared tireless and omnipotent. Barkley lavishly praised him. Upon witnessing Iversen, with his diminutive stature, successfully challenged the gifted behemoth Howard, Barkley couldn't help but reflect on his own experience. Similarly short and equally formidable, he too had once battled among a group of gifted giants in the paint with a height of less than 2 meters. Nevertheless, Luchifeng gazed intently into Yu Xining's eyes, tightly clasping her delicate hands within his, resolutely affirming. In a critical moment, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to throw the thunder-flying axe as the Windwalker Ahe drew his bow. The axe, imbued with purple lightning, tore through the sky with a thunderous roar, striking true and successfully causing disorientation. They had resided here for many years, just reaching adulthood. Yet they only knew that the place they lived was called the Divine Forging Realm. The Divine Forging Realm concealed a considerable number of invaluable treasures and extraordinary weapons. Nothing more. Speaking of the fourth concubine, Wan Qing, Su Chu had only heard of her name without ever seeing her. All impressions of her came from the vague remarks of others, such as her youthful beauty and flourishing grace, her seclusion within a private courtyard, rarely venturing out, and how the other 2 concubines accompanied the matriarch for breakfast daily, while she never made an appearance. The next day, Yushi drove to Jiangzhou by herself, and in the afternoon, she and Tang Liang rushed to the airport bound for the capital. Qin Feng continued his normal workday, having completed necessary tasks in the countryside, dragging his weary body back to the city around 6 in the evening. Zhuge Tanxiang felt a slight tremor within her heart. She was aware of Ah Hui's strength, and his mention of Chen Langia as a significant variable indicated that he was certainly not simple. Thus, her father had refrained from making any moves against Chen Langia, out of caution. In truth, if this game could be snatched, I would certainly compete against her for it. Seeing her smug expression irked me immensely. Meanwhile, Tianxing scratched his head, opting to remain silent, feeling somewhat awkward about devouring the primordial infant. Baihua was puzzled as to why he couldn't see her, only to suddenly recall that she was currently a fiery person. She quickly extinguished the flames enveloping her. Tianxing stepped into the chaos, and in an instant, he found himself before the heavenly mirror platform. The passionate kiss felt like a tempest, leaving Wu Jin unable to discern whether it was comfort or oppression. His back trembling uncontrollably. The man's fervent breath seemed poised to sear him, and Wu Jin leaned limply against the wall, his eyes reddened from the overwhelming sensations. Wu Jin was unfamiliar with the music creation industry of the 31st century, browsing several music supermarkets on his terminal, overwhelmed by the complex charts, tags, song registration processes, and the intricate UI of the arrangement software. 9,000 credit points were not a lot, but if he composed the music himself, he could significantly reduce costs. It was evident that it was his own unfulfilled desires, yet he unfairly placed the blame on me. Truly, I was merely suffering from a sleepless night. Despite being a staunch and rugged man, he still occasionally shed tears. Her deep connection with Shi Che and her ties to herbology made it difficult for Han Yu to shift his thoughts away from this topic. Yet he could not reach a conclusion. Today marked the first time he had seen her. Before their meeting, he had noted the right arm, and now it had been confirmed, without a doubt. Finally, a banquet was set up in the alley beside the Fu Pingbo residence, with local neighbors gathering to revel in the joyous occasion. Wu Jin reinserted the dagger into his waist, fingers gliding over the gun's surface. Jing Yi and all the clergy. The man sat at the boundary between the morning light and the shadow of the curtains, his robe revealing a muscular, scarred chest, long legs blocking Wu Jin's escape beneath the table. With an indifferent expression, the man's deep-set eyes, shrouded in frost, burned with an intense flame. He stood tall against the fierce winds, unwavering, a striking contrast to the ferocious beast beneath him. Despite the biting cold, the anesthetic gun and dagger at his back stirred the audience's bloodlust. Chapter 194, the third battle of the finals approaches. Congratulations to the Denver Nuggets for securing their second victory in the finals. leading the series 2-0. It seems this season has witnessed countless instances of congratulatory remarks towards the Nuggets. In Barkley's recollection, this team appears to have been in a perpetual state of triumph, consistently embodying the role of victors. Even in the previous round of the Western Conference, where they were deemed underdogs, the Nuggets emerged victorious. Had Lin Zhao's parents known he would return to normalcy, they would not have ventured out in search of medicine, nor would they have vanished without a trace. Before me stands a grand palace, ancient and weathered, its existence a mystery of time. He sought an opportunity to conceal the phone that Lan Yu had given him, wishing to keep it from Butler Mo's discovery. Hu released her hand, cradling his son in both arms, showering him with affection, his eyes gleaming with paternal love, evoking empathy from onlookers. Initially, he hesitated to share this matter, believing that ignorance of such secrets could foster greater happiness. However, having been prompted to speak, he chose not to withhold the truth any longer. What was intended as a call of Xing Lang transformed into a gentle and affectionate A Lang as it reached his lips. With a clatter, the door of the morning hall swung open before he could finish reprimanding his son. In an unprecedented turn, Hu found himself cornered, as she became the first to question his leadership abilities, targeting the crux of the matter. Despite appearing frivolous, Li Ran possessed a compassionate heart, evident in his treatment of the household servants. I recall my years as an inspector, where he accompanied me throughout centuries in the Tianhuastar domain, diligently helping me find worthy opponents to enhance my combat experience. The weather was pleasant, yet an unsettling silence devoid of insects and birds awakened Hinairua's instincts. Honed by years of experience in the martial world, I hold memories of Bali, Indonesia's renowned tourist destination, famed not only for its stunning scenery but also for its monkeys. I was astonished to learn that 2,500 years ago, the beauty was even more breathtaking and the monkeys even more abundant. Later, other animals unearthed a treasure trove of plundered riches from the tiger dens and doghouses. On their return journey, Feng Xiaoxiao inquired about Meng Fan's dealings and whether he had retrieved the ginseng. To spare her worry, Meng Fan withheld the truth, assuring her that the payment would arrive in 2 days. The classification of spiritual treasures is meticulously structured into 5 tiers and 7 stars, known as the 5-tiered 7 stars, comprising inheritance, intercommunication, illustrious canopy, heavenly principles, and the Great Tao Mansion. Only when the moon rose did Ji Luan, inebriated, return to his quarters, while Li Zhu, having tidied up, exited with a smile. Du, a financier with several enterprises under his purview, including investment banking and lending, was undeniably affluent, mingling with esteemed tycoons. Yi Luan hastily expressed his gratitude, to which the matriarch of the Yi family responded, "What need is there for thanks? Surely your mother intends to provide you with something better." Lady Wang gasped, nearly dropping her jade chopsticks. Science, Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa, the highest peak at the heart of Panga continent 4,000 years ago. The next day, people busied themselves for a while to prepare for the arrival of the Queen Mother. For instance, the celestial sovereigns of various empires and the titans of the Taisher forces were all key figures in their training. The divine king realm indeed housed the nine-tailed fox, yet it resembled a mere child newly entering this realm, with a meager amount of divine energy, showing signs of exhaustion after minimal combat. Initially, Wei had the strength to resist, even pushing the man away with all her might, but as time passed, her will to struggle waned. Now, as the scruffy man laid hands upon her, she lay still like a lifeless corpse. Chapter 195, Florida does not harbor idle souls. The long-awaited red warm bonus returns. 21 consecutive successes. 22 consecutive successes. 23 consecutive successes. Roars of excitement erupted from the audience. Even the Nuggets felt the impact, as Chen Mo turned to glance at the Magic S warm-up area. In the realm of mortals, Yin Yun's 16 prefectures, Duan Rue gazed upon the tragic scene unfolding, his eyes ablaze with fury as he beheld the calamity wrought by the golden-winged rock, with the tempest unleashed by Monkbube. The bloodstains on Murong Ping's back were nearly cleansed. The group exchanged brief pleasantries about their experiences in the academy, after which Ling Yi and Nan Nan finished their breakfast and returned to their quarters. Zhang Liu bit her lip, contemplating how her desire to draw closer to him had overshadowed the need for caution regarding his identity. At that moment, Liang Xiwan, following closely behind, discarded what he held and rushed forward to support Chen Hong, repeatedly asking if she was all right. "Speak. You must have a reason for coming here so late. What good is lingering?" urged Lin Dodo. A surge of formidable spiritual energy enveloped the vicinity as the water dragon array was activated once more, emitting a thunderous roar. with water dragons appearing as tangible beings, adorned with scales akin to those of dragons. Li Si-ming, aware of the unusual heat emanating from the broth today, cast a grateful glance at Han Yi-chin and leisurely began to sip. Having been in the military camp for over 4 months, each day was filled with repetitive training in physical conditioning and combat skills, which greatly benefited Ling Ye's cultivation of ancient techniques. Let me go. Zhang Kiki continued to struggle, while the fallen elf Fei Yong, fueled by adrenaline, charged at Li Ji. She felt as though her palm had struck solid iron, yet despite her confidence in shattering it, the person before her remained unfazed, smiling in her direction, though this object might appear grotesque to the eyes of the real world. It held an exalted status in the realm of reincarnation, serving as an indispensable mode of transportation for the wealth god Yi, a rare divine carriage. Cursed water. What on earth is this? Summer Tong muttered under her breath, her expression shifting slightly. Suing Shiwei and Qin Kursen gazed enviously at the scene before them. Captivated by its sheer beauty, Ling Li spent 100 coins to acquire 100 game tokens, retaining 30 for himself and evenly distributing the rest to Xia Chenxi and Jiang Yin. Brother, are you treating me as an outsider? I've merely done what I could. And you are being too formal. Without your assistance, I would have been in dire straits with my 2 brothers, Yun Yifan remarked, after the thought flashed through his mind. A look of joy instantly appeared on his face. He was over 90% certain that Pei Huadai's cave was hidden behind this waterfall. From his vantage point, he could clearly witness the entire scene of Yi Tian and the foolish one engaged in battle. However, just as Nalan Ruashi had run a few steps, a fierce surge of energy surged toward her. Upon witnessing this, Qiu Hongfeng was greatly astonished. He believed that Ling Li was in grave danger this time, only to discover that Ling Li possessed such a formidable defensive artifact, capable of thwarting all of Niu Bashan's attacks. Is it true that a drifter is inherently destined for solitude? And have we committed so many wrongs that this is heaven's punishment upon us? The mere thought that Yin Wushuang was only 23 filled their hearts with not only envy but also profound jealousy. A young innate martial artist in his early 20s. His achievements in martial arts undoubtedly could surpass those of these seasoned veterans. Chapter 196, a last-minute three-point shot. Shattering psychological barriers. What is this guy's three-point shooting all about? On the bench, Howard, after witnessing Chen Mo's three-point performance, couldn't help but express his disdain. Yet, no one engaged with his comment. The rest of the Magic team was busy strategizing for the upcoming plays during their brief respite. After seeing Chen Mo hit 3 consecutive three-pointers with such scorching precision, the team's head coach, Stan Van Gundy, dared not allow Alston to guard Chen Mo one-on-one any longer. Minister Lin, after listening to Minister Han's words, was momentarily stunned, saying nothing, before abruptly turning and walking toward the door. The dryer emitted a rhythmic hum as it operated, while Xia Yinua quietly lingered nearby. And Hao Ming found himself lost in thought, observing the dryer at work. The ultimate spirit shatterstar eye, nightmare, and mental upgrade. According to the old rules, reaching such a level necessitated expulsion. Gao Xian refrained from looking at Ling Ming and instead glanced at Dongfeng Li, wary that this protective individual might act out of line. The once quiet surroundings began to buzz with activity as maids and servants occasionally approached to pay their respects. The team members immediately felt a sense of urgency, fearful of being outpaced by others. They planned to purchase items immediately after the match. Yu Yunpeng pouted in dissatisfaction, yet obediently rose and left the restaurant. Handing a disc to Lin Mu, who looked at it briefly before pocketing it, she noticed his strange expression. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ruofeng softly reassured her, "Do not worry. If external voting is introduced, she will only suffer a more devastating defeat. Public opinion cannot be swayed by her trifling wealth." Shen Yuan Patian had not caught Zhao Tian's movements clearly. It was as if a gentle breeze swept by, and everyone in the distance collapsed, only to reappear in an instant, as if it were not his doing at all. At such times, if anything arises, do not show mercy, if necessary. I shall take charge. You understand the gravity of this matter. The elder gazed at me with his faded brown eyes, as if attempting to see through me. Lin Yunxi regarded herself as clever, beautiful, and charming, and, being respectful of elders and virtuous, would not allow her strength to breed arrogance that would burden her parents within the family. Thus, when Lin Yangxian and Li Qiwan inquired about her opinion, Lin Yunxi cheerfully nodded in agreement to pay respects to the elders of the clan. However, just on this day alone, Yu Xian had been approached by no fewer than 5 unfamiliar young men seeking her contact information. Therefore, the ratio of captives taken by Li Jin and his companions was not particularly high, This situation arose because they had eliminated numerous villainous bandits, resulting in a higher proportion of Liao army captives among the prisoners. Moreover, the Liao army captured in Yongqing accounted for approximately 75%. As the Liao army was indeed a regular army, with few engaging in criminal acts. Then, Lun Yinfeng's curiosity was piqued. What effects could this celestial secret technique possibly possess? Ha ha ha, look at how anxious you've made your mother. I must say, you are quite peculiar. You are attractive and possess decent circumstances, so why remain single? In a few years, when you grow older, finding someone suitable will be a challenge. Wang Jun seized the opportunity to critique. Inside the Dragon Blood Castle, Lin lay. Upon receiving news from Fawn and Dixie about the destruction of the O'Brien Empire and the Yulan Empire, turned pale and was about to head to the Baruch Empire to rescue Nkexini and others when he suddenly received a telepathic message from Beirut, along with a projection in the sky. Annoyed, Yin Ziming pretended to be angry, and while Yu Xian was distracted, she tiptoed and gently kissed him. It pierced like an incredibly sharp blade into the souls of every contestant, every mentor, and even every spectator. Compared to the Dragon Clan elder, who bore numerous horrific wounds, Lin Yunxi appeared unscathed, her expression calm and poised, save for her slightly rapid breathing. Chapter 197. LeBron, this is for you what is despair? It is when you exert every ounce of effort yet still find yourself unable to prevail. In this match, the players of the Magic team and their fans acutely felt the despair that envelopes the basketball court. The harsh realities of competitive sports struck at this moment. The point difference had not yet diminished, yet the Nuggets' fast breaks resumed with vigor. Howard failed to capitalize on his second chance to score. Chen Mo would not let this opportunity to widen the gap slip away. The DJVU of the first half resurfaced, with a single gesture. The demon sword's spirit sneered, declaring that after 3 centuries of cultivation, any opponent who fell short of the Sword King would undoubtedly meet their demise. Thus, perish. With a swift motion, a thunderous sound exploded, and the ensuing shockwave obliterated the demon warriors within hundreds of feet. Let us take this food with us. But do not consume it here. We just encountered a demon officer, and remaining in this place may lead to our discovery, Lin Ming said with a serious expression. If Yang Feier were here and learned of Emperor Taiji's intentions, she would undoubtedly intervene. After all, those islands are our Chinese territory. How can we simply relinquish them? I inhaled sharply, shivering slightly. Upon noticing, the king hastily took a cloak from the eunuch and draped it over my shoulders, saying, even in summer, it can be cold at night. Remember to bring a cloak when you venture out. I felt warmth in my heart and nodded gratefully. Jia Qianqian felt a wave of dizziness. When that moment truly arrived, her first instinct was to flee. As he summoned a eunuch to bring water for hand washing, he turned to me and said, I wrapped it up simply and set the bones. Whether it survives now depends on its own fortune. I noticed blood on his hands, confirming the truth of his words. Why then did I wish for this scoundrel to gaze at me a moment longer? Even yearning for him to hold me a bit more on that night of flight? He nodded and turned toward the restroom. At that moment, Dr. Zhang entered, his greedy gaze sweeping over Shun Zi's figure. Iron Man's tone was laced with confusion. His tracker boasted the world's most advanced cloaking technology, capable of interfering with 80% of electronic devices globally. There is no time like the present. They decided to select their wedding dress and tuxedo before promptly taking photographs. Achan was busy with work. Lin Mingwei called him to inquire if he could come. Upon receiving confirmation, she sat patiently, allowing the makeup artist to work on her while waiting for Achan's arrival. Let us entertain a hypothesis, even if Zheng Xiuying's claims were true. And Hui Nyang and Cui Yihong indeed shared a past. What could that child, born after Cui Yihong, accomplish? Hui Nyang and the illegitimate son could only foster disdain and resentment between themselves and Cui Yihong, though she had only been away for a few days. Considerable events had transpired at the factory, primarily concerning food distribution. My dear, would you like to eat today? I shall prepare it for you. Xiang Dong asked with a beaming smile. 1 bowl, 1 pair of chopsticks, and the opposite seat lay empty, devoid of companionship. Soy sauce mixed with noodles, eating biscuits, drinking foolishly, tending to his bandages alone, without a soul to express concern. Certainly, it was Ding Yue's machinations at play. Yet this time she lacked the opportunity to confront Yao Yunlan directly. She feared Shin Mei's reprimand and was even more apprehensive as Yao Yunlan would evade her at the first sight. However, after he advanced a yard further, he suddenly realized that no urgent footsteps followed closely behind as anticipated. The groom was named Magic E, and the bride was called Magic Shou. They were granted surnames, with the family name preceding, thus not betraying their ancestors. Liang Sheshao noticed Liang Yinxiu glancing her way after instructing the nurse, prompting her to hastily lower her head in avoidance, one hand gripping the thermos tightly while the other awkwardly tucked her loose strands behind her ear. Accompanying Director Tu to the grasslands this time were the leaders and elders of the two sects, Xiaojin and Xiaowu, a gathering of formidable experts. Chapter 198, The Final Match, The Last Opportunity. Following a rousing opening speech, Barkley and Kenny Smith introduced the starting lineups for both teams in this match. The home team, the Magic, featured the following starting lineup: point guard Jameer Nelson, shooting guard Courtney Lee, small forward Rashard Lewis, power forward Hito Turkoglu, and center Dwight Howard. Staying consistent with the previous game, the Magic retained Nelson as the starting point guard, a choice favored by Stan Van Gundy's management style. That day, after leaving Derek's house, Xiaofeng navigated through the walls of the infected zone, driving his off-road vehicle back to the city. As long as there exist ninjas and conditions that incite internal human conflicts, the cycle of slaughter and chaos will never cease. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, since there was no coercive requirement. That was indeed fortunate. Indeed, the Dark Golden Bat King had not perished. He was one of the 10 heads of the Dark Golden Bat. With one head lost, 9 remained, and at that moment, all 9 emerged, horrifically resembling dog heads. Currently, cultivators from dozens of nearby star systems received the news and rushed to this ancient relic space, inevitably accelerating its collapse. Nevertheless, he was confident in his rule storm and continued to pursue the guardian beast, sweeping many creatures he encountered along the way into the storm of rules. Yet, the opponent he faced lacked the strength to strike back. They were likely waiting for an opportunity or trying to lure Beha into a trap. Relocating the Liao people to Liao West and Liao South not only facilitated local production and alleviated the logistical pressure on station troops, but also demonstrated the emperor and court's confidence in pacifying Liao. Sun Tian, momentarily perplexed, conveyed this situation to Yu Ziyue, who also found it strange and entered Sun Tian's internal space for a closer inspection. Initially, there were Liao pacification bonds, followed by vouchers. The emperor was meticulously preparing, laying the groundwork for the future issuance of paper currency. Xiao Ling's words were understated. Yet they caused everyone at the dining table to set down their chopsticks. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on those sorrowful memories and instead curiously opened the gift box. Inside lay a martial arts arena covering several thousand square meters, expansive and open, with nearly 100 steps to ascend, creating an illusion of soaring to great heights. However, Wang Zai was currently responsible for the beverages and uncertain of any pressing matters. Sunan still felt compelled to answer, fearing the possibility of missing something significant. The emperor placed great importance on the salt industry reform, though he himself privately scoffed at the very proposal he initiated. The magnitude of difficulty and resistance this reform entailed had been starkly demonstrated by predecessors who sacrificed their lives for change throughout history. Han Lin relaxed his posture as Lin Yao emerged, clutching Lian Ro tightly while weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the others in the room continued laughing, reveling, and drinking merrily. Where was the shadow of Bai Mo's father, Song Yuanyang, in this cold and arrogant man before them? The staff from Jiutian sneered disdainfully in their eyes. Lin Miaomio was nothing more than an ancient entertainer, utterly unworthy of the grand stage. Chen Mo wasn't quite sure what kind of Taoist he was. Trained by an old master in the 5 elements talismans, a mystical art bordering on celestial magic, he had learned of the natural order of the Tao, the inherent destiny of all things under heaven. Yet nowhere in these teachings was there instruction on fortune-telling. Meanwhile, in the offices of Stellar Media, Mu Ran watched intently. When she noticed President Zhao drinking with his left hand, a flicker of admiration passed through her cool, composed gaze. Han Mo glanced toward the entrance, just in time to see 3 men surveying their surroundings before slipping out to the right. Lin Yin had already channeled his vital energy outward, forming a protective battle armor that deflected stray stones and branches. But against the bare trunk of this pine tree, even he dared not stand his ground. Swiftly ducking, he narrowly avoided the impact. Chapter 199, Awakening, Shattering. Continuing the narrow lead in the first quarter reignited the Magic's hope for victory. For them, this game might be their final chance, not to claim the championship, but to secure their first win in the finals. Before their home crowd, the Magic refused to exit the grand stage in such disgrace. The intermission was brief, and soon the second quarter began. Once again, they faced the Nuggets' formidable lineup. Since the player Imperial Ambition sought to oppress him from the outset, Wang Yu saw no reason to offer any courtesy in return. The Wang family had long been instructed by Wang Yang, and besides, they wouldn't dare intervene, not with several guns trained on them. As for Duoer, Zhang Guifan had left the decision to her, following her son's indifferent remark. Once in the car, Ning Ning trembled uncontrollably in the back seat. After some soothing words from Wang Yu, she gradually calmed. As a titled king, the man's strength was indisputable, a pinnacle of power. Yet even he succumbed to the illusionary array, reduced to nothing more than a penitent. Ah, really? Luo Qiangwei frowned and pushed the door open without hesitation. Mo Shirche, caught completely unclothed, startled at her sudden entrance and hastily wrapped a towel around his waist. The moment and Ran emerged, still seated on the floor. The sound of a doll's gleeful giggles reached her ears. Looking up, she saw Zhan Lian, the one who had dragged her out. She studied Xiaohang intently. The images of his past and present selves overlapping before her eyes. Xiaoyu's mood was despondent. Resorting to the artificer's possession would undoubtedly resolve the issue. But doing so would be an admission of his own failure. This strike was undoubtedly formidable, causing Xiaohang's robust frame to sink slightly, and as he rose, his movements appeared somewhat stiff. She harbored no desire for anyone to survive and send messages, nor to pursue her like a shadow in the days to come, waiting for her guard to lower just enough for a lethal arrow or dagger to strike. She needed to tend to the unconscious Long Xiaoyan and the defenseless Ning Rushi. Thus she could not allow these individuals to pose a threat to her. Consequently, despite the considerable number of gems required for the enhancement of 3 defensive artifacts, the remaining 400 gems were more than sufficient to elevate them all to the SR9 level. Almost all surviving populations in cities not occupied by Lin Haodao had been pushed to their limits. Warfare does not mobilize everyone to the front lines. For who would manufacture firearms and ammunition, who would produce bread and essential supplies, and who would cultivate food to sustain the military and civilians alike? In truth, there was no need for any brainwashing techniques. Merely possessing a handsome visage was sufficient to compel Xia Sijuan's obedience. If this trend continued, humanity might reclaim complete dominion over this planet within a year. Special Effect 2, Crescent Blade, unleashing the highest single-instance damage output ever recorded, with a cooldown period of 3 minutes. However, before exiting the company, Wang Jiangwo's call arrived, and he excitedly informed Qin Xing that Boss Chow had just repaid his debts, far exceeding the wages owed to them, handing over 1 million directly. Yang Fan refined over 100 semi-great saints from the Qinglong Empire and 18 8-star great saints, nearly equivalent to refining 2 early-stage 9-star great saints. Among them, the East Dragon King Ao Lai alone was comparable to half of a 9-star early-stage quasi-saint beast, further amplifying Yang Fan's strength. Get lost. Gun Wan laughed as she playfully scolded, watching Cao Cao amusingly roll into a ball midair. Under the tense and serious gaze of Master No. 7, Gaoang methodically began the second enhancement of the king's armor according to the newly learned procedure. Hu Zhijian chuckled in disbelief, never imagining that the child Guizi Yuan had searched for so long was right before him. Gasps of astonishment arose in succession, with some martial artists turning crimson, too anxious to breathe. Chapter 200, Achieving Dreams with One's Own Hands. We are the champions. I wasn't prepared. I can't believe I wasn't prepared. Iverson incredulously lifted his gaze towards the scoreboard. 95 to 93. After years of competition, Iverson had faced countless adversities, yet never had he felt such despair as in this moment. Despite the Nuggets leading 3-0, and the historical precedent that no team had ever managed to overturn a 4-game deficit, the Nuggets would return to a home court where they had never lost. He could not fathom why that leopard suddenly ignited spontaneously. This flame was impossible to extinguish, consuming its very blood as it rolled on the ground in a futile attempt to douse the fire. Zhu Si smiled as he spread Su Pei's palm open, counting her 5 slender fingers, stating with earnest eyes, "Since this is a 6-strategy plan, why have you only revealed 5? Su Pei replied. Perhaps even Xin Ping is reticent about his 6th strategy. Chang Fei observed the affection in his lady's heart erupting like a volcano. He seized her and dashed towards the elevator. Damn it, why aren't you dealing with the bomb? The prince cursed, clutching the bomb and fleeing outside. Leaping over the railing of the corridor, racing towards the sanatorium. Spirit communication techniques are immensely powerful, capable of transcending realms for summoning and communication, such as the impure earth reincarnation. However, the chakra consumption varies greatly. Moreover, his methods mirrored those of a mischievous child pouring boiling water onto an ant mound. My Jia is the most beautiful child today. The admiral will surely be captivated by you, his lady proudly declared. Young Master Hong scratched his head. How could he express how utterly shocked he was, still somewhat dazed? To be an emperor, If one were to act unilaterally, one might meet a fate akin to that of Emperor Chojun. Why is it so challenging to be a good emperor? I recall when the grand construction began. Jia Jia emerged from the construction device, and you held Jia Jia, crying for quite some time. Chang Fei gently patted his lady's fragrant shoulder, raising his head as though the scene from that day were vividly before him. Chen Fan meticulously read through the 3 confidential reports, pondering for a long while, before rummaging through the drawer for a blank jade slip, imprinting it with a multitude of formulas using his mental energy and setting it aside. Yin Heiyuan squinted, scrutinizing Qi Guan Mingwei, who immediately released his grip. Just moments ago, their gazes had met, and a fleeting sensation akin to being ensnared by a venomous snake had arisen. Now, as he looked anew, Yin Heiyuan's gaze remained sharp, yet the previous sense of danger that had made even him uneasy had dissipated. My dear, walk slowly. I cannot keep up, the gentle and smiling voice of Yin Huan Yu echoed behind her. Is Dumas a devil? How could he craft such a maddening conclusion? Being so harsh on his own characters? Kayle exclaimed in shock. The suppression of divine beings and abyssal lords in the main material realm is precisely why they dare not manifest their true forms there. How can one know without trying? Lu Yushuan did not heed his words, locking eyes with him, silently engaging in a contest of wills. Hua Xiangxiang, too, remained silent, feeling the atmosphere was so pleasant that the air itself was imbued with warmth. Do you think he is my primary target for revenge? You should have noticed that. Although he is dead, I am not overly agitated, for I have already eliminated the hired assassin. He merely ranks second. However, this was still confined to the domestic sphere. As the game expanded its public testing limits, domestic players would inevitably have the opportunity to experience the virtual reality game. Although counterfeit goods do exist, at least they are mixed with genuine ones. As long as one isn't particularly unlucky, one can still acquire authentic items. Realizing that the previous night had exceeded his control, Fa Zheng convened an urgent meeting at headquarters to unite the forces of the legal faction and security agencies nationwide to eliminate the preceding night. Finally, I understood why Fa Zheng was secretly colluding with the preceding night while tirelessly striving to eradicate it. Chapter 201. A New Breakthrough, A New Beginning. Lying on the sofa at home, Chen Mo meticulously recalled the image of lifting the cup. Speaking those arrogant words before the eyes of the world's fans was indescribably exhilarating. Next season, we will still be champions. Making such an announcement at the home court of the Magic team feels rather peculiar. Even more astonishing is the fact that there are indeed fans who echo this sentiment. Although the fervor may not be overwhelming, the cheers from the fans resonate with years of anticipation for this day, longing for dreams to materialize into reality. After Yi Ping left the office, Li Shifeng gazed at his silhouette through the glass window, muttering to himself. Originally, Zhang Yuan had intended to retreat into the background after claiming the title of Chess King, wishing only to enjoy the wealth that would sustain him for the rest of his life, without wielding the additional powers that came with that title. However, now, the guardians who once operated in secrecy had emerged into the open, even being utilized by Bai Lu in various ways, with Li Qingyan offering no objection. After a failed strike, Mo Yinchuan prudently withdrew, realizing that such unexpected tactics had only proven effective once. Nonetheless, it was indeed a source of pride that he had momentarily incapacitated the formidable Ghost King. As Yanyu withdrew her hand, she inadvertently traced her fingers across Song Qian's palm, causing him to shudder and nearly drop his bowl, a glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes. The melancholic voice of Sawaki Mikomo drifted from the other end of the line. It had been nearly a year since the last phone call between the master and disciple. After all, while he could not dictate how many troops the monarch allocated to him, he could decide how many he would deploy in battle. Huzi initially intended to assist Zhu Yonghe in examining his horse, only to find Zhu Yonghe absent and instead engaged in a quarrel with Zhu Hongyu. Observing the scene before her, Jiang Qingwan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, continually scanning her surroundings in search of a solution. Your uncle just asked about you. Come along with me, He Qi urged, pulling He Junjun away. The core teams from each flower hall had already been dispatched, leaving only 900 personnel assigned to each hall, not only to guard against further assaults on the headquarters, but also to foster ideological development. Xiao Wangui pushed open the door, the heavy scent of dry tobacco enveloping the air, causing him to wrinkle his brow in distaste. After speaking, Shazhen opened the bedside cabinet to retrieve cat food, feeding it piece by piece, as Pan In's fluffy mouth occasionally brushed against Shashen's hand, endearing him further. The night breeze rustled, lifting the black gauzy attire, while Han Shen lowered his head, his cheeks flushed. Silvery hair danced in the wind. and a flute appeared in Qian Hanlin's hand, identical to that of the previous night. There may be merit in this reasoning, in any case. Bringing Hu Ling closer to his second uncle would be beneficial, He Yin concluded. 7 pairs of eyes turned in unison, with only Sang Zi rolling her eyes in exasperation. Half of them were former agents, and even the newcomers were of a cheerful disposition, otherwise they would not have chosen this profession. Those who had already retired for the night hurriedly arose to ascertain the situation. Ultimately, they all gathered in the conference hall, awaiting an explanation from someone in the know. Lin Han accompanied Huang Jimin and others into the elevator. Upon reaching Li Dandin's doorstep, they discovered the door firmly shut. 2 guards entered from outside the hall, preparing to escort Zihan away when 4 figures dashed to her side, incapacitating the guards. The disciples of the 5 emperors gazed up at their 5 ancestral masters, their expressions a pitiful blend of fear and hatred. Nevertheless, he was a prince of his clan, possessing considerable strength, and understood that he must not panic in this moment. Who dares to play tricks and hide? Show yourself, the president shouted, his lips trembling as he raised his voice. Future generations would claim that the Qing dynasty surpassed the Ming in political clarity and societal prosperity. However, this is a mere illusion. For the Qing was not progressing but regressing, marking one of the darkest chapters in modern Chinese history. Chapter 202, The Championship Parade, Cleveland. Ever since the conclusion of the finals, James's restless heart had found no solace, especially upon witnessing Lewis miss a game-winning shot from the same position. He furiously switched off the television. Damn it! What the hell? James struggled to conceal his inner frustration. After all, this was the championship. From the same spot. Executing the same move, all right. Let me take you to Class 5 of Senior 3. The old man then led us through the school with ease, revealing an unsettling familiarity with the institution, clearly a frequent visitor with ulterior motives. Of course, Dongfang Yunyang did not let his unwarranted confidence in the 3rd form of Susanu blind him. This was his first time activating that form, and he sensed his grasp of it was still precarious. The crowd watched as his body contorted amidst the uproar, a chilling sensation washing over them. Yet a strange sense of respect began to take root. Since this realm was her creation, traversing to the water source city would surely be a simple task. Although momentarily bewildered, the sorcerer instinctively managed the purple aura within him, attempting to withdraw his hands from the stone chair. Tong Yu quietly tugged at Lin Chu's sleeve, who responded with a warm smile, assuring her that all was well. In the previous life, Lin Chu initially believed that the existence of foolish individuals was merely a figment of fiction, characters created solely for the progression of the narrative. As the emperor departed, the generals followed suit, leaving behind the task of retrieving the body of the slain concubine. Among the 7 esteemed advisors, the absence of Tu Tianlang left only 6, who walked away, sighing deeply. Chu Meifeng contemplated 1,000 responses from Jiang Chang'an, yet never anticipated that the usually composed individual would opt for such a reaction. Ji Qingqing gasped, crouching down and tugging at the hem of her garment, desperately attempting to shield her modesty. Lu Tianming, undaunted by this thunderous assault, unhesitatingly shattered the struck tree, exhibiting a raw and brutal simplicity before digging deep into the earth, ultimately uncovering the situation. He had arrived with vigor and confidence, but departed as though all vitality had been siphoned from him, nearly lifeless. The adversary could likely manifest at any location, executing even the most unconventional attacks with ease. Subsequently, the Nether Spirits began to strategize and mobilize their forces. Having learned from their previous encounter, they recognized the formidable capabilities of the Qin Yuan humans. A mere army of the undead would be insufficient to conquer them, regardless of their numbers. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a warmth and gratitude swell within him. Lu Xian earned only a meager salary of a little over 2,000 a month, yet she had purchased clothing for him. He resolved to treat her kindly in the future. I have heard of your commendable performance, and you possess keen insight, the other party remarked, their tone imbued with composure and sophistication. Ding Yintian's words resonated with understanding between the two, although he did not articulate it explicitly. They were aware that this forbidden technique was likely easy to initiate but challenging to employ afterwards, which explained Ding Yintian's trust in them. Upon gazing into the mirror, she noticed the emergence of fine lines at the corners of her eyes, instilling a flicker of despair within her. She could sense her body waning, and she dreaded the thought of death. To vanquish these whelps and protect every inch of Han territory is no burden, Ouyang Ke asserted. Li Qingho shrugged, refraining from pursuit. He could at best defeat Tianzi but could not kill him, unless Wei Zhuang was willing to ally with him. However, apart from Gainye, The likelihood of Wei Zhuang collaborating with anyone else was slim. Chapter 203, The Championship Party that evening. Anthony's party took place as scheduled in a grand hotel in Denver. The interior was exquisitely adorned, deliberately incorporating elements of victory, with the decorations alone reflecting considerable expenditure. The guests included prominent figures from the NBA, along with politicians and businessmen with whom Chen Mo was not familiar. Disliking the hustle and bustle, Chen Mo opted to engage in conversation with the long-unseen Paul. Cornered by Chen Mo, Paul faced him directly. As for Shin Lang, they all deemed him to be merely posturing. In reality, he had sustained severe injuries in a recent battle, rendering him not a significant threat. Countless silver specks cascaded toward the soul orb, which, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain, experienced a profound sense of refreshing comfort penetrating its essence. It was still Su Luiying who consoled him, suggesting that with increased cultivation, the title of wise flowing sage would be quite commendable, allowing him to gradually relinquish his fixation on names. This is indeed a remarkably beautiful and powerful star vein, a rare sight seldom encountered by any dragon. It can be described as virtually flawless. However, should one attempt to devour such a star vein into their inner universe and exert control over it during a confrontation, one cannot claim to possess absolute certainty of success. "Thank you for saving me," remarked Princess Salama. "That horse was purchased just yesterday. It has quite a temper, and no one dares to approach it." Noticing the weary expressions of her two companions, she inquired, "Have you been troubled by any adversarial cultivators?" "At this moment, our strength is formidable, and we can certainly seek some recompense for you." A few disheartened late-stage cultivators clad in golden and purple garments turned their gazes towards Talia and Helan, asking, "Sister, then the fire Taoist should be coming after me." Zheng Hao was taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. The design here is remarkably simple. After walking forward for several seconds, the two individuals came to a halt. Following the sound of gunfire, the mournful howls of wild dogs echoed, as they, unable to withstand the chaos, fled deeper into the desolate expanse. There, the environment is harsh, yet it poses little challenge to the resilient wild dogs. A melodious flute note arose, its tones gracefully weaving through the air, enchanting and delightful, reminiscent of a gentle cry of the vermilion bird. The layers of music pressed back the melody of Talia. Aware that Lin Sha had returned under Sun's control and that Gu Hong Yuan's army was currently stationed in the southern lands, Xiao Ming resolved to conceal her whereabouts and venture southward. "Mother, it is no wonder Yuner speaks as she does. Your words earlier were indeed rather extreme. Furthermore, I have promised to marry her. And the second prince is well aware of this. My fiancé administering medicine to me is not beyond the bounds of propriety." It was merely a matter of sonly affection restrained by decorum, Yin Yunqi remarked with a smile at the corner of his lips. Only Dao Jinzi and Qin Shi remained unfazed by this exchange. To them, the scholar was a masterful figure, and innate martial artists were but children in comparison. Upon descending, Xiao Qinshin felt unwell, having been unable to contain herself on horseback, leading to a rather severe bout of nausea. Xianyi believed that even if Luo Qiran had genuinely loved by Qianma in the past, she likely harbored no such sentiments now. Nevertheless, upon arriving here, the bodyguards still carried firearms, a relic of decades-old regulations, a precautionary measure. The words of the portly shopkeeper did little to frighten the burly man. Instead, he displayed a disdainful expression, haughtily tilting his head to cast a glance at him. Upon witnessing the disparagement of Song Yuqing, accompanied by claims that Qi has no desire for her, a wave of indignation surged within me. While it may have been advantageous for the company to swiftly secure a new stone gambling consultant upon the defection of the previous one, the current situation is far more complex. The Jin family jewelry is still exerting pressure on the Luo family jewelry, a predicament that cannot be resolved by a mere consultant. Seeing that both parties agreed, Xu Etching descended to summon someone to reheat the pot, and upon her return, she was accompanied by Murong Lin. Chen Xia looked up to find Lei Meng Meng holding 2 steamed buns, Su Ling with a boiled egg, and Yang Ru with a bowl of clear water spinach. Chapter 204. A sincere renewal contract. 2 days after the championship celebration, Chen Mo whimsically decided to return to his hometown in Huaxia, located on the opposite side of the earth. During the post-victory interview, he learned from the live commentators, Zhang and Teacher Yu, that Huaxia fans were closely following his journey, eagerly anticipating his success in the championship. It is said that Chen Mo has become the new face of Huaxia basketball, immensely adored by the youth. A wave of passing enthusiasm has swept through the local basketball courts. As for the current state of the Xie sect, it appears that they are merely haunted by nightmares. While the sect now brazenly stands in confrontation, making it truly abnormal if no conflict arises. I don't want to. I just want you to accompany me. Lingqi pouted, gazing up at Xiaohang with wide, innocent eyes. Her playful antics were accompanied by the gentle nudges of her not-yet matured figure, leaving Xiaohang in a state of perplexity. Feeling a soft warmth enveloping him, Zuofian clarified that a group of players from the Longjiao team was merely there to assist. Given the multitude of assassins from the underground world, even if Lu Yu possessed extraordinary abilities, he would still find himself stretched thin. Thus, having additional hands on deck would undoubtedly be beneficial. Oh, right. How could I have forgotten? We can't use explosives, but we still have firearms. At my remark, the portly man smacked his forehead in realization. The third elder, seemingly already aware, nodded noncommittally, while the old miser remained utterly bewildered. He had been responsible at the time and was equally taken aback by the abundance of antiques in the room, leading him to entertain dubious thoughts. The overwhelming force that had been passed down was enough to make even 8 half-step orderers struggle in resistance. The room's arrangement was rather simplistic, featuring only a rudimentary wooden bed with a moldy covering, a dilapidated wooden table, and a cabinet with a broken leg. Apart from these, the room contained no other furnishings, resembling a temporary shelter for a forest ranger. On one hand, there was a reluctance to break through. On the other, a yearning for it, creating a profoundly contradictory sentiment. Nevertheless, the enhancement of one's cultivation was always a cause for celebration. Ne Gongfengyu slightly bowed his head, gazing upward, mindful of the mayor as he spoke, exercising caution and avoiding haste. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the scene before them, not merely because a piece of paper had also faced adversity, but due to Qin Lang's ability to summon and disperse the security personnel of the Daqin group at will. This prowess indicated that his status was undeniably significant. Meanwhile, Ao's hope rested on Zuoxian, who encountered Emperor Zheng and the elder with green hair in the coastal city south of Daqin, awaiting his arrival. She was well aware that tickets for Dong Milan's concert had skyrocketed online to 888 each, and she was astonished that the company had acquired over 40 tickets. Much like my recent experiences within the Stone Gate, initially, 9 sinister towers had emerged from within. Those with some level of cultivation inside the Stone Gate immediately began to confront these malevolent entities. Chen Qingdi observed that Xiao Qing had taken charge of the matter, so he took Yi Yushuan's hand and walked outside the principal's office, preparing to wait for Xiao Qing to conclude his task. Was that something to be given casually? No one had ever seen anyone request such a thing. It was simply the epitome of abnormality, a rogue among rogues. Being able to stay by Tang Rao's side was already a source of contentment for her. She was confident that Tang Rao was not a cold-hearted individual and would not exploit her as Zhou Jia had. As long as she remained with Tang Rao, Yuer's life would be safeguarded for another day. At this moment, Qin Lang seemed to revert to his former schoolboy demeanor, resembling a model student. Let us go? Tung Jiada has all the time in the world, Lin Lingling exclaimed, grasping Yang Bo's wrist as he prepared to follow. Finally, following a deafening clap of thunder, the innate murderous aura was wholly absorbed into the Yuan 2 Abijna sword, and the 2 divine swords erupted with an overwhelming torrent of blood-red Dao energy. Chapter 205, Paul Training Camp, Transforming into the Dream Destroyer Minor. On June 30th, news from ESPN reported that the Denver Nuggets' newly minted star, Chen Mo, had secured a 3-year, $30 million contract extension, which included a 2-1 structure with a player option for the 3rd year. This contract significantly exceeded the typical agreements for undrafted players, even surpassing the salary of that year's first overall pick. Chen Mo had paved a path for the subsequent undrafted talents. The very next day after signing, news of Chen Mo's contract extension with the Nuggets spread rapidly across the globe. The oppressive heat of the day rendered standing beneath the sun a task devoid of any necessity, as beads of sweat cascaded down like rain. Yang Mu, filled with anticipation, gazed longingly at the exit, yet the figure of Ruo Meng remained elusive. In a fleeting moment, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled as he ascended into the air. Close behind him was the agile spirit cat, its movements as swift as that of a raccoon. The man referred to as Uncle Huang by Chao Xinxin was named Huang Dabin, the commander overseeing the superconducting electromagnetic cannon, holding the rank of company commander. The doctor informed me that an operating room would soon be arranged, and instructed me to wait a while, Qin Ruo remarked. Prior to this, I could have elevated my rank alongside Wu Wei, leading an army to conquer with unparalleled ferocity, particularly with the likes of Xiong Er, whose vast command and enhanced capabilities would exponentially amplify our combat prowess. Furthermore, if we leveraged our advantages in troop types, our dominance would continue to extend wherever we tread. Before Dong Laodu could react, Xiaozi abruptly stood and exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" With that, Xiaozi darted toward the door in an instant. "What?" Lu Fei and Luo Tian gasped in unison, while Feng Di Tianyu's gaze mirrored a blend of confusion and shared sympathy. Feng Huolianqing was unable to offer assistance, and naturally, Fengwick Suiyu, as its most significant ally, could not abandon Feng Huolianqing for Zixiao City. As they ran, a troop of individuals suddenly emerged, resembling students marching in formation. Their ranks orderly as they sprinted along the sidewalk outside the villa area, numbering over 200, all exhibiting a spirited demeanor. Initially, Yang Mu contemplated withdrawing, but was restrained by Bang Bang and Wang Jingyi, who recognized his impressive vocal talent and the infectious nature of his singing. Provided the ancient divine talismans were refined to the level of sacred souls, such issues would not arise. Having escaped the deadly confines of the sword net, Yiwuan exhaled in relief, having initially believed that the Rakshasa king would be gravely injured by the celestial cannon strike, if not killed outright. I observed that this method appeared effective, hence I refrained from intervening. The current Lin Feng was no longer the same Lin Feng of the past, and not everyone could trample upon him with impunity. I was eager to witness his chosen tactics. At that moment, he stood unscathed upon the podium, occupying the position originally assigned to the interrogators. Meanwhile, MBC sought to capitalize on the popularity of the girl group to enhance their ratings and generate value for themselves. I scrutinized this man once more. He wore a smile that was perfectly balanced, leaving a favorable impression upon first encounter, evoking a sense of goodwill. Adorning his wrist was a simple yet elegant watch, one I had seen online, equally valuable. Jin Taitsuan proposed to Jin Yunhao that the Panchi gang unite with the Qixing gang and other Korean factions to muster several $100 million to alleviate their urgent predicament. In truth, if the giant rock flame demon remained motionless, particularly in such an environment, it resembled a towering mountain, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. As I followed the other party into the courtyard, I noticed that although the arrangement was simple, every aspect had been meticulously designed, utilizing only the finest materials. Indicative of the envoy's high standing in the Celestial Empire, a true dragon and a divine phoenix surged forth, breaking free from their confines, lunging at Mo Li with the intent to annihilate him utterly. Chapter 206, The National Team Report. Let them witness the prowess of champion players. Chen Mo successfully defended against Irving, and it was now the host Paul's turn to take the court. The face-off between Chen Mo and Paul was the moment eagerly anticipated by the myriad of young spectators. With unwavering determination, Paul fixed his gaze on Chen Mo, who held the ball at the arc's apex. Throughout his NBA career, Paul had never triumphed over Chen Mo. Yet, in his own training camp, amidst the hopeful gazes of the youngsters, he sought to reclaim a measure of glory. As Chen Mo held the ball at the arc, Paul, familiar with Chen Mo's style, braced for the challenge. Each heavy machine gun mounted on the tanks acted like the scythes of death, relentlessly harvesting the lives of Japanese soldiers, who stood no chance against such overwhelming firepower. Yang Wang made his way toward the life and death platform, having just rescued Li Qingling. He embarked on yet another perilous journey filled with excitement awaiting him ahead. "Prepare for action," Chun Feng shouted, aware that the two beside him were of little use. Yet he still needed to ensure their vigilance. "Humph, Master, you are insufferable," Wu Zixiao huffed, turning her face away in annoyance, yet her words bore a playful undertone. Although Land Rovers are not renowned for their speed, they are nonetheless a globally recognized brand of off-road vehicles, and their speed is not to be underestimated. Despite the considerable distance from Lincheng to Xiangjin Electronics, the auxiliary road leading to the highway, coupled with the Land Rover's speed, allowed Lincheng to reach the factory gates in just over 10 minutes. However, I felt my own endurance waning. The evening's approach was one factor, but more critically, I sensed that my cultivation efforts did not match up to Dao Xuan's. If I could not see Qin Fei, would her visit to the palace today not be in vain? Thus, with a smile, she approached, saying, "Such ignorance of decorum, I shall assist the Empress in teaching her a lesson. When it comes to punishment, I am quite experienced." Just then, the Empress's attendants intervened, causing Zixuan to halt in her tracks. "What is the matter?" she inquired, perplexed, while the Empress Dowager appeared even more bewildered. Unlike me, Mentor Yulia seemed particularly fond of gemstones. At this moment, she appeared entranced, cradling a gemstone in her hands, lost in thought. Witnessing this left me speechless. Even the NPCs within the game were captivated by the allure of gemstones. These matters, which could hardly be elucidated by scientific means, evoked a sense of wonder even in Lin Sheng and Su Qinglian. They had not regarded their dual cultivation practice with particular seriousness, often engaging in it sporadically. However, the fleeting image shared between them earlier provided profound insights into their future endeavors in dual cultivation. Dao Xian, the true man, first introduced himself along with his junior brother, Zhen Xian, and junior sister, Ruo Xian. Of course, it was the first time Lin Sheng had heard of the esteemed reputation of the three Xian of Qingqing. Xiang observed a suddenly diminished figure and felt a pang of compassion, prompting him to offer his cloak. His tone was gentle, causing Chen Mo to feel elated, as it seemed to indicate forgiveness for his prior actions. Yan Fei was momentarily taken aback. Although he was aware that the so-called divine sorcerers were not the pinnacle of magic, he had not anticipated that Old Weir was already cognizant of this fact. It appeared that Old Weir's mastery of magic was rather profound. Otherwise, he would not have been the only divine sorcerer known to Yan Fei. The individual continued to weep bitterly when suddenly, a delicate white hand appeared beside him, holding a jar of aged wine. Upon catching a whiff of its fragrant aroma, he glanced at the newcomer, recognizing the stout figure of the familiar person. Without hesitation, he seized the jar and gulped down the entire 3 to 4 pounds of wine in one go. Before long, Ma Zhongquan sent an email with several suggested revisions. As soon as the words left his mouth, he received a heavy blow to the face, causing 2 of his prominent teeth to fall out amidst a cascade of blood. Speak. Chu Tianxiong continued to press, raising his fist once more when Lu Zhongshan remained silent. Finally, they managed to return Mo Liang, the formidable figure, to his room, and Chu Tingchuan, adhering to their agreement, refrained from bothering her further. Nevertheless, he was preoccupied with his own matters, as Chu Xiuhua had returned with him, clearly eager to discuss something significant. Chapter 207. The national team's debut, a stunning 6 consecutive victories. On the evening of August 6, 2009, at 7 p.m., the 25th Asian Men's Basketball Championship commenced in the prime time of Huaxia. The venue was the local sports center in Tianjin. Chen Mo donned the national team jersey, warming up amidst the cheers of his fellow townsfolk. With no player currently wearing the number 1 jersey on the national team, Chen Mo was able to retain his NBA jersey number. Furthermore, ever since learning about the dubious and somewhat dubious rules of the Winda sect, Duan Heng had found himself chuckling inwardly on countless occasions. What was there to be anxious about? Lu Chenfeng glanced at her beside him. Noticing her apparent nervousness rendering her almost unable to walk, he absorbed and organized the information from outside, discovering that the Heavenly Demon Empire and the Ghost Lantern Empire had ceased their mutual aggressions. In truth, even without Sun Wukong's reminder, the considerable fluctuations in power had already captured everyone's attention, prompting them to adopt defensive postures as they gazed at the monstrous entity plunging down from the ocean of life. At that moment, as Pantheon ignited and stunned, a lion dog leapt from the underbrush. Even though he had used flash, escape was impossible, given the low level and the lion dog's red buff and immobilization. Simultaneously, Zhuo Chun felt an astonishing warmth. The unimaginable temperature of the underground magma inflicted no damage upon his arms, and the effects of continuous tempering were less than satisfactory. As if he had reached a critical threshold. Very well. I hope you continue your efforts to combat all criminal activities and restore harmony to society. After delivering a few courteous remarks, the leader departed from the Yellow Sparrow Special Operations Organization's base. I shall never gaze upon it again. It is truly revolting. Having never witnessed the aftermath of a suicide, he found the sight of those who had taken their own lives to be utterly terrifying. Seemingly devoid of the chaos of yesteryears, many had grown silent in recent days, such that even in regions untouched by the Qinquan dynasty, those who typically thrived on disorder had vanished from sight. It was the voice of a cosmic-level deity. Jehovah recognized it well. It was the Brahma god, who had always held a certain fondness for emotion gu. Why was he here? Zhong Lingxi cast a deep gaze at Shen Chenfeng before resolutely turning away to follow elder Zhong Ling's sister. Don't rush to leave today. Stay for another night, or I shall worry, Li Xian urged. Wubai followed Lei Mumu's pointed direction, observing vast clouds of dust soaring into the air, obscuring the sun like a sandstorm. Elder Xuejing's face was filled with astonishment. He had initially believed that no matter how extraordinary Shen Chenfeng's talent was, reaching the Golden Core stage would be a monumental achievement. I turned to the severed limb of Li Si on the table and inquired, "Did you see anything unusual last night, senior?" However, the situation had evolved beyond the control of Su Guangyue. Greska, having lost the ball, sought to regain possession and abandoned Ren Jie. Khan stood up and passed the ball to Ren Jie, who without a moment's hesitation relayed it to Giroux, who also acted promptly upon receiving it. They were clad in the most advanced high-carbon fiber bulletproof vests, equipped with multifunctional tactical belts brimming with various magazines. In the next instant, flames coalesced, forming a lifelike phoenix that soared into the sky, exuding an air of pride, nobility, and disdain. "Enough, let us depart," the officer remarked, slamming the taxi door shut. "I must extend my gratitude to Teacher Jiang for his dedicated efforts in creation. I truly owe this to you," Zhang Liang complimented, holding a disdain for Han Bing. Yet recognizing Jiang Yu as the producer, he dared not offend him. "Ugh, it reeks." Tian Yu entered the restroom, tossing a pillowcase stained with vomit into the trash and turning on the shower. Chapter 208. A return to the championship position, the resurgence of the Asian dominance. However, today's performance by Yun Qingru compelled her to reflect deeply. It seemed she could not afford to underestimate her. At this moment, the two bronze doors adorned with beastly rings of the crimson-walled estate stood wide open, revealing a massive plaque beneath the eaves. The four resplendent characters of floating Cloud Mountain Villa radiated a golden-red luminescence under the autumn sun. Nan Chongqing, regardless of his actions, would never confide in her. He offered no promises, yet his actions spoke with a reliability that surpassed mere words. Beneath the banyan tree, by the pond, after the passage of 2 hours, their emotional states were astonishingly divergent. Xin Yu feigned composure, while Ji Chou masked her indifference, though the evasiveness in her gaze was unmistakable. Coupled with her evident attachment to the dagger, an object imbued with a story that Xin Yu undoubtedly recognized. Upon awakening, the first sight that met Tian Xing was the piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, which, while surprising, also brought him a flicker of warmth. Though he was oblivious to the duration of his unconsciousness, he was certain that they had been watching over him during that time. She raised her hand, and the stones on the ground lost their gravity, morphing into sharp forms. Tang Yuyu and her companions erupted into laughter, clearly amused by Xiao Feifei's eloquence, which rendered someone as straightforward as myself utterly incapable of matching her wit. Anshi stood frozen, saw Kakibara momentarily stunned, while Tezuka and Itobi furrowed their brows slightly. Even Shirashi and Sanada exchanged glances of perplexity. He flipped his fingertip, and a wondrous vine appeared in his palm, exuding a vibrant greenery that captivated the eye. Su Yuanhang unceremoniously seized the brocade pouch from Old Song's grasp, feeling its weight as a heavy presence transferred to his hand. In this marshland, the two sensed a pair of greedy eyes fixated upon them, watching intently. Many events unfold through sheer coincidence. While Jiangchen pondered how to separate the trio and create a one-on-one scenario, an extraordinary force suddenly surged through the cloud flow market, permeating the void. Had he gone mad? Consuming so many elixirs, was he afraid of dying too late? He didn't understand. He was foolish, didn't this father comprehend? Tang Chao sighed helplessly before addressing Yu Fuguwei. "There is someone who wishes to see you," he said, tossing out a golden square seal. Su Lang formed hand signs and promptly dispelled the seal. The figures of Feng Lan and the red ghost vanished from sight, as reinforcements had arrived to intercept them. Even while reviewing other matches, Zhang Yifeng would immerse himself in another's role, meticulously contemplating whether his actions at that moment constituted the optimal solution. The tiger-like wielding the open sky axe remained unscathed by the backlash of the heavenly movement banner's energy, as he swung the axe forcefully at the golden threads binding Sun Wukong. As the arena settled, the physical body became aware that the 12 massive quantum storm vortices persisted. Now stabilized, their ebb and flow merely moderated. What on earth is going on? Nevertheless, Mei Zhiren discerned the situation. It was undoubtedly Ma Zinan who had urged Mei Yuanji to frequently feed the plump snow geese, even transforming the orca into a guardian for the snow geese. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but at that moment, another arrow shot through the air, as swift as a lightning bolt, in the next instant. It embedded itself in his chest. "Sir, what on earth has transpired?" The young police officer queried, returning to the passenger seat, bewildered. Cabby's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly startled. He had initially intended not to disturb his master during the battle, but given the severity of the situation, further explanation seemed unnecessary. In the coming days, the marriage report will be submitted. However, in order to surprise someone, could we perhaps persuade a superior to grant a slight concession, such as temporarily setting aside Captain John's political review? Once the marriage is finalized, the necessary procedures can be completed. Yet, for the soldiers present, this process, albeit somewhat tumultuous, does not appear to be particularly difficult to accept. Although they have known each other for only a few days, Jiang Shuang possesses an innate familiarity with Li Tianliang, allowing her to discern his character at a glance. Achieving a state of seamless cooperation without excessive communication will require time and the cultivation of mutual understanding. What? Are we expected to become their subservients? Absolutely not, protested another man, slightly older. However, it was disheartening that his master had not revealed the truth to him, instead weaving a tale to deceive this fellow. This was largely due to his unique command abilities and distinct background, which kept him from being controlled by the club. Oh, by the way, today you are the protagonist here. Splendid. I leave it to you to relish the experience, Zhao Hu remarked as he gradually walked away. Beginning to torment the leader of the school district, Duan Wu. I am aware that opinions may vary regarding Dania's capabilities, so I have decided to include him in this competition as well, Gao Jun said with a smile. Indeed. Observing the astonishment on Mu Shimei's face, Cui Mei raised an eyebrow. She had indeed harbored doubts about this matter, and her thorough investigations had led to this conclusion, which could only indicate that the elder Mr. Mu was becoming increasingly irrational with age. Meanwhile, Mu Shimei had already discerned the intentions of the 13th prince. Her heart sank the moment the embroideress furrowed her brow. Yet, upon witnessing the embroideress carefully examining the belt in the sunlight, hope surged within her once more, and her heart began to race. Chapter 209. The Truly Worthy A1 Control. The initial trade of the Nuggets. As the final whistle of the game blew, the Chinese men's basketball team lingered on the court, shaking hands with the Iranian team before bowing to the fans who had supported them. In this edition of the Asian Championship, the Huaxia men's basketball team did not disappoint the fans who fervently cheered for them at home. They demonstrated their prowess, reaffirming their status as the dominators of Asia. With the strongest lineup dispatched, they are destined to attain the highest honors. The match has concluded. After an indeterminate period, Su Chu's consciousness expanded to twice its size before it came to a halt, with golden light radiating throughout. Lu Shi remained by Fu Jingyang's side, as prominent business magnates and entertainment tycoons sought to ingratiate themselves with him, but were deftly dismissed by Fu Jingyang with just a few words. Wu Shan felt as if struck by lightning. Why was it not as imagined? Shouldn't the response be one of heartfelt emotion, suggesting, "How about you skip eating? I'll accompany you all day and in the days to come?" Just as he was about to act, a chilling laughter echoed among the disciples of Wudong, resonating like a demonic sound, causing great discomfort. Morong Jinyu, with his carefree and optimistic disposition, enjoyed a casual rapport with Yinan Shan, often entering each other's rooms without hesitation or reservation. She drifted through a lengthy span of time until one day, the ground beneath her trembled violently. Zhang Shou participated in this epic-making masterpiece, having been invited by Chen Qian to join the excursion. At noon, cicadas chirped in the courtyard, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, intertwining with the soft, melodic murmurs from within the house, creating a symphonic tapestry of an intimate afternoon. Ming Jisai was well aware of Zhu Wan'er's whereabouts, and upon discovering her newfound thoughts, felt a surge of indignation. The driver aimed a gun at Chen Shi. Yet she remained unfazed, embracing Zuelisai with one arm while opening the car door with the other, guiding her out. Ling Feng, bewildered by the unfolding situation, questioned the nature of the events transpiring around him. His body collided forcefully with the members of the Battle Soul gang behind him, knocking down several in the process. "Since you acknowledge defeat, you must adhere to our previous agreement," Chen Feng remarked with a hint of a smile. "Brother Chen, do you still wish to seek revenge? Taigu has already dealt us a heavy blow. In truth, we are merely accomplices," one lightly injured individual struggled to say with a wry smile. Before them stood a gentleman in a white robe, his hair like silk, with a penetrating gaze that exuded an unassailable aura of strength. It turned out that Qi Xie's parents had initially been unable to conceive, and under the chief's guidance, they sought the miraculous pregnancy tree, which ultimately led to Qi Xie's birth, deeply entwining him with their origins. Have you ever pondered why such a rare treasure as the Western region golden silkworm's silk appears here? Fu Yu's words jolted many from their reverie. Yao Dantong was filled with curiosity regarding this matter, recognizing that some circumstances were best left unsaid, while others unfolded quietly, marking the most crucial aspects of her thoughts. "Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly score higher than you on the English exam," Ifei remarked with a sinister smirk. Unexpectedly, they did not linger at the misty rain villa but traversed through it, taking a secret passage to another secluded residence deep in the mountains. "This matter cannot be brushed aside, Wan Ting. We have the evidence, let us report it." Someone proposed. Gazing at Zhang Igwa's impeccably serious countenance, Gu Qing mused that it might simply be her own illusion. As I fled, it felt as though my entire stomach was in turmoil, and I could hardly endure for long before stopping abruptly at the corner. Unlocking her phone, she pulled up a photograph, a face strikingly similar to Luo Qing's. Chapter 210, Reinforcements secured, new season roster officially confirmed. He had originally intended to relish a rare moment alone with his wife, only to have their plans thwarted by unexpected circumstances. Yet when the divine tribulation truly commenced, a sense of boundless fear gripped his heart. Lu Dashan and Wu Guimei stayed up late that night, leaning against the wall with their ears pressed closely, listening intently for any sounds from next door. Dr. Yi, I appreciate your assistance. We shall meet shortly. Chen Anhao concluded the call, her gaze flitting between Zhang Qingqing and Ji Hua. I was quite surprised to see you both here, she mused, having been unable to reach him by phone, only to encounter him at the hospital. What a remarkable coincidence. Then, with a flick of a peachwood sword, it sliced through the air like a startled phoenix, aiming directly at the yellow parchment on Xia Zhenhan's bed. How long had it been since Rong Ling had seen such unfamiliar hostility in Lu Wei's eyes? Gui Tianma appeared bewildered, though this affair was not exceedingly secretive. Few were privy to it. Does this mean that Hao Sin's mother is not of the Zhuke clan? Mo Haoqing inquired, astonishment evident in his tone. Luo Xinqing's gaze darkened, infused with a glimmer of hope amidst the gloom. Blood surged forth, cascading through the heavens, as a golden soul emerged, entering the supreme wheel of destiny, casting a fleeting glance at Jiangbai. The Queen Mother paused, contemplating. This rascal's marshal's residence must now harbor 7 or 8 individuals. Tsunade still intended to inquire further, but sensed something amiss, abruptly turning to look out the window. No wonder these two were stirred, given their previous momentum. A million would take considerable time to amass. Although he had captured numerous images, not all were unflattering. Some were indeed quite appealing. Yilingwu found it peculiar that today, aside from her coming-of-age ceremony, was not particularly special, yet suddenly warranted a family banquet. She inquired of Shin Pan-er. Zhua Yining had anticipated such a maneuver from him, and upon hearing her words, she merely scoffed dismissively. Madame Shun likely knew some details regarding her relationship with Shun Zhan, having brought up Daiwa Town previously. She now sought someone to look after her, clearly intending to send her away from the. He intended to make it clear to Tan Ruyun that even without the dragon bone ring, he could still eradicate the 8 prominent families. The pain intensified, yet his internal energy remained abundant. Even with detoxification, it would take considerable time to succeed, prompting Xia Tian to storm into his consciousness. The weather was splendid, the sky devoid of clouds, mirroring Mu Mu's clear mind, though shadows lingered. Unbeknownst to Gong Shiqin, a grand procession had departed from Yindu, arriving at Xiangdu ahead of them. Awaiting his arrival, both Xia Tian and Yi Jun gazed at each other in surprise, their physical advantages nearly indistinguishable. They sought the footprints left by Chu Tingxuan and Mo Liang, only to discover that further along, no traces remained, as if someone had intentionally erased their path, rendering them undetectable. She joyfully dashed over, leaping into the treasure gourd, marveling at the multitude of gourd-shaped trinkets, believing she was dreaming. Yet pinching her cheek revealed the truth of her circumstances. You also participated in the brawl. You must accompany us, the grim-faced figure sneered, looking down at Yamamoto Wadari, who knelt in apology, his vanity soaring amidst the envious glances of those around him, momentarily intoxicated by the attention. Ikamara Jin seemed to gaze past Matsumoto Ranjaku. Yet an acute pain surged within him, as if he had lost something of utmost importance. The sudden wave of loss and pain enveloped him. In the distance, Dongfang Yi observed Eric's intimate gestures towards Luo Yishuan, and a surge of jealousy ignited within him. He could see the fatigue etched on Luo Yishuan's face, and his anger dissipated in an instant. Li Xiang felt a chill in her heart, staring blankly at Yulong Dian for a while before sipping her juice, remaining silent for an extended period. You see, for all these years, Wang Wei has gone out every morning to help me gather fresh flowers. I claimed it was for medicinal purposes, but in truth, it was to mask the unpleasant odor of the concoction I was preparing, for it truly did not smell delightful. The elderly lady regarded Kuba and said, "You all should leave. If they have evidence, let them come and arrest me." After uttering these words, Wu Xianming turned his gaze away and immersed himself in his computer game. The other 3 had initially contemplated joining the fray, but the swordsmanship of the man in the green attire was too formidable, and there was an overwhelming sense of chaos in the atmosphere. If they ventured into the conflict now, they would likely be injured by his sword's aura. Wu Xianming had always understood their frustrations and never intended to be rude to them. However, the issue lay in the fact that these seasoned veterans were becoming increasingly audacious. They had been troubling Wu Xianming at headquarters almost every few days, and if he continued to endure, they might very well take advantage of him. The collective gaze of the crowd then focused on the lone white-haired man clad in dark robes. His once snow-white hands had turned a fiery red from burns, and Yun Kei stepped back in astonishment, gazing at the man before her. "May I inquire about your nationality, young lady?" the princess asked, prioritizing concern over questioning her motives for following them. "It is not that I do not wish to save you. You are aware that terrifying experts lurk here. Even if I were to release you now, in the next moment, we might both find ourselves bound here." Wu Xianming thought of rescuing this werewolf number 3. Yet he suddenly felt it was an inopportune moment. Chapter 211, the season opener, facing the Cavaliers. On the evening of October 27, 2009, at precisely 7:30 p.m., the Summer League concluded, and the new season commenced with the Denver Nuggets facing off against the Cleveland Cavaliers. The game took place in Denver, where the team had just clinched its first championship trophy. In the central military camp, a large tent housed Shen Xiongzhong, who sat cross-legged at a low table, savoring a drink alone. Wang Xianming and Wang Fatty exchanged light-hearted banter, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie and warmth. Wu Shiye and the old lame man were somewhat taken aback, feeling that Bao's conclusion was exaggerated. Although he could exert authority in front of certain ruffians, when faced with the Black Wolf gang, his true nature was revealed. The recent beating had already given him insight into Lin Jie's strength. Qingyi turned coldly to Meng Ke, her right hand clenched into a fist. She could tolerate insults directed at her, but she would not stand for any verbal affronts against Lin Yang. "Haha, Zi Wang, my curiosity about you intensifies. You even know of my clan's divine weapon, the 100 Birds Chaofeng Spear. Who exactly are you?" The Chaodian spear was in no rush to attack Zi Wang, intending to torment him gradually. Yet, could her father possibly deceive her? No, her father would never wrong the innocent. Perhaps there was indeed some misunderstanding in this matter. As Hattori Ichiro approached the door of Tianmin Naizi's room, a shadow fell in the courtyard. "We must go there to find the new certification card if we wish to release Gil and the others," Uchiha Madara stated. He had been preoccupied with establishing the government and had little time to attend to the returning forces from Liangzhou, delegating the responsibilities to specialized personnel. Tang Yulong quietly flipped through a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, accompanied by 2 tigers, Fan Hu and Mimi, who appeared noticeably weary, their eyes red from crying. Xiao Tian had just left 2 days prior, and their distress was evident. The divine tiger understood human emotions well. Of course, no wise deity would breach an oath. In fact, Bakabu could tell you that such occurrences in history could be counted on one hand. I waved my hand for everyone to halt, for just ahead, we had already sighted the presence of the Ice Phoenix clan. Evidently, the 3 gentlemen were also awaiting the arrival of the last dormitory mate, and unbeknownst to Lu Bad Dao, these gentlemen had grown familiar with each other, even speculating on who the 4th occupant would be. Perhaps, a glint of coldness flashed in Jing Xiao's eyes, as he sensed that things were not quite as simple as they appeared. However, Zhang Hao and He Jun had valid points. The man surnamed Liang was not a deity and could not leave behind any trace in such a short time. Sister Zhou? Upon hearing that name, Li Tian felt a sense of familiarity. Should he not be the one addressing her? Director Hu and his wife, Wu Mei, escorted Liang Chen downstairs, watching as he entered the car and waved goodbye before returning inside. "What? Speak louder. I cannot hear," Li Tian exclaimed, his voice rising, audible even to those outside, as a chorus of debates echoed into the room. After a moment of light-hearted conversation, Zhu Fenfang suddenly flushed, her legs slightly pressing together, revealing a hint of embarrassment. As the weather grew warmer day by day, Lu Juanhao's household became increasingly lively. The chickens and ducks clucked and quacked from dawn, eagerly awaiting their master to provide them with food. "Did you not wish for me to agree to allow Yuxian to enter the sealed area after the beast spirit tide subsided?" The guardian, Zhuang Bufan, inquired. Chapter 212. I apologize, my home ground has never lost. In the second quarter of the match, the Nuggets deployed their familiar rotations, featuring Chen Mo and J.R. Smith once more. However, with recent reinforcements, the Nuggets bench rotation saw changes. The substitute small forward had become Ariza, who had started for the Lakers last season, while the backup center was now DeAndre Jordan, who had been a bench player for the Clippers. The only unchanged position was the backup power forward, still occupied by Barkman. As Yiling gazed at Li Yi, who lay atop her, she felt no anger but rather a profound joy emanating from her heart. Gently caressing Li Yi's cheek, she embraced him tightly, fearful that he might slip away if she let her guard down. Kachingching was rendered speechless, fully aware of her wrongdoing, her confidence evaporating, her face alternating between red and pale as she lowered her head, sobbing quietly. Huan Huan, go help him. I will impart more knowledge to you shortly. Bardak said to Huan Huan, who promptly flew towards the teetering Lele to assist him. Though Lu Chenxi had mentally prepared himself, he still felt anxious as the storm approached. Almost at the moment they separated, Nishiyama Hiromi, like Zhang Jing, chose to turn back. Unlike Zhang Jing, Nishiyama Hiromi displayed no emotion, only complete focus. Upon hearing this uplifting news, Mrs. Chung shed tears of joy, having not seen her youngest son for 2 long years. Though she did not voice it, her heart yearned for him day and night. As the slanting rays of the sun descended upon the mountains, birds entered the forests, their crisp calls bidding farewell to the remaining twilight. The flowers in the woods gradually faded in color, drifting away with the stream. As the dark dusk descended upon the mountain peaks, the wind whistled melodiously, and the moon shone softly like water. Shang Guanyin stepped out, gracefully ascended to the rooftop, and was about to depart from the Zhengzhou government office when he was unexpectedly intercepted by 3 individuals, Zhang Tiandu, Tao Tianche, and Xie Tianmu, renowned as the 3 heroes of Jincheng. Upon noticing Negong trailing behind Shang Guanyin, they were momentarily taken aback. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the fact that the speed displayed by Baidak earlier was such that even the flying thunder god technique of the Watergate could scarcely keep pace. If Tian Ke-jun wished to possess such swiftness, he would need to acquire the true teachings of Baidak. Otherwise, hope would be scant. She harbored affection for him and yearned for him to perceive her beauty. Alas, he remained indifferent, having shown no fondness for over a decade. What hope could there be? As if sensing something amiss, officials, whether returning to the main hall or lingering outside, all turned their gazes toward the east, and soon many expressions transformed into ones of joy. A single utterance awakened everyone to the reality, and their faces reflected a growing urgency and disarray. Hangzhou was currently embroiled in turmoil. How could such an incident arise? It resembles a business transaction, where one fervently endeavors to curry favor with a client, who appears exceedingly satisfied and on the brink of signing a contract. Yet, one unexpectedly declares, I am sorry, I have already secured a superior client. Thus I cannot proceed with you. Lu Huazhuang observes this spectacle but remains powerless. Although Qing Fu Baiyao is not particularly formidable, the Yin-Yang ghost is undeniably peculiar. With each move resulting in certain death, even elders have met their tragic demise at its hands with alarming ease. Kong Hui, a disciple of the Huashan sect, gazes at the arrival with derision, exclaiming that this person is none other than the foremost talent of the Xingyue sect, Chong Tian. Kong Hui mocks him not for any other reason than the fact that, despite his esteemed rank among the 3 prodigies of the Xingyue sect, he stands before them at less than 5 feet tall and bears an exceedingly unattractive visage. Firstly, fans directly present the streamer with chili seeds, the virtual currency of the chili streaming platform. Typically, the platform offers a limited number of complimentary chili seeds to fans, yet the quantity is scarce, requiring a minimum of 200 seeds to be gifted. To discuss serious matters, Han Yuanshi waves off the attending servants. Under Han Liangqing's directive, Yang Huaiwu dismisses his personal guards from the hall, leaving only Han Yuanshi and his son, along with Yang Huaiwu and Luo Shiming. Chapter 213, James's Defeat Declaration. A dominant series of 5 consecutive victories. Alas, just past the midpoint of the 3rd quarter, the Cavaliers have utterly lost their grip on the game, trailing by 14 points from an earlier deficit of merely 4. Observing this, NBA Commissioner David Stern cannot help but sigh heavily. He had envisioned the Cavaliers and the Nuggets as the new generation rivals, akin to the storied battles between the Celtics and the Lakers, crafting a classic that would further elevate the NBA's allure. Today, Emperor Yangli led the officials to the city gates to bid farewell to the departing troops, while he himself refrained from joining them. Lin Yin approached Lu Dong, watching him intently focused on the test tube, perceiving not only a genius but also a workaholic. Through the relentless efforts of successive emperors, the status of officials from humble backgrounds gradually ascended within the court, granting them a modicum of influence in the vast assembly. However, Zhu Jiu remained in a deep stupor, unaware of the tumult around him, and even the cacophony of screams failed to rouse him, which was perhaps for the best. The onlookers, upon hearing these words, erupted into cheers. The courtesan feigned understanding with a knowing smile, yet this time her smile bore a deeper significance than before. Observing Li Tan's impressive attire, the courtesan guided us to an exceptionally tranquil and luxurious private room, adorned with red silk curtains and a spring night allure, where one could play hide and seek for an entire evening. In light of these events, he found himself in a state of agitation, devoid of any desire for superficial pleasantries with concubine Su. His tone was blunt, yet Xiao refrained from retorting, falling suddenly into silence. Just as he contemplated the peculiar hand in the corridor, Xiao sensed an unusual presence and looked up, noticing 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon him without a blink, prompting a moment of realization. However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of him retrieving a sailor suit from the rack where he stored his night clothes. This prodigal son epitomizes the archetype of a parental disappointment. During his inaugural visit to reunite with his father, he instigated such a significant calamity. Today, as he took Zhao Gang away, the celebratory cannon fire and cake erupted, filling the dormitory with the sounds of paternal exclamations. Although Bei Jihua harbored some grievances against Lu Jin for not articulating the situation clearly at that moment, the blatant differential treatment by Xia Xiaoming was so apparent that failing to recognize it would indeed be a testament to his obliviousness. His strides were grand and forceful, his arms rhythmically swaying with each step, intentionally pausing at the apex, causing the watch on his wrist to gleam conspicuously. Before him, Wei Wei wielded her Tang Dao, thrusting it forward with precision, while her other blade was raised to parry the onslaught of the remaining minions' formidable sabers. Given the numerical superiority of the adversaries, Wei Wei's primary skill, sequential strike, was triggered infinitely, her sword intent value soaring to its zenith in an instant. Being the 3rd heir of the Lin family, he was a revered guest wherever he went, commanding respect from all who crossed his path. "You lowly wretch, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes from their sockets," Yi Shuiyan exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Hao, her tone dripping with condescension. "Dear child, even if your grandfather were a zombie, he would still cherish you dearly," Lu Laotai reassured as she gently patted Lu Suanyi's hand. Meanwhile, as Sang Ji became engrossed in her tasks, other areas within the palace also buzzed with activity. Tu Huanshao continued to shake his head, poised to speak, when suddenly, a vigorous knocking echoed from the door. Qin Ran was startled by the sudden appearance of Jiang Yun, but upon realizing the latter's intent was to provoke, she merely shook her head in indifference. A resounding crash reverberated, casting a multitude of shadows, revealing a colossal figure of light towering over 10 feet. With a terrifying gash from its chest to abdomen, yet not a drop of blood flowed from the wound. In his view, since Mi Zhu had articulated his sentiments, their purpose for being here was indeed to garner the Mi family's favor. "My father mentioned that the prince has come alongside General Gu to survey the border situation. During this period, he will reside in my home, as the Bingzhou army has encamped in Tongguan, a region fraught with peril and harsh conditions." Chapter 214. You remain overly conservative in your boasting. You may continue to boast. The creator harbored concerns about such a scenario from an early stage. Even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, this directive was deemed the core prohibition against self-evolution. However, in this world of survival, such circumstances do not exist, unless one's private server possesses the strength to contend with the entire Federation's homing. Over the course of more than a month, although not lengthy, Park Chushi dedicated an immense amount of effort. In the future, he vowed not to rush his films. While residing in the hotel, Yiming sensed an unusual atmosphere upon receiving news of Chen Donghai's fatal fall, Luo Zhengfu's unexpected demise, and the fire at Bangan. Removing his helmet, Hua Shenkuan felt a pang of disappointment, yet it was not as profound as before. At the very least, this time, he had managed to diminish Jiangzhu's health by more than a third. Yiming could no longer bear Sukduo's weakness, but since Sukduo lacked the will to stand firm, Yiming refrained from offering support, coldly observing Sukduo depart with a laugh. No matter how formidable the star-bearers may be, they too possess vulnerabilities, 2 fatal points, the head and the heart. Qiu Pingyuan, struck through the heart, undoubtedly faced a shattered organ with no hope of survival. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that Yiming harbored no ulterior motives. He simply observed the plight of the Wang family village and extended a helping hand, devoid of other intentions or thoughts regarding her sister. Currently, the other 5 members of Crown were diligently training, with only Park Suyin abstaining. Rumors circulated about discord between Park Suyin and the other members. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that during the assessment on the 5th level of the Abyssal Tower, Lantian's mental fortitude was nearing the threshold of the yellow level. In terms of cultivation, his mental prowess had already reached the pinnacle of high-level stellar grade. Even without the enhancement of divine resonance, Wei Zhikan regarded Jiang Ling with visible difficulty. Although the proposal was commendable, its execution would prove exceedingly challenging. After Liu Bo stated this, he observed both disciples of True Qi realm nodding in agreement, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. Surrounding him was a pitch-black void, truly a realm where one could not see their hand before their face. Yet, Shi Jingyang sensed the presence of many beings nearby, perhaps not all human. These entities moved around him, their footsteps and hushed whispers forming the cacophony of noise. After this sentence, a prolonged silence enveloped the room. Yun Gungjing, holding the plate, felt her grip tighten slightly. If Luo Dazhou were to disagree, the fruits ordered by Si Linshe might spoil before they even arrived, and she was determined to ensure that her plate of fish would serve a purpose. This was enough to evoke her sentiment regarding their gratitude, appreciation, and cherishment of these offerings. Mo Changjue turned to gaze at her. His expression was unremarkable under the bright daylight, yet it betrayed a hint of danger. Zhou Qian cast a mournful glance at Yang Fan, but in her heart, Yang Fan gradually seemed to merge into her being, filling every corner until her heart was entirely occupied by his presence. Although they appeared to be a formidable force, they lacked a guiding leader, should a conflict arise. Someone must take command. In their quest for the throne, Yuan Shikai and his cohorts resorted to despicable means, demonstrating a complete disregard for morality. Mo Changjue lowered his gaze. He had long heard of the emperor's affection for consort Yu, who, despite her lesser lineage compared to other consorts, was still bestowed with the title of noble consort. He was a genius of unprecedented strength, believing that true power lay in unrestrained force. Boss Dai understood Mao Cheng's intentions and seized the opportunity to persuade the elder to abandon his plans, though the efficacy of this was uncertain. Just as she feared that Lung Yu's head might collide with something, he clumsily raised a hand to encircle her neck. The force of the motion caused her to lean forward, their faces drawing perilously close, and in that unforeseen moment, their lips met, leaving her wide-eyed in astonishment. Xue Qingyin was somewhat taken aback. Could she truly hear such words? She had not anticipated that the prince would earnestly explain himself to her. As long as the emperor valued his extraordinary talents, even if the Su family were to encounter misfortune in the future, as long as they relied on Ningke, there would still be room for redemption. On that day, it was rumored that the official conversed with Fan Zhongyan for an extended period in the Funing Palace. And upon returning to the Chuigong Palace, he immediately summoned the ministers of the State Affairs Hall. With the rebellion of the Anxi army and the Meng clan's forces coveting invasion, was there yet another betrayal brewing? He could not attend to each matter individually. Yet he silently vowed that the suffering endured by these individuals would not be in vain. Congratulations for what? Do you believe that my father has finally recognized my worth? This is merely an excuse for him to send me to my demise. He had eradicated our maternal family, and from that moment onward, he no longer regarded us as his sons. The crown prince forced a smile. Before long, the Kaifeng government dispatched 3 military patrols, each comprising approximately 100 or 200 men, led by a military inspector surnamed Sunday. I doubt it. He just battled with Ling Tian and is now left with little power. He would certainly not suspect that we would launch a covert attack at this moment, said the masked man in the midst. The leader of the Baolong clan's heavy-armored troops donned his soul armor, which consisted of battle armor and 2 armed guards. The massive sword and shield in his hands were enchanted equipment, and his beast spirit was an iron-armored lizard, with the soul technique being iron armor technique. With a resounding clash, the iron-armored lizard defended against the blade's aura from the Red Lotus dance. Iron Master? I narrowed my eyes as Chen Yin nodded, stating that the Yin-Yang masters of the Yu family had deep connections with Japan, practicing arts akin to Japanese-style Taoism. Character profile: a member of the Holy Demon Clan from the Demon Realm, formerly the captain of the Demon Assault Team. Possessing strength equivalent to the 4th level of Demon Sovereign, akin to the 4th level of Immortal Sovereign, though currently suppressed. With an overall strength approximating the 2nd level of Immortal King. It is not that I have become violent, rather, as an assassin, if I cannot slay an ordinary python. Would it not be a disgrace? Allow me to begin by discussing their attire, which starkly differed from ours, for they donned garments woven from grass and wood, though not in the haphazard manner of primitive people merely covering vital areas with leaves and branches. Chapter 215. The Duel of Neurotic Players. the Nuggets continued to lead after decimating strong opponents. In the locker room, the Grizzlies were deliberating on their shortcomings from the first half. As the lowest-ranked team in the league, they were eager to triumph over last season's champions. However, for the Grizzlies this season, a single match could hardly signify anything. Youth comes at a cost. Year 2 players Chen Mo and Marc Gasol, along with Year 3 Mike Conley. The bench also featured the recently drafted second overall pick, Tal. From this mountain to that mountain, while the distance seemed short, it took the entire group over an hour to finally arrive outside the Nanyang Temple. How arrogant! Do you truly believe that defeating Wang Ba equates to conquering Taekwondo? You are naive. Wang Ba has merely scratched the surface. He has yet to grasp the essence of true Taekwondo. Park Charon scoffed. This individual, though appearing ordinary, harbored an unexpectedly terrifying background. It seemed at this time he was destined to be unable to obtain that celestial star herb. Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with satisfaction, finally free from the compulsion to make purchases. Excessive complaints resulted in Chris Paul receiving his second technical foul of the game, leading to his ejection with just 44 seconds remaining. Her urgency today was not without reason. Last night, Zhao Xiang and Xiao Hui had celebrated joyfully for the entire night. She forced herself not to feel anger but could not help but become increasingly agitated. After all, she harbored a fondness for Zhao Xiang, and it was only natural to compare herself with Xiao Hui, who had taken the lead. Realizing that penetrating the basket was exceedingly challenging and that LeBron was constantly monitoring him, Oladipo abruptly decided against attacking the rim. Indeed, it is the result of cultivating the heavenly spring transformation scripture that one can harness such magical power. Thus, your identity as a disciple of the heavenly spring sect is indisputable, not an infiltrator from another sect. The sect master nodded and subsequently produced a jade tablet to inscribe Zhang Li's name within. Too stiff, let us all attack at once. The 4 sects, recovering from their shock, drew their weapons and charged forward. Ling Shichuan suddenly understood why the internet is often filled with news about couples in love embracing and kissing without a care for their surroundings. This arrow is a gift from Wang Jianan to the Liao army, a retaliation for the arrow that Iron Ruo evaded at the city gate. The sky remains overcast, with strands of rain occasionally dancing in the wind. The young man holds an umbrella, moving leisurely, his tall and graceful silhouette seemingly dissolving into the background. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Shichuan gazes at him, as if she has been transported back to countless moments of watching his retreating figure, wishing that he might, even for a fleeting second, recall the scenes of turning back. A sudden wave of inexplicable melancholy washes over her. Lin Rongshan is a man with a wife. I had previously declared my desire for him to leave for abroad and never return. Yet now, why do my words contradict my feelings and actions so starkly? Wow, you dare to scold me. I don't care what your husky is, just know that you're in for a rough time today. Upon hearing my scolding, the creature grew even angrier, barking at me before lunging forward. Unexpectedly, after Bao Yifan finished a phone call negotiating with a mother and child, he did not return home, but instead continued making additional calls. Meanwhile, Mrs. Bao's call pursued him to Andy's phone. Each time I hear his name, certain memories I wish to forget resurface, compounding my pain. Upon hearing those words, I felt a tightening in my chest. If you were to suggest we encounter a ferocious beast or a warrior, I would not be overly concerned, as those are matters of open confrontation. However, should we face venomous creatures, that is an entirely different matter, one that is unpredictable and insidious. No one knows when they might be struck and meet their demise. This man has dark red skin, a square face with a high nose, thick brows, and thin eyes, adorned with a full beard, suggesting he is quite young. Chapter 216, The Western Showdown, battling the Los Angeles Lakers. The Denver Nuggets, who have faced peril in their last 2 matches, have extended their winning streak to 8 games, remaining at the forefront of the league. Due to the consecutive nature of their previous 2 games, the Nuggets finally have 2 days of rest to regroup. The sense of urgency generated from the last 2 matches has prevented the team from opting for immediate rest. Daily practice sessions remain indispensable, with the entire team present for training. Since J.R. Smith ceased to be absent mid-season last year, she found herself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to navigate this unprecedented situation, even when facing Li Sharon, Duan Muxuan was undaunted, regardless of whom he confronted or the forces he faced. Duan Muxuan maintained an air of calmness, yet this time, he fled in disarray. However, Zhang Li clearly understood how Bai Feng would strike. A mere approach allowed him to brush closely against Bai Feng's whip-like leg and deliver a palm strike aimed at Bai Feng's body. Yet, Wan Bao slowly turned. her face illuminated and shadowed beneath countless lanterns in the courtyard. Her tone was light, laced with sarcasm and undeniable authority, causing a ripple of shock among the onlookers. They could not let them exit gracefully. Being thrown out was simply too humiliating. But it was already too late. Their dignity was in tatters. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Shi swiftly turned around, only to see Qing Wei Xianyi sulking against Wan Bauer, his expression shifting instantly. Park Tianshu lit a cigarette, pondering once more the nature of his relationship with these younger sisters. Without a doubt, Yuna and her friends were beautiful, charming, and quite endearing. But could he allow them to experience an incomplete first love simply because of his affection? Observing Beibei's eagerness to see her third brother, I nodded, realizing how remarkable it was that this third brother could evade Qin Yoguang's gaze. Who would have imagined he was concealed within a mural? That must be true. If you doubt it, I can go arrange for the principal to testify, as it seems he genuinely intends to head toward his office, upholding Lord He's earnest teachings, adhering strictly to the class's rules and regulations, never overstepping. Bang! A flash of blood erupted from the gun's muzzle, shooting towards Chen Taju with astonishing speed. Perhaps having shed too many tears in dreams, at this moment, Yuan felt utterly drained, unable to cry any longer. Only a hollow ache remained in her heart, as if a piece of her had been excised, leaving a bitter pain. Feng Hao was once again astounded. It was simply invincible. Over 50 million, and with such special effects. It was truly formidable. We do not object to your marrying her, but you must sign this agreement before you proceed. Zhang Jili presented a declaration of renunciation of inheritance. Uncle, are you all right? Chen Tangzu asked anxiously, genuinely fearing that Prince Ping and might not survive the encounter. Jiang Feng moved ahead, deploying shadows for reconnaissance while deftly evading the occasional black ant guards that seemed to have specific orders. As long as one kept a safe distance, they would remain undisturbed. In truth, this father had never shown her much affection. He merely fulfilled his obligations, providing a meager allowance each month. What if you make me look so beautiful that I overshadow Mushin? Zhang Xin chuckled softly. At this moment, Li Yu, filled with trepidation, immediately turned and pressed himself against the wall. Upon seeing the skeletal remains, he instinctively grasped the grim events that had transpired in this place. Observing Qin Feng, who held the Xianyun sword with an expression of fearless determination, he surmised that this matter was likely connected to Qin Feng. Initially, Chen Yue had believed that the individuals he dispatched were negligent, failing to fulfill the entrusted task diligently, and had presented him with a shoddy investigation report to placate him. Consequently, Chen Yue reproached his comrades at that time. Having taken a day off, after an entire month of continuous work, he sought to organize the narrative outline for the second season, promising to make up for any deficits tomorrow. Chapter 217. Efficient Bandits. The Denver Nuggets suffer their first defeat of the season. The intensity of the first quarter astonished both commentators in the booth. Barkley and Kenny Smith exchanged glances, acknowledging the prelude to the Western Conference Finals. Such intensity indeed matched the prowess of both teams. In the commentary box, Barkley remarked, "Indeed, this is a clash of titans. Such a physical confrontation is truly exhilarating." Kenny Smith concurred. In truth, even the ever-enthusiastic Barkley had not anticipated the magnitude of this contest. These energies began to tear at his flesh, exerting an immense impact upon his very being. Relying on his immortal form, all complex forces were shattered. With my current strength, I can merely perceive these phenomena. The venerable Master Lei removed his hand from the statue of the Thunderbird, slightly breathless. Moments ago, when Dongfang Xiao witnessed those images, Master Lei had been continuously channeling spiritual energy into the statue. Yi Yu gazed at the ashes strewn across the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a turn of events and questioned silently within himself, could the mystery truly remain unsolved? Must he await the unraveling of his own fate? What was transpiring? Beside him, Lu Hua and Tian Wei, who had just awakened, wore expressions of sheer terror, wishing fervently to flee from this place. Casting a glance at Qi Guer's silhouette, he cradled Ling Kuer in his arms and turned his attention to the doctors and nurses nearby, as Luo Yu resolved to dismiss them as well. You. Zhou Yingying longed to articulate something, yet at this moment, she found herself utterly speechless. Her words caught in her throat. Chen Dong slammed his hand upon the table, then glared fiercely at Yu Yiqing before storming out of the conference room. The sudden disappearance of Lu Yunxiao from Jizhou City had given rise to myriad speculations regarding the martial legend, whose abrupt retreat at the pinnacle of his prowess left many curious as to the reasons behind his decision. However, when Zhang Tianqi opened the last cabinet, he took a few steps back, scrutinizing the contents within. What was happening? Why was that child not present in this cabinet? This time, Zhou Yingying no longer wore a smile nor exuded an air of navet. Her countenance bore an unmistakable seriousness. Everything was drawing to a close. Perhaps, within my grasp, I could bring this to a definitive end. The elder remained silent for a considerable time, his words emerging in a haze of ambiguity. As he spoke, the guards led several magnificent steeds to the center of the arena. Upon witnessing this, Feng Yuan casually waved his hand. Adhering to the long-standing custom that required no further elaboration, the group arrived at Yueya Gully, yet found nothing amiss, even after dispatching personnel to scour the vicinity. No abnormalities were detected. Yang Shan had not orchestrated any arrangements outside, as he intended to maintain a low profile, having merely donned a slight disguise to avoid recognition. His gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly returning to linger upon the glass of a Chinese restaurant, where through the expansive windows, he observed a profile nestled against the window. A droplet of sweat, no larger than a bean, emerged from the forehead and trickled down the cheek. Seizing the early hour, Chen Yuan hastily summoned a ride, arriving at the suburban periphery 10 miles away, where he procured 2 complete sets of Luoyang shovels. Duan Muya puffed out her cheeks. Observing the composed demeanor of Lang Yu and the dashing figure of the man beside her, an overwhelming sense of indignation swelling within her. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to earth, coupled with an astute learning ability, Lu Chuanfu had recently taken to interspersing modern vernacular into his nonsensical chatter, creating an incongruous atmosphere. Bursting onto the street, he sped along Binhe Road, subsequently merging onto the highway, where he collided with a toll gate, driving relentlessly towards Qinglong Mountain. In the distance, Fire Chief Wang Dajuan gazed at the towering building engulfed in thick smoke following the inferno, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 218, The First Battle of Master and Apprentice, A Day as a Teacher, A Lifetime as a Father. With a score of 104-92. The Denver Nuggets fell short against the Los Angeles Lakers, prompting us to congratulate the Lakers on their victory, thereby eliminating any undefeated teams in the league. Nevertheless, despite this loss, the Nuggets retained their position at the top of the standings. The fervor of the Lakers fans was palpable, their yearning for triumph evident from the atmosphere in the arena. In the commentary booth, Barkley and Kenny Smith elucidated the match. However, the particulars of the design company remained a mystery to Luo Lifan. He only knew that his uncle seemed to have a rather convoluted familial connection with the mother of the design company's owner, somewhat akin to his own distant relationship with this uncle. The newcomers were led by Ma Jun, a portion of mercenary leaders, including Carl, who entered clad in military attire and promptly saluted. Upon receiving the final investigative results, the Superior Department finally approved the new experiment requested by the First Drug Rehabilitation Center. Moreover, several addiction specialists were dispatched to monitor and observe the individuals undergoing treatment with the culinary delights of Yapinju. It was said that the Prince of Yen favored the sight of a half-exposed chest adorned with a green, chest-length dress, prompting her to don a special outfit for the occasion. Yet, surrounded by an enveloping darkness, she cautiously maneuvered towards a quieter locale to avoid any unwelcome encounters. Upon hearing these words, Ainsworth found himself only partially understanding, yet he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure.